month ago, I was just an ordinary white-collar worker who was overwhelmed by overtime and was so tired that I was about to die from exhaustion every day. But who could have imagined that just 1 month later, I would be a billionaire? With the slightest flick of my finger, the global capital markets would tremble, and even the bigwigs on Wall Street wouldn't dare underestimate me. Even more incredibly, a casual remark I made actually caused the tense Jewish and Persian nations to temporarily cease hostilities, put aside their hatred, and choose to shake hands and make peace. My name is Zhao Wendong, and the real turning point in my life began the day I resigned and went home. At that time, I was thinking of giving up completely and taking a few days off, but I ended up accidentally picking up a sparkling, mysterious ring that an old beggar had dropped. At first, I thought it was just an ordinary piece of jewelry, but I never imagined that this ring would allow me to travel freely back to the 1980s. And at that moment, I was awakened by the crying. My poor child, how could you be so heartless as to leave me like this? How can I go on living like this? Before I even opened my eyes, I mumbled, "Who is it crying so early in the morning?" The moment those words left her lips, chaos erupted outside. Someone shouted in terror, "It's a zombie!" The crowd scattered in a flash, leaving only a woman in her 50s who retreated hastily, her voice trembling as she said, "Son, don't scare your mother. What's troubling you? Tell me." The noise woke me completely. I opened my eyes and froze. All around me were mud walls and old New Year pictures. I was sitting on a heated earthen bed, and opposite me was an old-fashioned bedside table, clearly a rural house from the 1970s or 80s. I set both uprights, exclaiming, "Holy crap, who brought me here?" I clearly remember sleeping in a rented room, but when I woke up, I was in a completely different place. The woman, her face streaked with tears, cautiously approached me, yet dared not touch me, only crying as she asked, "Son, what's wrong? Don't scare your mother." Meanwhile, outside the courtyard, a middle-aged man was pulling an ox cart back home, with a coffin on it. He cried as he walked, "Father, I'm so sorry to our ancestors. Wendong is gone." He looked as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. Just then, Zhao Lao heir from the same clan rushed over, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Third brother, your Wendong has come back to life. Hurry back." Zhao Fugue was stunned for a moment, then immediately cursed. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Seeing that the other party's expression was not joking, he abandoned the ox cart and ran home as fast as he could. He rushed into the house, still shouting, "Shopkeeper!" But his wife grabbed him and whispered, quietly, "The child has come back to life. He just stopped fussing and is sleeping now." Zhao Fugue was stunned. "Not a zombie?" The woman nodded. "His body is warm. He's really alive." Upon hearing this, Zhao Fugue was so excited that he kowtowed repeatedly towards the back mountain and shouted, "May our ancestors bless us and let Wendong live well so that the Zhao family can continue its lineage." At this moment, tears streamed down his face. Later I learned that the elderly couple had longed for a son their whole lives. They had 5 daughters in a row before, and their daughters were named Zhaodi, Pundi, Lady, Wangdi, and Jidi. It wasn't until they were old that they finally managed to have me, their son, and so they treated me like their lifeblood. After I became a son, Zhao Fugue was overjoyed and couldn't stop smiling. He stared at the child all day long, and Li Xiuling couldn't help but scold him. "You do nothing all day but stare at him. Are you afraid he'll fly away?" He just chuckled and said, "I can't get enough of looking at him." Unfortunately, when they tried to have a second son, nothing came of it. They had no choice but to accept their fate and live with me, their only child. To them, I was their only hope. Lying on the kang, a heated brick bed, I wasn't actually asleep. My mind was reeling from the sudden influx of information. I finally realized that I had been transported to a parallel world in the 1970s or 80s by a ring. This is Zhao Family Village in Xianping City, Shaanxi Province, a small village with only a few hundred households. The elderly couple I just saw were my parents, who are in my current position. Although they are only in their 50s, they look like they are in their 60s because of years of hard work. What really sends chills down my spine is that I have 5 older sisters, most of whom got married early. Marriages in rural areas tend to start young, and I'm only 20, while my eldest sister's children are almost adults. Life was incredibly hard in those days. It had only been a short time since the famine had ended, and in rural areas, people relied on coarse grains year-round. Meat was only a rare treat during the Lunar New Year. There was virtually no entertainment, and life was monotonous and difficult. I lay on the kang, a heated brick bed, and couldn't help but shout in my heart, God, are you playing a trick on me? My parents are still over there. I raised my right hand, and suddenly the ring lit up with a green light, and a countdown appeared on it. 5. A thought flashed through my mind. Could it be that when the time came, I could go back? This thought calmed me down a little. At least there was hope. I immediately called out, Mom, I'm hungry. Outside, Zhao Fugui stood with a worried expression, smoking and brooding. His wife had just told him that although the child had survived, his head seemed to be injured, and he was starting to talk nonsense. The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. What if the child really became mentally disabled? How would he ever get married again? Just then, I suddenly cried out that I was hungry from inside the house. Zhao Fugui immediately threw away his cigarette butt and shouted at Li Xiaoling, Didn't you hear the child crying that he's hungry? Hurry up and cook. Li Xiaoling then came to her senses and hurriedly went to the kitchen. No sooner had he finished speaking than the eldest daughter, Zhao Zhaodi, rushed into the yard covered in mud, anxiously calling out, Dad, how's little brother? She had stumbled and fallen all the way back, her face a mess. Zhao Fugui sighed and said, He's fine, just hit his head and is a little disoriented. After hearing this, Zhao Zhaodi rushed into the inner room. There I was sitting on the kang, heated brick bed, wearing only my underwear, studying the ring on my hand. Her sudden intrusion startled me. I quickly covered my lower body with the blanket and called out warily, Who are you? Why didn't you say anything before coming in? Seeing that I didn't even recognize her, Zhao Zhaodi initially breathed a sigh of relief, but then her anger flared up again. You brat, you don't even recognize your own sister. She reached for the blanket as she spoke. I panicked, instinctively thinking I'd encountered a female hooligan, and yelled at the top of my lungs, Dad, come quick. This crazy woman is trying to take advantage of me. Hearing the noise, Zhao Fugui rushed in and angrily scolded, What nonsense are you talking about? That's your older sister. He then called Zhao Zhaodi out and told her to stop bothering me. Only then did Zhao Zhaodi remember that I had just been injured, and she felt a surge of complicated emotions. The two entered the courtyard, and Zhao Zhaodi couldn't help but ask what had happened. Zhao Fugui sighed and said, I fell off the earthen cliff and landed right on Hongbin's old sow. That's how I survived, but my head hit the stone in the pig pen. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhaodi quickly asked how the pig was doing. Zhao Fugui rolled his eyes. Don't even mention it. That kid smashed it and made it poop all over the ground. It's probably not going to make it. His wife is still crying. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward for a moment. Just then, Zhao Lao Air drove the ox cart to the door and shouted at the top of his lungs, Third brother, I brought the coffin back for you. Do you still need it? Zhao Fugui was already furious, and he picked up his hoe to hit him, which frightened Zhao Lao Air into retreating. Zhao Zhaodi quickly stopped her father and told her second uncle to run. The old man then realized what was happening and turned to flee. Zhao Fugui was furious and cursed, saying that he had gone to fetch the coffin thinking the person was dying, but then he heard on the way that the corpse had risen from the dead, and he was almost furious. When it was time to eat, the family sat down to eat. The table was covered only with corn, sauerkraut, and flatbread. The house was incredibly poor. I looked around and felt a chill run down my spine. The environment was utterly abject poverty. Li Xiaoling tenderly put food on my plate, asking, Dandan, why aren't you eating? I was taken aback, not quite understanding. Zhao Fugui sighed. You've even forgotten your own name. Li Xiaoling then suggested that she take me to the hospital after dinner. It was then that I realized Egg was actually my nickname. I was speechless. It turned out that my family favored boys over girls, and after having 5 daughters, they finally had me as their son, so that nickname stuck. I was even more devastated. I had somehow traveled back in time to a rural area in the 1980s, where I could only eat coarse grains every day and never saw any meat. After eating a few bites of rice, I sat in the yard, lost in thought and basking in the sun. Just then, the ring on my finger suddenly started flashing green, lighting up 1 bar at a time, like it was charging. I couldn't help but shout, Dad, did you see my hand glowing? Zhao Fugui's face darkened. Don't talk nonsense. Zhao Fugui even tried to take me to the hospital, but I quickly explained and persuaded him to temporarily give up the idea. I made an excuse about a headache and went back to my room to lie down, but the green light disappeared again. I fiddled with it for ages without any response, so I got up and went outside again. As soon as I stepped into the yard, the green light came on again. I froze, staring at my fingers and muttering, "So this thing, it charges itself by basking in the sun." I didn't care whether Zhao Fugue believed me or not. I plopped down on a stool in the yard and refused to get up no matter what. Zhao Fugue tried to persuade me for a long time to no avail, and finally had no choice but to give up. About an hour later, the ring suddenly lit up as if it were fully charged, and a line of text appeared on the screen. "Welcome to the dual-purpose ring. The current time difference is 50 years. The time positioning point has been activated. Storage space, 0.5 cubic meters. Countdown to the next return, 3 days." 10 seconds later, the screen disappeared. I subconsciously rubbed the ring again, and sure enough, it triggered again, just like using a phone. I was a little excited, but seeing that the storage space was only half a cubic meter, I couldn't help but sigh. After I had recovered enough, I said goodbye to my mother and prepared to go out for a walk. "Egg, you're all better now. Don't go too far." Hearing that nickname, my scalp tingled. I could only reply and turn to leave. Zhao Village still looked poor at first glance, mostly consisting of mud brick houses, with brick and tile houses being few and far between. Each yard either had chickens and ducks or some vegetables. It was the busy farming season, and most people were working in the fields, with only a few elderly people gathered under the trees smoking pipes and chatting. Just then, an old man in white clothes and a headscarf saw me approaching and immediately stood up excitedly. "Egg boy, you're all better now." I felt a pang of helplessness and casually called out, "Grandpa." The old man's expression changed. "What are you calling me? I'm your uncle from the same clan. Even your father calls me brother. You're calling me Grandpa." I was stunned for a moment, wondering to myself, at such an old age, he's just an uncle? The old man shook his head and sighed. "Looks like you fell pretty hard. You don't even recognize people anymore." He then left, leaving me completely bewildered. Just then, Zhao Fugue came looking for me, calling my nickname from afar. I was too lazy to argue anymore, so I waited for him to get closer and asked, "Dad, what are you doing here?" Zhao Fugue, panting, said, "Your mother was worried and sent me out to find you." I nodded and explained to him about the mistake in addressing him by the wrong generation. Zhao Fugue immediately understood. "That's your uncle, a relative within 5 degrees of kinship. According to seniority, you should call him that." He added, "His son is even older than me, so he has to call me uncle." At this point, Zhao Fugue looked smug and pointed to an old man in the distance, saying, "The youngest one in our village, over 60 years old, still has to call me uncle." I was speechless for a moment and couldn't help but mutter, "Calling you uncle at such an old age, aren't you afraid of shortening your lifespan?" Before I could finish speaking, I received a slap. Zhao Fugue said sternly, "It's an ancestral rule." He then gave me a brief explanation. In rural areas, the generational gap is already quite large. Some people marry early, some marry late, and some have many children, even continuing to have children into their 50s, naturally widening the generational divide. After listening, I understood and said, "Dad, you go back first. I'll wander around a bit more." Zhao Fugue told me not to go too far before going home. I wandered around the village for more than half an hour and found that there were only about 100 households in the whole village. The weather in July was hot and humid, and I was soon covered in sweat, so I had to find a locust tree to sit down and rest. A few children were playing shuttlecock not far away, their laughter ringing out. Suddenly, a shuttlecock flew over and I caught it. Looking down, I saw a copper coin underneath, inscribed with the words, "Ingyun Yuan Bao," meaning lucky ingot. My heart skipped a beat. These were coins minted by the rebel army during the Northern Song dynasty. Very few survived, and they would be worth at least hundreds of thousands in later generations. My former roommate had one and would show it off every day. While I was lost in thought, a little girl ran over and asked, "Grandpa, isn't the shuttlecock my dad made pretty?" I was already used to this form of address, so I asked her whose child she was. The little girl blinked and said, "My dad is Zhao Taizhu." Just then, a burly, dark-skinned man called to her from afar, "Come home for dinner." The little girl turned and ran. I quickly called out, "Your shuttlecock." Without turning her head, she said, "I don't want it anymore, Grandpa. You can play with it. My dad made me several." I stood there, stunned, staring at the shuttlecock in my hand, a surge of joy welling up inside me. This wasn't just any toy. It was clearly an antique worth hundreds of thousands. I secretly planned that when I returned to my future life, I would sell this coin, not only to pay off my debts, but also to buy some things for that little girl. My fourth sister, Zhao Jidi, is still unmarried. She's learning tailoring from her aunt in the countryside and only comes home once a week. That day, the family made corn rice balls, and Li Xiaoling specifically asked me to take them to her. As I took the lunchbox, I muttered, "Mom, it's not even meat. Why did you make a special trip?" Li Xiaoling held up the rice scoop and laughed, scolding me for being greedy. I grinned and dodged away, grabbing the lunchbox and running out, saying, "Okay, I'll just go for a bit and be right back." The township wasn't far from the village, about a half-hour walk. Just as I left the village, I ran into Zhao Tiniu driving a mule cart. By seniority, I should call him brother. Seeing that I was running off before I was fully recovered, Zhao Tiniu couldn't help but tease me a bit. I jumped onto the edge of the car, laughing and saying I was delivering food and just wanted a ride. Zhao Tiniu, puffing on his pipe, teased me about my good fortune and asked if I wanted a puff. I waved my hand dismissively. I'd rather smoke a cigarette than this leaf. Zhao Tiniu laughed and said, "All right, then I'll go and get some too, and bring you a bag with a handle." I patted my chest and agreed, bragging quite loudly, but Zhao Tiniu just thought I was joking and listened to me to pass the time. Before long, we arrived at the township. Calling it a township was a bit of a stretch. It was really just a small commune, with 2 rows of houses and a few shops, the streets deserted. Looking at the blue brick houses and the slogans on the walls, I couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. Zhao Tiniu tied up the mule cart and told me to come back after delivering the food so we could go together. I agreed and followed the street, soon spotting the tailor shop. Inside, a young woman with braided pigtails was busy at a sewing machine. A middle-aged woman recognized me immediately. "Dandan, what brings you here?" I felt embarrassed and could only force a smile, saying, "Auntie, I'm delivering food to my fourth sister." Hearing the noise, Zhao Jidi quickly ran out and asked me how I was feeling. Tian Hui, standing beside me, jokingly scolded, "It's all because your mother dotes on you." The atmosphere immediately lightened considerably. I didn't go inside, only saying that I had to go back in a while. Zhao Jidi took out a few crumpled bills from her pocket and stuffed them into my hand. "Take this and buy some food. Tell your mother I'm fine, and don't bring me food anymore." Looking at the little money she had saved, I felt a pang of sadness and wanted to push it back. "Sister, I'm all grown up now." But Zhao Jidi wouldn't let me refuse. "Take it, go home early. Don't let Mom and Dad worry." After saying goodbye, I went straight to the supply and marketing cooperative. It took me a while to find it. The shop wasn't big, just 2 rooms. I counted the money in my hand, 3 yuan and 50 cents in total, and decided to buy some cigarettes. There weren't many cigarettes on the counter, so I asked the price and finally chose 2 packs of Zhonglo cigarettes for 6 mao each. After paying and receiving them, I opened one and lit it as soon as I stepped outside. The first puff was too strong, and it choked me so much that my face turned red. I coughed repeatedly, and tears almost welled up in my eyes. These cigarettes from this era are way too strong. After a while, I simply threw the cigarette away. Just then, a young man in a Zhongshan suit pushed his bicycle over and whispered, "Hey buddy, want some cigarette coupons? Grade A, special supply, much better than yours." I immediately understood. This man looked like a government official, but he was actually a middleman dealing in coupons. Looking at the well-dressed young man in front of me, who was secretly reselling cigarette coupons, my mind immediately started working. I was just wondering how to make money by exploiting the differences between the 2 eras, and it seemed like an opportunity had been delivered to my doorstep. I didn't agree immediately. Instead, I put on a mature look, sized him up, and said with a sneer, "Special supply? You're kidding. You can't possibly get special supply cigarette coupons at your age. Don't try to fool me with fake coupons." Lu Jianjun's face darkened, and he retorted defiantly, "That's a harsh way to put it. Lu Jianjun, have a good reputation in Maquin Commune, and I'm honest and fair to everyone." As he spoke, he lowered his voice and lifted the corner of his shirt. "See that? Phoenix, Dacumen, these are hot commodities. You can't see them without connections." I glanced at the cigarette coupons and was already mostly convinced. In those days, resources were scarce, and good cigarette coupons were hard currency. I asked calmly, "Okay, how much?" Lu Jianjun held up 2 fingers. "Grade A cigarette coupons are 2 cents each. Phoenix Peony is 1 yuan more, and Dacumen is 8 cents more." I quickly calculated in my mind, but deliberately shook my head, saying, "Too expensive. I can't afford it." With that, I turned to leave. Lu Jianjun hurriedly grabbed me. Don't go. We seem to click. The ticket's only 15 cents, and I'll give you an even better price. I stopped and smiled slightly. I won't buy the tickets yet, but I have something even more exciting here. Are you interested? Lu Jianjun was taken aback. What is it? I lowered my voice and said, something even rarer than cigarettes. I didn't bring it with me today, but I'll show you a sample around this time in a couple of days. I guarantee you'll be tempted. I already had a plan in mind. When I returned to the modern world, I would bring some inconspicuous but rare items like lighters and digital watches to test the waters. Lu Jianjun was skeptical, but he nodded anyway. Okay, I'll wait for you. My name is Lu Jianjun from the commune's broadcasting station. Zhao Wendong from Zhao family village, it's settled. After we parted, I was in high spirits, feeling that the path to making money was slowly opening up. When I arrived at the commune gate, Zhao Tinyu was squatting next to the mule cart, eating dry rations. Brother Tainyo, were you waiting long? I chuckled as I jumped into the car. It's all right, all done. Zhao Tainyo asked casually. All done. I pulled out the pack of Zhonglo cigarettes and handed it to him. I promised you. Zhao Tinyu's eyes widened when he saw it, and he examined it like a precious treasure. You actually bought it. It's so expensive. Although he complained, his face was already beaming with joy. He carefully lit one, looking completely delighted. On the way back to the village, the mule cart swayed along. I chatted casually with Zhao Tinyu, but in my heart, I was making plans. The ring would allow me to travel through time again in a day. After returning to the modern world, I had to solve the rent problem first, and then sell that lucky ingot. Next, I need to plan carefully, utilizing the advantage of dual time travel to trade resources between the two eras and completely change my destiny. The setting sun cast long shadows of the two of us, and the distant Zhao family village was shrouded in twilight. Looking at this poor yet warm place, I felt a sense of belonging for the first time. Zhao Tinyu exhaled a puff of smoke and asked, "What are you thinking about?" I smiled and said, "The future will definitely get better and better." Zhao Tinyu laughed and said, "Of course, those who survive a great calamity are bound to have good fortune in the future." But I knew very well that good fortune in the future is never something you wait for. It's something you have to fight for yourself. It was already evening when I got home. I ate some potatoes and porridge and went to bed. Zhao Fuguwei was about to ask a few questions when Li Xiuling stopped him. "The child is tired. Let him rest." A day later, the familiar dizziness returned. I opened my eyes abruptly and found myself back in that small, cluttered rented room. "I'm back." I immediately raised my hand to check. The ring was gone, but a pale green number appeared, 10% energy, cooldown still almost 3 days away. I realized that time travel was taking a heavy toll on the ring, and time was of the essence. The most important thing right now was to make money. I immediately charged my phone, turned it on, ignored the landlord's debt collection messages, and opened a shopping app to start searching for vintage items. I quickly found an old-fashioned kerosene lighter that was cheap, just over $1 each, and ordered 50. These things would definitely sell well in the 1980s. I thought to myself, figuring they could easily sell for $3 to $5 each. After that, I bought a few old-fashioned digital watches. Back then, these were definitely luxury items. Watching the order complete, I let out a long sigh of relief. The first step was finally taken. Next, I had to solve the biggest problem, that lucky ingot. Chapter 7. Now we're rich. I lay in bed, found that familiar number, and dialed it. The phone rang several times before being answered. Xia Tianyu's lazy voice came from the other end. "Hello? Who's disturbing my peaceful slumber?" This guy was my best friend and roommate in college. His family runs an antique business. He's a typical rich kid. I went straight to the point. "I'm Zhao Wendong. I have something important to discuss with you. I got something here. See if you'd like to buy it." As soon as Xia Tianyu heard it was me, he immediately started being cheeky. "Hey, Dongzi, the missing person has returned? I heard your skewer shop almost lost everything, even your underwear." I was too lazy to argue with him and just said, "1 coin, a lucky ingot." There was a brief silence on the other end of the phone, followed by a sudden increase in volume. "What? A Yin Yuan Bao? The one from Li Shun of the Northern Song Dynasty? Don't try to fool me. You can count the number of those in existence on your fingers." I told him the item was in decent condition, but showed signs of use and had been used to make shuttlecocks before. Xia Tianyu almost choked on the phone, exclaiming that it was a waste and demanding that I come to his shop immediately so his father could take a look. After hanging up the phone, I took out copper coins wrapped in several layers of toilet paper from the drawer, carefully put them in my pocket, and took a taxi straight to Xia Tianyu's Boguzai. Boguzai is located on an ancient cultural commercial street. The storefront is not large, but it is very impressive. As soon as I arrived at the door, Xia Tianyu rushed out and pulled me into the store. The shop was filled with the sweet scent of sandalwood, and antique shelves were overflowing with old objects. A middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses sat before a tea tray, exuding a composed air and bearing a resemblance to Xia Tianyu, his father, Xia Mingyuan. After Xia Tianyu gave a brief introduction, I politely greeted him. Xia Mingyuan nodded, his gaze calm as he asked, "Xiao Zhao, did you bring the things? May I take a look?" I took out a packet of toilet paper, unfolded it layer by layer, and placed a slightly worn copper coin on the soft cloth. Xia Mingyuan's expression immediately turned serious. He put on white gloves, picked up a magnifying glass, and examined it carefully against the light. He examined the coins repeatedly, his fingers gently tracing the inscriptions and the bronze surface, his expression growing increasingly solemn. Xia Tianyu, standing beside him, was so nervous he barely dared to breathe, his eyes fixed on his father's face. 5 or 6 minutes passed before Xia Mingyuan put down his things, took off his gloves, let out a long sigh, and looked at me with amazement and doubt in his eyes. "Xiao Zhao, how did you get this?" I had already prepared my explanation, and without changing my expression, I said that it was found by a distant relative in my hometown while cleaning up the old house. The child was using it as a shuttlecock, and I thought it looked like an old item, so I bought it cheaply. They didn't know its specific origin. This reason was half true and half false, but it was still reasonable. Xia Mingyuan pondered for a moment and then nodded. "That's right. This is indeed a genuine Yin Yuan Bao coin. Although its condition is not top-notch, and it shows signs of circulation and use, the inscription is clear, the patina is natural, and it is a genuine item." Xia Tianyu slapped his thigh, so excited he almost jumped up. "Holy crap. Dongzi, you're rich now." The weight on my heart finally lifted, but I still tried to remain calm and asked Xia Mingyuan how much it was worth. Xia Mingyuan took a sip of tea and said that according to the current market, a similar item could fetch between 400,000 and 600,000 yuan at auction, but there are commissions and uncertainties involved. If I was willing to transfer it directly, he could offer 450,000 yuan. 450,000. My heart skipped a beat. This amount of money far exceeded my expectations. It could not only pay off my debts and rent, but also leave me with startup capital. I suppressed my excitement and tried to speak calmly. "Uncle Xia is an expert, and his price is fair. Let's do it your way." Xia Mingyuan smiled with satisfaction and told Xia Tianyu to prepare the contract and transfer the money. The procedures went smoothly, and soon after, my phone sent a text message notifying me that 450,000 yuan had been deposited into my bank account. Looking at that number, I felt like I was dreaming. After thanking him sincerely, I declined Xia Tianyu's suggestion to take me to a club with young models to celebrate and left Boguzai with my bank card in my pocket. Walking along the bustling streets, I felt for the first time how bright the sunshine was in this city. Afterwards, I went straight to the bank and paid off all the overdue rent and various small loans I'd taken out previously. Although my balance had shrunk considerably, it was still considerable. I let out a long sigh of relief, with only one thought in my mind. Damn it, I finally don't have to be a pushover anymore. After returning to my rented room, I decided to treat myself. I went downstairs to the restaurant, ordered 3 hearty dishes and 2 bottles of beer, and had a good, hearty meal to replenish my stomach. Before lying down that night, I touched the black ring on my finger. It glowed again, seemingly still slowly absorbing energy. The time displayed was 48 hours left, or 2 days. I began to plan how to use this double-pierced ring to achieve my own grand ambitions. The next morning, I arrived at my Hungry Wolf Legend skewer's shop feeling refreshed. After opening the door, I prepared the ingredients as usual. While washing the vegetables, I wonder if that old beggar will come again tonight. Just then, a voice came from the doorway. "Is anyone home? Is the owner here?" I put down what I was doing, wiped myself casually on my apron, and went outside. There stood 2 young beggars, dressed in tattered clothes at the door, a man and a woman. They looked to be no more than 20 years old. The man seemed like the older brother, and the woman, younger, was probably the younger sister. Both were pale and thin, clearly suffering from long-term malnutrition. I didn't scold them because they were beggars. I simply said politely, "Hello, It's not opening time yet. Please come back this afternoon. Chapter 8 Beggar's Spot. I was looking at the two ragged young beggars at the door, feeling a little puzzled. Usually, only that mysterious old beggar would come to my place, so the sudden appearance of a brother and sister today was quite unexpected. The boy was in his early 20s, with a sallow complexion and was extremely thin, but his eyes still held a stubbornness that hadn't been worn down. He took half a step forward, shielding his sister behind him, and spoke with a dry throat. "Boss, we're not here to eat." The girl looked even younger, probably only 17 or 18. She kept her head down, her fingers tightly gripping the hem of her tattered clothes, not daring to even glance at me. I raised an eyebrow and casually untied my apron. "Then what are you doing here?" The boy bit his chapped lips, as if gathering his courage before speaking. "We'd like to find some work, washing dishes, sweeping, carrying things. Anything is fine. We don't need wages, just some food." As he spoke, his stomach growled loudly, the sound especially clear in the morning. The girl lowered her head even further, her ear tips turning red. A thought struck me. Business was already slow, and I was usually the only one working. Having a couple more helpers wouldn't have been necessary. But looking at them, especially the boy's desperate clinging to his dignity, I suddenly thought of the old beggar who gave me the ring, and of my own poor family in the 1980s, where at least I had family to look after me. "Come in. What kind of behavior is this standing at the door?" The boy hesitated for a moment, then carefully led his sister inside. The two huddled by the door, barely daring to step on the floor, afraid of getting their clothes dirty. I went to the kitchen and got 2 freshly steamed buns, along with 2 glasses of warm water, and handed them to them. "Have something to eat first." The brother and sister's eyes lit up when they saw the white steamed buns. They practically snatched them and stuffed them into their mouths, choking and turning their necks back, before quickly gulping down several mouthfuls of water. Watching them wolf down their food, my heart ached. Once they calmed down, I asked, "Where did you come from? How did you end up like this?" The boy wiped his mouth and whispered that his name was Lu Chong and his sister's name was Lu Xiaohua. They had fled from the mountains to the north. Their hometown had been devastated by a disaster. Their house and land were gone, and their parents were gone too, leaving only the two of them. They had heard that they could find food and survive here, so they had fled all the way. I listened in silence for a few seconds. To be honest, I'm not exactly well off myself right now. I just paid off my debts, so this isn't the time to be so generous. But looking at the invisible ring on my finger, I felt the energy within it slowly increasing, and a thought popped into my head. Maybe I really need to find a few reliable people in the future. I looked at them and cut to the chase. My shop is small, and as you can see, business is slow. I can't afford to keep idle people around. Lu Chong's eyes darkened, and he quickly tugged at his sister's sleeve. "Thank you for the steamed buns, boss. We'll be going now." "Wait a minute." I called them back, and after thinking for a moment, I said, "I can't pay you right now, but I'll provide you with 3 meals a day. There's a small storage room in the back. It can be tidied up and used as a living room. Would you like to help me manage the shop, clean, wash dishes, and prepare food?" The 2 men looked up abruptly, their eyes lighting up. For them, having food to eat and a place to sleep was already a tremendous blessing. We're willing. Thank you, boss." Lu Chong was so excited his voice trembled, and he almost pulled his sister to kowtow to me, but I quickly stopped him. "Don't do that. We don't do that here. Just call me Brother Dong from now on. Go to the backyard and tidy up the storage room first. Then come back and help me wash the vegetables." "Okay, Dong Ye." Lu Chong readily agreed, pulling his sister along as they ran towards the backyard, their steps much lighter. Watching their busy figures, I knew what to expect. I couldn't completely trust 2 people of unknown origin right away. I'd observe them for a while. As long as their character was acceptable, I wouldn't mistreat them in terms of salary and benefits. In the morning, while I was teaching them how to prepare the ingredients for skewers, I kept an eye on what was happening outside the shop. With 2 more people in the shop, it actually felt less deserted. I had a feeling that the sudden appearance of this brother and sister might not have been just a coincidence. As evening approached and the sky began to glow with the colors of sunset, the old beggar should have been there to check in by now. I had prepared extra skewers, waiting for him to come. But as night fell and the streets were almost deserted, that familiar figure still hadn't appeared. Instead of the old beggar, several uninvited guests arrived. 4 or 5 shady-looking young men swaggered into the shop. The The one in the lead, with blonde hair, banged his chopsticks on the table as soon as he entered and shouted in a cocky manner, "Boss, let's order." I recognized them at a glance as the thugs who had caused trouble when the shop opened last time. Lu Chang and Xiao Hua immediately tensed up. I waved to them and went to greet them myself. "What would you guys like to eat?" Yellow Hair glanced at me sideways, a malicious smile on his lips. "We heard your food is pretty good, so we've come to patronize your business. Bring out the most expensive meats and 2 cases of beer." I knew these people were up to no good, but since I was running a business, I couldn't just kick them out. I could only write down the menu and head to the kitchen to prepare. Lu Chang followed me and whispered, "Brother Dong, these guys don't seem like good people." "I know. I'll keep an eye on them." The food and drinks were served quickly, and the thugs immediately started playing drinking games and making a racket, filling the entire restaurant with smoke and noise, even scaring away the only 2 tables of customers nearby. I suppressed my anger and held back, and sure enough, they had only eaten half of their meal when the blonde-haired guy slammed down his chopsticks and started yelling at the top of his lungs. "Boss, come here. Is this meat spoiled? I've got a stomachache." His accomplices joined in the commotion, demanding compensation or they'd smash up the shop. Lu Chang and Xiao Hua were terrified, their faces pale, and they huddled together tightly. I looked at these scoundrels and sneered inwardly, knowing that things were unlikely to end well today. Just as I was bracing myself for a fight, an old, slightly mocking voice suddenly came from the doorway. "Oh, it's quite lively here, isn't it? Are you taking advantage of this old man who has nowhere to eat?" I looked up and saw the old beggar who had disappeared for several days leaning against the doorframe, holding a broken bowl in his hand, looking at the scene in the shop with a half-smile. Upon seeing that it was just an old beggar, the blonde-haired man immediately started cursing. "You old geezer, get lost. Can't you see we're doing our business?" The old beggar wasn't annoyed. He slowly walked in, glanced at the blonde-haired man and his companions, and finally fixed his gaze on the hand with the ring on it, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. He spoke slowly and deliberately. "Young man, don't get so angry. Got an upset stomach? I think you're getting your comeuppance for all the bad things you've done. You old geezer, you're asking for it." Enraged, the blonde-haired man grabbed a bottle and charged forward. But strangely, he only took 1 step before his foot slipped. He lost his balance, and the bottle flew out of his hand. With a crash, the bottle smashed right at his accomplice's feet, shards of glass scattering everywhere. The guy clutched his foot and screamed in pain. Chapter 9: Xia Tianyu's plea for help. The other thugs were all stunned. The old beggar shook his head and clicked his tongue twice. "See? What did I tell you? Karma's come to pass, isn't it? Get lost, or you'll face even greater retribution." Yellow Hair was dazed and confused from the fall. Looking at the old beggar's unfathomable expression and remembering his slip, he felt a chill run down his spine. He glared fiercely at me and the old beggar, leaving behind a curse. "You just wait," before scrambling away. Seeing this, the remaining men quickly helped their injured accomplice and slunk out of the shop. The shop fell silent. Lu Chang and Xiao Hua were dumbfounded, their eyes darting back and forth between me and the old beggar. My heart was filled with even more doubt and unease. I quickly walked up to the old beggar and solemnly thanked him. "Grandpa, thank you for helping me again." The old beggar waved his hand. His cloudy eyes glanced at me, then at Lu Chang and Xiao Hua, and chuckled. "Kid, you have a good heart, but you've also caused quite a bit of trouble. In this world, a kind heart alone is not enough." After saying that, he added meaningfully, "That thing, if used well, is a blessing. If used poorly, it can bring disaster. You'd better watch yourself." Before I could ask any more questions, he turned and walked to the table in the corner, tapping the surface. "Boss, the usual." I watched his retreating figure, my mind churning. This old beggar was definitely no ordinary person. Not only did he give me that magical ring, but he also always seemed to appear at crucial moments. But what about his last words? Were they a reminder or a warning? I was about to get him some food when I glanced at him again. In that instant, I suddenly felt an inexplicable resemblance between his back and mine. Around 1 a.m., I saw the last table of customers off and tallied the accounts. Excluding the table with the blonde guy, tonight's income was pretty good, 1,200 yuan. Indeed, money gives you confidence. Everything goes smoothly. After cleaning up, I gave Lu Chang and his sister a few instructions, then returned to my rented room, my mind heavy with thoughts. Lying in bed, I couldn't fall asleep for a long time. What exactly was the old beggar? Why did he always appear whenever I needed help? And why did his back look so much like mine? Lost in thought, I finally drifted off to sleep. The next morning, after washing up, I went downstairs and bought a 10 yuan wallet and 2 cups of porridge from a roadside vendor, intending to bring them to Lu Chong and his sister for breakfast. Just as I paid, my phone rang. I saw it was Xia Tianyu calling, and my heart sank. Could it be that the wallet was faulty and he wanted a refund? That won't do. A significant portion of the 450,000 has already gone to rent and loan payments, leaving only about 300,000 in my account. Where am I supposed to get the money to return it? After hesitating for a while, I answered the phone and immediately shut him down. Hey, let's get this straight. I absolutely do not return anything I've sold. Who told your dad to be fooled? Xia Tianyu immediately responded with a laugh and a scolding tone from the other end of the phone. Huh, you're still the same as ever, like a mythical creature that can't be taken out of your pocket. Don't worry, those copper coins are real. I won't ask you for a refund. I have other things to do. I breathed a sigh of relief and laughed. Hey, poverty makes people lose their ambition. I'm also afraid of being poor. What's wrong? Just tell me. I'll definitely do what I can. Xia Tianyu said it wasn't convenient to talk on the phone and decided to come over to talk in person. So we arranged to meet at the Skewer's restaurant. Not long after, he arrived at the shop entrance. Upon seeing the sign, he gasped and patted my shoulder, saying, "Good heavens, it's Hungry Wolf Skewers, isn't it?" I smiled awkwardly and replied, "Please excuse me." I gestured for him to sit down and then asked Lu Chong to bring 2 bottles of soda. Xia Tianyu stared at the soda for a long time before finally complaining. "You're really stingy, aren't you? I came all this way, and you didn't even give me a cup of hot tea, and all you give me is 3 yuan worth of soda." I snapped my fingers and called Lu Chong over. "Go get a bottle of iced tea from the refrigerator, heat it up on the stove, and bring it over to our young master Xia." Xia Tianyu quickly stopped me, giving me a sidelong glance. All right, I'm afraid of you. Let's get down to business. I'm here today to ask you for a favor." I pulled out the pack of 1980s Dakiaman cigarettes from my pocket, took one out, and put it in my mouth. "What's up? Why are you looking at me?" Xia Tianyu's gaze fell on the cigarette in my hand, his eyes widening. "Wow, where did you get this? These things are hard to find these days." He recognized it as genuine at a glance, reached out, and took it to examine it closely, muttering, "What a waste. Such good stuff, and you're smoking it like this. If it were a whole pack, it would be worth at least." Before he could finish speaking, I tossed a whole pack of 1980s Dakiaman cigarettes in front of him. "Here you go. If you have something to say, hurry up and say it. Don't dawdle. I still need to prepare some skewers." Xia Tianyu stared at me speechlessly for more than 10 seconds, then sighed and casually put the cigarettes into his pocket. He said his father had an old friend, a very influential gentleman. That person recently requested an early authentic work by Zhang Daqian, preferably a landscape painting in blue and green or an antique reproduction. The size didn't need to be too large, but it had to be exquisite. This matter came to the Xia family, but the Xia family mainly dealt in gold and jade artifacts, porcelain and ancient coins, and their knowledge of modern and contemporary calligraphy and paintings was limited, so their channels were also limited. The goods on the market were either of questionable authenticity or ridiculously expensive, and the old gentleman was in a great hurry. Xia Tianyu shrugged, looking helpless. "My dad had no choice. He remembered that you've been coming up with all sorts of strange old things lately, even Lucky Charms, so he asked me to ask you if you have any shady dealings. As long as the items are right, the price is negotiable." Zhang Daqian? My heart skipped a beat. He was a major figure in modern Chinese painting and calligraphy. His works were always highly sought after in any era. In today's market, a single authentic piece could easily fetch millions, even tens of millions. The fact that Xia Tianyu's father's friend mentioned him so readily suggested he was no ordinary person. I subconsciously rubbed the ring on my finger, and a thought flashed through my mind: the 1980s. Back then, resources were scarce, information was limited, and many works of art that would later become priceless might still be scattered among the people, or even unappreciated. If I could go back to that era, with my foresight, I might have a chance to find some treasures. But this idea is too bold and too risky. First, I need capital and a lot of it. I pondered for a moment, neither agreeing nor refusing immediately. I just took a drag of my cigarette and slowly exhaled. Zhang Daqian's paintings are hard to come by, 100 times harder than copper coins. There are more fakes than real ones on the market now. And even if there are real ones, the The prices are outrageous. Xia Tianyu nodded quickly. I understand. That's why I came to ask you if you have any special channels. To be honest, that old gentleman has a lot of influence. If this can be done, it will be a huge favor to my dad, and it will be very helpful to my family's business in the future. As he said this, he looked at me seriously. Dongzi, if you can really help, money is not a problem. If you ever need anything in the antique circle in the future, it will be another avenue for you. Chapter 10. Back to the 1980s. A thought struck me. Risk and opportunity are often intertwined. If I could really pull off Xia Tianyu's deal, I'd not only make a fortune in the modern world, but also gain access to a high-level network. The key lies in the 1980s. Could I make a breakthrough and find that Zhang Daqian painting? I stubbed out my cigarette and said seriously, I can't guarantee anything, but I can keep an eye out for you. I know a few people who deal in shady things and old items. They're unconventional. I'll ask around and see if they have any. I didn't make any definitive statements, so I added, but let's make this clear first. First, we need time. Second, once we find the item, your dad or an expert will have to verify its authenticity. I'm just acting as a middleman. And third, the price must be fair. Upon hearing there was hope, Xia Tianyu beamed with joy. No problem. We'll try our best to expedite the process, and the price will definitely satisfy you. Dongzi, if this really works out, you'll be a great contributor to our family. I waved my hand, telling him not to get too excited yet and to wait for further news. After seeing off the profusely grateful Xia Tianyu, I looked at the cigarette pack in my hand, switched back to regular cigarettes, and my gaze darkened. The old beggar's warning still echoed in my ears. The trouble with the thugs wasn't completely resolved, and now Xia Tianyu had thrown out another high-risk, high-reward bait. My dual transmigration life felt like it was being pushed forward by an invisible hand. I glanced down at the ring on my finger, now brimming with energy and shimmering with a ghostly light. Next time I return to the 1980s, my goal must be clearer. Make money, make a lot of money, and at the same time, pave the way for finding that painting. I turned to Lu Chang and Xiao Hua, who were skewering vegetables, and told them, I'm going on a trip to find suppliers in the next couple of days. Keep an eye on the shop. If those thugs come again, call the police immediately. Don't confront them. Call me anytime if anything happens. The two of them quickly agreed. One day 80 years ago, the lighter I ordered online finally arrived. After a 3-day cooling-off period, I focused my attention on that invisible ring, almost timing it perfectly. The familiar suction and dizziness returned, and although I was a little more used to it than last time, the feeling of spatial distortion was still intense. My vision blurred, and the adobe roof, the smell of mud mixed with hay, and the hard earthen bed beneath me all pulled me back to Zhao family village in the 1980s. The sky outside the window was just beginning to lighten, and the crowing of roosters echoed in succession. I sat up abruptly and immediately raised my right hand. The outline of the black ring reappeared clearly. A faint green light flashed, and a new state appeared before my eyes. Energy reserve, 100% storage space, 0.5 cubic meters, next location shuttle cooling, 71 hours 59 minutes. I immediately felt at ease, and my consciousness sank into the half cubic meter storage space. Inside, there were 50 retro lighters, 5 digital watches, and later added hair clips and a small mirror. There weren't many things, but in my eyes, they were all keys to unlocking wealth. I carefully took out a digital watch and 2 lighters and stuffed them deep into my pocket. Just as I finished tidying up, I heard Li Xioling's voice from outside the door. Dandan, are you awake? Get up and eat. Today you're going to weed the plot of land with your dad. I responded, took a deep breath of the chilly morning air of this era, and pushed open the door to go outside. Breakfast was still corn, hazelnuts, and pickled vegetables. Zhao Fugue was squatting on the doorstep, smoking his pipe. He glanced at me a few times, frowned, and asked, Dandan, you seem to be in good spirits these past few days, but you seem to be spacing out a lot. Is something wrong? I quickly finished my meal and said with a smile, It's all right, Dad, I'm fine. How about weeding this afternoon? I was thinking of going to the countryside this morning to take a look around and see fourth sister. Zhao Fugue immediately became suspicious. Going again? Didn't you just go the other day? Have you met some shady characters in the countryside? I quickly explained, Dad, what are you thinking? I just want to go to the supply and marketing cooperative to broaden my horizons. Li Xiuling smoothed things over. All right, let the kid go if he wants to. Dandan, come back early. Don't let your dad worry. With those words, I felt like I'd received a royal decree and quickly slipped out of the house. Instead of going directly to the village entrance to wait for the bus, I first went around to the vicinity of Zhao Tieju's house. There, I saw the little girl, named Junyo, playing in the mud at the doorway. I called her name, and the little girl looked up and saw me, sweetly saying, "Grandpa." I walked over, took out a colorful plastic hair clip and a small mirror with cartoon patterns from my pocket, and put them in her hand. "Here you go. Thank you for the shuttlecock last time." Junyo's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at the beautiful thing she had never seen before in her hand, speechless with delight. I ruffled her hair and told her to hold on tight so she wouldn't lose it. That lucky ingot helped me exchange for a lot of money, so this little trinket is just a small token of my appreciation. When I reached the village entrance, I was lucky enough to run into a tractor belonging to a fellow villager heading to the township to pick up fertilizer. The tractor chugged along into the township, and I headed straight for the vicinity of the commune's broadcasting station. Not long after, I saw Lu Jianjun pushing his bicycle, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, leisurely strolling towards me. I went up to him and called out, "Brother Jianjun." As soon as Lu Jianjun saw me, his eyes lit up. "Brother Wendong, you're right on time. Did you bring the good stuff you were talking about?" I looked around, pulled him to a quiet corner, and then took out a vintage lighter from my pocket. With a snap, I flicked my thumb, and the flip cover opened. The metal gears struck the flint, and a steady flame instantly shot up. Lu Jianjun's previously nonchalant expression froze. He stared at the dancing flame and the exquisite casing, his voice changing. What is this?" These days, most people still use matches or those old, leaky lighters filled with oil. He never seen anything like this high-end gadget that lights with a single press. I flicked my wrist to close the cap, extinguishing the flame, and casually toyed with it. "How about it, Jianjun? This thing's more exciting than cigarette coupons, isn't it?" Lu Jianjun swallowed hard, his eyes gleaming. "Awesome, absolutely awesome. Brother, where did you get this? Do you have any more?" I smiled, not giving a direct answer, but instead asking him, "I naturally have some connections. Just tell me, what price would you offer for this?" Lu Jianjun rubbed his hands together, his mind racing. This thing was clearly not a domestic product. If he gave it to those trendy, wealthy young men, they'd definitely fight over it. He first held up 5 fingers, hesitated, then added another. 6 yuan? No, 7 yuan. I'll give you 7 yuan each. I'll take as many as you have. 7 yuan was several days' wages for an ordinary worker back then. I was overjoyed. I bought the goods for a little over 1 yuan on Pinduoduo and sold them for 7. However, I still looked troubled. "Brother Jianjun, this price is a bit low. I took a risk to get these. I'm just making a meager living." Lu Jianjun gritted his teeth. 8 yuan. That's the highest. "Brother, you have to let me make a little profit too." I knew when to stop, so I nodded and said, "Okay, see how straightforward Brother Jianjun is." After saying that, I pretended to take out a lighter from my pocket, but actually took it out of my storage space. I only brought 2 samples this time. You can test the waters first. If they sell well, I'll bring more next time. Lu Jianjun took it like a precious treasure, examining it closely. He then quickly pulled out 16 yuan and stuffed it into my hand, afraid I would change my mind. I put the money away and then casually took out the digital watch. "By the way, Brother Jianjun, take another look at this thing. Does anyone want it?" A black plastic strap, a square LCD screen clearly displaying the digital time and even the date. Lu Jianjun's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Lighters were rare enough, but this digital watch was practically something out of legend to him. He had only ever seen similar contraptions on the wrists of a very small number of returned overseas Chinese. Chapter 11, The First Business Deal with Lu Jianjun. Lu Jianjun snatched the digital watch, his fingers trembling. He examined it closely, turning it over and over, then pressed a side button. The numbers on the screen flashed, and the date appeared clearly. He gasped, lowering his voice to exclaim, "My goodness, it really is a digital watch." I feigned composure, merely raising an eyebrow. Lu Jianjun, however, reacted as if he were holding a gold nugget, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He said such things were rare even in the county town, let alone in the countryside. I asked him how much it was worth. Lu Jianjun paced back and forth, clutching the watch, his mind racing. He recalled that an imported electronic watch sold for 50 yuan at the county department store, requiring a ration coupon, and people still scrambled for it. "My model is new, the screen is bright, it's in good condition. If I take it to the black market in the county, I'm sure I can get a good price. Lu Jianjun gritted his teeth and quoted a price. 30, no, 35. Brother Wendong, I'm not making money off you at this price. I'm just helping you make a connection. Those cadres, children, and supply, and marketing cooperative owners in the county like this kind of rare item. 35 yuan. My heart pounded. That's about the same amount an average worker earns in a little over a month. But this digital watch, in modern times, is nothing more than a cheap bargain from a street vendor, bought for 10 yuan wholesale. However, I didn't show it on my face. I just frowned and pretended to be troubled. Brother Jianjun, you know this stuff is hard to get, and it's risky. When Lu Jianjun saw my hesitation, he immediately got anxious and quickly raised the price. 40. 40 at most. Lu Jianjun, key my word. If you still have this kind of stuff, I'll take it all, no matter how much. I nodded reluctantly, as if reluctantly parting with something precious, and shoved the watch into his hand. Okay, for Jianjun's sake, you can have this one. I'll bring a few more next time, and we can work together again. Lu Jianjun was overjoyed and quickly pulled out a wad of crumpled bills from his inner pocket, counted out 40 yuan, and handed it to me. As soon as he got the watch, he immediately stuffed it into his pocket, as if afraid someone would snatch it away. He then lowered his voice and warned me, Brother, don't tell anyone about this. If word gets out, we'll both be in trouble. I stuffed the money into my pocket and patted the bulging bag. Don't worry, I know the rules. This trip, with 2 lighters and a digital watch, I made a profit of 56 yuan. In the 1980s, that was a considerable sum of money. Lu Jianjun and I quietly agreed on the time and place for our next transaction, then parted ways. I didn't go back to the village immediately, but instead went to the commune supply and marketing cooperative. With money in my pocket, I felt a bit more confident. The cooperative shelves were stocked with candy, polyester fabric, and many in-demand daily necessities, attracting a considerable crowd. I walked straight to the tobacco and liquor counter, pointed to the most expensive brand on the shelf, Hongtashin, and said, Comrade, give me a pack of Hongtashin. The saleswoman paused for a moment, looking me up and down. After all, I was wearing a faded coarse cloth jacket, clearly a country lad, and didn't look like someone who would be willing to buy such cigarettes. But she still handed me the cigarettes, 85 cents a pack. I took out $1 to pay, and accepted the cigarette and change. I tore open the cigarette pack, pulled out a cigarette, put it in my mouth, and then took out the lighter I'd brought with me, lighting it with a click. The crisp sound immediately attracted many glances from those around me. I took a deep drag of my cigarette, ignoring their surprise and envy, and turned to leave the supply and marketing cooperative. However, I didn't forget that I had something to do today. Visit my 4th sister, Zhao Jidi. She's 2 years older than me and works in the cafeteria at the local middle school. She usually eats and lives at the school and rarely comes home. With the money I had just earned tucked in my hand, I walked along, pondering what to bring her. When I arrived at the gate of the village middle school, the school bell rang, and the students, chatting and laughing, surged toward the cafeteria. I spotted 4th sister immediately. She was wearing a simple blue cotton jacket, her hair tied back in a ponytail with a rubber band, and although she looked tired, her features were still delicate. She was carrying a bucket, preparing to fetch water from the well at the back. I called out, 4th sister. Zhao Jidi turned around and saw me, her face immediately lighting up with surprise. Dandan, what brings you here? I stepped forward and took the bucket from her hands. I came to see you. You're fetching water, right? I'll help you. She quickly said no, but I still snatched the bucket away. She looked at me, happy but also a little puzzled. Why did you have time to come today? Didn't Dad say anything? I casually replied. Dad agreed, so I came to the village for a visit. By the way, 4th sister, I brought you some things. As I spoke, I pulled a small mirror with a cartoon pattern from my pocket and handed it to her. The mirror was shiny, and there were little rabbit patterns on the frame. Zhao Jidi looked in the mirror, and her eyes lit up. She had never used such a pretty mirror before. The cheap little round mirrors she usually used were always blurry. She carefully touched the mirror, her voice trembling slightly. Dandan, is this for me? I smiled and nodded. I bought it especially for you. I noticed you don't have a good mirror when you comb your hair, so I'll give it to you. Zhao Jidi's eyes reddened. She sniffed, and then couldn't help but laugh. This mirror is so beautiful. I love it so much. I carried the bucket and walked and chatted with her, asking her how school was going. She said that although working in the cafeteria was tiring, she could earn some wages and get a meal, so it was already pretty good. When we reached the cafeteria entrance, I helped her pour the water into the vat. Just as I was about to leave, a young man in a polyester shirt approached. He was quite refined, wearing black-rimmed glasses, and gave my fourth sister a gentle smile. "GD, is this your brother?" My fourth sister blushed slightly and nodded as she introduced, "Yes, this is my younger brother, Zhao Wendong. Wendong, this is Teacher Li from school. He teaches Chinese." I greeted her politely, but a slight thought crossed my mind. The way Teacher Li looked at my fourth sister was clearly unusual. Teacher Li smiled and nodded, saying I looked quite energetic. He then told fourth sister that she worked hard and that she could always come to him if she had any difficulties. Fourth sister blushed even more, lowered her head, and thanked him softly. I watched all this, secretly amused. I hadn't expected fourth sister to have such a little incident at school. I didn't linger. After saying goodbye to my fourth sister and Teacher Li, I left the rural middle school. By the time I stepped out of the school gate, the sun was high in the sky. It was noon. I checked the money in my pocket, glanced at the Hongtashin cigarettes in my hand, and began to plan my next move. The lighter and digital watch business had been established. Now I needed to figure out how to expand. But the ring space is limited and unstable. Stuffing too much and could cause unforeseen risks. As for Xiao Tianyu's painting, there's no rush. That depends on fate. Right now, supplies are scarce in town, and there's not much to buy. I ended up going to the supply and marketing cooperative and buying 2 pounds of fatty meat, then carrying my things home. Chapter 12. Planning a cover. When I returned to Zhao family village carrying the pork and cigarettes, the setting sun was just hanging in the sky. A few women were chatting at the village entrance, and their eyes immediately lit up when they saw what I was carrying. Zhao Sohua, in particular, was quite plump with a fleshy face. Her eyes practically gleamed with greed as she stared at the pork. In these days, who could afford to eat meat often? It was understandable that they were envious. Someone called out to me, "Hey kid, you struck it rich, buying so much meat." I smiled and replied, "Just made a little money, gotta treat my parents to a nice meal." I was polite, but I didn't stop walking, heading straight home. Seeing that I didn't respond, Zhao Tsuehua snorted and turned to whisper to the person next to her. Even a fool could tell it wasn't anything nice. When I got home, Zhao Fugue and Li Xiuling were stunned to see the pork and cigarettes in my hand. Li Xiuling's voice trembled. "Dandan, where did you get the money to buy these?" I had already prepared my explanation. I put the things on the table and explained with a smile, "Dad, Mom, don't worry. The money came from a legitimate source. I happened to help a cadre in the commune when I went to the township. He thanked me and insisted on giving me this as payment. The cigarettes were also from him." This was half true and half false. But in those days, commune cadres carried considerable weight with the peasants. Although Zhao Fugue still had some doubts, looking at the glistening pork and the good cigarettes with filters, he finally believed it. A rare smile appeared on his dark face. "Good. My child has made something of himself, knowing to bring things home now." Li Xiuling's eyes also reddened, and she murmured, "May our ancestors bless us." I quickly said, "Mom, we're having braised pork tonight, put in plenty of oil." Li Xiuling replied irritably from the kitchen, "I know, I'll make you drool." That evening, the long-lost aroma of braised pork filled the Zhao family home. Watching my parents carefully pick up pieces of braised pork and seeing my father's proud expression because of a pack of good cigarettes, I suddenly felt a sense of responsibility I had never felt before. Halfway through the meal, Zhao Fugue couldn't help but ask, "Son, are you sure it was really that commune cadre who gave it to you?" I bit into the meat and said helplessly, "Dad, although I used to be a bit of a troublemaker, I would never do anything illegal or disorderly." After saying that, I quickly changed the subject. "Mom, there were 2 pounds of meat. Why did you only cook so little?" Li Xiuling raised her hand and gently tapped my head. "What kind of day are we? Do you think you can finish it all in one meal? Save it for the next meal." I looked at my father, hoping he would put in a good word for me. But Zhao Fugue instead looked on with agreement, his expression clearly saying, "That's a thrifty woman." I could only sigh. As they were eating, a round head suddenly peeked in through the door. Zhao Fugue looked at it and waved with a smile. "Chunzi, come in quickly." The door was pushed open, and a young man who was at least 1.8 meters tall and had a strong build walked in, calling out in a simple and honest voice, "Third master, third madam." My memory immediately clicked. His name was Zhao Xiaochun, the son of Zhao Tianming from the same clan. He had suffered brain damage from a high fever when he was a child, and his family couldn't afford treatment, so his life was left untreated. Zhao Fugui took 2 cornbread buns from the table and handed him a small bowl of braised pork. Chunzi, take this back and eat it with your father. Zhao Xiaochun didn't stand on ceremony. Looking at the meat in his bowl, his mouth was practically watering. He grinned foolishly and thanked them repeatedly. Because of the Zhao family seniority, although his father, Zhao Laon, was older than my father, he still had to call my father uncle, so Xiaochun naturally called him third master. After Zhao Xiaochun left with the bowl, Zhao Fugui sighed. Chunzi's father has had a tough time too. Like me, he had a son late in life, but this kid turned out like this. He glanced at me as he spoke, then his brow relaxed. His eyes seemed to be filled with relief that his son was healthy and quick-witted. After finishing my meal, I took off my shoes and climbed onto the kang, heated brick bed. There's not much entertainment in the countryside at night. Once it gets dark, you have to go to bed early. But after lying down, I kept thinking about something. I can't always claim that the money I have is from the officials. If I really want to make money by trading goods, I need a legitimate source. These days, although policies are starting to loosen, if you really want to be strict about speculation, you'll still get caught. After thinking it over, a thought suddenly struck me. Since I have the recipe for Heideleo, a famous hot pot chain, from later generations, why not start a malatang, a type of spicy hot pot, business in 1980s? With this business as a cover, the source of the money would be easier to explain later. If a real moneylender really gets big, they might even dare to trade airplanes and artillery, if pushed to the limit. What's a little stall compared to that? The more I thought about it, the more excited I became. In this day and age, malatang, a type of spicy hot pot, is simply a game changer. These days, people eat mostly stewed, stir-fried, steamed, or boiled dishes. The flavors are monotonous. Where have you ever seen a way to eat where you can choose your own ingredients, enjoy the spicy and flavorful taste, and even drink the soup? Moreover, the cost is low. You can start from a small stall, using potatoes, cabbage, tofu, and vermicelli. Add some meatballs, and ordinary people can satisfy their cravings without spending too much money. Most importantly, it could be the white glove for all my income. From now on, whatever we acquire through smuggling or the money we make from future information can be attributed to the spicy hot pot stall. Who would have thought that behind such a small stall lies a vast treasure trove spanning time and space? I suddenly sat up on the kang, heated brick bed, clenching my fists. Let's do it. The next morning, I was woken up by a noise in the yard. I got dressed and went outside to see Zhao Fugui pacing back and forth in the yard with the pack of filtered cigarettes I had given him the day before, his face showing a mixture of reluctance to part with them and a desire to show them off. I yawned and asked, "Dad, why are you wandering around here so early instead of sleeping?" When he saw me come out, he quickly put the cigarette in his pocket. He said, "I was thinking it's a waste to smoke this cigarette myself. I'll go to the brigade headquarters later and give it to the brigade leader." I understood immediately. In the countryside, relationships matter. Giving away a pack of good cigarettes might earn you a good impression, and you might get more help when it comes to dividing up work and land. This is my father's simple wisdom for survival. I nodded. "Okay, Dad, you decide." Then I added, "Dad, Mom, there's something I want to discuss with you." Li Xiaoling came out of the kitchen carrying a ladle of water. "What's up?" I gathered my thoughts and said directly, "I want to start a small business, set up a stall in the countryside, and sell food." Sell food? My parents were both stunned. Li Xiaoling immediately became nervous. "Dandan, don't you dare learn from those speculators. If you get caught, you'll be paraded through the streets." I quickly explained, "Mom, don't worry. This is a legitimate business. I want to make something called hot pot dishes. It's a big pot with my secret broth. Customers can choose their own potatoes, cabbage, tofu, and glass noodles, and then cook them in the pot. It's numbing, spicy, and fragrant. I guarantee it will be delicious." Zhao Fugui frowned, clearly having never heard of this way of eating. "Will this work? Who would eat this?" I looked at them confidently. Why not? People's lives are slowly getting better now, and everyone wants to try new things. My spicy hot pot is cheap and delicious, with a unique flavor, so there will definitely be people who eat it. Even if we lose money, it won't be much. But if it succeeds, our family's life will be completely turned around. Chapter 13, Honest Haruko. The next morning, Li Xiaoling woke me up. As soon as I stepped outside, I saw Zhao Xiaochun standing at the door, holding a bowl in one hand and a pheasant in the other. I was stunned for a moment and called out, "What are you doing here?" Zhao Xiaochun chuckled sheepishly. "Uncle Dongzi, your family gave me meat last night, and my dad told me to bring this pheasant over, saying you bumped your head and need some nourishment. In the countryside, people value reciprocity. Xiaochun's father, Zhao Laohan, was almost 60. In his youth, he was a renowned hunter in the village, and Xiaochun had followed him into the mountains since childhood. Despite his somewhat dim-witted nature, he was quite skilled at hunting and trapping birds. I asked him, "Did you hunt this pheasant?" Chunzi immediately became proud and pointed to the reservoir to the east, saying, "I caught it with a net. Uncle Dongzi, aren't I awesome?" I gave him a thumbs up and said, "You're incredibly awesome." This compliment made Chunzi's eyes narrow into slits, her face beaming with joy, and she almost dropped the bowl and pheasant in her hands. Hee, Uncle Dongzi thinks I'm awesome too. I'll tell my dad when I get back. Looking at his innocent face, my heart warmed. Chunzi is 2 years older than me, but his mind is as pure as a blank sheet of paper. A few words of praise can make him happy for half a day. I let him into the house, took the pheasant from him, and noticed that there was only a small, hard, dark roasted sweet potato in his bowl, clearly his breakfast. I felt uneasy. Old Zhao's family was already poor. Half a sweet potato might be a meal for Chunzi, yet they still brought the pheasant. I asked, "Did your father send you?" Chunzi nodded vigorously, clutching the bowl to her chest. "My dad said that since your family gave us so much meat yesterday, we can't just eat it for nothing. This pheasant is good stuff. It'll help you get more nutrition." I looked at the pheasant and sighed inwardly. This kind of meat is tough and doesn't have much oil, so it's not exactly nutritious. But in these days, any kind of meat is a rare treat. At this moment, Li Xiuling came out from the inner room and saw Chunzi and the bowl in his hand. She quickly greeted him. "Chunzi is here. Come and sit down." Her eyes fell on the sweet potato, and she immediately felt sorry for him. "You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Why are you eating this? Give it to your third grandmother, and she'll get you something warm." As she reached for the bowl, Chunzi, as if guarding her food, hid it behind her back. No, I've already eaten. My mother saved it for me. I'm not hungry." Li Xiuling and I exchanged a glance, both seeing the helplessness in our eyes. Chunzi wouldn't lie. The sweet potato was clearly still cold. I put the pheasant on the stove and said directly, "Chunzi, listen to your uncle. This pheasant you sent is just in time. We're short of vegetables at home today. Keep the chicken, but you must eat breakfast here, otherwise it's disrespectful to your Uncle Dongzi." Chunzi was stunned, scratching her head for a long time before she could react. Li Xiuling added, "That's right. If you leave, Auntie Sam will be very angry. Those sweet potatoes won't be enough to fill you up. Auntie Sam will fry 2 eggs for you and make you a big bowl of hot soup noodles." Chunzi hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded, probably still worried about getting a beating when he got back. I saw through his thoughts and said with a smile, "Don't worry, you're so awesome. Your dad definitely won't beat you up." Upon hearing this, Chunzi grinned, as if she had truly understood. "That's right, I'm already this awesome. How could my dad still beat me?" Soon after, a delicious aroma wafted from the kitchen. Golden poached eggs floated on top of the hot soup, sprinkled with scallions and drizzled with soy sauce. It looked incredibly appetizing. Li Xiuling placed the noodles in front of Chunzi. "Eat quickly. Be careful, it's hot." Chunzi's eyes widened. She swallowed hard, picked up her chopsticks, carefully blew on the noodles twice, and then ate them in big mouthfuls, mumbling between bites. "Delicious. So delicious. Even better than my mother's." Li Xiuling and I watched him wolf down his food, and we couldn't help but smile. After breakfast, Chunzi went home satisfied. I, on the other hand, had my eye on the pheasant. It was so big that we definitely couldn't finish it in one meal. So Li Xiuling and I discussed chopping off the drumsticks and wings to braise for lunch, so that we could satisfy our family's cravings. After arranging all that, I remembered my ambitious new venture. I said goodbye to Li Xiuling and headed back to the village. Li Xiuling had just finished washing the pots when I turned around and she was gone. She couldn't help but mutter, "That kid, he's like a monkey, never still." Unfortunately, everything is difficult at the beginning. I waited for a long time after leaving the village, but Zhao Qiezhu's mule cart never appeared, so I had no choice but to walk to the town. Anyway, it wasn't too far, so I gritted my teeth and set off. It took me more than half an hour to reach the town. After entering the supply and marketing cooperative, I bought the main seasonings I needed to make mala tang, a spicy hot pot dish, based on my memory. For some ingredients that weren't available, I found similar tasting substitutes to make do. Leaving the supply and marketing cooperative, I looked at the things in my hands and thought to myself, Even if a few ingredients are missing, the taste shouldn't be too different. Next, I should buy some vegetables. In these days, there are very few kinds of bean products. Besides tofu, there are probably only bean sprouts. There's no bean curd skin or dried bean curd sticks yet. It seems that when I return to modern times, I'll have to learn how to make these things. I spent most of the day at the market buying a little bit of everything used in tang, a type of spicy hot pot, except for the most crucial ingredient, sesame paste. I asked several people, but no one knew what sesame paste was. One older woman even asked me, "I know sesame seeds, but what is sesame paste? Can sesame seeds be used to make fried sauce?" I was utterly exasperated. The key to hot pot is sesame paste. Without it, you might as well just stir-fry the vegetables directly. It seems I'll have to wait until the ring is fully charged and return to the modern world to figure something out. Just as I was about to leave the market, an elderly man in his 70s at the entrance caught my attention. The old man sat on the ground, wearing a tattered jacket and a straw hat. A black cloth was spread in front of him, and wrapped in the cloth was a yellow, fibrous object. I looked closely and a thought struck me. Ginseng. I immediately went over and squatted down, asking, "Grandpa, are you selling this ginseng?" The old man glanced at me with his cloudy eyes, and seeing that I was so young, a hint of disappointment appeared on his face. He casually snorted. Chapter 14, Ginseng. The old man's lukewarm chuckle, clearly tinged with distrust, stung me like a thorn. I knew that my appearance, barely 20 years old, didn't exactly carry much weight in this line of work. But I wasn't a naive newbie. My mind held the wisdom of decades to come, along with bits and pieces of knowledge gleaned from Xia Tianyu's usual tales about antiques and medicinal herbs. I ignored the old man's coldness and moved closer, not touching it, but staring intently at the ginseng on the black cloth. The ginseng wasn't particularly thick, but the rhizome was tightly packed, the root scars were fine, the main root's texture was clear, and although the fibrous roots were a bit messy, they were still well preserved. It also smelled fresh from the soil, clearly indicating that it had been dug up recently. Its color was a yellowish-brown, not top-grade, but definitely wild ginseng. Judging from the rhizome and its texture, it was at least 50 or 60 years old. I looked up at the old man and asked calmly, "Grandpa, is this ginseng a spirit? The rhizome is tight, the skin is old, and the texture is deep. The roots are a bit messy, but the pearl-like spots are still there." Looking at the soil, was it dug from a shady spot on the north slope? It's probably at least 20 years old. I deliberately exaggerated the age, since everyone knows these days that the older the coin, the more valuable it is. A flicker of surprise crossed the old man's cloudy eyes. His initial indifference faded considerably, replaced by wariness. He sat up straight, his gaze sharpening beneath his straw hat, as if he were re-evaluating me. "Young man, you know about philosophies?" "I know a little bit. My elders taught me. Our ancestors were always dealing in this." "I actually know absolutely nothing about ginseng. My family has been farmers for 8 generations. It's a miracle they didn't mistake ginseng for a radish. But I can't exactly tell him that I learned it by watching short videos and listening to my rich friends brag." I brushed it off and then asked, "How much do you want to sell this ginseng, sir? Do you need the money urgently, or?" The old man sighed, his wrinkles seeming to deepen. "I dug it up from the mountains. My wife is sick, and we need the money for medicine. The clinic only gave me 5 yuan, which isn't enough, so I thought I'd get a fair price." He then added self-deprecatingly, "I've been displaying it for ages, but hardly anyone's asked about it, and even fewer know its value." A thought struck me. If it was money urgently needed, or even life-saving money, then the price was negotiable. But these days, there aren't many people willing to buy it, and who can afford it? I weighed the remaining money in my pocket, and then thought about the value of this ginseng after it was brought back to the modern world. While its appearance isn't top tier, its pure wild nature and age make it a valuable asset. If properly processed and packaged and sold through channels like Xia Tianyu's or to high-end health product buyers, the price would far exceed what's available today. I said, "Sir, name your price, and I'll take it if it's reasonable." The old man held up 3 thin, dark fingers, thought for a moment, then curled one back up. 18 yuan, the lowest I can go." He was afraid of scaring me away, and since he had finally found a discerning customer, he lowered the price by 2 yuan himself. 18 yuan wasn't a small amount these days. It was roughly equivalent to a strong laborer's work points for more than a month. But for a wild ginseng that was 50 or 60 years old, especially looking at the future, It was practically free money. I didn't agree immediately. Being too quick might arouse the old man's suspicion, or even make him regret offering such a low price. So I frowned and pondered for a moment before saying, 18 yuan, sir. To be honest, it's old enough, but the condition is SOSO. The whiskers are damaged, which detracts from its appeal. I'll just resell it to make a little money. 15 yuan, how about that? That's all the cash I have on me. This was honest, and it left room for negotiation. 15 yuan wasn't low, considering the clinic only offered 5. The old man's face showed struggle. 15 yuan was far less than the 20 yuan he had initially wanted, but he knew that his wife needed the money to save her life. He looked at me, and although I was young, I didn't seem like a slick middleman, and my eyesight was decent. He gritted his teeth. Fine. 15 it is. Young man, you're an honest man. This ginseng is yours. I felt a sense of relief and immediately counted out 15 yuan from my inner pocket and handed it over. The old man took the money, his fingers trembling slightly. He counted it carefully twice before carefully putting it into his inner pocket, and the worry on his face eased a little. He rewrapped the ginseng in black cloth and handed it to me, whispering, "Young man, be sure to use this ginseng well when you get home. Don't waste it." "Don't worry, sir." I took the ginseng and lowered my voice. "Hurry up and get the medicine for Auntie. We can't delay." The old man nodded, said nothing more, stood up, dusted himself off, and walked unsteadily but urgently toward the health center. I tucked the ginseng, wrapped in black cloth, into my pocket, actually transferring it into my storage space using my mind. I couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. This was a good deed for the day, and also a huge windfall. The return on this investment was probably frighteningly high. After dealing with the ginseng, I started worrying about the sesame paste. It seems my grand plan for spicy hot pot will have to wait. I looked up at the sky and decided to go find Lu Jianjun first and give him the agreed-upon next batch of goods. Otherwise, I wouldn't even have the startup capital. Just as I was about to turn and leave the market, I caught a glimpse of 2 familiar figures sneaking around a vegetable stall, their eyes constantly glancing at the wooden box the vendor used to collect money. It seemed they had their eyes on this stall. My heart skipped a beat. It wasn't that I liked to meddle, but these people were persistent and their actions were despicable. I could truly loathe them. More importantly, I worried whether they were after me or trying to find out my background. I stopped and pretended to pick out some chili peppers, secretly observing. I saw a tall, thin man pretend to ask the price to attract the stall owner's attention. Another short, stout man slowly moved to the wooden box, a cold glint flashing between his fingers, a razor blade. They were definitely going to steal money. My eyes turned cold. Making money in a small business isn't easy, and these scumbags always target honest people. I hesitated, wondering whether to speak up and stop them or try a different approach, when a loud, slightly foolish voice suddenly rang out from the entrance of the market. "Uncle Dongzi! Uncle Dongzi! My dad sent me to help you with your things." It was Zhao Xiaochun. He was carrying an empty sack, looking around for me, his voice so loud it could be heard halfway through the market. The 2 thugs were startled. The short, fat man, feeling guilty, almost dropped his razor blade, and the stall owner turned around in confusion. Seeing this, I immediately called out loudly, "Chunzi, I'm here." I walked quickly towards Zhao Xiaochun and the vegetable stall. My movements, coupled with Zhao Xiaochun's sudden appearance, completely disrupted the rhythm of the 2 thugs. The tall, thin one glared at me fiercely, while the short, fat one quickly withdrew his hand. The 2 exchanged glances, pretended nothing had happened, and blended into the crowd, disappearing in no time. I walked up to the stall, bought some vegetables, paid, and then pulled over a bewildered Zhao Xiaochun, asking in a low voice, "Chunzi, what brings you here?" Zhao Xiaochun chuckled and patted the sack in his hand. "My dad and I came to town to haul manure, and we saw you. My dad said Uncle Dongzi bought so many vegetables that he probably couldn't carry them all, so he asked me to help. Look, I even brought the sack." My heart warmed. Zhao Laoan was truly an honest man. Looking at Chunzi's sturdy build and thinking of those 2 thugs from earlier, I suddenly realized that having someone trustworthy and strong by my side might not be a bad thing. Especially if the business really expands in the future, it will inevitably need manpower and some security. Chunzi is big and burly and honest and straightforward. If he really ran into a thief like the one just now, he could probably swing him away with one hand. I chuckled as I put the groceries and seasonings I just bought into the sack. "Okay, Chunzi, you help me carry these things. Come on, Uncle take you to get some mutton offal. Then we'll take care of some errands. Mutton offal? Zhao Xiaochun's eyes widened instantly, her mouth practically watering. Can I really eat this? Of course, plenty to eat. I put my arm around his shoulder and walked out of the market, thinking to myself that maybe I could gradually bring Chunzi with me. He's good at physical labor, and he's not cunning at all, so I can trust him. I unexpectedly found wild ginseng, conveniently averted a theft, and even gained a potential accomplice. Although I didn't buy any sesame paste this time, I still feel like luck is on my side. Chapter 15, The Old Turtle. I took Chunzi to the mutton offal stall and ordered 2 bowls. We had barely sat down when the steaming hot mutton offal was served, and the owner even gave us a flatbread as a bonus. Chunzi's eyes lit up at the sight of food. He grabbed his chopsticks and started stuffing food into his mouth, panting and blowing on the hot food, but he didn't want to stop. I quickly reminded him to slow down, but he mumbled, "It's okay, Uncle Dongzi, it's not hot." I sighed, really wanted to pry open his mouth to see if it was made of iron. The strong smell of the mutton offal was almost unbearable. Just as I looked up, I saw Chunzi already holding the bowl, drinking all the soup clean, and even licking the rim of the bowl clean. I immediately lost my appetite and simply pushed my bowl over to her, saying, "Chunzi, you eat it, I'm not hungry." Chunzi grinned and, without any hesitation, took the bowl and continued to eat voraciously. In his simple mind, he only ate when he was hungry and didn't need to eat if he wasn't. So, in no time, he had finished my bowl completely. After putting down his bowl, he patted his chest and promised, "Uncle Dongzi, you're too good to me. I'll help you in any fight from now on, and nobody will dare to bully you." I smiled and nodded. Okay, for now on we'll rely on Chunzi. After paying, we carried our purchases back home. Chunzi carried a sack of things, but it felt like it weighed nothing at all, and she walked with ease. On the way, he proudly said that if I treated him to mutton offal today, he would go to the reservoir and catch me a pheasant later. I became interested and asked him if there were many pheasants at the reservoir. Chunzi immediately said, "Quite a few, and there are also wild ducks and eggs in the reeds." Hearing this, I suddenly had an idea. Back home, I glanced at the ring on my hand. Its energy was still slowly replenishing. With nothing else to do, I dug out some nylon rope and found an old pair of scissors, then sat down in the yard and got to work. I cut the rope into sections, then pierced holes with a red-hot sewing needle, and in no time, a sturdy, simple noose was made. In later generations, almost all the so-called wild game has disappeared. Most of what we can eat is farmed. Now that we have the opportunity, we certainly can't miss it. Li Xiaoling came out of the house and saw me fiddling with the snare. She couldn't help but ask what I was doing. I said I wanted to try my luck at the reservoir to see if I could catch a few pheasants. She immediately became anxious and advised me not to go, saying that the area around the reservoir was desolate, and what if something happened? Besides, Chunzi learned it from his father since he was little, and I don't know how. I brandished the snare in my hand and said with a smile, "Mom, this isn't difficult. I've seen Chunzi use it before, so I know how. If we set up a few more snares, we can have more meat a few more times." While I said this, I had other plans. I wasn't trying to steal wild game from Chunzi. I want to teach him this method. No matter how diligently one person hunts, there's a limit. If we could set up a dozen or so snares around the reservoir, the harvest would be completely different. Li Xiaoling knew my temper. Once I made up my mind, you couldn't persuade me otherwise. She could only sigh and tell me, "Then be careful, don't go near the water, and come back early." I agreed, put the dozen or so ropes into a cloth bag, and got up to walk towards the reservoir. When I arrived, I saw Chunzi, that silly girl, standing in the shallow water wearing only shorts, with half of her buttocks sticking out. I called out to him, "Chunzi, what are you doing standing there?" He turned around, saw it was me, and quickly put his finger to his lips. "Sure? Something is biting me underwater. It hurts a lot." I almost laughed out of exasperation. "Then why don't you come up?" Chunzi said with a pained expression that he dared not move, because if he moved, the thing would bite even harder. Seeing his cowardly appearance, I was both annoyed and amused. I had no choice but to take off my shoes, roll up my trouser legs, and carefully wade into the water. The reservoir water was icy cold, and a chill ran up my feet, which helped to dispel much of the summer heat. I followed Chunzi's finger and felt my way down. The bottom of the water was full of soft, slippery mud. I touched his leg first, then down to his ankle, and sure enough, I encountered something hard and slippery, gripping him tightly. I took a closer look and was immediately shocked. Good heavens! It was a giant turtle the size of a wash basin, its shell covered in moss and with rather sharp edges. I pressed down on the soft flesh where its neck and forelimbs connected. That was the turtle's Achilles heel. It winced in pain, its head and limbs jerking back, and its jaws snapped open, releasing their grip on Chunzi's ankle. Chunzi's foot slipped, and he almost fell into the water. I grabbed him and shouted, "Get out of there!" He was as if he had been given a second chance at life, and he scrambled to the shore, panting heavily. Looking down, he saw a ring of dark blue teeth marks around his ankle, with several drops of blood seeping out. Chunzi, still shaken, pointed at the water and cursed, "Uncle Dongzi, what was that thing? It really hurt." I ignored him and, taking advantage of the turtle retracting its head, gripped the sides of its shell with both hands, and with a sudden burst of strength, lifted it out of the water. Once I held it, I realized how heavy it was. It must have weighed at least 30 pounds, like a huge rock. But as soon as it saw the light, it began to struggle again, its neck stretching out dramatically, its mouth snapping at my arm, its claws flailing wildly, splashing water everywhere. I was startled and quickly threw it onto the grassy bank. With a thud, the turtle landed on its back, its shell, as big as a wash basin, on the ground, its 4 claws kicking wildly in the air, looking both comical and frightening. Chunzi was also startled and shuddered. She then went over and circled it twice, her eyes wide like saucers. "My goodness! Uncle Dongzi, this is an old turtle. It's so big. I've never seen one like in my life." I got ashore, shook the water off my hands, and looked at the huge creature still thrashing about on the ground, feeling a surge of excitement. I touched its shell with my toe and whispered, "It's more than just big. Look at how deep and dense the shell patterns are, and how it's covered in moss. It's at least 20 years old, and it's completely wild." In these days of scarcity, wild game like this, all natural, is not only delicious but also a rare tonic. If we took it to the county town, we could definitely sell it for several hundred yuan, enough to last us for a long time. Upon hearing that it was valuable, Chunzi's pain and fear vanished instantly. She rubbed her hands together and came closer, saying, "Uncle Dongzi, shall we sell it? We can use the money to buy meat at the supply and marketing cooperative, and we'll even get you a new piece of cloth to make clothes." I looked at her greedy expression, smiled, and shook my head. "Sell it? That's too much of a waste." I reached out and flipped the turtle over, watching it slowly crawl on the grass. I continued, "This thing has lived for decades. It's practically a spirit. Besides, the reservoir belongs to everyone. It wouldn't be good if word got out that we caught such a treasure here." Chunzi panicked upon hearing this. "Then what should we do?" "Release it." He pointed at the old turtle as if it were a walking pile of money. I stood up, patted the mud off my hands, and looked at the shimmering center of the reservoir in the distance, a smile involuntarily creeping onto my lips. Chapter 16, hurry up, there's something good in there. Chunzi and I caught a big turtle and immediately headed back. The reservoir belongs to the public, after all, and if the villagers saw it, it would definitely attract attention. Catching a fish or a pheasant is fine normally, but a turtle this big could easily fetch several hundred yuan in the county. Who wouldn't be envious? Upon hearing that we had to go back, Chunzi quickly scrambled to her feet, ignoring her aching ankle. She tied a rope around the old turtle's hind legs, and like a thief, cautiously looked around the whole way. I didn't dare delay either, fearing I might run into someone I knew on the way. When I got home, my mother, Li Xiuling, had just finished sweeping the floor when she saw the big, dark thing in Chunzi's hand. She dropped the broom with a thud and exclaimed, "My God, this turtle is so big. It's practically a spirit." I quickly told her to keep her voice down so as not to attract the neighbors. She then covered her mouth, her eyes wide open, staring blankly at the old turtle. The creature was being held upside down, its head retracted into its shell, but its large carapace and thick claws clearly indicated it was no ordinary turtle. "My God, how many years has this been alive?" my mother asked in a trembling voice. "Dandan, Chunzi, where did you get this? You can't do anything with it." I told Chunzi to put the turtle into the large water tank in the corner of the wall first, and then quickly close the door. Only then did I explain to my mother that Chunzi had caught it with a net by the reservoir and that no one had seen it. Once the turtle was in the water tank, it became much more docile, but it still kept its head tucked in and remained very wary. Chunzi then rubbed his ankle, wincing in pain. He still insisted that Uncle Dongzi was right, that no one had seen anything. My mother stared at the turtle in the water vat, her heart pounding. Several hundred yuan, enough to build 2 new houses, but this money was too hot to handle. She quickly made up her mind, saying that our family couldn't keep this thing. It was too conspicuous. What if word got out that we stole public treasures to sell for money? My dad, with his temper, would definitely scold us to death. I was actually quite anxious too. I originally wanted to take the turtle to the modern world to sell, but when I checked, the time-space ring hadn't been fully charged yet, so I figured I'd have to wait until nightfall. For now, I could only keep them calm and figure out a solution later. I comforted my mother, saying that I knew what I was doing, that this thing couldn't be kept for long, and that I couldn't make a fuss about it. I would get rid of it as soon as possible. After saying that, I looked at Chunzi and told him that we owed him a lot this time, and that he would get his share of the profits. Upon hearing this, Chunzi waved his hands repeatedly, saying it was just a coincidence. If I hadn't had such good eyesight, he wouldn't have been able to see it at all. He didn't want the money. He just wanted me to buy some pain-relieving plaster for his father. Seeing his honesty, my heart softened. I told him, one thing at a time, we still need to buy the plaster, and we'll split the cost. But we shouldn't tell anyone, not even his father. We'll just say we caught a regular one, and our 2 families will share it to help us recover. Chunzi nodded vigorously, saying he understood. We shouldn't flaunt our wealth, and we wouldn't tell anyone. My mother was slightly relieved and then asked me what I planned to do. I said I would try contacting that cadre again. He has connections, and it's reliable. We should keep the turtle in the tank for now, feeding it small fish, shrimp, or mincemeat. Just make sure it doesn't die. Otherwise, it'll be worthless. Chunzi's foot wasn't seriously injured, so I invited him to stay for dinner. My mother would stew an egg for him to help him recover. As soon as the boy heard about the egg, his eyes lit up, and he immediately said that he was tough and would be fine. That evening, all the doors and windows in the house were tightly closed. My mother chopped up some pork and fed it to the old turtle in the tank. The creature was quite clever. After making sure it was safe, it slowly stretched out its head and swallowed the meat in one gulp. The village was quiet at night. Every household had turned off their lights early, with only the chirping of insects outside. I said goodbye to my mother, picked up the old turtle, and went out. I found a secluded spot, put it into my storage space, and then activated my time-space ring. My vision went black, and that familiar dizziness returned. A dozen seconds later, I opened my eyes again, and I was back in a modern world. I immediately checked on the old turtle in the space and found it frozen in place, completely motionless. I was so frightened that I thought it was dead. I quickly took it out. The moment it touched the outside air, the turtle came to life, kicking its 4 claws wildly as if terrified. I then realized that time was frozen inside the storage space, and any living creature placed inside would also be frozen at that moment. I checked my phone and realized that when I traveled through time, it was a little after 7 p.m., and when I returned, it was still a little after 7 p.m., only now it was morning. The time seemed to be reversed on both sides. I was too lazy to think about it further, and just called Xia Tianyu. The phone rang for ages without being answered, and I realized he was probably still asleep. Just as I was about to hang up, the call finally connected, and a complaining voice immediately came from the other end. "Hey, Dongya, it's only a little past 7. Why are you calling? Don't you let me get any sleep? Last night, I was with 2 girls. I couldn't be bothered to listen to his nonsense, and interrupted him directly. Stop talking nonsense. I have something good here. Hurry up and come over." Upon hearing that there was something good, Xia Tianyu instantly sobered up, his voice rising. "You found Zhang Daqian's painting?" I looked at the old turtle in my hand and replied directly, "It's not that thing. It's something else good. Hurry up and come over. I don't have much time. I'm busy." Chapter 17, Why Didn't You Say So Sooner? When Xiaoyu rushed in my old apartment complex in the summer, sweat still beading on his forehead, he barked as soon as he entered, "Uncle Dong, what treasure is making you rush here so early in the morning?" His gaze was immediately drawn to a huge object in a plastic basin in the corner. His previously nonchalant expression froze instantly, and his mouth gaped open. The old turtle lay quietly in the basin, its carapace a glossy dark brown, its patterns layered upon each other. Its shell was wider than an adult's hand, and even the slightest movement of its claws exuded a heavy weight. Holy crap! Xia Tianyu swallowed hard, wanting to reach out, but hesitant. This is an old turtle? So big, it must be a spirit. I leaned against the doorframe and chuckled. It's a wild turtle from the reservoir. It's got a temper. Don't touch it, or it'll bite you. Xia Tianyu circled the basin for a bit, his eyes lighting up. A wild turtle? And so big? Which reservoir's prized possession did you catch? I put the lid back on and put my arm around his shoulder. Stop talking nonsense. Just tell me if you have any connections, and you can act immediately. Someone reliable, discreet, and quick to pay. He then stopped joking, rubbed his face, mentally reviewed his network, and immediately nodded. Yes. These days, the truly discerning people only recognize these kinds of genuine, wild antiques. They're old enough, have great health benefits, and most importantly, it's hard to buy the real thing even if you have the money. You wait. After he finished speaking, he walked aside to make a phone call, speaking very quickly. I vaguely heard words like wild and definitely aged. 7 or 8 minutes later, he hung up the phone and returned, his face beaming with excitement. It's done. I contacted an uncle who runs a high-end food supply chain. He owns a private club for top-tier clients. There's a warehouse nearby where we can inspect the goods. We can just go there, cash transaction, and count the money on the spot after inspection. At this point, he lowered his voice again. But Dongzi, is there any problem with where this thing came from? I told people it was dredged up from a reservoir in my friend's hometown, so there shouldn't be any problems. I only replied with 4 words, clean tail. Xia Tianyu didn't ask any questions. He carefully carried the bamboo basket to the back seat of the sports car, muttering, it's a shame this old man is going to have to ride in a supercar. The car wound its way through the streets, finally arriving at an inconspicuous but well-managed warehouse area on the outskirts of the city. At the entrance of the cold storage, I met the Uncle Wong he had mentioned. He was a middle-aged man around 50 years old, wearing a well-tailored jacket with shrewd eyes and accompanied by an experienced craftsman. Xia Tianyu stepped forward to greet him, and I nodded in return. Uncle Wong smiled and glanced at Xia Tianyu. Not bad, kid. You even know to save some good stuff for Uncle Wong. After exchanging a few pleasantries, I took the turtle out and placed it in a large plastic basin that I had prepared beforehand. After being removed from the narrow bamboo basket, the turtle seemed more energetic, slowly paddling its limbs and cautiously peeking its head out a little. The experienced craftsman put on gloves, examined the carapace pattern and color closely, then looked at the hind legs, skin, and claw tips, and finally even smelled them. His movements were slow but very professional. After a moment, he nodded and said, excellent condition, hard carapace, tight patterns, growth lines indicating at least 50 or 60 years of life. The claw tips show natural wear from long-term outdoor activities, and the belly shell is also correct. It's a good specimen. After listening, Uncle Wong's face showed satisfaction. He looked at me and Xia Tianyu and said, the goods are good. Xia's friend is indeed reliable. Name your price. I glanced at Xia Tianyu, who made a gesture. I knew what to expect and directly quoted a price that was more than 10 times higher than the estimate from the 1980s. Uncle Wong didn't even frown. After a brief moment's thought, he nodded in agreement. Okay, Tianyu, take your friend inside to count them. In the office next door, Uncle Wong took out several bundles of unopened 100-yuan bills from the safe, counted them skillfully, and pushed them in front of me. A thick stack, carrying the distinctive smell of paper ink. I didn't stand on ceremony. I carefully checked the quantity, packed it into a heavy black plastic bag, and carried it in my hand. The transaction was quick and efficient. Uncle Wong only gave me one last piece of advice. If you have any good stuff like this in the future, or delicacies like wild game or wild ginseng, just have Xia contact me. I guarantee you'll be satisfied with the price. Wild ginseng, my heart skipped a beat. Wasn't there a huge one lying in my storage space? I casually asked, Uncle Wong, do you still buy wild ginseng? Uncle Wong lit a cigar and exhaled a puff of smoke. Yes, of course I do. Only genuine products, no farmed ones. I didn't think he was the type to cheat or swindle, so I pretended to reach into my pocket, but actually used the gesture to take out the black cloth bag from my storage space. When Xia Tianyu saw me actually taking something out, his expression immediately changed, as if asking, really? You actually have something? Under Uncle Wong's surprised gaze, I placed the black cloth bundle on the coffee table and unwrapped it layer by layer. Inside was a ginseng root, about 15 or 16 centimeters long, with dense rootlets and still covered in soil. I calmly said, Uncle Wong, this is a genuine wild ginseng, 60 years old. Please take a look. Before Uncle Wong could even react, Xia Tianyu suddenly rushed over, grabbed the ginseng from the coffee table, and pushed me out. He smiled apologetically as he left, saying, "Sorry, Uncle Wong, my friend doesn't know anything about this and just talked nonsense. Please don't mind. We're leaving now." I was startled by his push. "Hey, what are you doing?" "I'm..." Xia Tianyu didn't turn around, grabbed me, and ran. Uncle Wong reacted, muttering, "Wild ginseng, 60 years old." The next second, he jumped up and chased after us. "You bastard! You brat, come back here. You're trying to play tricks on me." But Xia Tianyu had already stepped on the gas and sped off, the supercar quickly disappearing into the distance. In the rearview mirror, Uncle Wong's face turned green with anger, and he was still cursing. "Just like your dead father, neither of you are any good." Xia Tianyu didn't care at all, flooring the accelerator as if he wanted to plunge it into the gas tank, speeding for over 10 kilometers before finally stopping on the side of the road. As soon as the car stopped, he turned and glared at me, shouting with lingering fear, "My goodness, why didn't you say you had this good stuff sooner?" I looked blank. I just remembered it at the last minute. Mr. Wong seems like a nice guy, and since I'm selling anyway, I might as well sell it to him all at once. Unexpectedly, Xia Tianyu became even more nervous after hearing this, frowning and asking me, "You really don't know what a 60-year-old wild ginseng is?" I looked at him, waiting for him to continue. He took a deep breath and said directly, "60-year-old pure wild ginseng is basically extinct now. You can't buy it even if you have money. It's something that's hard to come by, and you just casually took it out, almost letting that Wong rabbit get it for free." But I caught the second half of the sentence. "Wong rabbit?" Xia Tianyu said irritably. "That's right, that old guy's character is all right, but he likes men, and his tastes are really weird." "Hey, don't talk to me about this. First make sure, is that really a 60-year-old wild ginseng?" Chapter 18, Selling Ginseng. I frowned and nodded, estimating that this wild ginseng was at least 50 years old, then took it out of my bag and handed it to Xia Tianyu. Xia Tianyu held it in his hands and looked at it for a long time before letting out a long sigh of relief. Suddenly, he leaned over and asked me, "Dongzi, are we good buddies?" I knew this guy was up to no good the moment I heard him speak, so I said irritably, "Just say what you want to say. Stop playing the emotional card. Isn't that cheesy?" He chuckled and had just said, "I have a friend," when I immediately interrupted him. "Stop, you don't have any friends. Get to the point, or I'm leaving." Xia Tianyu then said sheepishly that his father had been feeling unwell lately and wanted me to sell him the ginseng as a way of showing filial piety. My eyes widened in disbelief, and I sneered. "I think it's you who's feeling unwell. Using Uncle Xia as a shield. Aren't you afraid of getting struck by lightning? I told you to stop doing this so often, but you wouldn't listen. Now you're sweating buckets." I turned to look out the window and continued to tease him. "If you want it, just say you want it. Why are you talking about friends? Is your dad your friend? That's outrageous." My exposing his secret made Xia Tianyu incredibly embarrassed. Enraged, he lunged at me and grabbed my neck, yelling, "Just tell me if you're selling or not. Stop talking so much nonsense. No wonder Curson broke up with you. I would have done the same." Upon hearing that name, my face darkened, and I slapped his hand away. "Don't mention her. I have nothing to do with her anymore. If you mention her again, I'll really get angry." Seeing that I was genuinely unhappy, Xia Tianyu quickly smiled apologetically and softened his tone. Okay, I won't mention it. Brother Dong, Master Dong, sell me the ginseng. I promise you won't lose out on the price." I didn't say anything more, just nodded, signaling him to drive. Xia Tianyu was still stunned and asked where to go. I rolled my eyes at him. "Such valuable things, shouldn't your dad see them himself? If I let you see them, what do you know? All you know is watching porn." He wasn't angry, fastened his seatbelt, and excitedly drove to Boguzai. I didn't say much on the way, but I couldn't help thinking about Incursion. That name, and that brief but unforgettable campus romance, hadn't surfaced in my mind for a long time. Our breakup was complicated in some ways, but simple in others. It was simply a matter of the realities of graduation, different goals, and my own lack of success at the time. Her family was well off, and she was genuinely kind to me, but ultimately, I couldn't go against my family's arrangements. Xia Tianyu's unintentional joke was like a needle pricking a scabbed wound. It didn't hurt, but it left a bitter taste. I shook my head, suppressing those emotions. Now wasn't the time to think about these things. I had more important things to do. Xia Tianyu glanced at me and asked cautiously, "Hey, are you really angry?" When I didn't answer, he smiled apologetically. I was being mean. I'm sorry. I promise I won't mention her in front of you again. I snapped out of my daze and said calmly, I'm not angry. It's all in the past now. Focus on driving. Xia Tianyu said, oh, knowing that this topic shouldn't be brought up again, and obediently shut his mouth. The car quickly stopped in front of Boguzai. The antique street was still quiet in the early morning, and most shops were not yet open. Xia Mingyuan, however, was an early riser, and his shop door was already half open. As soon as Xia Tianyu entered, he shouted, Dad, come and see. Dongzi has found something good again. Xia Mingyuan was wiping a porcelain vase when he looked up and saw Xia Tianyu and me come in. Seeing the black cloth bag I was carrying, his eyes immediately lit up with anticipation. He remembered me well from the incident with the lucky gold ingot. I greeted him politely. Uncle Xia, good morning. Xia Mingyuan put down his things and led us to sit down by the tea table. His gaze fell on the black cloth bag. Tianyu is always so impulsive. What good stuff has he got this time? Xia Tianyu eagerly opened the black cloth bundle. Dad, please take a look. Dongzi just got this wild ginseng, and I think it's quite old. Xia Mingyuan's expression immediately turned serious. He put on white gloves, but instead of handling it immediately, he first leaned closer to examine it closely. His eyesight was far more professional than Xia Tianyu's. Compared to him, Xia Tianyu was like Pigsy looking at a ginseng fruit, only knowing that it was very nourishing. Xia Mingyuan examined the ginseng inch by inch, from the rhizome, stem, body, legs to the whiskers. Sometimes he smelled the aroma. Sometimes he used a magnifying glass to observe the texture and pearl-like spots, and he used his fingers to vaguely trace the shape and strength of the ginseng. The shop fell silent for a moment, with only the occasional soft breaths from him. Xia Tianyu was too nervous to make a sound, while I remained relatively calm, having already estimated the value of this item. Now I was just waiting for Xia Mingyuan's assessment. After watching for a good 10 minutes, Xia Mingyuan finally straightened up, took off his gloves, and couldn't hide his amazement and excitement. He looked at me with admiration in his eyes. Xiao Xiao, I don't know what to say about your luck. You actually managed to come across something this good. I asked, Uncle Xia, how is this? Xia Mingyuan nodded affirmatively. Good, very good. The reed bowl is tight. The round reed is obvious. The stems are few but strong. The body is full. The lines are deep and clear, and it is a typical iron wire pattern. The rootlets are sparse and long. The pearl spots are obvious. The skin color is old. The texture is solid, and the ginseng aroma is also very pure. He paused for a moment, then concluded, this is a genuine wild ginseng from a primeval forest area. It is conservatively estimated to be between 55 and 60 years old. It is well preserved and almost undamaged. Such a condition and age are very rare on the market nowadays. 55 to 60 years, even more accurate than my estimate, so its value is naturally higher. Xia Tianyu's eyes lit up as he listened, his gaze full of admiration as he looked at me, and he proudly puffed out his chest. I told you, Dad, Dongzi found this. Xia Mingyuan looked at me approvingly. Xiao Xiao, your luck is incredible. You might not be able to buy something like this even if you have money. I seized the opportunity to say, Uncle Xia, look at this. Xia Mingyuan immediately understood what I meant, and after a moment of contemplation, he said, according to the current market price, this ginseng is conservatively worth between 800,000 and 1 million. If there's a buyer in urgent need, it could be even higher. 1 million. Xia Tianyu gasped, his eyes widening like saucers. He knew ginseng was expensive, but he hadn't expected it to be this expensive. He subconsciously touched his pocket, realizing that his savings wouldn't even cover a few ginseng roots. Xia Mingyuan looked at me and asked, Xiao Xiao, what do you plan to do with this? Keep it for yourself or sell it? I said directly, Uncle Xia, I don't have any use for it. Tianyu said you need it, so I'm shamelessly asking you to accept it. Xia Mingyuan nodded, a hint of appreciation in his eyes. He could tell I wasn't greedy and trusted him, so he readily said, all right, you'll definitely be more successful than my son in the future. Since we've come this far, I won't let you suffer a loss. Here's 1 million, how about it? Chapter 19, My Sister's Phone Call. After leaving Boguzai, my savings increased by another 1 million. Combined with the money from selling the lucky ingots last time, I had a total of 1.25 million in my account. I wouldn't have dared to dream of such a sum before, but now it's enough for me to do many things. I first went to the small commodities wholesale market and bought dozens more of the cheap lighters and digital watches I last time. Although the items were a bit more expensive than online, I wasn't worried about losing $1 or $2, so I stuffed them all into my storage space and then took a taxi to the store. It was already past 10 a.m. when I arrived at the shop. Xiao Hua was cleaning, and Lu Chong was preparing vegetables in the kitchen. Seeing me enter, Lu Chong quickly put down what he was doing and called out, "Brother Dong." Xiao Hua kept her head down, looking timid and not daring to say much. I squatted down to look at the skewers. They were dressed much better than I had imagined. Lu Chong was quick-witted and learned things fast, so I gave him a few simple compliments. Suddenly, I remembered we hadn't bought any sesame paste yet. I was about to take out the money and have Xiao Hua go buy some, but seeing her timid and hesitant look, I changed my mind. I handed Lu Chong 100 yuan and told him to go to the market and buy more sesame paste, while I stayed to skewer the skewers. As soon as Lu Chong left, Xiao Hua became visibly nervous, standing there unsure what to do with her hands. I called her name, and she trembled in fright, her voice barely audible. I sighed inwardly. This girl had probably been bullied a lot since childhood. She was just too timid. I could only soften my tone and tell her that no one would dare bully her here, and that she needed to be bolder and more outgoing in the future. But she kept her head down and didn't respond. I didn't want to press her further, so I just thought that with time, things might get better. Not long after, Lu Chong returned carrying a large bucket of sesame paste. I started teaching him how to make the seasonings, the broth, and the side dishes. Once he learned these, the skewer shop could stay open even when I wasn't there. Lu Chong studied diligently, and I taught him meticulously. In no time, he had almost mastered it. Just as I was teaching him how to cook the bottom of the pot, my phone suddenly rang. I took it out and saw it was my younger sister, Zhao Wenting, calling. As soon as I answered, I heard her sobbing voice on the other end. "Brother, come back quickly. Dad's in a hospital." My mind went blank, and my voice suddenly rose. "What? Ting Ting, don't panic. Tell me slowly, what happened to Dad?" Xiaohua, who was next to me, was startled and dropped the rag in her hand. On the phone, Wenting cried and said that her father had suddenly fainted while working in the fields and had been taken to the township hospital by the villagers. The test results were even more frightening: kidney failure. The doctor said the only way to cure it was with a kidney transplant, which would cost around 1 million yuan, not including post-operative treatment. This 1 million yuan felt like the sky had fallen on our family. For generations, we had relied on farming for a living. My parents had scrimped and saved their entire lives to send my sister and me to school, and we had practically no savings. My mother initially tried to call me, but couldn't get through after several attempts. She had to ask Wenting, who is still in her final year of high school, to take leave and come back to help take care of my father. The doctor also said that without a kidney transplant, my father would only have 6 months at most, or even less. I suppressed my panic and immediately told my sister, "Ting Ting, tell Mom we'll do the surgery. I have money now, I'll be right back." After hanging up, I couldn't calm down for a long time. My father's weathered face flashed into my mind. He had never been one to save money in his life, only hoping that I could get into university. I scored over 200 points on a college entrance exam and got into Zhejiang Vocational and Technical College. When the admission notice arrived at home, my father held the paper and cried like a child. He told everyone he met that our family had produced a college student. He even wanted to throw a celebration for his graduation, and if I hadn't insisted on stopping him, he would have loved to let the whole village know. I felt ashamed back then, but now, thinking about it, all I feel is bitterness. I quickly told Lu Chong to watch the shop for a bit, then took a taxi home. Our family lives in a rural area near Zhejiang, nestled against the Qinling Mountains. It's a mountain village. The taxi bounced along the bumpy country road, kicking up clouds of yellow dust. I clutched my phone, the screen still showing my sister's call history. The 1.25 million yuan in the account was no longer a source of confidence for starting a business, but my father's lifeline. The fields outside the window rushed past, and all I could think of was my father, hoe in hand, bent over, working. His calloused hands had brushed the dust off my shoulders countless times, saying, "Wendong, study hard, Dad's not tired." When the car stopped in front of the township hospital, I practically jumped out, paid the fare, and ran inside. My sister said that our father was temporarily staying there, waiting to be transferred to a larger hospital in the city. As soon as I entered the door, I heard my mother's suppressed sobs. Wenting, with red eyes, came to greet me, grabbed my arm, and choked out, "Brother, you're finally back. Dad hasn't woken up yet." On the hospital bed, my father's face was sallow, his lips were cracked, and he was covered with a thin blanket, his chest rising and falling slightly. I squatted down beside the bed and held his rough hand. The warmth of that hand made my nose sting with tears. The mother, wiping away tears, leaned closer, her voice hoarse. "When Dawn, the doctor said he needs a kidney transplant. How much will that cost? Our family." I interrupted her directly. "Mom, don't worry about the money. I have $1 million. Dad's surgery is a must. Let's go to the best hospital in the city and find the best doctor." Upon hearing this, the mother was stunned, and Winting's eyes widened. Just a month ago, I was a poor boy who had to scrape together tuition fees. How could I suddenly come up with $1 million? Their eyes were full of disbelief, but seeing my resolute expression, they didn't ask any more questions. I immediately took out my phone and called Xia Tianyu in the city, asking him to help me contact a hospital and find a bed. I also asked my sister to pack my father's change of clothes. In the midst of the chaos, I saw my mother standing to the side, her eyes filled with worry and confusion. I whispered to her, "Mom, I didn't do anything wrong. The money was all earned honestly. I'll tell you slowly when Dad gets better." The mother sighed, didn't ask any more questions, and turned away to quietly wipe her tears. Her only concern now was whether her father was safe. In the afternoon, the city hospital's ambulance arrived. I accompanied my father all the way to the city, handling hospital admissions and examinations, keeping me extremely busy. When I had a spare moment, I called Lu Chang again, instructing him to keep the shop open as usual and to buy any missing materials with the bill on my behalf. Lu Chang patted his chest on the phone and assured him, "Brother Dong, don't worry about taking care of Uncle. With me and Xiao Hua in the shop, nothing will go wrong." After hanging up the phone, I stood in the hospital corridor, watching the sunset slowly sink below the horizon, my heart filled with mixed emotions. I had relied on that magical ring to travel back and forth through the 1980s, only thinking about making money, starting a business, and making a name for myself. But it wasn't until this moment that I realized that all my ambitions and plans were no match for my father's safety and health. At night, Winning fell asleep by the bedside, and her mother dozed off leaning against a chair. I stayed by my father's bedside, gently tucking him in. Chapter 20. The same old rules? That night, I stayed by my father's bedside, unable to sleep. My gaze kept drifting between the bed and the invisible ring on my finger. My mother and sister were exhausted, but I wasn't sleepy at all that night. I don't know how much time passed, but my younger sister Zhao, Winning, woke up rubbing her eyes and called to me in a low voice, "Brother, go and rest for a while. I'll watch over Dad." I shook my head and said in a low voice, "It's okay, I'm not sleepy." Shouting, "Mom is getting old and can't take any more exertion. Please take good care of her these next few days. Don't worry about the money, I'll figure it out." Seeing the bloodshot eyes and the stubble on my chin, her own eyes welled up with tears. She wanted to know what I was doing to make so much money and whether it was safe. I hesitated for a moment, then could only vaguely say that I was doing business with a friend and had made some legitimate money, assuring her that she could rest assured. In the middle of the night, my mother woke up and insisted on staying with me. I couldn't refuse her and I was too tired, so I curled up in the chaise longue and dozed off for a while. As dawn approached, the attending physician came to check on me with his team. After carefully reviewing the test reports, his face turned grim. He told me directly that my father's kidney function had reached end-stage renal disease, and dialysis could only provide temporary relief. The best solution was a kidney transplant. I asked directly how long it would take to find a kidney and how much it would cost. The doctor said it was uncertain. It could take anywhere from a few months to several years. The initial surgery and hospitalization would cost at least 300,000 to 400,000 yuan, followed by long-term anti-rejection medication. Medical insurance could cover part of the cost, but the overall expenses would be substantial. Without hesitation, I immediately said, "We want to have a transplant. Please have the hospital register us as soon as possible to find a kidney donor. We will cover the costs." The doctor nodded and noted it down, then went to arrange the preoperative assessment and tissue matching. The atmosphere in the ward was still somber, but at least I had a direction in my mind. A few days later, my father's condition stabilized somewhat. I took out 500 yuan and handed it to my younger sister, telling her to go back to school and not miss the college entrance exam. She didn't want to accept it at first, but my mother spoke up first, telling her to listen to me, saying that she would stay at the hospital and that my father would be all right for the time being. My sister eventually took the money and went back to school. Afterwards, I wanted to hire a caregiver for my father, but my mother absolutely refused. Firstly, she was worried about the cost, and secondly, she felt that outsiders couldn't be as attentive as she was. Having no other choice, I went out and bought some nutritional supplements and brought them back, repeatedly reminding her to eat more and rest more, lest she collapse herself before my father did. To completely put her mind at ease, I told her about my business, but not in too much detail. I only mentioned that I and a friend opened a skewer's restaurant, and later, while buying vegetables in the countryside, I unexpectedly found a 50-year-old ginseng, which I eventually sold to Xia Tianyu's father. I even called Xia Tianyu in front of her to confirm this, and the worry on her face gradually dissipated. When she heard that I really had my own business, she felt much more at ease. Then she reminded me that while making money is important, I also need to take care of my health. A few days later, I left my mother 2,000 yuan, telling her not to be stingy with the money and to buy whatever the hospital needed. I knew that the ring on her finger was now full of energy, and I would have to go back to the 1980s to earn the money for my father's treatment. Knowing I still had business, my mother didn't stop me anymore. She just told me to go back quickly, saying she would stay at the hospital and nothing would happen. I deposited 300,000 yuan into the hospital for initial expenses before taking a taxi back to my skewer's restaurant in the city. I've been at the hospital these past few days, and Lu Chong has been managing everything at the shop. I looked through the ledgers, and he kept meticulous records. Everything from purchases to expenses was accounted for, and even the turnover was 1,000 or 2 more than when I was there. I couldn't help but laugh. Could it be that I'm really not suited for this job? Business has actually improved while I'm away. I gave Lu Chong a few brief instructions, telling him where to buy goods, what he could buy, and what he couldn't touch. Then I hurriedly returned to the 1980s. When I opened my eyes again, it was still dark outside, with the moon high in the sky. I glanced at the time. It was only 3 in the morning, so I simply went back to sleep. I slept soundly until dawn. When I woke up, Li Xiaoling was sweeping the yard, and Zhao Fuguei had already gone to work. Everyone in the family spoils me, so I was the only one still sleeping soundly. I checked my space to make sure the jar of sesame paste, the lighter, and the digital watch I brought from the future were all intact before I got dressed and got out of bed. Today I need to go to town to find Lu Jianjun, get rid of this batch of goods, and also save up some startup capital. As soon as I stepped out the door, Li Xiaoling came out of the kitchen with a bowl of corn porridge. Seeing that I was in a hurry, she quickly called out to me, "Dandan, you haven't had breakfast yet." I waved my hand and said, "Mom, I'm not eating. I have something urgent to do in town." The country dirt road was still covered in dew in the early morning, and it felt soft underfoot. Along the way, I met many villagers carrying hoes to the fields. They greeted me with smiles, and I responded all the way, calling out brother, uncle, and sister. By the time I reached the village entrance, my face was almost frozen from smiling. After waiting for another 10 minutes or so, Brother Tainyo's mule cart finally swayed slowly over. I jumped on the cart, casually pulled out half a pack of Dakium cigarettes, and handed it to him, saying the rest was for him. Zhao Tainyo was overjoyed, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, chatting and laughing with me the whole way, and we soon entered town. After getting off the bus, I headed straight for the broadcasting station with my shoulder bag. As soon as I got nearby, Lu Jianjun came up to me as if he had smelled something, his eyes constantly glancing at my bag. He immediately asked me what good stuff I had brought this time and said that the digital watch and lighter he bought last time had made him a lot of money, and several friends were urging him to buy them. I pulled him aside to a secluded spot and lifted the sack to show him. Lu Jianjun's eyes immediately lit up, and he rubbed his hands together, his face full of excitement. "Still these? Great, great. These are exactly the rare items we need on the market right now. The usual." Chapter 21. This thing is such a waste of money. The usual. I nodded, then added, "But this time the quantity is large, so you'll have to offer a good price." The last batch of goods had given Lu Jianjun a taste of success and made him look good in front of his brothers and friends. So this time, as soon as I quoted a price, he agreed almost without hesitation, smiling and saying, "Sure thing, we're brothers." The two quickly reached an agreement. 20 lighters sold for 160 yuan, 5 digital watches for 250 yuan, plus some small trinkets, bringing in a total of over 430 yuan. I carefully put away the thick stack of 10 yuan notes and small change, feeling much more at ease. With the money, I didn't rush home. I first went to the supply and marketing cooperative and bought fine grains, a few pounds of pork and rapeseed oil. I also bought face cream for my mother, Li Xiaoling, and Zhao Jidi, as well as 2 pieces of new cloth. I wanted to gradually improve our family situation so that my parents could have peace of mind. Carrying a large bag of things, I boarded the mule cart back to the village. As soon as I got on, I tossed an unopened pack of Dakium cigarettes to Zhao Tiniu. Don't be stingy with your cigarettes. You think this stuff will produce puppies? Zhao Tiniu glanced at the cigarettes, then at the bags in my hands, his face twitching with heartache, his eyes practically blaming him to devour me, this spendthrift. Finally, he sighed and drove all the way back to the village, not saying a single word to me, probably afraid he'd lose his temper and slap me. When I returned to Zhao family village, I didn't go home first, but went straight to Chunzi's house. Chunzi's house was even more dilapidated than mine, a low mud brick house with firewood and farm tools piled up in the yard. Chunzi was squatting at the door chopping wood, while his father, Zhao Laohan, sat on a small stool under the eaves with one leg stretched out, his face full of sorrow. Dongzi's here. Old Zhao struggled to stand up when he saw me enter. I quickly stepped forward to help him up. Old Han, sit down and don't move. After saying that, I put the meat and 2 packets of pastries I had brought on the table, and then called Chunzi over. Chunzi put down her axe and ran over with a silly grin. Uncle Dongzi. I glanced at Zhao Laohan's leg and asked if it still hurt. Then I pulled out a few pain-relieving plasters and a small bottle of painkillers from my pocket. I'd already torn off the labels. These basic modern medicines were definitely considered good stuff in this day and age. Old Zhao was a little embarrassed. Dongzi, how can I accept this? We just finished the meat you gave me last time. I shoved the medicine into his hand. Brother Laohan, don't be so polite. Chunzi helped me a lot. This is nothing. I sold that turtle for over 10,000 yuan. If I wasn't afraid of scaring them, I really wanted to give them more. This family is too poor, and Chunzi is in such a situation. If I were to cheat honest people, would I even be human? Then I looked at Chunzi. I remember you said that you used to go into the mountains with your father often. Chunzi nodded vigorously. Before my dad injured his leg, he was the best hunter in this area. I can set traps, look for footprints, and find mountain goods. I lowered my voice and said, that's perfect. When you go into the mountains in the future, besides hunting, please keep an eye out for some treasures in the mountains for me. For example, old wild ginseng, lingji, or high-quality wild gastrodia elata and astragalus. As long as the items are good, I will buy them at a price higher than the market price. Zhao Laohan and Chunzi were both stunned. They understood buying mountain goods, but the fact that someone wanted medicinal herbs, and at such a high price, was hard for them to believe. I explained that I know some people in the city who appreciate high-quality, natural, and aged items, including antique pieces. They're willing to pay high prices for them. If they find something, they can bring it directly to me, guaranteeing a better price than if they took it to the county to sell, and it's also more convenient and safer. When it came to earning money to treat his leg and repair his house, Zhao Laohan was clearly tempted. His voice trembled slightly. Dongzi, are you serious? People really offer high prices for those things. I nodded. Absolutely true. But this must be kept secret. Only the few of us should know, to avoid trouble. We can't just pick anything, only the really good stuff. Chunzi immediately perked up. Uncle Dongzi, don't worry, I'll definitely find you the best. I know several old forests. I've been there with Dad before. They're sure to have treasures. Old Zhao looked at his son, then at me, and finally nodded emphatically. All right, Dongzi, I trust you. From now on, have Chunzi go into the mountains more often, and if he finds anything, I'll bring it to you. I breathed a sigh of relief, realizing I'd made a connection to this potential market of mountain products. Even if there weren't immediate results, once I got started, there would be opportunities later. When I got home, my mother saw that I had bought so many things again, and she couldn't help but nag me. I took out 50 or 60 yuan and handed it to her. Mom, this is the money left over from selling that old turtle. Keep it for household expenses. Li Xiaoling looked at the large 10 yuan note in her hand, her face full of surprise. Son, don't lie to your mother. Can that big turtle really be sold for so much money? I put the things on the kang, a heated brick bed, and said with a smile, Mom, don't underestimate it. People in the city really love it. They can't even buy it if they want to. The mother counted the money with a mixture of belief and doubt, still feeling uneasy. She felt the money had come too quickly, but she couldn't quite put her finger on what was wrong. In the afternoon, Dad Zhao Fugui came back, looking better than before. I told him about wanting to try making new dishes. Although Dad didn't understand, He was very supportive. You're quick-witted, so go ahead and try it. Just tell your mother what you need. I went into the kitchen and started experimenting. In the 1980s, seasonings were limited, but the sesame paste I brought from the future was the soul of the dish. I added chili peppers, Sichuan peppercorns, ginger, garlic, and simple spices, and slowly simmered it to make the base sauce. Before long, a fragrant and spicy aroma wafted from the kitchen, the rich sesame flavor mixed with the spiciness, making Mother keep peeking in to look. After the first batch of broth was cooked, I boiled cabbage, potatoes, tofu, and glass noodles. I scooped them out, poured thick sesame sauce over them, sprinkled chopped green onions on top, and served them to my parents. The two of them took a bite with some skepticism, and their expressions immediately changed. The numbing, spicy, fresh, fragrant, and mellow flavors exploded in their mouths, a taste they had never experienced before. The mother asked in surprise, "What's this smell? It smells so good, and it's tingly." Dad only said 2 words, "Delicious." Then he picked up another piece with his chopsticks. Seeing their reactions, I knew it was a success. Malatang, a street food from the future, would be absolutely irresistible in the rural areas of the early 1980s. Chapter 22, Warring States, Period Knife Coins. Chunzi seems to have a dog's nose. It's more sensitive than radar. The aroma of sesame paste mixed with spiciness could lure him over from halfway across the village. Clutching a piece of green, rusty stuff in one hand and pulling up his trousers with the other, he rushed to my house, drawn by the smell. Before he even entered the courtyard, his loud voice rang out. "Uncle Dongzi, my dad told me to bring this to you. Hey, what's that smell? It smells so good." Chunzi sniffed hard, his eyes fixed on the kitchen, almost dropping the piece of scrap metal in his hand. His mother was just bringing out a small bowl of freshly mixed spicy hot pot. Seeing how much he was craving it, she couldn't help but laugh. "Chunzi's here? Come in quickly. Your Uncle Dongzi made some new food. I'll get you a bowl to try." Chunzi immediately responded, but his feet seemed rooted to the ground as he stared longingly at the bowl. I was amused by him, so I suppressed my curiosity and said to my mother, "Mom, make Chunzi a bowl and add extra beans, sprouts, and potatoes. He loves them." After I finished speaking, I reached out to Chunzi. "What is this? Let me see." Chunzi reluctantly turned her gaze away from the kitchen and handed me the heavy, cold thing, muttering, "This is it. My dad said that since you collect old things, they're useless at home, so he asked me to bring it." As soon as I touched it, I felt something was off. Taking a closer look by the light in the yard, I realized it wasn't a dagger at all. It was clearly an ancient knife-shaped coin. It is about 15 or 16 centimeters long, with one end wide and flat with an arc, like a small shovel head, and the other end narrows, with a short handle-like protrusion at the end. The whole body is covered with mottled green rust, and the dark red copper color is faintly visible where the edges have peeled off. The most striking feature is the wide end near the edge, where several ancient and profound characters appear to be engraved, though most are obscured by patina, making it impossible to discern the exact characters. However, I'm certain that this is a knife coin from the Warring States period. My heart skipped a beat. Although I didn't come from a family with a scholarly background like Xia Tianyu, I had learned a bit about the shapes and forms of ancient coins from spending time with him. The historical feel, patina, and inscriptions on this thing were incomparable to ordinary objects. Its value probably far exceeded that of the Yingyu and Yuan Bao coin. I suppressed my excitement and asked Chunzi as calmly as possible, "Where did your dad get this? Did he pick it up in the mountains?" Just then, her mother came out carrying a large bowl of spicy hot pot. The bright red sauce coated the glass noodles, sprinkled with chopped scallions, and the aroma wafted straight into her nose. Chunzi was immediately captivated. While taking the bowl, she mumbled, "Yeah, my dad was chasing a deer many years ago. He ran into a dry ditch deep in the old forest and kicked it out. It looked like a rusty little knife, so he picked it up and kept it at the bottom of a broken wooden box. If you hadn't mentioned collecting old things, he wouldn't have remembered it." As he spoke, he picked up a mouthful of vermicelli with his chopsticks, slurped it into his mouth, and exhaled sharply from the heat, but his eyes narrowed with happiness. Delicious. Uncle Dongzi, what is this?" I smiled and said, "Eat slowly, don't burn yourself, this is called malatang." But my mind was completely on the knife and coins. A dry ditch in the mountains could be an ancient riverbed, or it could be a place carved out by flash floods. The presence of Warring States period knife coins there suggests either they were left behind by ancient people or there were ancient tombs or traces of ancient activity nearby. Either way, these are extraordinary items. In this day and age, many people don't recognize its value and might just consider it scrap metal. But to me, it's a potentially huge fortune, and I can safely monetize it through channels like Xia Tianyu's father. Holding the knife-shaped coin, I solemnly said to Chunzi, "Go back and tell your father that I've kept this. It's not just scrap metal. It's an antique, quite valuable, and we can't just take it for free." After saying that, I took out 100 yuan from my pocket. That was equivalent to 2 or 3 months' wages for an ordinary worker. Cough, cough. Chunzi was eating with her head down when she saw the money and almost choked. She waved her hands repeatedly. "No, no. Uncle Dongzi, you can't take the money. My dad said it's just a piece of useless rusty iron. You can take it if you like. You've already given my family so much meat and medicine." I knew they were honest people, and forcing them to accept the money would only make them uncomfortable. After thinking for a moment, I took the money back and said, "I'll keep this money for you. If your family needs to buy anything in the future, or if your father needs medicine for his leg pain, you can use this money." Chunzi didn't have much of a concept of money, but when she heard that it was for her father to save for medicine, she immediately nodded. "Okay, Uncle Dongzi, you're in charge. I trust you." Watching him continue eating his spicy hot pot, sweat beading on his forehead, his face full of satisfaction, I felt a mixture of warmth and heaviness in my heart. The cold, heavy coin in my hand, its rust and inscriptions digging into my palm, suddenly brought me a sense of peace. Finally, the money for my father's continued treatment in the other world was secured. After finishing our meal, I called Chunzi, and we decided to go to town to see if there were any tricycles for sale. Our Malatang business was all set. All we needed was a vehicle to transport the goods. I said goodbye to my parents and left. My mother couldn't bear to scold me, so she took her anger out on my father. "You're always running around like a monkey, and you, as your father, don't you do anything about it." Dad took a puff of the Dacuman cigarette I had given him as a token of my filial piety, exhaled a puff of smoke, and said slowly, "Boys need to go out and explore to grow up. What future can they have if they stay cooped up in the village like me all day?" Even though her mother knew he was right, she still stubbornly retorted, "Humph, you're just spoiling him. Sooner or later, even the coffin lids of Zhao family's ancestors won't be able to hold him down." Dad chuckled, but he knew in his heart that I was his only son, and as long as I didn't misbehave, what was wrong with indulging me a little? When Chunzi and I arrived in town, we looked around for ages but couldn't find a tricycle for sale. We went to the supply and marketing cooperative to inquire and found out that you had to go to the city to buy one, and even then, you might not be able to find one. I was at a loss for words. I couldn't very well bring out the village's manure cart to use, could I? That spicy hot pot would have become even more fragrant and delicious. Fortunately, the salesperson, seeing that I was a regular customer and a generous spender, suggested, "Young man, why don't you take a look at the recycling station?" Chapter 23, Scrap Metal Recycling Station. My eyes lit up when I heard what Chunzi said. That's right. If we can't afford a new one, can't we at least get used one? So I took Chunzi and excitedly headed straight for the scrap metal recycling station. The old man at the gate was quite amusing. Seeing the two of us teenagers come in, he immediately joked, "Young men, we only take scrap metal here, not people." I gave an awkward smile, then glanced at Chunzi with a mischievous grin. To my surprise, the boy immediately recoiled like a startled donkey, clutching his chest and shouting warily, "Uncle Dongzi, my dad says I'm his lifeblood. You can't sell me off." His comical antics made both the old man and me laugh. I quickly explained our purpose. "Grandpa, we're not selling scrap. We'd like to see if you have any unwanted tricycles or carts here." Upon hearing tricycle, the old man stood up, sized me up, and asked what I wanted. Afraid he would misunderstand, I quickly handed him a Dacuman cigarette with a filter and respectfully lit it for him. The old man, surnamed Sun, had been guarding the scrap metal yard for over a decade, also overseeing the public junk. He took a puff of his cigarette, a hint of satisfaction on his face. It was indeed rare to find a young man who could offer such good cigarettes and speak so politely. Old Sun said slowly, "Public property is subject to regulations and cannot be sold to individuals casually. That's the rule." Just as I was feeling a little disappointed, he changed the subject and said that he used to ride a tricycle in his younger days. When it was scrapped, the frame looked okay, so he paid to keep it. Hearing that there was hope, I quickly thanked him and asked if I could take a look at the car first. Old Sun, with his hands behind his back, led us around a pile of waste newspapers and plastic bottles to a crooked tarpaulin shed at the very back of the yard. In the corner of the shed, amidst the old belongings, sat the tricycle. I glanced at it, and my lips twitched slightly. It didn't look like it had been sitting idle for years. It looked like it had just been dug out from under a pile of scrap metal. The entire vehicle was covered in rust. The sheet metal floor was pitted and uneven, and there were 2 large holes in the front. The side panels of the carriage were crooked, and the welds were badly rusted, making it look like it would fall apart with a push. The 3 wheels were in even worse shape. The tires were flat and stuck to the steel rims. The rubber was riddled with cracks, and the spokes were crooked or missing. The only decent parts of the bike were the handlebars and the chain drive structure, which hadn't completely fallen apart. Chunzi's eyes widened, and he said in a silly tone, "Uncle Dongzi, can this bike still be ridden? I feel like it'll break if I touch it." I quickly waved my hand, telling him not to mess around. Old Sun wasn't angry. Pointing to the car, he said, "Don't let its current state fool you. It was my old buddy who used to go door to door with me. The frame is made of good steel, and it's welded firmly. To scrape off the rust and paint it, and it's sturdy. A little patching up the floor and replacing the tires will make it usable again." As he spoke, he stomped on the front wheel rim with his foot, producing a dull clanging sound, confirming that it hadn't fallen apart. He added that if his legs weren't so weak, he could probably pedal like a rocket after some repairs. I examined the vehicle closely. Although it was heavily rusted, the main frame and beams were not visibly deformed, and the welds were still quite sturdy. I need it urgently right now, and buying a new one would be too conspicuous and too expensive. If the frame of this vehicle is in good condition, it should be sufficient for hauling cargo after some repairs. I hesitated for a moment and asked him how much he wanted. Old Sun held up 3 thin, dark fingers, 30 yuan. "You can take the cart away, and I'll give you 2 sets of usable old bearings and a small bucket of the remaining anti-rust paint." 30 yuan isn't a small amount. It's roughly a month's salary for a low-level worker in a county town. However, at least the vehicle has an owner, and the frame might actually be usable, so the price isn't outrageous. I squatted down and tapped the frame and joints. The sound was dull, without any hollowness. I shook the frame again, and it wasn't loose at all. So I started bargaining. "Sir, how about 25? The tires need changing, the cargo box needs patching, and all the rust needs fixing. I just want to do some small business, but I'm short on capital." Old Sun squinted at me for a long time, then finally threw his cigarette but on the ground, stomped it out, and waved his hand. "All right, see if you really want to use it or just messing around with it. 25 it is. But once you leave this door, I won't be responsible for any problems that arise." I readily took out 25 yuan and handed it over. Just as I was about to call Chunzi to help push the cart, I noticed that the boy had somehow brought out a pile of scattered paintings and was grinning as he said, "Uncle Dongzi, look how pretty these paintings are. They're even prettier than the flowers that are pasted on my wall." I was about to tell him to put it down and stop fooling around, but one of the unfolded scrolls instantly caught my eye. It was an oil painting of lotus flowers, and when I squatted down to look at the signature, my heart skipped a beat. That actually looked like a splashed ink lotus painting by Zhang Daqian in his later years, and one of the most valuable types for collectors. Xia Tianyu had mentioned Zhang Daqian before, and I had specifically looked up his work, so I knew something was off at first glance. Even more coincidentally, Xia Tianyu had asked me to find a painting by Zhang Daqian, but unexpectedly, Chunzi found it in the junkyard. Before I could even examine it closely, Old Man Sun suddenly shouted, "Hey, don't touch anything. How did this silly boy find all this stuff?" My heart tightened, and I immediately stood up, forcing myself to steady my breathing. I turned around casually and asked, "Grandpa, what are these?" Chapter 24, Lotus Painting. Old Sun clearly didn't notice my nervousness and casually said that these were all things thrown out during the Destroy the Four Olds campaign a few years ago, and he didn't know how Chunzi found them. My heart skipped a beat, and I secretly thought that this kid was really like a treasure hunter, having just unearthed Warring States period knife coins and now digging up Zhang Daqian's paintings. I could tell almost immediately, without even looking closely, that the painting was probably genuine. Zhang Daqian's late period works weren't worth much in this era, when people had only recently achieved basic food security. There was no need to deliberately forge them. Thinking this, I felt a surge of excitement and impulsively decided to buy it. I had just opened my mouth to say that Chunzi really liked these colorful things and wanted to buy them, but Chunzi quickly said he didn't like them. Before he could finish speaking, I glared at him and shut him up. Old man's son, on the other hand, was very easygoing. He had just made 25 yuan from me and was in a good mood. He waved his hand and said he didn't need to pay and could take them. I immediately grinned, pulled a pack of Dakeman cigarettes from my bag, and tossed it to him as a thank you. Then I called to Chunzi to take the tricycle to the repair shop for some maintenance. Old son, cigarette in hand, watched us walk away with a squinty eye and a cryptic smile playing on his lips. After leaving the scrapyard, I had Chunzi push from behind while I walked ahead, holding onto the handlebars. The floor of the truck needed patching, the tires needed replacing, and the rust needed scraping off. Chunzi was incredibly strong. With a sudden push, she almost knocked my ankle out. I grumbled all the way before finally getting this wrecked truck to the repair shop. The repair shop owner frowned immediately when he saw the old tricycle, giving me a sidelong glance as if he wondered if I was stupid. Was there any point in fixing this piece of junk? Feeling uncomfortable under his gaze, I asked him directly if it was all right and to stop staring at me. He held up 4 fingers and said that repairing 3 tires in the cargo box, removing the rust, and repainting would cost $40 in total. Hearing that the price was within my budget, I paid without much haggling. The owner said I could pick up the car in 2 hours and then got to work. While the car was being repaired, I took Chunzi to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy a stove and coal briquettes, and then to the vegetable market where we bought a large bag of vegetables, bean products, and meatballs. I did a rough calculation in my head, and a bowl of spicy hot pot, including the seasonings, would only cost 5 or 6 mao, 0.5 to 0.6 yuan, to produce, so selling it for 2 yuan shouldn't be a problem. There aren't many people in town, so this business still needs to be done in the county. When it was almost time, I returned to the repair shop. The tricycle in front of me had changed. The body was painted a solid blue, and the tires were fully inflated. The owner said the cargo box had been reinforced with thicker steel plates, and the chain had been oiled. Once the paint dried, I could ride it away. I walked around the vehicle and couldn't help but marvel at how different it was from the pile of scrap metal that had been falling apart just moments before. Although the bike wasn't new, the musty smell of age was gone, and even the pedals had been replaced. The shopkeeper, still with a stern face, lit a cigarette and casually said, "You can ride it now." I put my things in the cargo box, and as soon as I started pedaling, the chain made a creaking sound, but the bike ran much smoother. Chunzi's eyes lit up as soon as he saw it, and he insisted on riding it. I simply jumped off the bike, let him sit on it, and held onto the edge of the carriage, reminding him to go slow, as this was his livelihood. Chunzi grinned, leaned down, making the tricycle sag, and then steadily glided forward. Despite his strength, he rode the bike quite steadily. The dirt roads in town were full of potholes, and the wheels clattered all the way to Zhao village. I held onto the back of the bike, my heart brimming with joy. Today, not only did I set up the foundation for my spicy hot pot business, but I also unexpectedly found a lotus painting by Zhang Daqian. This trip was definitely worthwhile. Before I could even feel happy, the car suddenly lurched, and I almost got thrown out. I was so scared that I yelled for him to watch the road. Chunzi didn't even turn around, just said there was a pothole ahead, and told me not to panic. I was terrified by the jolts, and could only urge him to slow down and brake in time, so I wouldn't be shaken to death. I didn't breathe a sigh of relief until the tricycle safely entered Zhao family village. It was the time when the villagers were drinking soup, and there weren't many people on the road. I didn't go home. I went straight to Chunzi's house and told Zhao Lahan about my plan to go to the county town to sell spicy hot pot. I also mentioned that I couldn't manage it all by myself and wanted Chunzi's help. After listening, Zhao Lahan didn't immediately agree. Instead, he asked me worriedly if there would be any problems with my plan. I told him that the policy had loosened now, and it wouldn't be easy to run into trouble if he set up his stall at night. Zhao Lahan was silent for a while, looked at Chunzi, then at me, and his eyes slowly reddened. He spoke very frankly. Everyone in the village treated Chunzi like a fool, and no one wanted to associate with him. Only I genuinely treated Chunzi like a human being and didn't see him as a fool. My heart ached when I heard this, so I quickly took out a cigarette and lit it for him, telling him that Chunzi would give me 5 yuan a day for helping me and that I would treat him like a brother. But Zhao Laohan glared at him and said that I kept calling him brother and close brother, confusing them both. He added that if his father heard me, he would definitely beat me. He also said that we were all family, so why talk about wages? Chunzi only had a lot of strength left, and as long as he could help, that was enough. Providing him with enough to eat was sufficient. Chapter 25 Night Raid on the Widow's Door. Rural people value seniority and rules above all else. Zhao Laoan also felt that by taking Chunzi out to work, he had already broadened Chunzi's horizons. He knew his own son's situation perfectly well and refused to ask for more wages. Seeing how stubborn he was, I didn't say anything more, but I was thinking that I would find a way to make up for Chunzi's share later, or find another way to help their family make their lives better. The next morning, I unusually woke up earlier than my dad. As soon as I closed the door and went out, Li Xiaoling woke up and couldn't help but mutter, like a molting monkey, it doesn't even take up any space in the house anymore. When she saw that Zhao Fugui was still sleeping soundly, she kicked him awake. It's already dawn. Hurry up and go to the backyard to feed the pigs. Zhao Fugui grunted twice, turned over, and went back to sleep. Li Xiaoling was so angry that she cursed and swore, and had no choice but to get off the bed herself. I hadn't gone far from the door when I saw a figure sneaking out of Widow Lu's house. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Zhao Yukai, the old bachelor from the east end of the village. This man is over 40 and still hasn't married. He's lazy and good for nothing, and he's almost squandered the family fortune left by his ancestors. What good could come of leaving a widow's house so early in the morning? Just as I was about to yell, Zhao Yukai saw me too. He was so startled that he panicked and his pants fell down because he didn't fasten his belt properly. That scene was so horrible I couldn't bear to look at it. With such meager skills, they dared to raid a widow's house at night. Zhao Yukai felt a chill down below and quickly pulled up his pants, hurriedly explaining, "Who do we have here? It's Uncle Ba. Don't misunderstand. I'm just bringing something to Sister Lu. In our Zhao family lineage, I'm the 8th son, with 7 brothers above me. Zhao Taibei is the 4th, and the eldest is over 70, already having great-grandchildren. So it's not surprising that Zhao Yukai calls me 8th uncle." I sneered, "Delivering something? You're probably just trying to unclog Widow Lu's pipes, aren't you? You're kidding me." I couldn't be bothered arguing with such a jerk, so I turned and left. But Zhao Yukai thought I was going to report him to the village chief, and he chased after me, pulling up his pants with one hand. These days, having casual relationships is no small matter. He wouldn't dare take advantage of my age to bully me, otherwise his entire family would be disgraced. Besides, the village secretary, Zhao Jizhou, is my father's elder brother. He caught up with me, pleading in a low voice, "Uncle Ba, little ancestor, can you just pretend you didn't see anything? I've been holding in for so long, I had no choice. Who wants to go to that old hag? Please." I was about to say, "I can't be bothered with your messy affairs. Only you wouldn't mind a mess." But before I could finish, he suddenly added, "Uncle Ba, my family has an ancestral heirloom. Wait here, I'll get it for you right now." After saying that, he pulled up his pants and ran home. I glanced at him, but didn't think much of it. His dilapidated house, with hardly any decent windows left, what treasure could he possibly have? I continued walking towards Chunzi's house. As soon as I pushed open the creaking wooden door, I saw Zhao Laoan and his son sitting around a small, yellowed square table, drinking porridge with a dish of dark, pickled vegetables. When Zhao Laoan looked up and saw it was me, he didn't react in any particular way. He just swallowed the porridge in his mouth and tapped the edge of the table in front of Chunzi with his chopsticks. "Chunzi, go and get a bowl for your Uncle Dongzi." Chunzi responded and put down the rough porcelain bowl before going to the kitchen. A little while later, he brought out a steaming bowl of corn and hazelnuts and handed it to me. "Uncle Dongzi, drink it while it's hot." Without being polite, I stood by the table and took a slurp. The hot, thick corn syrup went down my throat, instantly suppressing the slight chill of the morning. Old Zhao pointed to the pickled vegetables. "Dongzi, eat some with this. Drinking porridge on an empty stomach helps to cleanse the body of the grease." I waved my hand, my mind not on breakfast. I finished the porridge in a few gulps, put down the bowl, and said to him, "Brother Lao Han, after we finish eating, Chunzi and I will gather the vegetables and meatballs we bought yesterday, wash and chop them. If the sun looks good this afternoon, we'll set up the stall and test the waters." Old Zhao finished the last bit of porridge, wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, and nodded, saying, "Okay, let Chunzi help you. If there's not enough water, have him fetch some from the well." After finishing her meal, without being told, Chunzi cleared the bowls and chopsticks to the stove and then picked up the large wooden bucket under the eaves and walked towards the old well at the village entrance. He was tall and strong. With a powerful push of his arms, he carried a bucket of water in each hand, walking steadily and quickly. After 2 trips, the large water vat in the yard, which was half his height, was filled to the brim, and the clear water was almost overflowing. I also got busy, taking all the cabbages, potatoes, radishes, spinach, and garland chrysanthemums that I bought from town yesterday out of the basket and piling them on the bluestone slab in the yard. I also brought over 2 large wooden basins, rolled up my sleeves, and got ready to get to work. After Chunzi finished fetching water, he squatted down next to me and, imitating me, picked up the spinach, clumsily removing the yellow leaves and snapping off the tough roots. As I helped him, I taught him how to sort and wash it. Just as I was busy, I suddenly heard hurried footsteps at the door. I looked up and saw Zhao Yukai carrying an old wooden box the size of a palm, squeezing sideways into the doorway, as if afraid of being seen. His eyes lit up the moment he saw me. Then he quickly glanced at Chunzi and Zhao Laohan beside him, a hint of embarrassment flashing across his face. "Uncle Ba, I finally found you." So the cat was here. As he spoke, he placed the dark-colored square wooden box on the threshold. Making a soft click sound, "I've put the things here for you." I was still holding potatoes in my hand, my hands covered in mud and water. I looked down at the wooden box, then at his guilty look, and I immediately understood. So this guy really does have some family heirlooms. But is Zhao Yukai really willing to use them to shut me up? Before I could even ask what it was, Zhao Yukai, as if feeling uneasy under Zhao Liahan's gaze, quickly lowered his voice and added, "Uncle Ba, I've given you the thing. As for our affair, forget it. Please forget it." Before I could even react, he turned and ran out of the yard like a dog was chasing me, disappearing around the corner of the dirt road in the blink of an eye. I looked at the empty courtyard gate, then glanced down at the quiet wooden box at my feet, and after a long while shook my head, feeling both amused and exasperated. That coward! Chapter 26, The Strange Stone. After leaving the wooden box, Zhao Yukai hurriedly left. Before I could even go over to look at it, Chunzi, like a child, dropped the spinach and rushed over with a face full of curiosity. He asked in a deep voice, "Uncle Dongzi, what did Brother Yukai give me so mysteriously?" Before I could answer, his big hand had already scooped up the wooden box. The box was quite heavy. Chunzi shook it, and a dull thud came from inside as something hard hit the box wall. He imitated how others open boxes, grabbing the brass clasp and pulling hard. With a click, the lid was lifted open. Chunzi stared wide-eyed inside, her anticipation vanishing instantly. She pouted and said, "Hey, I thought it was something special, all covered up so tightly, but it's just a broken rock." After saying that, he didn't even bother to take out to look at it. He snapped the lid shut, turned around, and placed the wooden box on the bluestone slab next to me. "Uncle Dongzi, here you go." Chunzi's comment, "broken stone," piqued my interest. I stopped peeling potatoes, put the knife and potatoes aside, wiped my hands on my trouser leg, and picked up the wooden box. As soon as I held this thing in my hand, I felt a slight unease. It was quite heavy. I pried open the somewhat stiff brass clasp, lifted the lid, and saw a layer of yellowed, old velvet cloth lining the box, with a dark object embedded in the middle. It really was a stone, but I knew at a glance that it was no ordinary stone commonly found by rivers and in the mountains. The thing was hexagonal in shape, flat on top and bottom, with 6 regular sides, and about the size of an adult man's fist. The entire stone was jet black, so dark it seemed to absorb all the light. A faint, dark hue peeked out from the edges, somewhat like old black jade, but without the warmth of jade. Instead, it exuded a cold, hard quality. The strangest thing is that every facet of it is covered with symbols. These things are not like patterns, nor like any kind of writing I have ever seen. Some look like coiled insects and snakes, some like stars, and others like some kind of strange totem. The engravings are deep, and there seem to be even darker sediments inside. So even though the stone itself is black, the symbols are still clear, giving it an indescribable sense of antiquity and mystery. I carefully removed the stone pillar. It felt cold and heavy to the touch, with a fine and dense texture, definitely not ordinary stone. I examined it for a long time, turning it over and over, running my fingers over the uneven carvings, but I couldn't discern anything about it. This thing doesn't resemble jewelry. It has no holes. Nor does it look like a paperweight or a tool. Its shape is truly peculiar. I don't understand its origin, nor the runes on it, but the more I don't understand it, the stronger that strange feeling in my heart becomes. My intuition told me that this broken stone was definitely something special. I put it back in a box, gently closed it, and planned to ask Xia Tianyu's father to take a look and see what it was. By the time the last bowl of greens was washed and drained, the radishes and potatoes were sliced, and the various meatballs and tofu puffs were neatly arranged. It was already noon. The sun was high in the sky, making people sweat profusely. Old Zhao poked his head out of the house, looked at the belongings that had been tidied up in the yard, then at me, who had been busy all morning, and said dryly, "Dongzi, it's noon. Just grab a bite here and go back after you've eaten." I straightened my aching back, patted the water off my hands, and replied with a smile, "Thanks, Brother Han. But no, I had some leftovers at home this morning. I'll just heat them up when I get back. I still need this strength this afternoon." I turned to look at Chunzi, who was clumsily stacking wooden tubs. "Chunzi, go back and eat your fill, take a nap, and get some rest. We're going to set off this afternoon." Upon hearing the word, going to war, Chunzi's eyes immediately lit up, and she nodded vigorously. "Yes. Uncle Dongzi, I eat a lot, so I have plenty of energy." Back in her courtyard, Li Juling had already prepared lunch. A bowl of fragrant oil-splashed noodles was served, accompanied by a couple of cloves of garlic. The taste was simply delightful. After finishing my meal, I lay on the kang, a heated brick bed, to rest for a while. Then I took out that strange stone and examined it for a long time, but I still couldn't figure it out, so I had to put it away again. Just before leaving in the afternoon, my father, who had been squatting on the doorstep smoking his pipe and hadn't said much, tapped his pipe, looked at me with his cloudy eyes, and said only 3 words, "Be careful." These words were simple, yet weighty. I understood what he meant. These days, running a small business wasn't as honest as farming. It required being in the public eye and having sharp eyes and ears everywhere. I nodded. "I understand, Dad." Around 3 p.m., the sun was setting and the heat had subsided slightly. Chunzi and I loaded the stove, pot, vegetable basket, spice jars, bowls, chopsticks, and other household items onto the tricycle and carefully secured them with hemp rope and an old net bag. That brand new blue tricycle, carrying our heavy hopes, made a light clattering sound as Chunzi pedaled hard and drove away from the village toward the county town. Upon entering the county town, the streets became noticeably more lively. The sounds of bicycle bells, conversations, and the sputtering of tractors mingled together, creating the unique, bustling atmosphere characteristic of towns. I scanned both sides of the street, looking for a suitable spot. Finally, I settled on an open space in front of the county theater. The theater was a newly built 2-story building where movies, performances, and large meetings were usually held, so the foot traffic was quite good. The area in front of the theater is spacious, with several large trees nearby that provide some shade without blocking the way. Most importantly, there's no performance at the theater right now, so the area is quiet, which is perfect for us to set up our stall. I called out to Chunzi, "This is it. Pull over and make sure it's clean." As soon as the car stopped, we got to work. Chunzi, being strong, was in charge of moving the stove and soup pot down and setting them up. I, on the other hand, quickly set up the small table and placed the washed and chopped vegetables one by one into the enamel plates. Red and green vegetables, meatballs, and tofu puffs were all neatly arranged. Oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, chili powder, and my specially prepared mixed spice powder were also stored in small earthenware jars and glass bottles, lined up in a row. Our commotion quickly attracted the attention of the nearby vendors. An old lady selling needles and thread, an old man selling cricket cages, and a young man selling popsicles from a cart all stared at us curiously. These days, it's not uncommon to find food cooked and sold on the street, but it's rare to see something as complete and plentiful as what we've prepared. The old man selling cricket cages couldn't help but ask, "Young man, what are you selling?" As I adjusted the stove, I replied with a smile, "Grandpa, we sell malatang, spicy hot pot. The hot soup is used to cook the vegetables. It's fragrant, spicy, and delicious. It's perfect for warming up when it's cold." The group exchanged glances. Clearly none of them had heard of the name. I didn't explain much, just focused on getting the fire going, placing the large aluminum pot on top, and pouring in the bone broth I had prepared that morning. Before long, the soup began to boil, and a rich aroma rose with the steam, slowly spreading in all directions. Chapter 27 Business Opens. Everything was ready. The soup pot bubbled and steamed on the stove, its rich aroma wafting towards the theater entrance on the breeze. The setting sun shone on a row of dishes. The greens were bright, the tofu puffs were golden, and the meatballs were plump and round. They looked incredibly tempting. I wiped my hands and looked up. The theater entrance was slowly filling up. Some were waiting for the evening movie. Others were just passing by after get off work. Then I saw Chunzi next to me, her eyes fixed on the soup pot, and I couldn't help but laugh. I picked up a wide-mouthed bowl, used long bamboo chopsticks to pick up a few slices of luncheon meat with alternating layers of fat and lean meat, then added a handful of spinach, a few pieces of tofu puffs, 2 pork meatballs, and a chopstickful of vermicelli, and dumped them all into the boiling soup. As I stirred the ingredients in the pot, I called out to Chunzi, "You've been busy all day. Let me make you a bowl first so you can try out our Zhaoji Malatang and see how it is." As soon as Chunzi heard there was food, she happily gathered around. The business hasn't officially opened yet, so I'm not in a hurry. I'll feed this little helper first, so she can get to work later. Before long, Chunzi's first bowl of malatang was ready. A thick white bone broth formed the base, with red oil floating on top. Spinach, luncheon meat, tofu puffs, and meatballs soaked in the broth. Then a spoonful of special spice powder and sesame sauce was poured over it, and finally some chopped green onions and crushed peanuts were sprinkled on top. As soon as the steam rose, the aroma became even more intense, immediately attracting the attention of many passers-by. Chunzi took the bowl, not caring that it was hot, blew on it a couple of times, picked up a piece of luncheon meat, and stuffed it into her mouth. It was so hot that she slurped it up, but she couldn't bear to spit it out, and her mouth was covered in red oil. His eating manners, coupled with the constantly bubbling aroma from the pot, quickly attracted a young couple. The girl had 2 braids and wore a floral shirt, while the boy wore a blue polyester shirt and a shiny watch on his wrist. The girl took a deep sniff, her gaze falling on Chunzi's bowl, then looking at the vegetables and meat on my stall. Her curiosity and craving were impossible to hide. She couldn't help but ask, "Boss, what are you selling? It smells so good." I looked up and smiled. "Miss, this is called malatang, spicy hot pot. It has a secret recipe broth, is freshly cooked, and is hot and spicy. Want a bowl to try? I guarantee you'll want more. If you don't like it, you don't have to pay." Such words would be commonplace in later generations, but in this day and age, they seem particularly fresh and resonant. Especially the aroma of malatang, so fragrant and spicy, it goes straight to your nose, and anyone who smells it can't help but be tempted. The girl repeated, "Malatang?" She clearly hadn't heard of it, but the aroma was enticing and the sight was irresistible. Her craving quickly overcame her hesitation. She gently tugged at her male companion's sleeve, her meaning crystal clear. The man was more composed than her. He first looked at my stall, then glanced at Chunzi, who was sweating profusely from eating, and asked, "How much?" I said in a loud voice, "2 yuan a bowl. Look here, there's meat, vegetables, bean products, and vermicelli. The soup is made from pork bones, and the seasonings are carefully prepared. 1 bowl is both a meal and a side dish. It's affordable and filling." The man frowned. 2 yuan? What kind of food is so expensive? A bowl of plain noodles only costs a few cents. I wasn't annoyed and still smiled as I said, "Comrade, Yansha noodles are clear broth noodles, but ours has both meat and vegetables, and the broth is rich and flavorful. The bone broth has been simmering for several hours, and the seasonings are also quite elaborate. Whether it's worth 2 yuan or not, you can try it first and then decide. Consider the first bowl a taste test." The man glanced at his girlfriend's expectant eyes, then at the bubbling red soup in the pot, and then at Chunzi's nearly empty bowl. Finally, he was lured by the aroma. He pulled a neatly folded 2 yuan bill from his pocket, handed it to me, and said, "Okay, have a bowl. If it's not good, I really won't pay." I took the money and readily agreed. "Okay, don't worry." I turned to Chunzi, who had just finished the last sip of soup and was still licking her lips, and shouted, "Chunzi, take the money." As soon as I said it, I realized that the money was exactly what she had given me, and I didn't need to give her change. I quickly picked up the large bowl and asked the girl what she wanted to eat. She excitedly ordered a few dishes, so I cooked them accordingly. Once they were cooked, I scooped them out, put them in a bowl, poured broth, drizzled sauce, and sprinkled seasonings on top. A steaming bowl of spicy hot pot was quickly delivered to her. The girl carefully blew on it, then picked up a piece of spinach coated in sesame paste and chili oil and put it in her mouth. The next moment, her eyes lit up and her face was full of surprise. "Wow, this is so delicious." She practically shouted it out, not caring about burning her mouth or her appearance, and started eating heartily. Her chopsticks moved back and forth between the bowl and her mouth, and soon her cheeks were flushed red from the spiciness. Her male companion was initially skeptical, thinking she was just being greedy or trying to save face for him. But seeing how much she enjoyed her food, it didn't seem like she was faking it at all, and his stomach growled loudly involuntarily. He picked up the spare chopsticks, and with a scrutinizing look, took a slice of potato from his girlfriend's bowl. The potato was cooked perfectly in the thick soup, its edges slightly translucent, having absorbed all the broth. He put it in his mouth and gently sipped it, his expression instantly changing. Chapter 28 sold out completely. The man's expression changed immediately after he put the potato in his mouth. The potato was soft and flavorful, almost melting in his mouth, yet still had a slight chewiness. Then, the richness of the bone broth, the spiciness of the chili peppers and Sichuan peppercorns, and the aroma of the sesame paste exploded in his mouth. The distinct flavors blended perfectly, instantly dispelling all his doubts. He didn't even have time to speak before swallowing and quickly picking up another meatball. As soon as he bit into the meatball, the savory flavor of the meat juice mixed with the broth burst out, and his eyes lit up. The next second, he looked up at me and shouted, "Boss, another bowl. No, 2 bowls. Give me a big one, too." As he spoke, he slapped 2 yuan onto the lid of the tin box. I immediately agreed and turned to call Chunzi. "Come over here and collect the money." "Still eating? Don't you have any manners?" The young couple's reaction, especially the man's comment, 2 more bowls, was like a fire that set off all the onlookers. People who were initially hesitant to buy the food because they thought 2 yuan was too expensive immediately lost their reservations when they saw how much they were eating, as if they were going to swallow their tongues. "Boss, give me a bowl. I want extra spice. Give me 2 more pieces of tofu puffs." This way I came first. In an instant, the sounds of orders and urging filled the air, and a queue quickly formed in front of the stall. Everyone craned their necks, their eyes drawn to the steam and aroma wafting from the pot. My hands never stopped moving, picking up vegetables, putting them in the pot, seasoning, and serving, and the process became smoother and smoother with each step. I was happy, but I also had to greet the guests. I was so busy that my feet barely touched the ground, yet I didn't get flustered at all. Chunzi finally got into the swing of things, taking care of everything from collecting money and giving change to handing out bowls and washing dishes. Luckily, I had prepared some change beforehand. Otherwise, just giving change would have been a complete mess. The guests ate too quickly, and he couldn't keep up with the speed at which he washed the dishes. Before long, a small stack of bowls piled up next to the bucket, making him sweat profusely as he scrubbed the dishes with his arms, splashing water everywhere. Someone in the queue couldn't help but urge, "Boss, hurry up. We've been waiting forever." I smiled and agreed, and my hands moved even faster. Some people who had already received their bowls were squatting, some were standing, they were gasping for breath from the heat, and sweat was pouring down their foreheads from the spiciness, but no one was willing to stop eating. This is the real deal. It's spicy and satisfying and numbingly delicious. It smells so good. This soup is even richer than the bone broth we make at home. How did you make this seasoning? It would taste great, even mixed with shoe soles. Boss, add some more vermicelli. I'll have another bowl. The first one wasn't enough. The area in front of the theater suddenly turned into a food fair, with the air filled with the aroma of spicy and savory food. People got more and more excited as they ate, while those waiting in line became increasingly hungry. Sweat streamed down my face, but I didn't have time to wipe it away. Chunzi was even busier, spinning around like a top, collecting money, washing dishes, and handing them out, constantly changing the water in the bucket. Time flies, the sun slowly sets, and the sky is tinged with orange-red. I habitually reach into the basket to grab some cabbages, but my hand finds nothing. I look down, and my heart skipped a beat. All the vegetables, meatballs, and bean products I had prepared in advance were gone, and even the glass noodles were down to just a small handful. The broth in the pot had shrunk considerably due to the constant addition of water to cook the vegetables, and its color and flavor were not as rich as they had been at the beginning. Yet, there were still more than a dozen people queuing behind them. When the people behind me saw that I had stopped moving and noticed the empty vegetable basket, they immediately started to stir. "What happened? Boss, don't stop. It's my turn. I've been waiting in line for almost half an hour. How could it be gone?" I came here, following the smell. I straightened up, wiped the sweat from my brow, and could only raise my voice to shout, "Everyone, I'm so sorry. All the ingredients we prepared for today are sold out. Really, that's all." These words immediately caused an uproar among the people in line. "What? Sold out? I've been standing here for so long, and you just say it's gone? No, boss, you have to think of something. My mouth is watering. How can you do business like this? It's only this early. The dozen or so people's faces were full of disappointment and resentment. I didn't expect the first day of the stall to be so popular. I thought I could sell the materials until the evening, but they were all sold out in less than 2 hours. I quickly clasped my hands in apology and said with a smile, "Dear neighbors, I'm so sorry. It's my first day setting up a stall. I had no experience and didn't prepare enough. I didn't expect everyone to be so supportive." Seeing that the complaints hadn't stopped, I raised my voice and said, "How about this? Those who didn't get any today can come back tomorrow, and I'll give them a 50-cent discount. I'll only charge $1.50 a bowl as an apology to everyone. Okay." Hearing that it would be 50 cents cheaper, everyone's anger slowly subsided. 1.5 yuan did sound much better. Even though they didn't get to eat today, being able to get a bargain tomorrow would be some compensation. After a few more whispered words, they slowly dispersed with regret. Some people lingered, turning back again and again, their eyes fixed on the now extinguished soup pot. Once the last passerby left, the theater entrance finally quieted down. Bamboo skewers, oil stains, and soup remained on the ground, and a lingering aroma of spicy broth still hung in the air. I breathed a long sigh of relief, and my arms and shoulders, which had been tense all afternoon, suddenly ached. My wrists were also a little numb, and when I turned my neck, my bones seemed to crack. I turned around to ask Chunzi to clean up, but I saw him leaning against the tricycle wheel, slumped on the ground with his legs stretched out, his hair stuck to his forehead with sweat, and his clothes covered with water stains and oil spots. He was panting heavily, his eyes glazed over, looking like a tired dog. Looking at him like that, I felt both annoyed and amused. I walked over, gently touched his calf with my toe, and laughed. "Hey, young man, you're already this tired? You're exhausted after washing a few dishes? Get up and clean up, and when you get home, ask your dad to stew a pork knuckle for you to nourish yourself." Upon hearing pork knuckle, Chunzi's eyes lit up slightly, but she remained motionless, only muttering weakly, "Uncle Dongzi, there are too many bowls, the water is all blurry." I shook my head and smiled, knowing the child was truly exhausted, so I bent down to clean up the mess. Although my body was tired, my mind was already racing with calculations. The more I calculated, the more I couldn't suppress the smile on my face. The first day was a success. However, just as I was packing up my stall, a pleasant voice suddenly rang out, "Boss, do you still have mala tang?" Chapter 29 earned so much money all at once. I turned around when I heard the sound and saw a girl of about 18 or 19 standing a few steps away. She was wearing a light blue floral polyester shirt, and her 2 braids were jet black and shiny, with red ribbons tied to the ends. She had fair skin, an oval face, and large, bright almond-shaped eyes, which were fixed intently on the empty pot and vegetable basket behind me. Having lived in this era, I'd never seen such a pure and beautiful girl before, and I couldn't help but steal a few more glances. I straightened up and smiled apologetically. "Miss, I'm sorry. All the vegetables are sold out, and the soup is almost gone. This is my first time setting up a stall, so I didn't prepare enough. Why don't you come back tomorrow?" Upon hearing this, the girl couldn't hide her disappointment. She pouted slightly, looked at the empty vegetable basket and soup pot again, and asked unwillingly, "Is there really none left?" I smelled the aroma from far away and ran all the way from the other side of the street. Her voice was filled with grievance, making one feel a little sorry for her. Chunzi, having recovered by now, got up from the ground and chimed in, "Girl, really, we're all gone. We sold out so fast. You see, we can't even keep up with washing the dishes." He pointed to the stack of wet bowls at his feet. The girl looked at Chunzi, then at my tired but sincere face, and finally believed him. She could only sigh softly and wipe the sweat from her nose with her handkerchief. She asked softly, "Are you coming again tomorrow?" "What time?" I immediately assured her, "Yes, definitely. We'll come around 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon to prepare extra ingredients. If you come, I'll add extra tofu puffs and glass noodles for you." The girl's eyes lit up again, and she nodded vigorously. "Then I'll come earlier tomorrow. It's a deal." After saying that, she took one last reluctant look at the big pot before leaving, turning back every few steps. Watching that blue figure disappear around the street corner, I shook my head with a smile. It seems this spicy hot pot not only captivates the souls of the old and young, but even young women are drawn in. Chunzi scratched his head and chuckled, saying the girl looked like someone from a New Year's painting. I slapped the back of his head. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and pack up. Go home and count your money. Although I said that, I was already thinking about it. Malatang has a wider audience than I thought. Maybe I should also prepare some clear broth and add some ingredients that girls like. Chunzi and I worked quickly, loading the pots, pans, stove, and spice jars onto the tricycle one by one and securing them with ropes. Chunzi emptied the dishwater and gave the floor a quick wipe. By the time we finished, it was already getting dark. Chunzi hopped on the tricycle, but I was too tired to walk, so I simply jumped into the empty carriage and sat down. When we got back to Zhao family village, the light in the west room was still on, so I knew my parents hadn't gone to sleep yet. Sure enough, as soon as I pushed open the door, old man Zhao and his mother stood there, dressed in their clothes and carrying a kerosene lamp. The first thing father asked was, "Is everything all right?" Before I could speak, Chunzi stepped closer. He was incredibly excited. "Third master, you have no idea how popular our spicy hot pot is. So many people are scrambling to eat it. My arm is practically broken." He then stretched his arm. Seeing that we were all right, old man Zhao was relieved and praised Chunzi with a smile. Chunzi immediately forgot her fatigue and stood beside him, grinning foolishly. After unloading the stove, I hugged the iron box, proudly waved it at my father, and turned to go into the inner room. I dumped all the money onto the table with a clatter, scattering banknotes and coins everywhere. My mother, Li Xiuling, followed me out, and like old man Zhao, her eyes widened in disbelief when she saw the money on the table. Although they were all small bills, the largest being no more than 10 yuan, the sheer volume of money piled on the table still made my heart skip a beat. I sorted the money into categories, counted it twice, and then breathed a sigh of relief. My mother leaned closer, her voice trembling slightly. "How much?" I smiled, my eyes narrowing. 428 yuan. Upon hearing this, my parents both gasped, their faces filled with disbelief. Old Zhao rubbed his eyes, staring intently at the pile of money. "So much? I could work my butt off all year and not earn this much, and you made it all in one day." He'd been a farmer for half his life, and after paying for his own food, he was lucky if he could save a few dozen yuan a year. But I earned in just a few hours and one night what he couldn't save in several years. Mother reached out to touch the pile of money, but pulled her hand back just before her fingertips touched it, as if afraid of getting burned. I quickly said, "Dad, there's still more than 60 yuan of cost money in here." Even after deducting costs, the amount was still staggering. Chunzi stood beside him, mouth agape. He only knew they had sold a lot of bowls, but he hadn't expected to make so much money. He counted on his fingers for a long time, only to find that he couldn't possibly count it all. Old Zhao finally found his voice and asked hoarsely, "Is this really from selling spicy hot pot?" I nodded, "Absolutely. 2 yuan a bowl. I prepared more than 200 bowls of broth today, and they were all sold out. There were even people who didn't get any." I added that my parents didn't see the scene. It was so crowded, everyone was scrambling to buy things, and Chunzi was washing dishes until she couldn't even lift her arms. My mother sat on the edge of the kang, a heated brick bed, clutching her chest, her eyes still glued to the pile of money. She murmured, 2 yuan a bowl. So many people eating? Is it so easy to make money off city people? I shook my head and told her that it's not that city people's money is easy to make. It's that our food is delicious and worth the price. Thinking of the taste they had experienced during the day, the parents nodded involuntarily. That spicy and savory flavor was indeed something they had never tasted before. Once they tried it, they would never forget it. But my mother still felt uneasy and asked me worriedly, "Dandan, is this money too hot to handle? Won't it cause some trouble?" She always remembered my worries when I used to deal with rare and unusual things. I sat down next to my mother, took her rough hand, and said earnestly, "Mother, don't worry, this money is clean. It's all earned by selling bowls of food. We earn our living with our skills, and no one can find fault with that." Seeing that my parents were still worried, I softened my tone. "Dad, Mom, the world is changing, and there will be more and more people earning money through their own abilities in the future. Our family can't stay poor forever. Here's what I plan to do with this money." I took out about 100 yuan and pushed it in front of them. "Keep these. Buy what you need for the house, and buy something nice to eat if you want. Don't always be frugal, especially Dad's health is important." Then I set aside another 100 yuan. "Tomorrow I'll go to the township and county to buy ingredients. I need to prepare enough meat, bones, and good seasonings. I also need to buy some utensils. If we don't have enough bowls, we'll need to add more stools. Finally, I looked at Chunzi, who was staring at me expectantly, and counted out 20 yuan, handing it to him. Chunzi, this is your wages. You did the most work today, and we agreed that you would get a share of the money. Take it back to your father and make him happy. Don't stop taking the medicine for your leg. Chunzi's hands trembled as she looked at the 20 yuan, and she kept backing away, saying, No, Uncle Dongzi, that's too much. 5 yuan is enough. How can I take so much? He was already overjoyed when he heard it was 5 yuan, but he never expected it to suddenly become 20. Without a word, I shoved the money into his hand. Take it. Work hard in the future, and you'll get plenty. Go home and get some sleep, and come back early tomorrow. There'll be even more work. Chapter 30. Contentment is the key to success. Chunzi clutched the 21 yuan bills as if they were hot coals, so excited he didn't know where to put his hands. He looked at me, then at my parents, and finally bowed deeply. Thank you, third master. Thank you, third madam. Thank you, Uncle Dongzi. After saying that, he clutched the money tightly, as if afraid it would fly away if he let go, and ran away, looking back every few steps. After seeing Chunzi off, I gathered up the remaining money, which was over 200 yuan. I said to my parents, I'll keep this as capital for now. I need to buy more goods tomorrow, and it'll also be in case of emergencies. My father, Zhao Fuge, looked at me, his expression slowly shifting from shock to a complex mix of relief, pride, and worry. He lit his pipe, took 2 puffs, and then spoke. Egg, you've grown up. You have your own ideas, and you can make money. I'm happy, but the taller the tree, the more the wind blows. Money is the most coveted thing. You have to be steady in your actions and have a sense of right and wrong. I nodded earnestly. Dad, I remember. I will be careful. My mother, Li Xiuling, carefully put away the 100 yuan she had given them, her hands still trembling. She looked at me, her eyes a little red. My child has made something of himself. I'm just worried that you'll work too hard, and I'm also afraid that these good days won't last long. I smiled and comforted her. Mom, this is just the beginning. Later, when we've saved enough money, we'll renovate the house, buy new clothes for you and Dad, and a radio. When our sisters come back to their parents' home, we'll make sure they have a grand return. My mother was amused by my words and laughed through her tears. She gently patted me and said, Don't talk nonsense. It's good enough that you can keep this little stall afloat. Late at night, the lights in my parents' room went out, but I knew they wouldn't be able to sleep for a while. They were probably still thinking about that pile of money and the commotion I'd caused today. I lay in the east room, my body aching terribly, but my mind perfectly clear. 428 yuan, a fantastic start, proving my judgment correct. Spicy hot pot definitely has a market these days. But this is only the first step. For it to last, the taste must be consistent, the ingredients must be fresh, and hygiene must be impeccable. There will definitely be others imitating it in the future, and some may even be envious and cause trouble. As I thought about it, sleepiness crept over me. The last thought before I fell asleep was that I needed to buy a few more large basins tomorrow. Otherwise, Chunzi would have too much trouble washing the dishes. Disposable bowls would be great, but those aren't readily available these days. I'd better get more bowls and chopsticks first. The next morning, while it was still barely light, there was a knock on my front door. My father had just finished dressing when he heard the noise and went to open the door. Standing outside was Zhao Laoan, leaning on his cane, with Chunzi following behind, head down like a child who had done something wrong. Zhao Laoan looked apologetic. Third uncle, I should have come over last night, but I thought Dongzi was too tired after a long day, so I didn't bother him. My dad looked at Chunzi with a puzzled expression, then at Zhao Laoan. Laoan, what's wrong with you? Old Zhao sighed. Third uncle, the child was ignorant and took money he shouldn't have. As his father, I can't be confused. We agreed on 5 yuan, and that's 5 yuan. No more. After he finished speaking, he turned and glared fiercely at Chunzi. You son of a bitch, is there shit in your mouth? Don't you know how to greet people? Chunzi looked up and timidly called out, Third master. Then she lowered her head again. My dad finally understood and said irritably, Old fool, what are you doing? Chunzi has helped out a lot with my dandan, so it's only right that we give her more. Come on, let's go inside and talk. As he spoke, he stepped aside to make way and let Chunzi help her father in. But Zhao Laoan shook his head. Let's not go in. Let Dongzi sleep a little longer. He stuffed 15 yuan into my father's hand, leaving only the words, One should be content and not greedy. After saying that, he took Chunzi and limped away. My father held the 15 bills, still warm from his body, and looked at Zhao Liahan's hunched but upright back, then at Chunzi following behind with her head down. He couldn't describe the feeling in his heart. After closing the door, my dad went back inside. My mom got up and was about to start cooking when she saw him holding money and asked, "What's wrong? Who was that just now?" My dad put the money on the table and sighed. Old Han brought Chunzi back and returned the 15 yuan. We agreed on 5 yuan, so it's 5 yuan. We can't take more than that. My mother paused for a moment, wiped her hands, and came over. Looking at the stack of money, she looked out the door and sighed. Old Han is such a kind-hearted man. Chunzi will definitely give the money to his father as soon as he gets home. My father sat on the edge of the kang, a heated brick bed, took out his pipe, and said, "Old Han's family is struggling, and he has a leg problem, but he's poor, but has high aspirations. He knows the rules and knows when to advance and retreat. He's worried that our family might have reservations if Chunzi takes too much money, and he's also worried that the child is too young and might become unruly if he takes too much money." My mother nodded. "Then what should we do with the money?" My dad pondered for a moment. "Keep it for now, and tell Dandin when he wakes up. We have to appreciate Lao Han's kindness. In the future, we should take better care of Chunzi. We can't just give him money. We also need to teach him some real skills." As we were talking, I came out of the west room. Actually, the noise had already woken me up. "Father, Mother, who was that just now?" I think I heard Chunzi's father's voice. My dad briefly explained what happened and then pushed the 15 yuan in front of me. Looking at that stack of money, all my sleepiness vanished instantly. A poor farmer, whose legs were practically crippled, could remain so clear-headed in the face of money. This sense of duty and integrity was far more valuable than 15 yuan. I know in my heart that Zhao Laohan isn't a fool. He has foresight and is clear-headed. He knows what money he can take and what money he can't be greedy for. Chunzi is lucky to have such a father. Breakfast was simple: corn, hazelnuts, and pickled vegetables, but the whole family ate with great satisfaction. At the dinner table, I told them my plans for the day. I was going to go to the county to buy more ingredients and seasonings, and also to buy more bowls, chopsticks, tables, and chairs. Now that the business had started, I needed to get it under control as soon as possible. My dad said he'd come with me to help me out and lend a hand. I refused. "Dad, I can manage on my own. There's too much stuff to carry, and the tricycle can't fit everyone." It's not that I didn't want to take him with me, but when I woke up this morning, I found that the ring's energy was full. I need to hurry back to the modern world, get rid of the things in my space, and the hospital is waiting for money to save his life. If I bring my dad along, I won't be able to get away at all. My mother stayed at home, thoroughly cleaned the utensils used yesterday, and prepared some ingredients that could be stored for a long time. My dad wasn't angry after I rejected him. He just silently smoked. The kid's grown up and has his own ideas. He can only slowly adapt. Chapter 31 suyo. After breakfast, I rode my tricycle to town, spent 5 cents to find a place to park it, then slipped into a secluded corner, activated the ring, and returned to the modern world. The familiar dizziness had barely subsided when the musty smell of the rented room and the evening noise outside rushed in together. Without even taking a moment to recover, I grabbed my phone, which was charging on the bedside table. The screen lit up. The time was 6:42 p.m. There were several missed calls, all from Xia Tianyu. I immediately called back, and the call was answered almost instantly. Xia Tianyu exclaimed loudly as soon as he opened his mouth. "Damn, Dongzi, you're finally online? You've been disappearing every day. I thought you'd gone to steal some hot pot restaurant's secret broth recipe again." I had no time for banter with him, so I interrupted him directly. "Stop talking nonsense. We've got something in mind. Hurry up and drive over to pick me up so we can talk in person." There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, followed by a hushed exclamation. "Really? Mr. Dong, you're like family to me. Wait 5 minutes. Usual place, I'll be right there." I hung up the phone, speechless. This guy is shameless, calling me grandpa the moment he opens his mouth. Doesn't he care if his father, Xia Mingyuan, hears this and suddenly has an extra father? I then checked the storage space, with a painting lotus flowers awaiting crossing on an autumn river, wrapped in oil paper and blue cloth, and the rusty yet heavy Warring States period knife coin were both lying peacefully in the corner. I took a deep breath to calm myself down. My father was still in the hospital waiting for a kidney transplant and surgery. Every day was agonizing. The surgery fees and the exorbitantly priced anti-rejection drugs depended entirely on how much those things could fetch. I went to the bathroom to wash my face and changed into clean clothes, trying to wash away the fatigue and disorientation from shuttling between two worlds. The face in the mirror looked older than I actually was, and there were bloodshot eyes. A few minutes later, the familiar yet arrogant roar of a sports car echoed downstairs. I knew Xia Tianyu had arrived. I picked up an inconspicuous old canvas bag, locked the door, and went downstairs. The conspicuous sports car was parked at the alley entrance. Xia Tianyu leaned against the car door, smoking. He looked very casual, but his eyes kept glancing towards the stairwell entrance, so anxious that he couldn't hide it at all. Seeing me come out, he immediately stubbed out his cigarette and came over, his eyes fixed on the bag in my hand. "Where's the stuff? Have you looked at it? Are you sure?" I simply replied, "We'll talk about it once we're in the car." After getting into the passenger seat, Xia Tianyu quickly followed and got into the driver's seat, the car soon merging into the evening traffic. As he drove, he kept asking, "What exactly happened? Did your friend really get it? How did it happen so fast?" I had already prepared my explanation, and I blurted it out. "It's not that it's fast, it's just a coincidence. My friend went to the south to collect antiques and came across this one in the hands of a descendant of a wealthy family. That family is in urgent need of money, which is why they're willing to sell it. So, you'll have to ask your dad to give you a reasonable price." Xia Tianyu nodded repeatedly. "I understand. I can't let your friend down. I'll call my dad right now." He immediately called Xia Mingyuan, but Xia Mingyuan wasn't at the shop and told us to go directly to the Cloud Palace. When I heard the name, my heart skipped a beat. The heavenly palace on the clouds. That's where the rich people of Qin province congregate. A single villa there costs at least 20 million yuan. Those who can live there are either rich or powerful. The sports car left the bustling city center and headed towards the villa district in the suburbs. The higher the altitude, the quieter the roadside became, and even the streetlights seemed sophisticated. As I watched the receding shadows of the trees and the faint outlines of villas halfway up the mountain outside the window, a feeling of unease settled over me. The lives of the rich are truly luxurious. Even their residences are in a world completely different from those of ordinary people. Xia Tianyu also put away his usual playful demeanor and became much more serious. He whispered to me that the old gentleman's surname was Su, and that he was a very influential figure before retirement. Although he had retired, he still had a considerable network of connections. He said that Mr. Su was an avid collector, especially of modern and contemporary calligraphy and paintings, and was a truly knowledgeable person who was willing to spend money. Xia Mingyuan had a good relationship with him, and this time he reluctantly accepted the commission. Finally, Xia Tianyu reminded me again, "Dongzi, when we meet later, talk less and listen more. Answer whatever old Su asks, be respectful, but don't be too humble. He appreciates capable and composed young people." I kept my eyes closed and didn't reply, but I was indifferent. I was there to sell things, not to ask for favors. Ultimately, it's a cash-on-delivery transaction. Why all the fuss? More than half an hour later, the car passed through a strict gate check and entered the Cloud Top Palace. The roads inside were wide and quiet, with exquisitely manicured gardens and uniquely styled villas on both sides. When the landscape lights were turned on, the luxury was even more apparent. Finally, the car stopped in front of a Chinese-style villa. With its white walls, gray tiles, and deep courtyard, it was clearly not an ordinary family's home. Xia Mingyuan was already standing at the door waiting. When the car arrived, he walked over quickly, nodded to Xia Tianyu first, then his gaze fell on me. Lingering for a moment on the canvas bag in my hand, his eyes filled with scrutiny and expectation. After I got out of the car, I politely called out, "Uncle Xia." I may not care about that old man Su, but I still have to give Xia Mingyuan the face he deserves. Xia Mingyuan's voice was as steady as ever, but with a hint of urgency. "Little Zhao is here. You must be tired from the journey. Old Master Su is waiting in the study. Did you bring the painting?" I patted the canvas bag. "I brought it, but my friend repeatedly told me that the items are valuable, and we need to discuss them in a safe environment, after a real expert has examined them." A hint of approval flashed in Xia Mingyuan's eyes, and he nodded, saying, "That's how it should be. Follow me." The three of us entered the villa. It wasn't the kind of opulent, glittering luxury you'd expect. Instead, it exuded elegance. Antique shelves, calligraphy, and paintings by renowned artists, and rosewood furniture were arranged perfectly, and a faint scent of sandalwood filled the air. Led by a butler dressed in Chinese attire, we passed through the living room and arrived at a spacious and bright study. 2 walls were lined with floor-to-ceiling bookshelves, and the other wall was adorned with several landscape paintings with a profound and evocative atmosphere. An elderly man sat behind the desk, dressed in a dark blue Zhongshan suit. His hair was neatly combed, and although his face was thin, he was in high spirits. He was toying with a pair of warm, shiny walnuts in his hands. Seeing us enter, Suyu raised his head, his gaze calm, yet seemingly able to see through people's hearts. He first glanced at Xia Mingyuan, nodded slightly. Then his gaze shifted to me, finally settling on the old canvas bag. Mingyuan is here. Suyu's voice wasn't loud, but it carried the composure of someone accustomed to a high position. Is this the young man you mentioned who has connections? Xia Mingyuan respectfully introduced. Mr. Su, this is Zhao Wendong. Young Zhao, this is Mr. Su. I stepped forward and bowed slightly, neither humble nor arrogant. Hello, Mr. Su. Suyu stared at me for a few seconds, as if assessing me, then gave a soft, put down the walnuts and said directly, I heard from Mingyuan that your friend has a landscape painting by Zhang Daqian from the year of Wuyin. I adjusted my breathing and spoke clearly and confidently. Yes, Master Su. It is a silk scroll painting of lotus flowers in oil and color, titled Waiting for the Ferry on the Autumn River, dated autumn of the year of Wuyin, painted in the Qingqing Mountains and stamped with the seals of Zhang Yuan and Daqian Jusher. I didn't exaggerate. I just revealed the key information. My friend acquired it by chance from an old merchant in the south. Knowing that you, sir, appreciate fine things, he asked me to bring it to you for your appraisal. After saying that, all I could think about was quickly inspecting the goods, negotiating the price, and getting the money to leave, because the old man's gaze still held a hint of disdain. Chapter 32, 3 million. Upon hearing this, Su Yu's eyes immediately lit up, and he leaned forward, asking me urgently, Where's the painting? May I see it? I placed the canvas bag on the long table covered with velvet, and under the watchful eyes of Xia, Mingyuan, and old Su, I carefully unwrapped the package and took out the scroll protected by oil paper and blue cloth. I took a deep breath and slowly unfurled the painting. As the silk scroll was gradually revealed, the air in the study seemed to freeze instantly. Even Xia Mingyuan held his breath, and Xia Tianyu leaned over and stared wide-eyed. The scene unfolds completely, revealing a painting titled Waiting for the Ferry on an Autumn River. Distant mountains are tinged with pale green, creating an ethereal atmosphere. Nearby, autumn trees are sparse, with frost-covered leaves turning slightly red, and a lone boat is moored by a bend in the cold water, with a boatman sitting alone with his sleeves folded, gazing into the distance. Su stood up almost immediately, strode to the long table, and bent down to examine it closely. He first looked at the overall style, then at the details of the brushwork, the texture of the rocks, the dotting of the trees, and the outlining of the water ripples. Finally, his gaze was fixed on the signature and the 2 seals. He would sometimes lean closer to examine the ink-colored silk, and sometimes step back to scrutinize the composition, his fingers still tracing the brushstrokes in midair. Xia Mingyuan also took out a high-powered magnifying glass to examine the paper, ink, and ink pad. The only sound in the study was the breathing of a few people. I stood calmly to the side, though my palms were sweating. Xia Tianyu was even more nervous, glancing at the painting, then at the faces of old Master Su and his father, barely daring to breathe. Time passed slowly, each second feeling incredibly long. Finally, Suyu slowly straightened up, closed her eyes for a moment, as if savoring the moment, or perhaps suppressing her excitement. A few seconds later, he opened his eyes and looked at me, his tone full of admiration. What a wonderful painting! The brushwork is exquisite, the ink is superb, and the spirit is vivid. It is indeed a masterpiece from the late 1930s when Mr. Zhang Daqian was innovating from the ancients and gradually developing his style. The green and blue are elegant and refined, the autumn feeling is just right, and the artistic conception of a lone boat waiting to cross is wonderful. It is also well preserved. After saying that, he said directly, Young man, name your price. His words were crisp and decisive, clearly indicating his extreme satisfaction with the painting and his determination to acquire it. I quickly calculated in my mind that I had previously estimated the price with Xia Tianyu and Xia Mingyuan, but old Su's reaction gave me even more confidence. However, I couldn't appear too greedy. I also had to consider Xia Mingyuan's feelings and potential future cooperation. So I didn't immediately make an offer, but instead glanced at Xia Mingyuan. Xia Mingyuan understood, bowed slightly, and said to Elder Su, "Elder Su, my friend Xiao Zhao also went to great lengths to find this painting. As for the price." Su Yu waved his hand to interrupt him, his gaze still fixed on me. "I understand the rules. Things like this are rare and hard to come by. It's a skill to find it, and it's also my destiny with this painting. Just tell me, how much are you willing to part with?" The pressure suddenly fell on me. Meeting old Master Su's gaze, I calmly gave him a number. This price was significantly higher than the upper limit I had previously estimated, but it was still within the reasonable range for top-tier collectibles. The study fell silent again. Xia Tianyu secretly gasped, his gaze telling me I was incredibly audacious. Xia Mingyuan also frowned slightly, clearly surprised that I dared to drive so high. Su Yu's expression didn't change much, but his fingers unconsciously began to caress the pair of walnuts again. After a moment, he slowly spoke, "The price is acceptable." I felt a wave of relief. My father's medical expenses were finally covered. But the next second, Su Yu changed the subject. "However, I have a condition." The atmosphere in the study tensed up again, and Xia Tianyu and Xia Mingyuan both looked at him. My heart sank, but I kept my face calm. "Please speak, Mr. Su." Su Yu sat back in his large chair, twirling a walnut in his hand, and looked directly at me. "I can accept this price, and I can pay you today. But in the future, if there are any more paintings or calligraphy of this kind, you have to give me priority." Upon hearing this, I immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that it was just to give him priority when there were goods available in the future. I thought it was some difficult request, and I almost had a heart attack from the old man's words. I smiled and said, "Mr. Su, the items are genuine and the price is fair. It's fate that brings us together." Su Yu laughed upon hearing this. "What a coincidence. All right, let's make the deal now." After saying that, he turned to the butler and instructed him, "Old Joe, contact manager Wang at the bank and prepare a bearer check for the same amount as before. Also, prepare a simple transfer agreement for Mr. Zhao and me to sign, with Mingyuan as the witness." The butler, Uncle Zhou, bowed in agreement and quickly left. Less than 20 minutes later, he returned with a folder and a light gold check. The agreement was simple, specifying the painting's name, characteristics, and transfer price, and stating that the transaction was completed and there would be no further connection. Su Yu and I signed it, and Xia Mingyuan also signed as a witness. I took the check and looked at the number on it, my heart tightening. This was an enormous fortune I had never possessed before, enough to cover most of my father's kidney transplant surgery and to support him with anti-rejection medication for a long time. After confirming everything was correct, I carefully put the check into my pocket. The transaction was complete, and the atmosphere became much more relaxed. After drinking half a cup of tea, Xia Tianyu and I got up to say goodbye, while Xia Mingyuan stayed to continue admiring the paintings with Elder Su. After leaving the Cloud Palace and getting back into his sports car, Xia Tianyu finally couldn't contain himself. He slammed his hand on the steering wheel and shouted excitedly, "Holy crap! Dongzi, you're amazing. That's it. Such a huge sum of money. Old Su even told you to contact him directly if you need any more goods." I leaned back in my seat and let out a long breath, only then realizing that my back was soaked with cold sweat. What seemed like calm moments before had actually felt like walking on a knife's edge with every word. I took out the check again and looked at it carefully. The huge weight that had been pressing on my heart finally lifted. My father's medical expenses were finally covered. Xia Tianyu suddenly asked me, "Dongzi, how could you be so bold? Facing someone like old Master Su, you still dare to ask for 3 million? My dad said that painting is worth at most 2 million. I leaned back in my seat, suppressing my excitement, and after a long while shook my head. "I have no choice. My dad has kidney failure and needs a transplant. The doctor said it will cost at least 2 million yuan, and he's still in the hospital. Where am I going to get that much money? I can only take a gamble." "What? Uncle Zhao is in the hospital?" Xia Tianyu turned his head sharply as if he had been pricked by a needle, his eyes red. "Why didn't you tell me about something this big? My family is rich." I snorted and said irritably, "That's my dad, not yours. What's the rush? Besides, your family's money didn't grow on trees. How can I, as your son, not even have this much responsibility? Xia Tianyu didn't say anything after hearing this. He just fastened his seatbelt again with a cold face and stepped on the gas. Chapter 33, The Kidney Source has been found. Xia Tianyu drove me all the way to the city hospital, buying flowers and nutritional supplements along the way. Looking at all that stuff, I couldn't help but ask him, buying flowers is one thing, but who's getting the supplements? He rolled his eyes, ignored me, and walked into the hospital with his things. As soon as I entered the ward, I saw my mother, Wang Feng, looking haggard, sitting by my father's bedside in a daze, sighing from time to time. I called out softly, "Mom." My mother turned around and saw that Xia Tianyu had also arrived. A forced smile appeared on her face. Xia Tianyu often came to my house, so she naturally recognized him. This guy seemed to know what he was doing. He put the flowers into the empty jar on the bedside table, placed the nutritional supplements in the corner, and said to his mother with a smile, "Aunt Wang, this is something my dad specially asked me to bring. They're all mild tonics. You and Uncle Zhao both need to take some. Especially you, you're working too hard." His mother's eyes were full of gratitude. She quickly asked him how his father was doing and asked him to thank him on her behalf. Xia Tianyu sat down to talk to her and told her to relax. His tone was natural and friendly, completely unlike his usual carefree self. Standing to the side, I couldn't even utter the thought, who's the real biological son, in my mind. Xia Tianyu is usually unreliable, but he's incredibly reliable when it matters. Even though the things were bought from a roadside stall, he managed to claim that Xia Mingyuan had instructed him to buy them. I could only remember this favor in my heart and couldn't expose him. I went to the bedside. My father, Zhao Zhengping, was still unconscious. His complexion was slightly better than a few days ago, but he was still sallow and thin. I held his hand and whispered, "Dad, the money issue has been resolved. Just wait for the surgery and you'll get better." After I finished speaking, I straightened up and said to my mother, "Mom, you watch over Dad. I'm going to find the attending physician." My mother nodded, her gaze shifting between me and Xia Tianyu, before finally sighing, "Wendong, take your time, don't rush." I nodded and left the ward. The corridor smelled strongly of disinfectant, so I hurried to the doctor's office. The attending physician, surnamed Liu, was writing a medical record. Seeing me come in, he pushed up his glasses and said, "Xiao Xiao, you're here? I was just looking for you." I explained directly that the medical expenses for my father were ready and could be paid at any time, and then asked him about his current condition and when the surgery could be arranged. Dr. Liu put down his pen, a rare smile appearing on his face. "I was just about to tell you. Your father has been doing well these past few days and has basically met the transplant evaluation criteria. Moreover, the hospital just received notification that there is a kidney donor with a preliminary matching sourced legally and compliantly, and whose various indicators are highly compatible with your father's, making him an ideal donor in the near future." A kidney donor has been found? In that instant, my heart skipped a beat, and a wave of overwhelming joy washed over me, making my breathing erratic. I tried to calm myself, but my voice still trembled uncontrollably. "Really? Dr. Liu, the surgery." Dr. Liu gestured for me to hold on. "Having a kidney donor is only the first step. Next, we need to do more detailed, cross-matching, and preoperative examinations, and the donor also needs to complete the necessary procedures. If everything goes smoothly, the surgery can be scheduled in about a week at the earliest." 1 week. Compared to the endless wait before, this feels like a dream. I feel like the heaviest stone weighing on my heart has finally been pried open. I thanked them repeatedly and immediately said that I would pay the fees right away and fully cooperate with any necessary examinations. Dr. Liu nodded and reminded me, kidney transplantation is a major operation. A successful surgery is only the first step. The real test is the postoperative anti-rejection treatment and long-term care. It requires a lot of energy, patience, and money. You need to be prepared. I nodded earnestly. I understand. No matter how difficult it is, we will persevere. You don't need to worry about the money. I will find a way to cover the costs of subsequent treatment. As I left the office, I leaned against the cold wall and took a few deep breaths to barely suppress my excitement. A kidney donor has been found, surgery is just around the corner, and my father can be saved. This news is even more exhilarating than selling the painting and getting the money. I hurried back to the ward and pushed the door open. My mother was wiping my father's face with a wet towel, and Xia Tianyu was helping to hand him things. I couldn't help but exclaim, "Mom, great news!" The doctor said they found a kidney donor with a very high match, and the surgery could be done in about a week. What? The towel in my mother's hand fell into the basin with a thud, splashing water everywhere. She turned around abruptly, staring at me with wide eyes, her lips trembling. "Wendong, what did you say?" "A kidney donor has been found." I nodded vigorously and stepped forward to grasp her trembling hand. "It's found, Mom. It's really found." The doctor said it himself, at the earliest within a week. Tears welled up in the mother's eyes. It wasn't sadness, but the collapse of hope after being suppressed for so long. She covered her mouth and cried out, her body trembling. Xia Tianyu quickly helped her up and whispered, "Aunt Wang, this is great news. Uncle Zhao is saved. You should be happy." My eyes welled up with tears, but I knew it wasn't the time to cry. I could only gently pat my mother's back and say, "Mom, don't cry. We need to get ready. I'll pay the surgery fees right away. You need to take care of yourself too. Dad will need your help when he wakes up." The mother cried for a while before she calmed down. She wiped her face haphazardly and tried to smile. Okay, I won't cry. I'm happy. I'll get your dad ready right away." But when she turned around, she was at a loss, not knowing what to do first. Xia Tianyu and I exchanged a glance, and we both saw relief and renewed hope in each other's eyes. Next, I immediately went to the payment counter and deposited the surgery prepayment and reserve funds for subsequent treatment into my account. Looking at that long payment slip, I felt so at ease for the first time. After that, I followed the doctor's instructions, running around handling the procedures and scheduling checkups. Xia Tianyu stayed in the ward with his mother, helping her with chores and comforting her to not be too nervous. I was busy until evening before everything finally came to a temporary end. Xia Tianyu and I left the hospital, and after getting into the car, I sincerely thanked him. Xia Tianyu immediately cursed. "Why the hell are you being so polite with me? We're buddies who watch movies together under the same blanket. Besides, didn't you help me out? Old Sue's favor is very valuable." Chapter 34, Everyone Lined Up. Xia Tianyu dropped me off at the entrance of a skewer's shop. I had just gotten out of the car and was about to tell him that I had something good in my hand, but he disappeared in a flash, as if he had something urgent to attend to. I could only swallow my words for now, thinking that since my father's medical expenses had already been paid, there was no rush. Back at the shop, Lu Chong and his sister managed it very well, and the turnover was steadily increasing. Lu Chong has been interacting with more people, and his personality has become much more cheerful than before, which puts my mind at ease. While I still had some time, I quickly bought another bucket of sesame paste and a few special seasonings, and then hurriedly returned to the 1980s. The familiar dizziness had just passed when I checked the time and realized it was already noon. I didn't have time to reflect on it. I immediately grabbed my tricycle and rushed to the only vegetable market in town. When I arrived at the market, it was already afternoon and the stalls were closing up. There were far fewer people, and many vendors were packing up. The remaining vegetables were also a bit wilted. I jumped out of the car, not even bothering to haggle, and started buying everything. I wanted all the cabbage, 20 pounds of potatoes, 10 pounds of bean sprouts, 5 slabs of tofu, some dried tofu, a big bundle of vermicelli, 5 pounds of pork with alternating layers of fat and lean meat, and a few extra bones. I spun around between the stalls like a top, and sweat quickly soaked through my coarse cloth jacket. Beads of sweat streamed down my face and stung my eyes. But I could only wipe it haphazardly with my sleeve and continue stuffing things onto the vehicle. I carried things in my arms, filled a basket, and later simply used old burlap sacks to pack them, and the tricycle was soon piled full. When I paid, I grabbed a handful of crumpled bills, not even bothering to count them carefully, and just roughly estimated the amount. The stall owners all looked at me strangely, probably either thinking I had some kind of emergency at home, or that I wasn't quite right in the head. I finally stopped to catch my breath after I had bought most of the groceries. Looking at the mountain of food piled up in the truck, I felt a little more at ease. But the next second, exhaustion suddenly overwhelmed him. After pedaling 7 or 8 miles and then frantically buying things in the market, his body, though young, had lacked exercise and simply couldn't keep up. I leaned against an old locust tree, panting heavily. Looking at my cloth shoes, which were covered in mud and vegetable juice, I muttered with a wry smile, "This is pure hard labor. I really need to hand over the purchasing and moving work to Chunzi as soon as possible." After resting for a while, I struggled to climb back onto the tricycle. The tricycle was ridiculously heavy. Every pedal stroke felt like it took all my strength, and the chain kept clattering. The afternoon sun beat down relentlessly on my back, and sweat poured down like a stream. The journey there didn't seem far, but the return trip felt like an endless climb, with every uphill section feeling like a mountain hike. When I finally managed to ride my bike to Chunzi's house, I felt like my lungs were about to explode. My legs were as weak as noodles, and I couldn't even lift my arms. I practically rolled off the car seat, collapsing onto my backside in the shade by the door, leaning against the earthen wall with my mouth agape, my chest heaving violently, only able to exhale, unable to inhale. I yelled hoarsely into the yard, "Chunzi, come out quickly. Move the things." Chunzi, who was chopping wood in the yard, heard the commotion and ran out with her axe. When she saw me sprawled on the ground, looking as disheveled as if I were about to die, she was immediately startled. "Uncle Dongzi, what happened to you? Did you fall?" When he saw the tricycle piled high with goods next to him, he immediately understood and felt both anxious and distressed. "Oh dear, why did you buy so much by yourself? Why didn't you call me?" Chunzi put down the axe and tried to help me up, but I waved my hand and pointed weakly at the tricycle, saying, "Don't worry about me. Unload the vegetables first. Put the potatoes and cabbage in a shady place. Soak the meat and bones in well water first. Be careful with the tofu and dried tofu. Don't break them. Let me catch my breath first." Without a word, Chunzi rolled up his sleeves and got to work. He was tall and strong, and he lifted a bag of potatoes as if it were a chick. After a few trips, most of the stuff on the truck was gone. I collapsed to the ground, watching him bustle about, listening to the thumping of his footsteps, and my heartbeat and panting slowly calmed down. Sweat trickled into the corners of my mouth, salty and bitter, but I felt much more at ease. With Chunzi around, at least someone can share these physical tasks from now on. After Chunzi carefully carried the last block of tofu into the yard, I finally mustered up some strength and slowly stood up, leaning against the wall, though my legs were still weak. Chunzi wiped her sweat and grinned. "Uncle Dongzi, everything's moved and put away as you said. Is there anything else to do?" I paused for a moment and said to him, "Go wash the vegetables and put them away. I'll go back and rest for a while, then I'll come back and chop them." After saying that, I turned and went home. As soon as I entered the yard, my mother was sweeping the floor. When she saw me looking disheveled and exhausted, she was heartbroken. "Hey Egg, where have you been? You look so tired. Sit down and have some water." I took the cooled boiled water and gulped down a whole bowl before I felt alive again. I told my mom it was nothing. I was just in a rush. I'd already bought all the vegetables and I still had to set up my stall in the afternoon. Looking at the vegetables filling the yard, then at me, Mom sighed, "Business is good, but it's too exhausting. Dandon, why don't you take a day off?" I shook my head, my eyes hardening again. I can't rest. Business is just starting, and trust is the most important thing. A lot of people missed out yesterday, and they're definitely waiting today. Making money is tiring. I just need a short nap. After sleeping for 2 hours, I managed to regain some strength and went to Chunzi's house to start chopping and preparing vegetables. The amount of food prepared this time was significantly more than twice that of yesterday. By the time everything was packed up, it was almost afternoon. Chunzi and I carried the familiar big pot, stove, spice jars, bowls, chopsticks, table and chairs onto the tricycle one by one. Before setting off, I made a point of checking the sesame paste container and the few packets of secret weapons I brought from the modern world. The compound seasoning powder for enhancing aroma and flavor. Making sure nothing was missing before I said, "Chunzi, let's go." Chunzi responded loudly, "Okay, Uncle Dongzi." Having eaten well and received adequate nutrition these past few days, Chunzi's strength has noticeably increased. Despite the heavy load on the tricycle, he rides it as if it's effortless, and from behind, his hips seem to sway even more enthusiastically. When we arrived in the county town, it was the same place as yesterday. I looked up and, wow, before we even set up our table, a huge crowd of guests had already gathered around. As soon as the tricycle arrived, everyone rushed over. Someone shouted anxiously, "Boss, I thought you weren't coming. I've been waiting here for ages." Someone else chimed in, "Young man, I missed out yesterday, and I'm really craving it." We agreed on a 50-cent discount. I smiled and called to everyone, and then quickly helped Chunzi unload the things from the car. Sure. Everyone line up and don't make a mess." Chapter 35. Chunzi, come on. A crowd surged forward, chattering excitedly, their eyes filled with longing for food and the same impatience they felt from missing out yesterday. I shouted to maintain order while Chunzi and I quickly unloaded the utensils. The stove was lit, a large pot was placed on top, and a milky white bone broth was poured in. As soon as the flames licked the bottom of the pot, the broth quickly began to bubble and boil. The aroma of meat and seasoning spread, and the onlookers immediately became even more restless. Line up. Everyone line up. We prepared double portions today, so everyone can get some. I wiped the sweat from my brow and kept working, first putting in the easy-to-cook vegetables to preheat. Chunzi was more experienced this time. She arranged the tin boxes neatly, sorted the change, and quickly set up the newly bought benches and stools so the guests could sit and eat comfortably. He was strong and set up the folding table all by himself. Although he was sweating profusely from being busy, his simple smile never stopped, and he worked much more efficiently than yesterday. The queue quickly stretched for over 10 meters, drawing the attention of passers-by. Orders came in waves, and the stall instantly became bustling with activity. Boss, I want a large bowl, extra spicy, extra sesame sauce. I'll have some too, and some bean sprouts and glass noodles, please. Young man, give me a small bowl, less spicy, just to try it out. I stood behind the steaming stove, using both long chopsticks and a slotted spoon, keeping my eyes and ears open, deftly picking up food, putting it into the pot, scooping it out, and draining the soup according to the guest's requests, my movements never stopping. The most crucial step is seasoning. I scooped up a spoonful of thick, fragrant sesame paste and poured it steadily over the top, then added chili oil, Sichuan peppercorn powder, garlic juice, and chopped cilantro. Finally, I sprinkled on some fine seasoning powder that I brought from the modern world. The whole process was seamless, and even I thought my technique was quite beautiful. The thick sesame sauce coated every leaf of vegetable and tofu, and the chili oil paired with the vibrant green cilantro made my mouth water just looking at it. I handed the bowl over, still calling out to it. Yours, be careful, it's hot. Ma'am, please make it less spicy and more sesame sauce. Sir, your bowl is right here, hold on tight. Chunzi was also busy collecting money, giving change, and handing out bowls. Occasionally, he would even help me by handing me condiment jars, or quickly collect the empty bowls from the customers and squat down by the bucket to wash them with great effort. He didn't talk much, but he had sharp eyes and remembered clearly who had paid and who hadn't. The stall quickly filled up, and later diners simply stood and ate their noodles or squatted by the roadside. The sounds of slurping noodles, gasping for breath, exclamations of praise, and playful urgings for me to hurry all mingled together, making this small area incredibly lively. Hey, this tastes amazing, even better than yesterday. Absolutely. This sesame paste is fragrant and thick. It tastes good with everything. It's so spicy and satisfying, and the numbing sensation is just right. Eating a bowl of this on a hot day makes my whole body feel warm. Hearing these words, I felt both happy and nervous. I was happy that business was booming and that our reputation was well established. But I was nervous because at this rate, the double portions of ingredients I prepared today probably wouldn't last long. Sure enough, in less than an hour and a half, the bean products and meatballs were gone first. Then the leafy greens started to run out, and even the potatoes and cabbage were almost gone. The broth in the pot was also being consumed by the constant addition of vegetables, and the color had become pale, so we had to add the prepared broth and seasonings from time to time. As I was busy, I couldn't help but look up at the crowd outside, and suddenly the image of that pure and beautiful girl flashed through my mind, and my thoughts drifted away. As the people in line behind saw that the vegetable baskets were getting emptier and emptier, the chaos immediately started again. Boss, it sold out again? No way. I just got to the front of the line. Young man, your business is booming. You'd better stock up more tomorrow. Looking at the dwindling amount of ingredients left and the endless queue, I could only clasp my hands in apology once again. Dear neighbors, I'm so sorry. I didn't prepare enough today. For those who didn't get any, I'll definitely prepare more tomorrow. And for anyone who didn't get any today, you'll still get a 50-cent discount tomorrow. I, Zhao keep my word. Having learned from yesterday's experience, and with my sincere attitude and promise of discounts, although many people still complained a bit, they eventually dispersed. As they left, some even looked back, muttering that they would definitely come earlier tomorrow. But instead of the girl I was waiting for, I was greeted by a group of unpleasant guests. 5 or 6 shirtless thugs with their clothes draped over their shoulders swaggered up to the stall. The leader, a bald man with a menacing face, started talking as soon as he opened his mouth. Kid, who gave you permission to set up a stall here? Have you paid your protection money? Don't you know this area is under my protection, brother Chung? Upon hearing this, my temper flared up instantly. I grabbed a spatula and almost charged at them on the spot. Damn it, I was being harassed by thugs while running a skewer's shop in modern times, and now that things are finally starting to look up in the 1980s, this happens again. Just as I was about to swing the spatula, Grandpa Wong, who was selling loquats next to me, grabbed my arm and said in a low voice that he was very anxious. Young man, don't you dare to fight. These guys are notorious thugs in town, and their leader, the Chung, is incredibly ruthless. They make their living off these bribes, and we can't afford to mess with them. Give them some money to keep things quiet, and you can keep operating. But if you resist, they might really smash up your stall, and you'll never be able to show your face in this area again. At this moment, Chunzi also threw down the bowl and chopsticks in his hand, rushed to me in a few steps, glared angrily at the group of people, his fists clenched tightly, as if he would dare to pounce on me as soon as I opened my mouth. The remaining guests and passers-by also stopped to watch, some with sympathy, some with fear, and some simply pretending not to see. I suppressed my anger, stared at the bald man, and asked him coldly, "How much money do you want?" When the bald man saw that I had given in, he immediately chuckled and looked like he had me cornered. "You're smart enough to know your place. The Chung call the shots around here. Your stall is doing pretty well. You were raking in the cash just now. Here's the deal. I won't charge you much, 5 yuan a day, and I'll keep you safe. Nobody will dare to cause you any trouble. Fair enough? 5 yuan a day?" I sneered inwardly. This wasn't protection money. It was blatant robbery. I worked so hard setting up my stall just to earn this little bit of money. I couldn't be bothered to waste any more words on these bastards, so I grabbed the spatula and shouted, "Haruko, fuck it. Come on." Chapter 36, I'm not someone to be bullied. "Haruko, fuck it. Come on." The moment I yelled, the long-handled spatula in my hand whistled through the air and swung fiercely at the nearest bald man, the Chung. He, who had been so arrogant just moments before, had no idea I would suddenly turn on him and only managed to raise his hand to block. With a muffled thud, the spatula slammed into his forearm. The Chung screamed in pain as his entire arm went numb, and his smugness vanished instantly. Almost simultaneously, Chunzi, who had been holding back his anger for a long time, also rushed out. He didn't have any weapons, but his fists were more ruthless than any weapon, and he punched a tall, thin thug next to him in the chest. Thump! The man was thrown back 2 or 3 meters as if he had been hit by a bull, landing on the ground curled up in a ball, only able to gasp for breath. Chunzi and I took down 2 of them first. The remaining 3 or 4 thugs finally came to their senses and rushed at us, cursing as they did so. They were used to bullying honest people, but when they encountered someone willing to kill, they were no match for them. The anger that had been building up inside me for so long finally exploded. After dodging a punch, I swung a spatula at the man's lower back, making him howl in pain. Another man tried to grab me from the side, but I kicked him right in the shin, and he screamed and jumped away, clutching his leg. Chunzi was even more ferocious, like a mad bull. A thug swung a broken wooden stick at his head, but he didn't dodge or flinch. He grabbed the stick with his left hand and punched the man squarely in the nose with his right fist. With a sharp crack, the man's nose bled profusely, and he collapsed, clutching his face. Another guy tried to sneak up on Chunzi while she was facing away, kicking her in the lower back. But Chunzi seemed to have eyes in the back of her head. She twisted her body sharply, grabbed the man's ankle, let out a low growl, spun him around halfway, and slammed him hard onto the folding table next to her. Splash! Crack! The table fell apart on the spot, and the thug was thrown around so hard he was dizzy and lay groaning in the pile of wood, unable to even get up. Bald Chung finally recovered, clutching his arm. Seeing that half of his men had fallen in the blink of an eye, his expression changed. He knew he had really messed with them this time. Chunzi and I, one daring to fight and the other capable, were not to be trifled with. He even tried to threaten, You dare to lay a hand on me? Do you know who I am?" I didn't give him a chance at all. I rushed over in a few steps, swept the spatula across his lower body, and cursed coldly. "Even if you're the king of heaven, I'll still beat you to death today." The Chung hurriedly jumped back, but tripped over a stray bench leg and fell flat on his back with a thud, looking utterly disheveled. Chunzi, having finished dealing with the one who had ambushed her, walked towards him with red eyes, looking as if she wanted to tear him apart alive. "No, don't come any closer. It's a misunderstanding, It's all a misunderstanding. Dechung was so frightened that his face turned pale. He crawled backward on all fours, his voice trembling. I don't want the money anymore. You can set up your stalls wherever you want. I'm leaving. I'm leaving right now. I pointed the spatula at his nose, my voice icy cold. Listen up, bald guy. This is my stall, Zhao Wendong's. I earn my living honestly. I don't owe anyone protection money. Today is just to teach you a lesson. If you dare to cause trouble here again, or dare to mess with any honest business owner on this street. I thrust the spatula forward, almost hitting his face. I guarantee you'll be 10 times worse off than you are today. Get out. With the last word slammed down, Dexiang barely escaped with his life. He scrambled to his feet, called to the remaining men, helped his injured comrade, and fled in disgrace, not daring to utter a single harsh word. Only after their figures completely disappeared around the street corner did the surrounding area erupt in discussion. Well done. These bastards should have been dealt with a long time ago. That young man is really good, and that big guy is fierce too. That feels so good. I've been bullied by them so many times. Grandpa Wong, who sells loquats, also walked over shakily, patted my arm, and said with a mixture of fear and satisfaction, "You young men are formidable, but you have to be careful. These people are vengeful." I took a breath, suppressing my surging blood, and nodded to him and the neighbors who spoke up for me. Thank you, everyone. We're just trying to make a living. We don't cause trouble, but we're not afraid of trouble either. If they come again, I'll take them on. Chunzi also came over, covered in dust, her fists red from punching, but her face beamed with joy. Uncle Dongzi, they're too weak. I haven't even used my full strength yet. Looking at him, I felt a mix of warmth and helplessness. We won this fight today, and he certainly established his authority, but he also completely offended these local bullies. They definitely won't let this go easily. If open attacks don't work, they'll probably resort to underhanded tactics. The Mala Tang, spicy hot pot, business has just become popular, attracting not only customers, but also these flies. I need to think of a solution quickly, otherwise my business will be ruined before it even gets big. I glanced coldly in the direction they had disappeared, took a deep breath, and said to Chunzi, "Pack your things, let's go home." On the way back to the village, the moonlight was cold and pale. I was more tired than when I came, and my heart was heavier. Chunzi, on the other hand, was excited as he pedaled his bike, as if he had inexhaustible energy. He even said to me, "Uncle Dongzi, don't tell your parents that we fought when we get back, so they won't worry." I nodded, still lost in thought, when Chunzi suddenly blurted out, "Damn, you sissy." Chapter 37, Rescuing People in the Mountains. As soon as I parked my tricycle at the gate of the courtyard, a familiar greeting came from inside. "Little brother is back? You must be exhausted." I looked up and saw my fourth sister, Zhao Jidi, hurrying out to greet me. She was still wearing that faded floral blouse, her 2 braids neatly combed, but her face showed signs of fatigue. I quickly got out of the car, and Chunzi called out fourth aunt in a simple voice, then went to unload the things from the car. Fourth sister helped take the spice jars down, sighed, and said that it wasn't because the school was on holiday, but because of staff reductions in the logistics department, that the temporary kitchen helpers were the first to be laid off. There was disappointment and resentment in her tone. After all, although the work wasn't much, it was a decent income. I understood immediately. Jobs are precious these days, and they can be gone in an instant. When we entered the house, Mom had already set out dinner. Cornbread, porridge, stir-fried potato shreds, and the pig's head I'd brought back yesterday. Dad was sitting on the edge of the kang, heated brick bed, smoking his pipe. His expression softened when he saw us return. At the dinner table, my fourth sister recounted what had happened again. My mother sighed with heartache, while my father smoked silently. I ate a couple of mouthfuls of rice, put down my chopsticks, and said to my fourth sister, "Sister, don't worry. If you lose your job, you lose it. It's good that you're here to help me." My fourth sister was taken aback, glancing at me and then at my parents. I quickly told her that my spicy hot pot stall was doing very well, with a long queue today, and we couldn't even keep up with the demand. Chunzi and I were so busy that we were practically running out of ingredients. One of us was cooking, the other was seasoning, and the other was serving customers. We simply couldn't keep up. I told her that she wouldn't have to do any heavy work. She could just help collect money and give change, greet customers and help them line up, and lend a hand by handing things over and watching the dishes. It would be much easier than working in the smoky kitchen at school, and she would earn more. My fourth sister was still skeptical and asked me how much I could have. I didn't explain much, just picked up the tin money box and dumped it on the Kong table. With a clatter, the banknotes and coins scattered, piling up even higher than a couple of days ago, with the 10 yuan notes standing out conspicuously among the pile of small bills. Fourth sister's eyes widened in shock, and she covered her mouth, speechless. Parents were also stunned. Even though they had seen the money a couple of days ago, they were still quite taken aback by the pile of cash. I squatted down by the table and began counting it. The only sounds in the room were the rustling of counting money and the clinking of coins. I counted twice, straightened up, took a deep breath, and announced the number, 726 yuan. My fourth sister exclaimed in surprise, her voice even changing tone. She only earned 50 yuan a month at school. This much money was more than she could earn a year. My mother was both heartbroken and proud, wiping her eyes as she said I had risked my life. My father took a deep drag on his cigarette, but his brows furrowed even more. He felt the money had come too quickly and was too frightening. My fourth sister still couldn't believe that I could earn so much in one day. After hesitating for a long time, she finally said she would go with me to the stall the next day. After finishing my meal, I was so tired that I fell asleep immediately and slept until after 9 o'clock the next morning. Just as I stepped out of the house, I heard urgent cries from outside. Something terrible has happened. Everyone come out and help. My dog is in trouble. Before I could react, my father had already thrown on his clothes and rushed out, and I quickly followed. A crowd had already gathered outside the courtyard, and a rural woman in her 50s was sitting on the ground, wailing and crying, repeatedly shouting for help for her dog. Not long after, the old village chief, Zhao Jizhou, who was also my uncle, squeezed over with a worried look on his face. After asking what had happened, I learned that Gua and a few young men had gone into the mountains to hunt early in the morning and had just entered the forest near Eagle Cliff when they ran into a herd of wild boars. The young men had never seen anything like it before. They fired several shots, but failed to wound the wild boars, instead enraging them. The worst part was that Gua shot a male wild boar in the groin. The beast let out a scream of pain and turned to charge at him. The others who had gone with him were terrified and turned to run down the mountain, scrambling back to deliver the message. The woman on the ground, tears and snot streaming down her face, was Gua's mother. She pounded the ground, crying, "My Gua, you can't be hurt. Everyone, please save him." The old village chief squatted down to calm her down, telling her not to panic, and to quickly explain the location, time, number of people, and equipment they brought into the mountains. Gua's mother sobbed as she said that they went to Eagle Cliff at dawn. There were 4 of them in total. Only Gua had an old hunting rifle. The other 3 brought machetes and pitchforks. The 2 young men who had escaped were also found. Their faces were as white as paper, and they recounted the events in the mountains one after the other. When they heard that the wild boar had gone mad and chased after people after being hit in a vital spot, the old hunters couldn't help but grin. Even the old village chief was so angry that his beard stood on end. He scolded them for being so reckless and for daring to venture into the old forest without any skill. Despite the cursing, a life was at stake and there was no time to lose. The old village chief immediately stood up and shouted to the able-bodied young men in the crowd, Zhao Laosan, Zhao Laosi, Taiju, Jianjun, and the rest of you. Go home and get your tools, ropes, and torches. Quickly organize people to go into the mountains to rescue them. Chapter 38, Unknown Creatures. Without a word, the men whose names were called turned and ran home. When something serious happens in the village, everyone helps each other, let alone when it comes to rescuing people from the mountains. I stood beside my father, Zhao Fuguei, listening to the news coming from the mountains, my heart pounding. Wild boars were going berserk and chasing people. This was far more exciting and far more dangerous than dealing with a few thugs in town. But besides worry, I also felt an irrepressible urge and curiosity. I had just arrived in the 1980s and had been busy adapting and making money, so I hadn't really encountered the most primal dangers of this era. Besides, Gua is still a relative, and according to seniority, I should call him uncle. I can't bring myself to stand by and watch someone die. "Dad, I want to go too," I blurted out. Zhao Fuguei turned around abruptly, his brows furrowed. "What are you going to do? You'll only make things worse. That's a wild boar, not a domestic pig. What good will your physique do in the mountains?" I know he's right. People in the mountains often say, first a wild boar, second a bear, third a tiger. Even a tiger has to give way to a raging wild boar, let alone a human. If it really came down to a head-on fight, my physique wouldn't stand a chance. So all I could say was that I'd lend a hand, helping to watch the way and hand things over. I'm quick on my feet and have good eyesight, and every extra person helps. I also had a strong desire to prove that I wasn't just good at business, not just saving people. Zhao Fugue stared at me for a while, knowing he couldn't stop me, and finally sighed. Then be careful, stay close to your uncle and the others, and don't try to be brave. Understood, father. I turned and ran home, grabbing the thickest wood-chopping knife I had at home and tucking it behind my waist, and also stuffing the fruit knife I'd bought for self-defense into my pocket. Even if I really encountered a wild boar, these things might not be very useful, but it was better than being empty-handed. By the time I ran back to the village entrance, the rescue team had almost all gathered. 7 or 8 strong men were carrying machetes, sickles, shovels, and 2 homemade spears, and their faces were all grim. The old village chief was giving final instructions. Once you're in the mountains, listen to my commands. Don't wander off. Work in pairs and look out for each other. If you see any wild boar tracks, don't panic. Light a torch first. Those animals are afraid of fire. Finding Gua is the most important thing. So be alert. I squeezed the front. Uncle, I want to go too. The old village chief glanced at me, his eyes filled with a complex expression, as if he wanted to say something. In the end, he nodded and said, stay close, don't fall behind. Where's Chunzi? His father is an old hunter. He knows the mountains well. No sooner had he finished speaking than a series of hurried footsteps and a hearty shout came from afar. Uncle Dongzi! Uncle Dongzi! I'm going too. Wait, I'm going too. Chunzi came running over, panting, carrying a long-handled machete that had been polished to a gleaming shine. His face was flushed, but his eyes shone with the excitement unique to a mountain boy. That axe was clearly his father Zhao Leiahan's most prized possession. The old village chief frowned and asked him, why are you here? Does your father know? I'm going too. Dad told me to go too. Chunzi wiped his sweat and grinned. I'm going too. Dad said his legs aren't good anymore, so he told me to go with the village chief and Uncle Dongzi into the mountains. I'll go and learn the way. I have a good nose, so I can help. The old village chief looked at Chunzi's physique, then at the heavy axe, and finally nodded. All right, you'll be a good helper. Everyone's here, let's go. Once inside the mountains, everyone tensed up. Chunzi walked at the front, her eyes fixed on the bushes on either side, her nose occasionally twitching as if trying to discern the scents in the air. I gripped my machete tightly, following behind the group, my palms sweating. Chunzi followed the trail, but an hour passed, and she still hadn't found any decent clues. Everyone's faces grew increasingly grim. They all knew that the longer it dragged on, the less likely Gua would survive. Just then, the time-space ring on my right hand suddenly started flashing green light incessantly, faster and faster, as if sounding an alarm. The light was particularly glaring in the dim forest, making my skin crawl. This ring has never acted this strangely before, except when I traveled through time. I was startled, wondering if there was some kind of time anomaly nearby, or if something in the storage space had been triggered. I quietly fell to the back of the line, clutching my stomach and pretending to be in pain. I leaned close to the old village chief and whispered, Uncle, my stomach is suddenly hurting badly. I probably ate something bad this morning. I'm going to relieve myself. You go ahead, I'll catch up right away. The old village chief was anxiously looking for Gua. Seeing my pale face, he didn't think much of it and just waved his hand. Go and come back quickly. Don't go far. Catch up after you finish. Chunzi, keep an eye out for any noise. I clutched my stomach and quickly scurried into the denser bushes nearby. Only after confirming that the group couldn't see or hear me did I lean against a large tree to catch my breath. The green light was still flashing. I quickly focused my consciousness into my storage space, and sure enough, it was that strange stone that was glowing. My heart skipped a beat, and I reached out and took the stone out. The stone was warm to the touch, even a little hot, as if something inside was awakening. Before I could get a closer look, the bushes beside me suddenly shook violently with a whooshing sound, as if some enormous creature was rushing through them at high speed. The noise wasn't like a wild boar charging around. It was lighter, faster, and carried an indescribable sense of oppression. My vision blurred, and a gust of wind carrying a strong, pungent smell of fish and vegetation rushed towards me. The next second, an arm covered in rough, dark gray hair and with muscles so bulging they were inhuman reached out from the side like an iron clamp and clamped tightly around my waist and ribs. The force was terrifying. I felt like I'd been hit by the side of a truck, or like I'd been clamped by a giant hydraulic clamp. My ribs were cracking, the air in my lungs was instantly squeezed out, and I saw stars. Well, I only had time to let out a muffled groan before my vision went black. In the remaining consciousness, all I could feel was the dizzying sensation as my body was dragged away from the spot by that immense force. With all I could hear was the howling wind and the rustling of branches and leaves being roughly scraped by. Chapter 39, Go Down the Mountain to Call for Help. Uncle Dongzi? Uncle Dongzi, are you done pooping? About 5 or 6 minutes later, Chunzi noticed that I hadn't returned yet and started to panic, so she followed the direction I had left in to find me. He parted the bushes and saw only trampled marks on the ground, and my machete lying forlornly among the fallen leaves. The surroundings were empty. There was no trace of me. Uncle Dongzi? Haruko called out again, her voice echoing through the woods, startling a few birds into flight. There was no other response. He crouched down to pick up the machete, his nose twitching as if he could smell a faint, unfamiliar, fishy odor lingering in the air. The fallen leaves on the ground were dragged haphazardly, leaving a trail that stretched deep into the dense forest. That direction was neither the way back to the rescue team nor the usual animal trail. Chunzi's expression changed instantly, a rare sharpness appearing in her honest eyes. He gripped the axe tightly, not wanting to alarm the people in the distance. Instead, he crouched down, examining the marks on the ground like a hunting dog and trying to discern the faint scent. Chunzi knew in his heart that he didn't seem to have gotten lost on his own. It was more like he had been forcibly dragged away by something. Worry and anger surged up at once. He only glanced back in the direction of the rescue team before following the drag marks into the deeper forest. On the other side, the rescue team searched a little further before the old village chief realized that not only had I fallen behind, but Chunzi, who had come looking for me, was also gone. Windong, Chunzi. The old village chief's shouts echoed through the mountains, filled with anxiety and foreboding. 2 grown men had disappeared right before their eyes, and no one knew what was lurking in this old forest. Everyone's hearts sank. What started as just a case of a child using Sogu, a Chinese search engine, has now escalated to the point where even those who went into the mountains to rescue people have been caught in the crossfire, making the situation even more dangerous. Old village chief Zhao Jizhou's face was frighteningly gloomy, and the veins on the back of his hand, gripping his pipe, bulged. Goa's fate was unknown, and Chunzi and I had disappeared again. These things struck him like heavy hammers. Village chief, what should we do now? Zhao Xuanzhu's voice trembled, his eyes darting back and forth into the dark woods. The other men gripped their farm tools tightly, their breathing growing heavier. The old forest at Eaglesby Cliff was truly eerie today. It was so quiet all around. Not even birdsong remained, only the whistling of the wind rustling through the treetops. The smell of decaying leaves carried a hint of fishiness, sending chills down my spine. The old village chief, biting the long-extinguished cigarette holder, forced himself to remain calm. He was the backbone of this group, and it was especially important not to lose his composure in situations like this. He was naturally worried because Chunzi and I were missing. But Goa was being chased by a maddening wild boar. Danger was imminent, and every moment of delay could lead to disaster. Goa was still a definite trail. At least we knew his general direction. But we had absolutely no clue how Chunzi and I disappeared, or what took us away. If we searched aimlessly in the forest, we might drag the whole team into danger. Don't panic. The old village chief suddenly raised his voice, hoarse yet powerful, instantly quelling the panic among the crowd. He glanced at everyone and began to give instructions in a deep voice. Xuanzhu, Taizhu, you 2 go back the way you came and take a close look at the area where Dongzi relieved himself. Shout a few times and watch for any new marks on the ground, but don't go far. If you don't find anything in 10 minutes, come back. Yes, village chief. Although they were scared, the 2 of them reluctantly agreed and turned to walk back. Civil and military. A middle-aged man from Zhao Windong's family immediately came up from behind. The old village chief, with a solemn expression, instructed, go back to the village and call some more people. Bring any hunting rifles you have. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wenwu knew that things were serious, so he nodded quickly and turned to head down the mountain. The old village chief gritted his teeth and said, The rest of you, follow me forward. This decision was difficult and cruel. It meant temporarily putting my and Haruko's safety second. But in a place like this, we had to protect the majority first, and we had to pursue the clearest leads first. Find Goa first. He's an obvious danger. We can't afford to delay. Dongzi and Chunzi. Chunzi is more resourceful than any of us in the mountains. Hopefully he can hold on. Let's save one first, then we'll figure something out. The men's lips moved, but they ultimately didn't object. Seeing the old village chief's ashen face and the worry in his eyes, they understood that focusing their efforts on finding Goa was the safest option. Keep your eyes peeled. Prick up your ears. Prepare the torches. The old village chief let out a low growl and led his team back to search the direction Goa might have fled. Each person's steps were heavier, and their unease deepened. And at this moment, I am in the depths of a dense forest, not too far from them, but in a completely different direction. A violent jolt and the stinging pain of branches scraping against me jolted me awake from my suffocating unconsciousness. As soon as I regained consciousness, I felt a burning pain under my ribs, and my head felt like it was about to split open. I then realized that I was being carried under the arm of something and flying through the forest at an astonishing speed. Before me was a rapidly receding green shadow and a patch of rough, swaying gray-black fur. A strong, fishy stench assaulted my nostrils, making it almost impossible for me to breathe. I tried to struggle, but the arm holding me was as solid as iron, completely immobile. I tried to shout, but my throat felt blocked, and I could only manage muffled breaths. I could only stare wide-eyed as I was led deeper into the dark forest, a chilling fear spreading through me like cold water. Were these things? A savage? A mandrill? Or some other monster? Why is that strange stone glowing? And why is the ring reacting? Countless questions filled my mind, but I knew that being afraid was useless. I could only force myself to calm down and try to use my remaining senses to observe my surroundings and look for a chance to escape. Along the route I was taken away, at a distance, Haruko was silently following. He would squat down to examine the flattened grass and broken branches, and then gently sniff the air for clues that mixed my scent with a strange, fishy smell. At this moment, Chunzi's eyes no longer held their usual naivety. Instead, they were as focused as those of a wild beast from mountains. He held the axe behind his back, his footsteps so light they were almost silent. He didn't know what had taken me away, but he knew the direction, the traces, and one thing more. He had to find me. Chapter 40 Goa has been found. When the old village chief led the rescue team to Eagle's Beak Cliff, the valley was eerily quiet. At his command, everyone immediately scattered, keeping an eye out for any wild boars that might not have gone far, while shouting Goa's name at the top of their lungs. Their shouts echoed through the mountains, but no one answered. The longer the silence, the heavier their hearts sank. Everyone knew that the longer it dragged on, the more dangerous it would be for them. Just then, Zhao Xuanju suddenly cried out, "Village chief, come quick! There's blood here!" Everyone immediately gathered around, only to find the grass trampled into a mess, a few drops of dark blood splattered on a broken branch, and a trail of hurried footprints nearby. The old village chief squatted down to take a look, and his face immediately darkened. He picked up some blood-stained soil, smelled it, then followed the footprints and whispered, "It's human blood, and it hasn't been long." The person ran down the steep slope to the west. Hurry and chase after them. Without delay, everyone rushed westward. After running another 100 meters or so, Taiju shouted towards the hillside, "Hua!" This time, a faint response finally came. "Help here." The sound was intermittent, as if it came from a very deep place, making people's hearts tighten. The old village chief perked up and quickly led his men to search down the path of the sound, continuing to call out as they went so that the person inside could respond. After struggling down the steep slope for another 200 meters, we passed through a dense thicket of thorns, and suddenly a dark hole covered by withered vines and fallen leaves appeared in front of us. It looked like an abandoned animal den, or a pit that had naturally collapsed in the mountains. At this moment, Gua's weak voice finally became clear. "Village chief, I'm here. I fell into a pit, and I think my leg is broken." Everyone rushed to the cave entrance and shone torches and flashlights inside. The cave wasn't large, but it was very deep. They could vaguely see Gua curled up at the bottom, covered in dirt, his clothes torn, one leg bent unnaturally, his face covered in blood and mud, and his eyes filled with fear. "Doggy, don't panic. We're here," the old village chief shouted from the cave entrance. "Besides your leg, where else are you injured? What's the situation down there?" "My leg hurts so badly, I can't move. There's just a pit below, nothing else." "Village chief, please pull me up. I'm scared." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief that the man was still alive. The old village chief immediately ordered someone to get a rope and told Zhao Xuanzhu and Taizhu to go down and secure him while the others pulled him up. After checking him over, they found that he only had a broken lower leg, and then they carefully pulled Gua out of the 5 or 6 meter deep pit. But rescuing Gua wasn't the end of it. What really caused an uproar in the village was when I ran back to the village to report the news. It was almost noon, and many villagers were still busy in the fields. I stood on the hillside at the edge of the village, mouth agape, and shouted as loudly as I could, "Help! Help! Something terrible has happened in the mountains." At that shout, all the villagers in the fields stopped what they were doing. Zhao Dahai was the first to rush up, his face full of anxiety, and asked me, "Wenwu, is that you? Didn't you go into the mountains with the village chief to look for Gua? Why did you come back alone?" I was panting heavily, and after catching my breath by holding my knees, I managed to squeeze out the words, "Brother Hai, we still haven't found Gua." The crowd tensed up as soon as they heard that. But what I said next stunned everyone even more. "No, Dongzi and Chunzi are missing too." Zhao Dahai's expression changed, and chaos immediately erupted around him. Just then, Zhao Fugue rushed over from the side. He had been tidying up corn stalks on the edge of the field, but upon hearing the name Dongzi, he turned pale, grabbed my arm, and his hands were trembling. "Wenwu, what did you say? What happened to my son?" He pinched me so hard it hurt, but seeing how he was about to collapse, I quickly told him everything I knew. As soon as I finished speaking, Zhao Fugue swayed and almost fell over. 2 people next to him quickly supported him. I didn't dare to delay any longer and quickly said to Zhao Dahai, "The village chief told me to come back and call people to go into the mountains. Anyone with a hunting rifle or any other equipment, bring them all and hurry up to rescue them." The villagers who had heard the commotion all gathered around. Men and women, young and old, their faces filled with shock and worry. Gua's accident was frightening enough, but they never expected that Dongzi and Chunzi, who went to rescue him, would also perish. Zhao Dahai was the first to regain his composure and roared with a livid face, "Listen carefully. Dongzi and Chunzi have gone missing in the old forest of Eaglebeak Cliff. They're children we watched grow up. We can't let them die." After he finished speaking, he immediately called out a few names. "Zhao Laoshuan, Zhao Jiangwo, Zhao Shuangxi, you go back to the village right now, beat the gong, and call all the able-bodied men to the threshing ground. Hurry!" The person whose name was called took off running. Zhao Dahai then looked at several older, worldly wise men. "Third uncle, fifth uncle, don't you still have old guns at home? Hurry back and get them. And take plenty of ammunition too. Something's wrong with that old man in the forest." The 2 old men nodded emphatically and turned to run home. Just then, Zhao Fugue rushed back as if he'd lost his soul, repeatedly muttering, "Egg, wait for Daddy. Daddy's coming to save you." He ran home frantically, ransacking the house, throwing everything out and leaving the room in disarray. Li Xiuling and Zhao Jidi, who were cooking, were terrified and quickly tried to stop him. "Dad, what's wrong? What happened? Dad, tell me quickly what happened." Zhao Fugue suddenly pulled out his treasured rifle from the bottom of the cabinet, his eyes red, and roared, "Danden's in trouble in the mountains. I have to go save him." Li Xiuling and Zhao Jidi were both stunned after hearing this. Zhao Fugue, however, couldn't care less about anything else. He grabbed his gun and rushed out, his mind filled with only one thought. He had to find his son. Chapter 41, Mysterious Ancient Spring. Under Zhao Dahai's organization, a dozen villagers carrying hunting rifles and crossbows quickly entered the mountains. Meanwhile, I was being carried along by that unknown thing. My body was being jostled so hard that my internal organs felt like they were about to shift. Branches and vines kept scraping against my face and body, and my consciousness was sometimes clear and sometimes not. I don't know how long I ran, but the surrounding trees grew taller and taller. The light grew dimmer and dimmer, and the air was filled with the musty smell of decaying leaves, mixed with an indescribable fishy odor. Finally, the thing slowed down. Then everything went black, as if I had been dragged into a cave. After running a little further in, I was thrown hard onto a damp, heavy patch of moss-covered ground. The fall made me groan in pain, my ribs felt like they were being stabbed, but it also brought me fully awake. I endured the pain and backed away until I was against the cold cave wall, then looked ahead in horror. What I saw made me hold my breath instantly. It was nothing like an ordinary wild beast. It was at least 2 meters tall, barely resembling a human, covered in long, dark gray fur, with long, thick limbs, huge joints in its hands and feet, and thick, sharp nails. Its face was mostly covered by fur, revealing only a pair of dark yellow eyes that stared coldly at me in the dim light, without any emotion. This thing is more like a legendary savage or a mountain demon. It stood a few steps away from me, not rushing at me immediately, but its chest rose and fell slowly, and it made a low, bellows-like breathing sound in its throat. I quickly noticed that it was holding the strange stone that I had dropped earlier. A corner of the yellow cloth covering the stone was torn open, revealing a green light inside. The ring on my finger, as if sensing something, began to flash. The creature seemed extremely interested in the glowing stone, pinching it with its thick fingers, looking at it closely, smelling it under its nose, and making muffled, gurgling sounds in its throat. My heart was pounding, but my mind was racing. It wasn't in a hurry to hurt me. Its attention was entirely on the stone. Could this thing be intelligent? Or was the stone very important to it? Thinking of this, I suppressed my fear and tried to ask, "Do you want that?" The creature abruptly turned to look at me, its dark yellow eyes flashing, and the sound in its throat stopped. It stared at me, then glanced at the stone in its hand, as if trying to discern my intentions. The next moment, it did something I didn't expect. It actually nodded slowly. I was shocked. This thing can actually understand. Then, it raised its thick arm, extended a finger, pointed to the rock wall on the other side of the cave, and made an urging woo-woo sound. I endured the excruciating pain in my ribs, got up from the damp ground, glanced at it warily, and then limped toward the rock wall. The cave was even darker at its depths, with only the faint green glow emanating from the rock, and a few rays of sunlight filtering through the cracks in the cave ceiling. The rock walls were covered in moss and water stains, rough and uneven. I examined them carefully several times, but could only see a single rock. Just as I was wondering if I had misunderstood something, my gaze suddenly fell on the corner where the rock wall met the ground. There was a particularly deep shadow there. I crouched down and looked closer, only to find that there was a depression the size of a fist at the base of the rock wall. The depression is irregular in shape and has signs of weathering and wear on the edges, but upon closer inspection, its outline actually matches the glowing stone somewhat. I turned around abruptly to look at the creature. It remained standing in the same spot, its dark yellow eyes fixed on me. Seeing that I had noticed the dent, it nodded vigorously again, making an even more urgent woofing sound, and pointed its finger in that direction once more. I tentatively asked, "Do you want me to put this stone in?" The creature let out a low growl and nodded even more vigorously. Now I have no choice. If it really wanted to harm me, it would have done it already. There would have been no need for such a roundabout way. I walked back to it and carefully took the strange stone from its huge palm. The stone felt warm to the touch, almost scalding. Its green light flickered rhythmically, as if it were breathing. I returned to the depression, held my breath, aligned the stone with the opening, and slowly pressed it in. Surprisingly, it fit perfectly. The moment the stone embedded itself in the depression, there was a soft click sound like some kind of mechanism being triggered. I was startled and immediately stepped back, leaning against the rock wall, and warily looked around. But a few seconds passed, and nothing happened. The cave remained a cave, and the rock walls were unchanged, except for that stone embedded in the depression, which continued to emit a faint green light. I looked at the creature with a puzzled expression, only to see it staring intently at the rock wall, its body slightly leaning forward, as if waiting for something. Just as I was about to speak, suddenly, buzz, centered on that green stone, a straight green beam of light suddenly shone on the rock wall, extending upwards and downwards. Immediately afterwards, a second and third beam of light appeared in succession, and complex patterns spread across the rock wall at an astonishing speed, quickly outlining a huge and ancient pattern. It actually looked like a door. The moment the last green light appeared, the entire cave trembled violently. Boom! Gravel and dust rained down from above, and the ground shook violently. I lost my balance, stumbled a few steps, and fell to the ground. Thinking the cave was about to collapse, I instinctively crawled back towards the entrance I had come from. The vibration lasted for less than 10 seconds before suddenly stopping. The surroundings fell silent again, with only dust slowly drifting down in the green light. I turned around in shock, only to see a scene I will never forget. The rock wall with the green light gate carved on it slowly cracked open from the middle. There was no loud noise, no falling rocks. It was like a real door, slowly pushed open by an invisible hand. The gap widened until it was wide enough for one person to pass through. What shocked me even more was that I could clearly hear the sound of water coming from under the door. That wasn't the dripping sound you often hear in caves, but the gurgling sound of flowing spring water, crisp, continuous, and carrying an indescribable vitality. The creature let out an excited growl, its dark yellow eyes gleaming. Ignoring me completely, it sprang to its feet on all fours and then quickly rose again, nimbly rushing through the door and disappearing in the blink of an eye. I lay on the ground, staring blankly at the door that glowed with a soft green light, listening to the gurgling water coming from inside. In the end, curiosity prevailed over fear. I struggled to my feet, hesitated for a few seconds, and then limped over. The moment I stepped across the threshold, a fresh, moist scent with a strange, sweet fragrance wafted towards me, instantly invigorating me. Behind the door, there was indeed a hidden world. Chapter 42, The Miraculous Spring. I followed the monster inside and found that it was smaller than the cave outside, but much more orderly, like an irregular circular space, about half the size of a basketball court. The cave ceiling is even higher, and several natural cracks lend sunlight. The light is refracted by the minerals in the rock walls, creating a faint 7-colored halo that illuminates the entire cave. The most eye-catching feature is the well in the center. The wellhead is made of blue stone slabs, about 1 meter square and half a foot above the ground. Clear spring water gurgles out of the well, overflows, and flows down the stone trough, forming a small waterfall at the end, falling into the stone basin below, and then flowing away to who knows where. The gurgling sound of water came from here. Beside the well stood a stone tablet, about 5 feet high and 2 feet wide, neither jade nor stone, with a warm and lustrous surface and a bluish sheen, though the edges were somewhat blurred by the erosion of time. The monster that had entered first was now lying by the well, its huge head lowered, greedily sniffing the rising mist from the spring, making satisfied gurgling sounds in its throat, but strangely, it didn't drink immediately. My attention was completely drawn to the stone tablet. I endured the pain in my body and walked over, squinting to decipher the inscription in the strange light of the cave. The 4 large ancient characters at the top had complex strokes, but their meaning was still discernible. An ancient sacred spring. Below were a few lines of smaller characters, more severely damaged. I moved closer and painstakingly read each character. It roughly said that this spring water was formed from the spiritual veins of heaven and earth, gathering the essence of the sun and moon, and containing a spiritual energy. Further down, it says, when ordinary people drink it, it can strengthen their muscles and bones, improve blood circulation, and awaken the martial spirit. A few parts are missing, but I guess that's roughly the meaning. It then says that using this spring water to irrigate plants can promote growth and improve their quality and efficacy. Upon reading this, I couldn't help but mutter under my breath, "What is this nonsense? Why does it suddenly sound like a martial arts movie?" But the last line made my heart clench. The inscription read, "The spirit spring has its limits. Its use should be measured. Greed will lead to." The words after that were all weathered and illegible, but they were clearly not good words. I stood there, my mind buzzing, strengthening muscles and bones, activating martial spirit, and even accelerating the growth of plants. Wasn't this the rare treasure from martial arts novels or the spiritual springs from cultivation stories? It sounds outrageous, but considering the mechanisms in this cave, the mysteriously glowing stones, and the humanoid creature in front of you, everything seems to indicate that this spring is truly extraordinary. What's more, I myself am a time traveler, and I even have a ring on my hand that can open up space-time. Given that time travel and storage spaces exist, a spring with special effects doesn't seem entirely impossible. Just as I was reeling, the monster suddenly looked up at me. Its dark yellow eyes first looked at me, then at the well water, then it stretched out its large hand, pointed at the well, then at me, and made a whooshing sound. I tentatively asked, "You're letting me drink it?" It nodded vigorously and patted the edge of the well with its paw, splashing up a few crystal-clear drops of water. Looking at the crystal-clear, slightly misty spring water, my throat involuntarily tightened. After a frightened escape, my mouth was parched, and the water looked incredibly tempting. However, the inscription on the monument, "Used with moderation," and the illegible warning at the end made me hesitant to act rashly. The monster seemed to sense my hesitation, let out a low growl, scooped up a handful of water with its large hand, tilted its head back, and drank it down. After finishing, it let out a satisfied sigh, and its fur seemed to have become even shinier. Then it looked at me, its eyes seeming to urge me on. I gritted my teeth, thinking that if it really wanted to harm me, there was no need for all this trouble. It wouldn't be a problem for it to drink it. So I went to the well, and imitating it, I clasped my hands together and scooped up a handful of clear spring water. The water was icy cold to the touch, but not bone-chilling. Instead, it had a warm, soothing feel. The moment I lowered my head to drink it, I felt an incredibly pure and sweet taste slide into my throat, like swallowing a mouthful of condensed nectar, instantly moisturizing my parched throat and body. Immediately afterwards, a gentle warmth spread from my stomach, quickly flowing to my limbs and bones. The sharp pain in my ribs, the abrasions on my body, and the fatigue from being tense for so long were all quickly relieved by this warm current. I looked at my hands in shock. The skin beneath the several scrapes was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. This wasn't an illusion. What the inscription said was true. Just as I was stunned by the effects of the spring water, outside the cave, Zhao Dahai led the second batch of rescue teams and arrived near Eagle Beak Cliff, where they happened to meet the old village chief and his group carrying Goa down the mountain. Zhao Dahai asked urgently if there was any news about Wendong and Chunzi. The old village chief, Zhao Jizhou, looked grim and said that after they rescued Goa, they searched the surrounding area and only found some blurry drag marks heading north towards Laoxionggo. They chased for a while, but the trail went cold. The forest was too dense, and they dared not continue the pursuit, fearing further trouble. The old village chief looked at the dozen or so men and several guns that Zhao Dahai had brought, a resolute look flashing in his eyes. He ordered Zhao Dahai to take 10 men to escort Goa and the others down the mountain and get them to the clinic as soon as possible. The rest of the men were to continue searching north with him. He needed to find them alive or dead. Zhao Fuguei stepped forward, rifle in hand, his eyes bloodshot, but he said with unusual determination that he would go too. The old village chief glanced at him, patted him heavily on the shoulder, and said only one word, "Go." Meanwhile, deep within the dense forest of Old Bear Gully, Chunzi was squatting beside a bush, her nose twitching slightly, her rough fingers tracing the almost vanished drag marks on the ground, and a few broken, coarse black hairs. He slowly raised his head and looked towards the dark valley to the north, a place rarely visited even by old hunters and known by the villagers as the Ghost Cry Forest. For the first time, an extremely solemn expression appeared on his honest face. "Uncle Domzi, where exactly were you taken?" By the time Chunzi caught up with me here, my trail had completely disappeared. Even the fishy smell in the air had vanished. He gripped his axe tightly, and without hesitation, continued his pursuit into the depths of that dense forest, where even sunlight could hardly penetrate and which was said to be a place of no return. Chapter 43, The Persistent Old Man Zhao. The old village chief and his men searched the mountains for 4 whole hours, from Eagle's Beak Cliff to the edge of Old Bear Gully, turning over almost every grass, rock crevice, and ravine where people could hide, but they still couldn't find Chunzi or me. The sky was beginning to darken, and the shouts, which had started off strong, were now hoarse and weak. The only sounds in the forest were the wind, the hooting of owls, and the increasingly heavy breathing of the group, making one's heart tighten. The villagers were all exhausted. Their clothes, soaked with sweat and the mountain air, clung to their bodies, cold and heavy. Their hands and feet were scratched and bleeding from the thorns. Looking at the last rays of the setting sun in the west, one of them couldn't help but speak up, saying that if they continued searching after dark, they might not find the person and would get hurt themselves first. The old village chief, Zhao Jizhou, stood on a rock, an empty pipe in his hand, his face grim. He knew the young men were right. The dangers in this old forest multiplied several times over at night. Wild boars, poisonous insects, getting lost, falling off cliffs, any one of these could be fatal. But he couldn't help but look at the figure in front of him, almost blending into the shadows of the trees. Zhao Fugui. This man hadn't stopped since the afternoon, leaning on his old hunting rifle, inching forward step by step, and even though his legs were starting to feel unsteady, he hadn't uttered a single word about going back. The old village chief's heart sank. He understood that Zhao Fugui was the only son he had lost. Anyone would go crazy in his shoes. But as the village chief, he couldn't just consider the feelings of one father. He also had to consider the lives of the dozen or so people who had gone into the mountains with him. It's too dark, and we can't see the path in the woods anymore. It's too dangerous to keep searching. The old village chief gritted his teeth and advised him, if something else goes wrong, none of us can bear the responsibility. The surroundings fell silent, save for the crackling of the torches. All eyes were on Zhao Fugui, some with sympathy, others with hope that he would nod and descend the mountain. Zhao Fugui's chest heaved violently. He suddenly grabbed the old village chief's arm, his voice hoarse. Brother Zhou, that's my son. He's my only son. His mother is waiting at home, and GD is waiting too. How can I go back? His eyes were red-rimmed, but he didn't shed a single tear. Instead, as if he had been driven to the brink, his voice grew louder and louder. No, I can't go back like this. Danda might be up ahead, injured and unable to move, waiting for us to rescue him. So what if it's dark? We have torches. Chunzi is inside too. He's a hero. Maybe the two of them are together. Zhao Xuanzhu couldn't help but advise him, saying that it was really dangerous to go into Laxianggu at night. The older generation said it was unclean and creepy even during the day, let alone at night. But Zhao Fugui wouldn't listen at all and suddenly shouted, I don't care about cleanliness or not. I only know my son is in there. Having said that, he snatched the torch from his side and turned to rush into the deeper darkness. Seeing this, the old village chief shouted sternly and grabbed him tightly. Nonsense! Are you going in alone to your death? On one side was everyone's life. On the other was the father's lifeline. The scene froze. The firelight illuminated everyone's faces, and no one could utter a word. At that moment, I was lying in the cave, scooping up spring water and drinking it down. The water was cool and refreshing when it first entered my mouth, but once it went down into my stomach, it was like a warm current spreading out, washing away all my fatigue and pain. I was overjoyed. The pain in my ribs subsided quickly, and a ticklish, healing sensation came from the abrasion. I couldn't resist taking a few more sips. The first 2 times were quite pleasant, but soon the warmth suddenly changed. It started to burn like molten iron rushing down my throat and exploding in my stomach. Then waves of violent heat surged through my limbs and bones, like wild horses that couldn't be contained. Ugh! I groaned in pain, spilling spring water all over the ground, and curled up. In that instant, my whole body felt like it was being cut by a knife, burned by fire, and smashed by a heavy hammer. Even the cracks in my bones ached, and the veins under my skin bulged out, turning a dark reddish color. Heat kept escaping from my pores, turning into a layer of white mist in the chilly cave. The spring water, the stone tablet, and the still human-shaped stone statue in front of me all began to twist and spin, and all I could hear was my own heavy breathing. The last thought that flashed through my mind was, the inscription said, greed has its limits, and I had drunk too much. Then darkness and excruciating pain surged up at once, and everything went black as I completely lost consciousness, collapsing onto the cold, damp cave floor. I don't know how much time passed, but a faint sense of light returned first, followed by the gentle sound of flowing water, crisp and steady, like a soft stream flowing beside my ears. Then, I felt that I didn't experience any of the excruciating pain I had imagined. Instead, I felt an unprecedented sense of clarity. It was like a river channel that had been blocked for years was suddenly cleared. My whole body felt light and refreshed, as if every cell was working hard to breathe. My senses also became exceptionally clear. I could even hear the soft sound of spring water dripping into a stone basin. I slowly opened my eyes and found that the light filtering through the cracks in the cave ceiling had brightened, and a rainbow of colors filled the entire cave. I was lying by the spring with a thick layer of moss and soft grass beneath me, as if someone had specially prepared it for me. I sat up abruptly, finding it effortless. The tearing pain from before was completely gone, leaving only a slight stiffness from sleeping for so long. With a casual movement, my joints cracked slightly, and an unprecedented sense of strength surged through my body. Chapter 44, The Primordial Heart Sutra. As soon as I opened my eyes, I saw the so-called guardian still crouching 2 or 3 meters away. It was covered in black fur and still looked strange, but its dark yellow eyes had lost some of their wildness and gained a quieter look, as if it was specifically watching over me as I woke up. Seeing that I was fully awake, it made a low growl in its throat, then reached into the fur on its chest and slowly pulled out a yellowed, old booklet, which it gently handed to me. I hesitated for a moment before taking it. The booklet wasn't large, but it felt quite heavy, carrying its body heat and an old, worn scent. I flipped it to the front, and 4 ancient characters immediately caught my eye. The Ancient Heart Sutra. My heart skipped a beat, and I quickly flipped it open. Inside wasn't a set of techniques, but a complete set of internal martial arts principles, explaining chi, intention, body and spirit, breathing exercises, tempering muscles, bones and internal organs, and even including illustrated instructions. The more I looked at it, the more it seemed like the real thing. I flipped through the pages, my breathing quickening. Although I still only half understood many of the terms, my own understanding, combined with the inexplicable sensation of energy within my body, actually allowed me to grasp some of the basics. I looked up completely stunned. So martial arts really did exist in this world. It wasn't just a legend, nor a story. I pointed to the booklet in my hand and asked if it wanted me to learn it. It actually nodded slowly. Then it pointed at me, then at the spring, and finally patted its chest, making a series of rhythmic gurgling sounds. I immediately understood that after drinking from the holy spring, my body had changed, and I needed this heart sutra to guide and control it. This discovery left my mind blank. The spicy hot pot stall, the money-making plan, the dealings with the thugs, all of it seemed to have been thrown far away. This hidden paradise nestled in the mountainside was the bigger secret. Holding this copy of the Primordial Heart Sutra in my hand and feeling the surging power within my body, I felt a strong urge for the first time to try out the methods described in it immediately. I took a deep breath, waved the booklet at it, and said, "Thank you sincerely." The creature tilted its head, as if it understood what I meant, then quietly squatted back in its original spot, its gaze fixed on me, like a strict teacher waiting for students to begin their practice. Without further hesitation, I sat cross-legged by the spring, spread the Heart Sutra on my lap, and began to ponder each word and phrase, starting from the most basic techniques of calming the mind and sensing the chi, trying to truly draw out that power. Meanwhile, in a makeshift hunter's hut near Eagle's Beak Cliff, a fire flickered. Zhao Fugue insisted on waiting, but the old village chief finally relented and allowed everyone to set up a makeshift hut in the mountains. Zhao Fugue huddled in a corner, clutching his old hunting rifle, staring intently at the impenetrable darkness outside the shed. His facial muscles twitched, clearly trying desperately to suppress his inner turmoil. The old village chief, Zhao Jizhou, sat at the doorway, his pipe long since empty, his brows furrowed tightly. A young man asked Zhao Xuanzhu in a low voice, "Are Chunzi and I still inside?" Zhao Xuanzhu kept his eyes closed and after a long pause, replied in a low voice, "Traces can't be faked. That thing is no simple matter. Whether it's a blessing or a curse is hard to say. We need to see them alive or dead." He didn't finish his sentence, and the atmosphere in the shack became even more oppressive. The old village chief finally spoke in a hoarse voice, saying that they had to set off immediately once there was a glimmer of light on the horizon, even if it was still gloomy. Zhao Fugue had to conserve his energy. Tomorrow would be the real battle. Zhao Fugue's body trembled, and he slowly turned his head to look at him. The firelight reflected his bloodshot eyes, and in the end, he nodded with great difficulty, managing to squeeze out a from his throat. He then closed his eyes and forced himself to rest, but his trembling eyelids and white fingers still clearly revealed the torment in his heart. Chapter 45, The Terrifying Mind Technique. After daybreak, the rescue team searched the mountains for another whole day. They picked wild fruits to eat when they were hungry and drank mountain spring water when they were thirsty, but they still couldn't find any trace of me and Chunzi. Exhaustion was etched on everyone's faces, and the initial determination to find the person had been gradually worn away by the mountains. Someone, panting heavily, looked ahead, his voice trembling. "Village chief, We're almost at the innermost part of Old Bear Gully. Beyond that is Ghost Sorrow, a place no one has ever been to before. The old village chief stopped, gazing at the gloomy, deep valley before him, then looked back at the men behind him. Even the most hard-working farmers and hunters were now unsteady on their feet, their eyes glazed over. He knew that it wasn't that they didn't want to search, but that they had truly reached their limit. He opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a single word of encouragement. He could only instinctively look at Zhao Fugui. Zhao Fugui looked even more frightening, as if all his energy had been drained away. His face was ashen, and his eyes were sunken. Only his eyes remained fixed on every inch of the land in front of him, as if he could find me if he didn't blink. Meanwhile, Chunzi only truly understood how dangerous the place was after venturing into Gijiancho alone. She first dodged poisonous snakes, then avoided wild boars, breaking out in a cold sweat, and finally even encountered a bear. It was in a shady mountain hollow when Chunzi ran into a black bear digging up an ant nest. The beast suddenly stood up on its hind legs, its roar shaking the forest, and a stench swept over them. Chunzi was so frightened he almost jumped out of his skin. He scrambled away, barely managing to shake off the bear by using bushes and rocks as cover. Even so, the strong wind from the bear's paws still stung his back. Fear, hunger, exhaustion, and pain gradually drained Chunzi's strength. The axe in his hand grew heavier and heavier. His steps became slower and slower, and his reactions were far less agile than when he first entered the mountains. The third time, exhausted, he nearly slipped down the steep slope, clinging desperately to a vine and hanging in mid-air, gasping for breath. As his vision blurred, he finally realized he couldn't hold on any longer. If they keep searching like this, not only will they not find me, but he will also die here. But if he dies, no one will ever know which direction I might have gone in the end. Chunzi isn't stupid, he's just simple-minded. When he thought of the smiles he had when I took him to sell spicy hot pot, when I bought him meat buns, when I told him that better days were yet to come, tears mixed with mud and water streamed down his face. Finally, he gritted his teeth and crawled back to safety, collapsed on the ground, looked at the forest swallowed by twilight, and roared in frustration. At that moment, the obsession with finding me finally overcame the urge to continue dying. Chunzi understood that she had to go back alive and tell the village chief and Zhao Fugui about the clues and direction she had found along the way. If he couldn't find me on his own, perhaps others could think of other ways. So, filled with self-reproach and sorrow, he discerned his direction and staggered back. Every few steps, he couldn't help but look back, as if he were betraying me. At the same time, I was sitting cross-legged by the ancient well, following the method of the Chi guiding chapter of the Primordial Heart Sutra, abandoning distracting thoughts, focusing my eyes on my nose, and then my nose on my heart, allowing my consciousness to slowly sink into my dantian. At first, my dantian was filled with chaotic darkness and lingering, warm currents. That was the residual power from drinking too much spring water, like a herd of wild horses, powerful, yet potentially harmful at any moment. I dared not rush, and could only follow the mental technique, using my mind as a rein and my breath as a guide, to gradually gather these scattered heat currents. This process was extremely difficult, like untangling a mess of yarn in a storm. Sweat kept pouring from my forehead, only to be dried by the rising heat from my body. The humanoid creature guarding me remained motionless, its dark yellow eyes fixed on me, as if it could see through every change in my body. When my breathing becomes erratic and my brow furrows, it leans forward slightly. When my breathing becomes steady and I get into the zone, it leans back slightly, making a very soft, gurgling sound in its throat, as if it is acknowledging me. I don't know how much time passed, maybe several hours, maybe a whole day. The chaotic heat surging within me was finally managed to be contained into a few relatively docile streams. With a thought, I try to circulate a stream of energy according to the most basic microcosmic orbit in the Heart Sutra. But when the energy reached certain acupoints, it was indeed blocked, like a stream hitting a rock. Far from panicking, I was overjoyed. The Heart Sutra clearly states that this is due to blocked meridians, and the key to breaking the deadlock lies precisely here. I calmed my mind and gathered all the immense energy from the sacred spring water, along with the faint but pure true energy I had accumulated through cultivation over the past few days, into a sharp and resilient force that surged toward the first crucial point, the coccyx. Once, twice, the torrent of energy crashed against that blocked barrier. Instant pain swept through the entire body, like bones being crushed inch by inch, or like a red-hot iron rod piercing through the meridians. My whole body trembled violently, my face turned deathly pale, and cold sweat instantly soaked through my clothes. But I gritted my teeth, and only one thought remained in my mind: to break it open. The humanoid creature, standing guard beside me, seemed to sense the critical moment. It suddenly stood up, its dark yellow eyes shining brightly, and let out a low roar, as if it were both cheering me on and warning me of danger. Just as my consciousness was about to be overwhelmed by the excruciating pain, I roared in my mind, "Open it!" The next instant, a deafening roar exploded deep within the soul. It was an external sound, but the shockwave from the breaking through of the barriers within the body. We passed through Wailu Pass. Immediately afterwards, like the first floodgate being opened, the pent-up torrent finally found its outlet. That surging energy flowed upstream along the due meridian of the spine, unstoppable. Crackling, crackling, snap. This time, the sound came clearly from within my body, like popping beans or a snapping bowstring. Blocked meridians were forcibly opened, stiff joints were retempered, and the potential hidden deep within my body was instantly activated. My bones trembled slightly, and a layer of grayish-black stains with a fishy smell seeped from the surface of my skin as impurities were forced out of my body. As the last soft sound subsided near the Baihui point on the top of the head, a cool sensation flowed down from the crown of the head, merging with the surging, scorching torrent, and then returned to the dantian along the Ren meridian in the chest and abdomen, forming a complete cycle. The small heavenly circuit has been opened. I suddenly opened my eyes, and two unprecedented, cold, star-like lights flashed in them. Soon, all the strange phenomena subsided, leaving only an overwhelming joy and a trace of exhaustion. But my spirit was more invigorated than ever before. The first level of the Ancient Heart Sutra involves guiding chi into the body, and that's it. I slowly stood up, feeling as light as if I had no weight. With a slight push of my feet, I floated up like a feather and landed lightly a meter away. The warm, powerful energy within my body was circulating freely along the run and due meridians, endlessly regenerating. My limbs and bones were filled with power. I even felt that I could shatter rocks with a single punch. I tried throwing a punch into the air. With a whoosh, the force of the punch exploded, creating a clear air blast that even disrupted the mist above the nearby spring. Although it didn't hit anything, I was certain that this punch was at least 10 times more powerful than before. Then I tested my speed. The moment the thought crossed my mind, I pushed off with my legs, and my figure swept through the cave like a wisp of smoke. In almost the blink of an eye, I had rushed from the innermost stone tablet to the entrance, which was dozens of meters away. It was only then that I suddenly realized that the enormous, ghostly, humanoid creature in front of me was probably not just a naturally born mutant. Its terrifying speed and power likely indicate that it has cultivated a technique similar to the Primordial Heart Sutra, and its mastery of it far surpasses mine. The cave, the ancient spring, the Heart Sutra, and the guardian beast all seem to be connected, pointing to a hidden inheritance far beyond the mundane. Chapter 46, Descending the Mountain. After the initial joy, I suddenly felt a pang of anxiety. Oh no, how long have I been in this cave? When I was cultivating, I completely lost track of time. But I didn't go into the mountains on my own. I was kidnapped. My parents, fourth sister, the old village chief, and Chunzi and the others outside must be frantic with worry. I must go back immediately. I hurried to the spring and, watching the gushing clear water, knew this was an incredible opportunity. With a thought, I opened the storage space of my space-time ring, took the empty bamboo tube that originally held spices from my waist, carefully filled it with spring water, and put it inside. After thinking for a moment, I filled my water bag with some more. This spring water has countless uses. Whether for future cultivation or other purposes, I can't let it go to waste. After doing all that, I turned to look at the humanoid creature. It looked scary and couldn't speak, but I could sense that it meant me no harm. Instead, it seemed to be protecting me and looking forward to seeing me. I solemnly clasped my hands in thanks and said to it, "Thank you for bringing me here, for giving me the Heart Sutra, and for protecting me. This spring and the Heart Sutra have been a great blessing to me. I must go home now. People outside must be looking for me. Please continue to guard this place. I will come to see you again when I have the chance." The creature seemed to understand, its dark yellow eyes gazing at me silently. It nodded slowly, letting out a low, gurgling sound, as if reluctant to part. It stretched out its huge finger, first pointing at me, then at the cave entrance, indicating that I could leave. I took one last look at this magical cave, at the ancient stone tablet, the sacred spring, and the mysterious guardian, and etched it all into my heart. Without further delay, I took a deep breath, feeling the new energy surging within me, turned and strode quickly out of the cave, soon disappearing into the light. The cave fell silent again, with only the spring water still flowing. The humanoid creature slowly returned to the spring, squatted down, and returned to its original form as the silent, guarding stone statue. Only now, a faint glimmer of humanity seemed to have appeared in the depths of its gaze as it looked towards the cave entrance. What I didn't know was that before it got completely dark, the villagers, who were almost exhausted, and Chunzi, who was so disheveled that she could barely walk, finally met near Eagle's Beak Cliff. Someone spotted Haruko at a glance and immediately exclaimed, "Haruko!" But when everyone saw him return alone, covered in wounds and staggering, their last shred of hope vanished completely. Even in this state, Chunzi still came back alone. What about me? Zhao Fuguei stared at the empty space behind Chunzi, his whole body swaying as if his bones had been removed, and his hunting rifle clattered to the ground. He stared intently at Chunzi, his lips trembling, but he couldn't utter a single word. Upon seeing Zhao Fuguei, Chunzi could no longer hold back and collapsed to her knees. This towering man burst into tears like a child. "Third Master, I am useless. I found a lot of strange tracks, but the forest was too deep. I even ran into a bear, and I couldn't beat it. I'm out of strength, and I can't find Uncle Dongzi. It's all my fault." As he spoke, he pounded his head and chest with his fists, venting all his self-blame and helplessness. The crying was like the last straw, completely breaking Zhao Fuguei's spirit. He rushed forward, not to blame Chunzi, but to hug the young man who was crying uncontrollably. He himself finally couldn't hold back his tears and let out a sob that had been suppressed for 2 days. "My son, Dongzi, where are you?" The cries of the two men echoed through the twilight forest, chilling everyone who heard them to the bone. Several young men turned away, secretly wiping away their tears. Old village chief Zhao Jijo looked up and took a deep breath, suppressing the sob in his throat. He walked to the two men and placed his withered hand heavily on Zhao Fuguei's shoulder. "Wealth and prosperity." His voice was hoarse, like the friction of gravel. "It's okay to cry, but we have to face it." The old village chief looked around at the tired, desperate, and sorrowful faces and knew that he could not delay any longer. "It's been 2 days, everyone has been working their butts off, but this mountain is too big and too dangerous. We've done our best, but people aren't made of iron." He looked at Zhao Fuguei, whose eyes were vacant, and hardened his heart to raise his voice. "Fuguei, we have to go back. Look at everyone, and look at Chunzi, look at the state they've become. If we keep searching, we'll all perish in the mountains before we even find Dongzi." Zhao Fuguei could only weep and shake his head repeatedly, but he couldn't utter a word of rebuttal. The old village chief squatted down, stared into his eyes, and spoke in a tone as heavy as iron. "Zhao Fuguei, wake up. Dongzi is your son, and we all know you love him. But if you risk your life, what will happen to Xiaoling? What will happen to Jidi? Your family will truly fall apart. We have to get back tonight. Eat, sleep, treat our wounds. Even if we have to go back up the mountain before dawn tomorrow, we have to get back first." These last few words finally pierced through Zhao Fuguei's sorrow and obsession. He stared blankly at the old village chief, then at the villagers who could barely stand, and then at Chunzi, who was crying uncontrollably and covered in wounds. Finally, he nodded with difficulty. The old village chief breathed a sigh of relief, but his heart remained heavy. He directed those who could still move to help Zhao Fuguei and Chunzi up and gather their scattered belongings. The group remained silent, and in the deepening twilight, they dragged their leaden legs and staggered down the mountain. They came with torches and hope. They returned only weary and lingering sorrow. Chapter 47. Mother, I'm hungry. After the rescue team came down the mountain, the village seemed to be shrouded in a dark cloud, and no one dared to speak loudly. Inside the Zhao family's main room, the flame of the kerosene lamp flickered. When Mother heard Father say in a hoarse voice, couldn't find it. She felt as if all her strength had been drained away. Her eyes glazed over, her lips trembled, and she couldn't utter a sound. Then, her eyes rolled back, and she fell straight backward. Chilling. Father was terrified and rushed over to hug Mother tightly. Fourth sister Zhao Jidi was also flustered and only reacted after Father called her twice. She quickly helped help Mother onto the kang, a heated brick bed. After pinching her philtrum and calling out softly for a while, the mother finally let out a breath, but she didn't really wake up. She was still in a deep coma, her face full of grief and exhaustion. Father told his fourth sister to stay with Mother, then staggered to a corner of the main room, stood there with his back to the lamplight, and his shoulders suddenly began to tremble violently. This man, who wouldn't back down even when encountering a wild boar in the mountains, finally couldn't hold on any longer at this moment. He covered his face tightly with his rough hands, muttering, "It's my fault. It's all my fault. If I hadn't let him go, if I had stopped him from the beginning, my Dongzi, my son." Regret, like cold vines, suffocated my father. His mind was filled with the image of me leaving that morning, energetic, even a little excited. Why hadn't he thought back then that young people needed experience and hadn't firmly stopped me? It was late at night. With red eyes, the fourth sister tucked the blanket around her mother and then draped a coat over her father, who was sitting on the doorstep in a daze. She lay down beside her mother fully clothed, tears streaming silently down her face, quickly soaking the pillow. She thought about my usual cheerful demeanor, the energy I had when I asked her to help manage the stall, the shock my whole family felt when I poured out the money, and the affectionate tone I used when I called her fourth sister. She had only one thought in her mind. At daybreak tomorrow, she would definitely go up the mountain again. She had to see him alive, or bring her brother home, even if it meant death. Father lay beside Mother, eyes closed but not a bit sleepy. He was exhausted both physically and mentally, yet his mind was frighteningly clear, held together by pain and obsession. In the darkness, he lay awake, waiting for dawn. As long as there was a glimmer of light outside, as long as he could still breathe, he would crawl back into the mountains. He would not give up until he saw the person, until he saw the body. Because that was his son, the root of the Zhao family. After an unknown amount of time, Mother suddenly stirred, letting out a soft groan. She slowly opened her eyes, initially somewhat dazed, but in the next instant, grief surged forth like a burst dam. "Wow, my Dongzi, my Dandan, where are you?" Mother sat up abruptly, pounding the edge of the kang, a heated brick bed, and wailing. Her cries were shrill and mournful in the dead of night, as if she were crying out her heart and lungs. Father quickly got up, awkwardly patting Mother's back, his throat dry and hoarse. "Xiaoling, don't do this. You'll hurt yourself crying. I'll go again tomorrow. I'll definitely find him. I promise." Even his father himself wasn't sure about these words, but he didn't know what else to say. The fourth sister was awakened by the crying and rushed over after putting on her clothes. Seeing her mother's heartbreaking state, tears welled up in her eyes as well. She went forward and hugged her mother, and the two of them cried together. Just as the room was filled with sobbing, making it hard to breathe, there was a knock on the door. Thump, thump, thump. The sound wasn't loud, but it clearly pierced through the crying and reached the ears of the three people. The room fell silent. Immediately afterwards, a voice that was all too familiar came from outside the door, hoarse and tired, yet it exploded in the Zhao family's main room like a thunderclap. "Mom? Dad? Open the door. I'm home. I am Stadovin." The room fell into a deathly silence in an instant. The mother's crying stopped abruptly. She raised her head, her face still streaked with tears, but her eyes were wide open, staring straight at the door, as if she couldn't believe what she had heard. Father and fourth sister were also stunned. They looked at each other and saw shock and a glimmer of hope in each other's eyes. Was it an auditory hallucination, or did I miss it because I was thinking about it too much? Mother murmured, "Egg. Is that Egg's voice?" She suddenly nudged her father, her voice becoming urgent. "Fugue, did you hear that? It's Dandan. Our son is back. He's saying he's hungry. Quick, go open the door. I have to get him something to eat." As she spoke, she struggled to get off the kang, a heated brick bed, as if she weren't the one who had just cried herself to death. Father quickly held Mother down, but his heart was pounding wildly in his chest, making his ribs ache. He looked at fourth sister, who also looked surprised and didn't dare to breathe loudly. "Hurry up," the mother cried, her voice rising in urgency. "It's Dandan. How could I mistake my son's voice? He's hungry. Go open the door." Father then came to his senses and hurriedly said, "I'll go. I'll go. You sit still." He took a deep breath, as if he were about to face some life or death ordeal, and walked unsteadily to the door of the main room. His fourth sister supported their mother and followed behind, all three of them with their hearts in their throats. Father's hand, resting on the door latch, trembled violently. He feared that there was only empty darkness outside, yet he also hoped that the voice was real. After pausing for 2 seconds, he gritted his teeth, pulled off the latch, and slowly opened the door. Outside the door, in the cold moonlight and faint starlight, stood a blurry figure. The person's clothes were tattered, and their body was covered in mud, grass juice, and dark stains, making them almost unrecognizable. His face was dark, with only his eyes shining brightly in the night, looking into the house. Before the father could see clearly, the figure took a step forward, and with a thick nasal voice and a hint of grievance, called out, "Father." That voice was so real, so familiar, carrying the breath of a living person, that there was no longer a trace of doubt. Father shuddered, as if struck by lightning. The exhaustion, sorrow, and despair of the past few days transformed into overwhelming ecstasy in that moment. His legs gave way, and he collapsed onto the cold doorstep with a thud, his mouth agape, unable to utter a single word. "Dongzi? It really is Dongzi." Fourth sister screamed, her voice distorted. Mother shoved fourth sister aside and rushed out the door like a gust of wind, not caring about the dirt on the ground. She rushed to me, her hands trembling as she tried to touch my face, but seemed afraid that they would shatter at the slightest touch, and tears welled up in her eyes again. "Egg, it's my egg. You're back. You're really back. Am I dreaming? Let me see if you're hurt anywhere." I stood outside the door, looking at my father who had collapsed to the ground, looking like a dazed man, at my mother who was crying so hard she could barely stand, and at my fourth sister inside who was crying and laughing, completely at a loss. My nose suddenly felt incredibly sore. The experiences of these past few days, the hardships of cultivation, the longing for family, and the joy of finally returning home all welled up in my chest, instantly bringing tears to my eyes. I grasped my mother's cold, trembling hand, pressed it against my dirty face, nodded vigorously, and choked out, "Mom, Dad, sister, it's me. I'm back. It's nothing serious, just tired and hungry." Chapter 48, Thank You Banquet. That night, under the tearful gazes of my parents and sister, I wolfed down a large bowl of noodles that my mother had cooked, with 3 golden, poached eggs nestled in the bowl. I had been so hungry those past few days that I shoveled the noodles into my stomach in just a few bites. My mother, Li Xiuling, watched me, wiping away tears and constantly saying how much I had suffered. After I finished eating, I simply said that I had accidentally fallen into a ravine, passed out, and then somehow managed to find my way back. As for the drag marks, strange things, caves, sacred spring, and the great ancient heart sutra, I didn't mention a word. Those things were too bizarre. I'd have to find a chance to tell them slowly. My body was exhausted, and my mind was relaxed. I put down my chopsticks, and soon became so sleepy that I could barely keep my eyes open. My mother urged me to go to sleep, and my fourth sister, Zhao Jidi, had already made up clean bedding for me. As soon as I touched the bed, my eyelids drooped. In my dream, I returned to my childhood, splashing around in the little river by the village. The river water was warm, and the sunlight shone through, making the bottom of the water dazzlingly bright. The river was full of shimmering silver fish, swimming past my legs in groups. I reached out to catch them, but I always missed, and I didn't catch a single one after a long time. Just as I was getting anxious, the fish in the river suddenly changed, turning into bluish-black turtles in the blink of an eye. They stretched their necks and lunged at me, opening their mouths to bite. I was so scared that I tried to run to the bank, but my feet felt like they were stuck in mud, and I couldn't move at all. The bank was surrounded by people, some familiar villagers, and others whose faces I couldn't see, all laughing at me. I woke up with a start, my heart still pounding. It was already bright outside, and the outside was bustling with noise, laughter, and conversation drifting in. I quickly put on the old clothes my fourth sister had washed and mended for me, and when I opened the door, I was completely stunned. The courtyard was packed with people, men and women, young and old. Almost half the village had come. The men stood in groups smoking, the women helped move stools and pour hot water, and the children chased and played in the gaps. The whole courtyard was filled with the joy of surviving a disaster. My mother and fourth sister were so busy they barely had time to breathe. Although their faces showed exhaustion, their worries had long since vanished with smiles. Just then, Chunzi shouted at the top of her lungs, "Uncle Dongzi is awake." In an instant, everyone looked at me. Chunzi still had bandages wrapped around his arm and scratches on his face, but he was smiling the most. Immediately afterward, the villagers surrounded me, asking me how I was doing and telling me not to run around in the old forest again. I nodded repeatedly and thanked him. Soon after, the old village chief, Zhao Jizhou, squeezed through the crowd, looked me over carefully for a while, and finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw I was just a little tired. He patted my shoulder heavily, scolding me for being lucky and also telling me never to risk my life again. My nose tingled with emotion as I listened. My father had told me that the old village chief and his men had searched for me in the mountains for 2 days and 2 nights, risking their lives. I will always remember this kindness. It weighs heavily on my heart. None of the villagers pressed me for details about what had happened. They just said they were glad I was back. Looking at their familiar faces, and then at Chunzi's injuries, I felt a sudden sense of relief. I knew I had to repay this kindness. I turned around and called out to my fourth sister, who was still busy. "Fourth sister, stop what you're doing." Then she said to my father, "Dad, you and Mom take care of things at home for now." After I finished speaking, I walked up to Chunzi and patted his arm. "Chunzi, come with me to town." Chunzi was taken aback. "Uncle Dongzi, what are you going to town for?" I took a deep breath and said directly to everyone in the yard, "Buy meat, buy vegetables, buy alcohol, buy cigarettes, and also buy peanuts, melon seeds, and candy." The courtyard quieted down a bit, and I continued loudly. "These past 2 days and 2 nights, the village chief and all the uncles and brothers almost lost their lives searching for me. I, Zhao Wendong, will remember this kindness for the rest of my life. I won't say anything more today. I'll treat all the villagers who went into the mountains to look for me and who cared about me to a meal. Let's have a good get-together and have a drink, and that will be my way of thanking you all." As soon as I finished speaking, the courtyard erupted in a commotion. Some said I was being too formal, others advised me not to waste money, and even the old village chief frowned, trying to stop me. But I didn't back down. I said directly that this wasn't a formality, but a token of my appreciation. The meal was nothing, but I couldn't pretend not to see this kindness. My mother and father exchanged a glance and nodded. The old village chief finally smiled and decided to have a lively celebration today, but told me not to spend too much. I readily agreed and turned to wave at Chunzi. "Let's go hop on our tricycles and set off." Chunzi grinned and immediately ran to push the old tricycle. I didn't linger either. I'd only one thought in my mind. I had to make this thank you dinner a proper affair. Chapter 49, The Simple and Kind Villagers. After Chunzi and I rode away in a hurry on our tricycle, the courtyard was quiet for a little while, but the warm atmosphere of people didn't dissipate at all. The villagers were still gathered in the Zhao family's courtyard, their conversation revolving entirely around me, their son who had been lost and found again, their words filled with relief and praise. Old village chief Zhao Jizhou took a couple of puffs on his long-extinguished pipe, looked at the people in the yard, and then at his happy but haggard parents, and an idea came to him. He whispered to his wife, "Honey, go back and bring the basket of eggs from the kitchen beam. Dongzi's thoughtfulness is commendable, but it's not easy to feed so many people. Let's add a dish for them too." The village chief's wife didn't talk much, but she was quick-witted and understood immediately. She nodded, squeezed through the crowd, and hurried home with her bound feet. Not long after, the old lady returned carrying a bamboo basket covered with a blue cloth. She went straight to my eldest sister, Zhao Jidi, and shoved the basket in her hands, saying, "Jidi, take this and add some vegetables." The older sister lifted the blue cloth and saw 30 or 40 red-shelled eggs neatly stacked inside. She quickly declined, saying, "Auntie, this won't do." My brother said, "Take it." The old lady patted her hand. "Your brother's intentions are genuine, and so are ours." After saying that, she stopped her older sister from pushing her and turned back to stand next to the old village chief. Many people in the courtyard witnessed this scene, especially the men who had gone into the mountains with the village chief to look for me, and their wives. They exchanged glances and understood what was going on. Before long, the courtyard became lively again. Someone brought freshly picked cucumbers and green beans. Someone brought pickled radishes. Someone brought dried mushrooms. Someone carried potatoes and cabbage. and someone even brought half a bucket of their own pressed rapeseed oil. Women from each household carried baskets, basins, and jars, bringing things to the kitchen door one after another. The things weren't valuable, but they were all their own saved food and supplies that they couldn't bear to eat. My father, Zhao Fugue, and my mother, Li Xiuling, had tears in their eyes and quickly stopped them, saying, "What are you doing? We promised to treat everyone to dinner. How could we let you spend money?" The old village chief stepped forward, grabbed my father's arm, and said in a stern tone, "Fugue, everyone understands your and Dongzi's feelings. But which family in the countryside has a solid foundation? Dongzi has only just started earning money, and it wasn't easy for him." He added, "This meal is Dongzi's way of thanking everyone, but as his uncles and elders, we can't just sit around waiting to eat. Let's all chip in to satisfy Dongzi's feelings and also ease the burden on your family." The villagers chimed in, "Yeah, let's join in the fun. Your family pays the lion's share, and we'll add our share as a bonus." That's how things are done in Zhao family village. In those days, everyone was struggling financially, but it was precisely because of this that the bonds of mutual support grew even stronger. My father looked at the vegetables, eggs, and rapeseed oil piled up at the kitchen door. His throat tightened, and in the end, he could only nod heavily and clasp his hands in a fist salute to everyone. When Chunzi and I rode our tricycle home, laden with our goods, this was the lively scene we saw. Several square tables and long benches had been borrowed and put together in the courtyard. The kitchen door was piled high with vegetables brought by the villagers, and several aunts and sisters-in-law from the same clan had put on aprons and started cooking at the behest of my mother and eldest sister. Some were washing vegetables, some were cutting meat, and some were tending the fire. The makeshift earthen stove and the family kitchen were both steaming, and people were chatting and laughing in the yard, just like during the New Year. Chunzi has a loud voice. As soon as she entered the yard, she shouted, "Uncle Dongzi is back." When everyone turned around, they saw that the tricycle was piled up like a small mountain. The pork belly was wrapped in dried lotus leaves with alternating layers of fat and lean meat. Several grass carp were strung on straw ropes, their tails still swaying. There were also 2 whole chickens and a large bundle of green vegetables. The most eye-catching item was the 5 or 6 packs of Dakeman cigarettes in the net bag, along with peanuts, melon seeds, and hard candy. Someone couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Wow. Dongzi, did you bring the supply and marketing cooperative back with you?" I jumped out of the car and looked at the scene, feeling a surge of warmth in my heart. I had only intended to treat everyone to a meal, but I hadn't expected that the villagers would spontaneously set up a feast. I said loudly, "Thank you all for your trouble. Uncles and aunts, the groceries are back. Let's have a good meal today." After saying that, I picked up a few packs of Dakeman cigarettes. Back then, that was hard currency, a good cigarette. I opened one pack and handed it out to the men in the courtyard, regardless of age, handing it to everyone I saw. "Uncle, have a cigarette." "Here you go, sir." "Brother, have one." Everyone accepted the good cigarettes they usually couldn't bear to smoke. Some tucked them behind their ears, while others lit them on the spot, taking a satisfying drag, their smiles deepening. As the sun slowly rose higher, the aroma of food filled the entire courtyard. The rich fragrance of braised pork, the savory aroma of stewed chicken, the crispy aroma of fried fish, and the refreshing smell of a large pot of green vegetables mingled together, making one's mouth water. When there weren't enough tables and chairs, neighbors brought theirs. When there weren't enough bowls and chopsticks, everyone chipped in. Before long, the large table that had been put together was filled with bowls and plates. The dishes weren't fancy, but they were all hearty. There was a big pot of glistening braised pork, a pot of mushroom stewed chicken, several golden brown fried fish, several plates of stir-fried seasonal vegetables, bowls of scrambled eggs, plus pickled vegetables, cold dishes, and steaming hot white rice. In the countryside at that time, this was already the best hospitality imaginable, not to mention the affection and goodwill of the entire village. The old village chief called out, "Let the feast begin." Everyone then stopped being so polite. The men sat at one table, while the women and children squeezed into other tables. As the host and a junior member of the family, I busied myself pouring drinks for everyone. The liquor was loose sweet potato liquor, high in alcohol and strong, which was a favorite among the villagers. I picked up the rough porcelain bowl, my voice trembling slightly. "This first bowl of wine is a toast from me. Zhao Mundane to everyone." "Thank you, Uncle Village Chief," and thank you to all my uncles and brothers for risking your lives to find me. I will always remember this kindness. I'll drink this. Everyone else can drink as you please." After saying that, I tilted my head back, and the spicy liquor rolled down my throat, burning my eyes. "Done. Good job, Dongzi." The men raised their bowls, and the women drank tea instead of wine, laughing and agreeing. During the meal, as I recounted my experience, everyone remarked on the dangers of the mountains, but were also relieved that I had returned safely. As they talked, the topic shifted to the harvest, children, and everyday family matters. The children ate heartily, their mouths glistening with oil, playing and laughing around the table, their laughter echoing through the yard. After a few rounds of drinks, the aftereffects of the sweet potato liquor kicked in. The men's faces turned red, and their voices grew louder and louder. Some patted each other on the shoulder and spoke from the heart, while others insisted on clinking their bowls together again. Those 5 or 6 large front gate cigarettes were quickly consumed, and the courtyard was filled with smoke, which added to the lively atmosphere of everyday life. The meal lasted from sunrise until sunset. Finally, everyone was full and had talked their fill. Most of the men were 7 or 8 parts drunk, and their legs were unsteady when they stood up. The old village chief, stammering, was supported by his wife as he waved with a smile. "Fugue, sister-in-law, we're going back. Dongzi, good lad." I quickly stepped forward and said, "Village chief, please slow down." The villagers helped each other up, greeting each other. "Brother Fugue, sister-in-law Xioling, thank you for your hospitality. Dongzi, see you tomorrow." They left the Zhao family courtyard one after another, their steps unsteady, but each of them wore a satisfied and carefree smile. Chapter 50, A baby boy is born in the nursery. I woke up the next morning just as dawn was breaking. The warm, new life force within me was still slowly circulating, making it feel like I could sleep much easier. I felt very energetic, so I quietly got up and went to the corner of the main room. There was a pile of leftovers from yesterday's shopping. I lifted the cover and couldn't help but let out a soft There was still quite a bit of pork belly, chicken, and fish left, and the peanuts, melon seeds, and candies weren't finished either. One of the Dakium cigarettes had been taken apart, and there were still several left. Looking at all this, I felt a pang of emotion. I had originally thought that even if we ate and drank it all, we should make sure the villagers had a good time, but I didn't expect everyone to be so considerate. Woke up. My father, Zhao Fugue, came out of the inner room wearing an overcoat, holding an old pipe in his hand. Seeing me staring blankly at something, he lit the pipe and took a puff. He glanced at the meat and tobacco, smacked his lips, and said, "The villagers all know what's going on. These days nobody's well off. They know my intentions are there, so they won't really eat the host out of house and home. Farmers value relationships and face. As long as they're happy, that's enough." Hearing this touched me even more. Yes, these are the people of Zhao village. Simple, honest, and considerate of others. I thought about it for a moment, then said to my father, "These things are just sitting there anyway, so why don't we divide up the peanuts, melon seeds, and candy and give each family a pack of cigarettes? We can give these to the uncles and brothers who came up the mountain to find me. They've all been through so much for me, for 2 days, worrying and scared. This is just a small token of my appreciation." When my father heard this, a look of relief appeared on his face, and he nodded, saying that it was the right thing to do. Now I know that remembering everyone's kindness is better than anything else, and he only told me to distribute the food evenly and not to show favoritism. Without further ado, I found some clean oil paper and divided the peanuts, melon seeds, and fruit hard candies into more than 20 portions, wrapping each portion tightly. I also opened up the remaining Dakium and candies and stuffed a packet into each portion. After breakfast, I carried these packages and delivered them to each household. The first house was the closest one, Zhao Laoxuan's. He had carried his old gun into the mountains to look for me yesterday. As soon as I called out Brother Xuanzi, he opened the door, saw me carrying things, and immediately waved his hand, saying that he had already eaten and drunk yesterday, and that I should take them back quickly. I didn't stand on ceremony with him, only saying that yesterday was a dinner for everyone, and today was a special thank you for his daring trip into the mountains. These snacks and cigarettes were a treat for the child, and also to help him relax. I was adamant and shoved the things into his hands. Old Zhao tried to refuse several times, but couldn't, so he had to accept them. His dark face broke into a wide smile, and he kept saying that I was too particular. The second and third places were similar. At first, everyone felt embarrassed to accept the gifts, thinking that since they had already eaten at the banquet, it would be too much a loss to accept cigarettes and candy. But I explained again and again that this was to express my gratitude, not to repay a debt. If they didn't accept it, it would mean they thought my intentions were too weak. In the end, everyone reluctantly accepted it, constantly praising my kindness and saying I was too polite. By the time I finished delivering the packages, the sun was already high in the sky. I had 2 left, which were for Zhao Taizhu and Zhao Jianjun's families at the end of the village. I was carrying my things and walking towards the end of the village when I stopped in my tracks as I passed the old locust tree in the center of the village. Beneath the thick tree trunk, an old man sat on a smooth stone stool. His hair was sparse and gray, his face was covered with deep wrinkles, and his gray cloth jacket was patched in several places and faded from washing. He was hunched over, leaning on a shiny jujube cane, squinting at the fields in the distance. I recognize him, Zhao Yusheng. He's about 10 years older than my father, almost 70. But in terms of seniority in the village, he has to call me uncle. Every time I see him, I don't know what to call him, and I always feel a little awkward. Zhao Yusheng's family is struggling financially. His son and daughter-in-law are honest farmers, and they have 2 young grandsons. They are known as one of the poorest families in the village. Given yesterday's lavish feast, his family probably didn't participate much. I felt my pocket. There was still a small handful of fruit candies I hadn't finished wrapping and had casually slipped into my pocket. Seeing him sitting alone under the tree, my heart ached. After hesitating for a moment, I went over to him. The footsteps startled the old man. Zhao Yusheng slowly turned his head, his cloudy yet still clear eyes looking at me, without saying a word. I stood in front of him, opening my mouth, but I couldn't bring myself to call him Brother Yusheng. Calling him by his name would be disrespectful, and calling him uncle felt inappropriate in terms of seniority. For a moment, I froze, my face burning. Just as things were getting awkward, Zhao Yusheng suddenly chuckled, tapped his cane lightly on the ground, and slowly said, "Uncle Dongzi, what are you standing here staring at this old man for? Do you think I've been slapped in the face?" The way he called me Uncle Dongzi sounded so natural, but it made me even more embarrassed. I quickly waved my hand and told him not to call me that, as it was really too much for me. Zhao Yusheng didn't take it seriously. He grinned, revealing his missing teeth, and said that seniority matters, so I should address him as I see fit. He then asked if I had something to say. Seeing that he really didn't mind, I felt a little relieved. I quickly took out the bunch of colorful fruit candies from my pocket, handed them to him, and said that I was just passing by and that he could take these candies back to Xuanju and go Dan to sweeten their mouths. Zhao Yusheng looked at the candy, then at me. Something seemed to flash in his eyes, but he didn't reach out. He just said, "Didn't we already host a banquet yesterday? Why send this again? Take it back for my parents. Those 2 rascals of his are overjoyed to have a steamed bun." I stuffed the candy directly into his rough, cracked hands, saying it was specially saved for him, and then sat down on the low stone next to me. My curiosity, which I had been holding back for so long, finally couldn't be contained. I asked him why there was such a big difference in our generational ranking. Zhao Yusheng held the candy wrapper, his fingers rubbing together softly. After listening, he chuckled and said, "Are you trying to ask why he, an old man, still calls me, a young upstart, uncle?" He pointed out to me, and I nodded somewhat embarrassedly. Zhao Yusheng gazed at the distant fields and began to speak slowly. The ancestors of Zhao family village all shared the same origin, emphasizing the order of seniority. However, the bloodline, like a river, flowed with varying speeds and branches. My branch, according to the clan's tradition, was the youngest branch. I didn't quite understand, so he explained that the youngest branch refers to the branch of the ancestor's youngest son. Unfortunately, our branch is known for having sons late in life. My great-grandfather was over 50 when he had my grandfather, and my grandfather, being an only son, only had my father. My father, too, was almost 40 when he had me. He laughed and said, "When my great-grandfather had my grandfather, his eldest brother's grandsons were probably already running around everywhere. When my father had me, the grandsons of his brothers were all about my age. That's how the generations climbed up, leaving those of us who married and had children early behind." After hearing what he said, I suddenly realized why I, despite my young age, held a relatively high position in the village. This was the root of the problem. Zhao Yusheng turned to look at me, his tone sincere. "So it's not wrong for me to call you uncle. It's a rule set by our ancestors, and we have to accept it. After saying that, he weighed the candy in his hand, his wrinkled face smoothed out, and he added with a smile, "Besides, as your uncle, don't you still miss your old nephew?" Chapter 51, An Unsuccessful Start. I was amused by Mr. Zhao Yoshing's words, and the slight embarrassment in my heart dissipated. Looking at his faded collar and wrinkled hands, I suddenly realized that although this old man's life was hard, his mind was more insightful than anyone else's. I got up, dusted off my trousers, and said, "You rest, I'll go deliver the last 2 orders." The old man waved his hand, urging me to hurry up. After I walked away, he looked down at the handful of candy in his palm, carefully unwrapped one, put it in his mouth, and held it for a long time. The sweetness seemed to seep into his heart. He leaned against the old locust tree, looked at the sky, and murmured, "A young child comes from a young house. An old tree sprouts new buds." The old man, leaning on his cane, returned home and handed the remaining candy to his wife. "Old woman, take this candy to our daughter-in-law, so the child can have a sweet treat." The old woman was taken aback. "Who's so generous? Giving away such a rare item?" Zhao Yuxing snorted. "Who else could it be? That silly boy Dongzi treated the whole village to a feast yesterday, and today he's going door to door delivering gifts. What a spendthrift." The old woman took the candy, rolled her eyes at him, and said, "That's because Uncle Dongzi is kind and knows how to be grateful. Unlike you, you've been stingy your whole life and have never bought me a single piece of candy." Her words made the old man's face turn red, and he snorted and went inside. After delivering the last token of my appreciation, I returned home as the sun began to set. The hustle and bustle of yesterday had faded away, and the yard was spotless, with only the faint aroma of food and the lingering scent of cooking fires reminding me that the thank you banquet had just ended. My mother, Li Xiuling, was busy at the kitchen door, while my 4th sister, Zhao Jidi, was hanging clothes to dry. When they saw me return, they both smiled at me, their smiles filled with the relief of surviving a disaster. I walked to the water vat, scooped up a ladle of cool water, and poured it down my throat. The heat on my body immediately subsided a lot. Sitting under the eaves, I subconsciously looked at the copper ring on my right index finger. This unassuming ring transported me to a small mountain village in the 1980s, where it also concealed that magical storage space. But perhaps due to the practice of the Primordial Heart Sutra, the energy within the ring is now less than half depleted. After resting for a while, I got on my tricycle, called Chunzi, and prepared to go to town to buy vegetables, and then continue to sell spicy hot pot in the county town in the evening. The dirt road was still the same dirt road, the wheels bumping along, yet it gave me a renewed sense of purpose. I asked Chunzi, "How are your injuries? Does it still hurt?" Chunzi patted her chest. "It doesn't hurt anymore, Uncle Dongzi. I'm as strong as ever. It's just that I felt uneasy when I couldn't find you that day." I only said, "It's all in the past, but I'll remember this kindness in my heart." Then I smiled and said, "Let's work hard in the future, make the business bigger, and when we make money, I'll marry you a beautiful wife." Chunzi chuckled foolishly, her dark face turning red. After a long day of fussing, we prepared the groceries and set off again around 4 p.m. When we arrived in the county town, before the tricycle had even come to a complete stop, a bicycle repairman by the roadside looked up and his eyes lit up immediately. He jumped up and shouted, "Hey, little boss, you finally arrived. I thought this stall was closed down. I've been craving it for days." That shout drew everyone's attention. A woman carrying a vegetable basket exclaimed with delight, "It really is you. Set up your stall quickly. I haven't been eating well these past few days. I've been craving your spicy flavor." Regular customers gathered around. "I thought those bastards scared you away last time. You're definitely going to have 2 bowls today." Hearing these greetings, Chunzi and I exchanged a glance, both seeing the surprise in each other's eyes. Business had been slow for a few days, but the customers hadn't left. In fact, they were even more eager to come back. I jumped out of the car, and while Chunzi and I were moving things, I shouted with a smile, "Thank you all for remembering. I had some things to take care of at home and was delayed for a few days, sorry. We're reopening today, and for our regular customers, it's only 1.5 yuan a bowl." The crowd immediately buzzed with excitement. Some cheered, others said they would eat 2 more bowls today, and still others offered to help move stools. The fire was quickly lit, and the red oil in the large iron pot bubbled and steamed, the aroma of spicy numbing flavor wafting across half the street. Chunzi washed the vegetables for the skewers, while I stood behind the pot, grabbed the familiar large iron ladle, and started blanching and seasoning them. Shouts and slurping sounds mingled together, and the stall quickly became bustling again, as if everything had returned to normal. But this excitement didn't last long. I had just handed the third bowl of spicy hot pot to the customer when a loud commotion suddenly erupted from the street corner. The crowd was roughly pushed aside, and 20 or 30 people surged in, all looking like thugs, carrying sticks, chains, and some even holding bricks. The group immediately surrounded the stall. The customers who had been waiting to eat changed their expressions drastically, put down their bowls and chopsticks, and moved away. Some even forgot to pay and only dared to watch from a distance. In the blink of an eye, the stall was empty, with only the red oil in the pot still bubbling and bowls and chopsticks scattered on the ground. The leader was none other than Deshang, whom I had thoroughly beaten up a few days ago. His head was still wrapped in bandages, his eyes were sinister, and he was holding a heavy rebar rod. He pointed at me and cursed. "You little brat, I thought you were scared out of your wits and had gone back to the countryside to hide. Today I'll settle all our scores, old and new. If I don't beat you both to your knees and call me Grandpa, I'll change my surname to yours." The group of thugs behind him also shouted and cursed, banging their sticks on the ground, creating a frightening scene. Actually, I noticed them the moment they appeared at the street corner. Now my senses are far beyond those of ordinary people, and it's hard not to notice that malice and noise. Without making a sound, I slipped the money I had just received into my apron pocket, then gripped the large iron ladle that I had used for a long time. The handle was worn smooth and heavy, but it felt surprisingly comfortable in my hand at that moment. Chunzi also dropped the vegetables, pulled out the thick iron chain locking the tricycle from under it, and shook it open with a clang. He stepped to my side, his face still looking honest, but his eyes were as fierce as a protective dog. Chapter 52 Haruko's surprise. I stood in front of the stall, my face calm, but my eyes turned cold as I stared at Dechung, who was shouting across from me, and a group of thugs behind him. A few days ago, facing so many people would have put me under some pressure, but now it was different. Before I practiced the great ancient heart sutra, I wasn't afraid of them. Now that my meridians are open, my strength and reaction time are much better than before. I won't take these bastards seriously at all. This time, Dechung was smarter. He didn't dare to charge ahead first. He just took a step back, pointed the steel bar at me, and Chunzi, and yelled at his henchmen behind him. "What are you all standing there for? Get them, cripple them, smash this place up, and I'll treat you to drinks tonight." A group of thugs immediately charged forward, yelling and shouting. They swung sticks and chains at the same time, and the sounds of footsteps, curses, and wind rushing through the air created a chaotic scene that looked quite intimidating. I didn't put on any fancy stance, nor did I rush to gather my energy. I simply pushed off with my foot and charged straight at him. I've only just stepped into the threshold of cultivation, and I was afraid of accidentally killing someone and causing even bigger trouble. Even with just my body's fortitude, after being tempered by the holy spring, it would be enough to deal with these people. I flashed forward, rushing into the crowd like an arrow, and swung the large iron ladle in my hand, smashing it across the face of the person at the front. With a bang, I sent the thug flying, knocking out several teeth, and he passed out as soon as he hit the ground. Before the second man's stick could even come down, I swept it across his shin, and a scream immediately rang out. I weaved through the throng of sticks, my movements neither too fast nor too slow, yet I always managed to dodge them in advance. The iron spoon in my hand was like a weapon. I slapped, swept, poked, and flicked, targeting wrists, arms, and knees, striking them so hard they couldn't even stand up straight. In an instant, the sounds of bones cracking, muffled thuds, and screams mingled together. Those thugs who usually bullied the weak and feared the strong were all taken down by me in the blink of an eye. Some covered their faces and howled in pain. Some rolled on the ground, clutching their arms, and others curled up on the ground, vomiting violently. I didn't use my full strength, but with their power and speed, even if I didn't hit their vital points, it was enough to completely incapacitate them. Chunzi, who was originally holding the iron chain ready to fight to the death, was completely dumbfounded. His mouth was agape, and he forgot to swing the iron chain in his hand, watching helplessly as I swept through the crowd and took down more than half of them in a short time. The remaining few were so frightened their faces turned pale, and they retreated hastily, almost dropping their sticks. Chunzi's mind went blank, and all she could manage to say was, "Uncle Dongzi." When did he become so fierce? In less than 2 minutes, the situation had completely turned in my favor. The only ones still standing were Chung and 3 or 5 equally terrified thugs around him, their legs trembling. I stopped, rinsed the large iron ladle, which was stained with blood and oil, in the bucket of water, and then stuck it back into the hot pot with a clang. Then I looked up at Deshang, my tone perfectly calm. Brother Deshang, have you settled all the old and new scores? If not, I don't mind settling them for you again. His face turned pale, and just as he was about to speak, a series of hurried footsteps suddenly came from afar. A group of armed police officers rushed over and shouted sternly, "Don't move. Put your hands on your heads and squat down." The captain, who was leading the fight, had a frighteningly dark face, clearly enraged by the brawl. Looking at the thugs groaning on the ground, he frowned and asked, "Who did this?" Before Chunzi could speak, I stepped forward first and admitted directly, I was the one who hit her. The captain named Lu Tianhe stared at me for more than 10 seconds, then waved his hand and said, "Take them all back to the station." I didn't resist. I just nodded at Chunzi, "Clean up the stall and keep an eye on the goods." Although Chunzi was flustered, she almost blindly trusted me and quickly agreed, hurriedly tidying up the tables, chairs, and ingredients. Lu Tianhe glanced at the thugs on the ground and the terrified witnesses beside him and coldly ordered, "Take them all away. Send the injured to the clinic first. Clean up the scene and don't block the way." And so, Chunzi, several other thugs who were also handcuffed, including Deshang, who was terrified, were all escorted to the town police station. Along the way, there were quite a few onlookers, but no one dared to utter a sound. The police station reeked of a mixture of old wood, dust, and tobacco. Chunzi and I were taken separately to the interrogation room, which contained only a table and 2 chairs, with half of the wall painted green, making it look very old. After registering my name and address, the police started asking about the fight that afternoon. I explained the situation clearly. I was setting up my stall again when Deshang and his men came to block me. They started the fight, and they were the ones with the weapons. I only used an iron spoon in self-defense. I specifically mentioned that there were quite a few people watching at the time, and it would be easy to find out who started it. The young policeman taking my statement looked up at me several times, his eyes full of surprise, clearly not expecting me to be so calm. After the interrogation, Chunzi and I were temporarily locked in an empty detention cell to await the outcome. Chunzi was restless, but I leaned against the wall, closed my eyes to rest, and silently practiced the calming method of the great ancient heart sutra, allowing the warm energy in my body to flow slowly and dispel my fatigue. Outside, I could still faintly hear voices, footsteps, and the thugs' excuses and wails during interrogation. I don't know how much time had passed before the door was finally pushed open, and Lu Tianhe walked in with 2 transcripts, his gaze falling directly on me. Chapter 53 locked in the police station. Only the 3 of us remained in the detention cell. Lu Tianhe didn't sit down. He stood in front of Chunzi and me, his tall figure exuding a sense of oppression. He stared at me for a long time before finally saying, "Kid, you're pretty good at fighting." Lu Tianhe's tone was unreadable. He glanced at me and said, "One person, with just a frying spoon, took down 12 men with weapons. You've trained." I opened my eyes, met his gaze, and calmly nodded. I learned a few things haphazardly from the old people in the village before, mainly for self-defense. The countryside is near the mountains, and if you encounter wild animals in the mountains, you can't do it without some strength. This statement is not surprising. In the rural areas of the 1980s, especially in mountainous regions, there were quite a few people who knew some basic skills. Lu Tianhe's gaze deepened. Most people would panic if they entered a police station and were being watched like that by an experienced officer, but I remained calm throughout, and my answers were impeccable. He glanced at Chunzi, who was clearly nervous and acted as if she were the only one in charge, and had already made a judgment in his mind. Add to that the eyewitness testimonies and the notorious reputation of Decheng and his gang, and it's clear who started the ambush and provocation today. Lu Tianhe softened his tone a little, but still maintained a businesslike tone. Deshang and his gang are old hands in this area. We've been keeping an eye on them for a while now. He paused, then said, "This case is classified as a gang of hooligans causing trouble and violently threatening individual business owners. Your actions constitute legitimate self-defense, and the circumstances are significantly minor." I didn't rush to reply. I just listened quietly. Seeing that my expression hadn't changed, Lu Tianhe sighed softly and continued. But you have to be careful. With that spoonful of yours, someone's jaw was fractured and someone's leg was broken. Although they brought it on themselves, if you had seriously injured or even killed someone, even if it was self-defense, you would have been in big trouble. He then became more serious. In the future, if you encounter something like this, run if you can. If you can't run, try to subdue the attacker before calling the police. Don't try to fight back just because you know a little kung fu, understand? These words were both a warning and a well-intentioned statement. I could tell that Lu Tianhe wasn't a rigid person. On the contrary, he had the pragmatism of the older generation of police officers. I nodded sincerely. Understood. Thank you for the reminder, Captain Lu. I will definitely pay attention in the future. Lu Tianhe nodded in satisfaction. The formalities are complete. You can leave now. Don't set up your stall today. The site still needs cleaning up. We'll talk about it tomorrow. Also, be careful when you go out lately. The Cheng's gang has been caught. There's no guarantee that no accomplices are holding a grudge. Report to the police station immediately if anything happens. Chunzi and I quickly thanked her. Emerging from the detention room, passing through the noisy corridor of the police station, and arriving at the entrance of the office building, I took a deep breath of the outside air and felt a little lighter. Chunzi was still a little dazed and asked in a low voice, Uncle Dongzi, are we all right now? I patted him on the shoulder. It's all right. Captain Lu is a smart man. Let's go get the tricycle and our things back first. Just as I finished speaking, someone suddenly emerged from around the corner and nearly bumped into me. We both took a step back, looked up, and I couldn't help but be taken aback. Standing in front of me was a girl of about 18 or 19, with a straight posture, wearing a neatly ironed green police uniform, with her top button fastened meticulously. She wore a brimless police cap, beneath which her face was fair and beautiful, with a touch of heroism. A hint of surprise flashed clearly in her bright eyes. I know this girl. A few days ago, when my Malatang stall had just been set up, she was late and missed out on buying any, and she fumed that she had to have some the next day. It's you? We spoke at almost the same time. Her gaze swept from my face to the oil and dust on my body, then glanced at the disheveled Chunzi beside her. Her brows furrowed slightly, and her eyes held a hint of inquiry. Just then, Lu Tian's voice came from behind. Lu Yao, what are you doing here? Haven't you gotten off work yet? The girl called Lu Yao immediately composed herself, turned around, and saluted. Her movements weren't particularly standard, but they were very serious. Reporting to the captain, I just finished organizing the files and am about to go to the cafeteria. Lu Tianhe nodded, glanced at me, then looked at her. You two know each other? Lu Yao answered first. I don't really know him. I just saw him on the street a few days ago. He was selling food at a stall. She didn't mention that she hadn't been able to buy the spicy hot pot, probably because she was afraid of losing face in front of Lu Tianhe. Lu Tianhe didn't ask any further questions and just waved his hand. All right, you guys go about your business. Zhao Wendong. Remember what I said? Go back quickly. I responded and nodded to Lu Tianhe, then glanced at the girl in front of me, whose demeanor was completely different after putting on the police uniform. It turned out she was either a member of the public security system or a newcomer. Without saying anything more, I pulled Chunzi, who was still curiously observing Lu Yao, and left the police station. After walking a distance from the gate, Chunzi scratched his head and asked, Uncle Dongzi, was that policewoman the one from the other day? I hummed in agreement and glanced back at the police station. In the setting sun, the old building looked particularly solemn. Who would have thought that the girl who sulked over not getting a bite of spicy hot pot would end up in a police station? The world really is a small place sometimes. However, I quickly put this little incident aside. The most important thing right now was to retrieve the tricycle and the rest of my belongings. Although I dealt with the Cheng's gang this time, Lu Tianhe's words reminded me. Those people might not let it go so easily, and the skills I displayed today might attract other trouble. It seems that if you want to make money discreetly, you need to improve your strength as soon as possible, at least to have enough ability to protect yourself. I touched the ring on my finger, feeling the energy within it was less than half full, and a sense of urgency rose within me. The practice of the great ancient Heart Sutra couldn't stop, and the secret of the ring's energy needed to be uncovered as soon as possible. Chunzi and I gradually disappeared into the lights and crowds of the county town. At the entrance of the police station, Lu Yao was still standing there, looking in the direction we had left, her fingers unconsciously twirling the hem of her police uniform, her eyes thoughtful. A colleague called out to her, Lu Yao, what are you looking at? Let's go eat. She snapped out of her daze, responded, glanced again in the direction I had left, and then quickly followed. However, she had already memorized the name Zhao Wendong and the rumors she had heard that afternoon. It's quite interesting that a small business owner selling malatang, a type of spicy hot pot, could take down more than a dozen thugs with just one spoonful each. Chapter 54, returning to the modern hospital. After leaving the police station, Chunzi and I walked back to the malatang stall in silence. From a distance, the once bustling and lively stalls were now a mess. Borrowed benches lay crookedly on the ground, some with broken legs. Makeshift stoves were overturned, iron pots rolled far away, and red oil soup broth was spilled all over the ground, mixed with dirt and rotten vegetable leaves, smelling unpleasant and pungent. The skewered vegetables were scattered everywhere, covered in dust. A spice jar was broken, glass shards and porcelain pieces reflecting the light on the ground, and peppercorns and chili powder were all mixed in with the dirt. The tricycle was still there, but the cargo bed was filled with garbage and sticks, so dirty and messy that it made one's heart ache. Those bastards! Chunzi clenched her fists, her fingers cracking with anger, her face full of heartache. These things were all painstakingly acquired by him and me. I looked at the mess on the floor. A chill ran through me, but I tried to keep a calm expression on my face. After taking a deep breath, I patted Haruko on the shoulder. Let's pack up. We can't do business today. Pick out what's usable. Write down what's bad. We'll deal with it tomorrow. Chunzi didn't ask any more questions. Together with me, we rolled up our sleeves, righted the overturned stove, picked up the food that wasn't completely soiled, cleaned up the broken porcelain and trash, and swept the tricycle bed clean. Some passers-by were curious, some felt sorry for us, but they only glanced at us and walked away. By the time we finally finished cleaning up, it was already getting dark. After loading the usable belongings back onto the tricycle, we set off on our way back to the village. The dirt road was quiet in the evening, and the sound of the wheels rolling over the ground was exceptionally clear. Chunzi, who had been holding back for a while, finally couldn't help but ask me, "Uncle Dongzi, how come you've suddenly become so good at fighting?" Those moves were faster than a leopard, stronger than a mad bull, and much better than me. His tone was a mixture of shock and admiration. I sat in the back of the truck, watching the last rays of sunset on the horizon, and didn't answer immediately. The cave adventure, the holy spring tempering, the ancient heart sutra, these things were too bizarre. It wasn't that I didn't believe Chunzi, but I was afraid he would let something slip and bring me even more trouble. After a while, I whispered to him, "Chunzi, don't tell your family about the fight today, especially not my parents and fourth sister. Just say that business was good today, and you didn't get back until very late, so they won't worry." Although Chunzi was simple-minded, she wasn't stupid. She immediately nodded and said, "I know, Uncle Dongzi. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone." I responded with a sound of agreement, and then fell silent. The evening breeze brushed against my face, but my heart was far from at peace. Today's commotion has exposed my skills. The matter with the police station is temporarily resolved, but DeCheng and his gang may not let it go so easily. What concerns me more is the copper ring on my finger. When I got home, my mother, Li Xiuling, and my fourth sister, Zhao Jidi, naturally surrounded me and asked me what was wrong. I told them a story I had made up on the way home, saying that business was good, I had been busy all day, and I had bought some more ingredients, so I was late. Seeing that they believed me, I felt a pang of guilt, but my resolve only grew stronger. I had to become stronger as quickly as possible, strong enough to protect everyone I cared about, so they wouldn't have to live in fear anymore. After a quick dinner and washing up, I told myself I was tired and went back to my room early. Lying on the familiar earthen bed, I couldn't fall asleep. Moonlight streamed into the room through the paper window, and I raised my right hand, staring at the copper ring on my index finger. After focusing my mind on the ring, I found that the energy inside was still thin, far from being full. I've tried many times over the past few days, but the energy recovery is extremely slow, almost imperceptible. Does it really require special conditions? But I can't wait any longer. Counting the days, I've been in the 1980s for quite some time now. According to the flow of time on both sides, it should be almost time for my father to have his kidney transplant surgery in the modern world. The father's health, the mother's anxiety, and the younger sister's helplessness instantly overwhelmed the fledgling business and its troubles. The ring's energy isn't full, but it should be just enough. I need to go back and check. After making up my mind, I made sure it was quiet outside the window and that everyone in my family was asleep. Then I focused my mind and communicated with the dim halo in the ring. His internal energy circulated, flowing from his limbs and bones to his fingers. The ring seemed to have been suddenly connected to a fast charger, and its energy began to rise rapidly. Before long, my energy was almost full. But before I could even feel happy, a violent dizziness suddenly rushed into my mind, and my body felt as if it had been drained of all its energy, leaving me so weak that I could barely hold on. Fortunately, I activated the time travel at the last moment. The earthen walls, beams, and ceiling covered with old newspapers in front of me began to twist and spin, turning into a blurry light and shadow, and a distant buzzing sound could be heard in my ears. Once the dizziness subsided, I suddenly opened my eyes and saw the familiar rented room, which made me breathe a sigh of relief. I'm finally back. But as soon as I tried to get up, I found that my whole body was weak and I couldn't muster any strength. Damn it, how did I get so weak? Using my inner energy to power the ring had such severe side effects that I almost couldn't get out of bed. I lay there for quite a while before I regained some strength. Then I used my consciousness to communicate with the storage space, took out a bamboo tube of spring water, and poured it down. After the spring water entered my stomach, my true energy exploded in my chest like a newborn being, which startled me so much that I quickly circulated the primordial heart sutra. After several cycles, the raging true energy was finally suppressed. I didn't even bother to change my clothes. I got up and ran downstairs, hailed a taxi, and headed straight to the hospital. When I arrived at the hospital, I rushed to the floor where my father's ward was, relying on my memory. Finding the elevator too slow, I simply squeezed into the stairwell. With my current physical condition, climbing a dozen or so stairs was nothing. I didn't even need to pant. As soon as I rushed out of the stairwell, I saw a red, operating light shining in the direction of the operating room. Several people were standing in the corridor, including my mother and younger sister Zhao Wenning. Next to them was a tall young man in a windbreaker, looking anxious. He was my best friend Xia Tianyu. Dongzi, Xia Tianyu, with his sharp eyes, was the first to spot me. He immediately strode over and punched me on the shoulder without saying a word. "Where have you been, you little rascal?" I couldn't get through on the phone. "Did you go off to some remote mountain forest to break rocks again? Don't you know your uncle is having surgery today?" I was jolted by the punch, but I didn't pay any attention to him. My gaze went past him and landed directly on my mother at the operating room door. My mother was pale and her eyes were red and swollen. She had clearly been crying for a long time. She held my sister's hand tightly, her entire attention fixed on the closed operating room door, and she didn't even notice me arrive. I hurried to her side, my throat dry, and asked, "Mom, how is Dad?" Chapter 55, 6-character Chi State Knife Coin. My mother, Zhou Yafan, turned around and saw me. Her eyes showed a mixture of worry and relief, but she was still more concerned about my father's condition. She didn't bother to ask me why I couldn't get through on the phone. She just grabbed my hand, her fingertips were icy cold, and her voice was trembling with tears, but she still tried to remain calm. "Dongzi, your dad was just taken in not long ago. The doctor said all the preoperative tests have been done, the donor is ready, and the surgical conditions are very good. Now we're just waiting for the transplant." She kept repeating, waiting, as if comforting herself, and also as if comforting us. The younger sister, Zhao Wenting with red eyes, leaned closer and called out in a nasal voice, "Brother," looking at my mother's forced composure, then at my sister's helpless eyes, and then at the glaring red light of the operating room. My heart felt like it was being squeezed tightly. I took a deep breath, grasped my mother's cold hand, and said in a low but firm voice, "Mom, little sister, don't be afraid. Dad will be all right. He will definitely be all right." But my gaze still involuntarily fell on my right index finger. The ring sat there quietly, its luster duller than before, as if it had consumed a lot of energy during this journey. The corridor outside the operating room seemed frozen. I sat on a hard plastic chair, back ramrod straight, eyes fixed on the red light. My mother sobbed softly, my sister leaned against me, and Xia Tianyu stood opposite me, his brow furrowed. Time seemed to pass incredibly slowly. My mind was a jumbled mess, one moment showing my father's pale face, the next the steaming pot in our house in the 1980s, and then the ever-dimming light in the ring. After what seemed like an eternity, the red light in the operating room suddenly went out. The door opened, and the doctor came out. We immediately surrounded him. The doctor removed his mask, his face showing exhaustion, but his tone was relaxed. The surgery was a success, and the kidney transplant went smoothly. The patient is now being observed in a recovery room. The focus now is on recovery and anti-rejection treatment. It worked? Really? Tears welled up in my mother's eyes, and her legs went weak, almost causing her to collapse. My sister and I quickly supported her. I thanked him profusely, feeling a huge weight lifted from my chest, but a chill ran down my spine. I was covered in cold sweat. The doctor gave me a few more instructions and then left. Not long after, my father was wheeled out and taken to the intensive care unit. Although he was still unconscious and had tubes inserted into his body, his breathing was steady. I finally breathed a long sigh of relief. My mother and sister followed the gurney to the outside of the intensive care unit, leaving only Xia Tianyu and me in the corridor. Xia Tianyu handed me a cigarette, and we went into the stairwell and closed the door. He took a deep drag, glancing at me sideways. Phew. Thank goodness you're all right. You really scare us this time, kid. Several people tried calling you, but couldn't get through. Next time you go into the mountains, could you bring something to help you contact others? I didn't reply, just silently smoked. The nicotine eased my tense nerves a little. Xia Tianyu suddenly nudged me with his elbow. By the way, did you find anything good during your seclusion? Show it to me and comfort my wounded heart. He knew I was probably going shopping somewhere again, and he was trying to ease the tension. My hand holding the cigarette paused, and I suddenly remembered that there really was something in my ring space. It was a Warring States period knife coin that Chunzi's father, Zhao Laohan, had given me. I almost forgot about it last time I was in such a hurry to come back. With a thought, the knife-shaped coin appeared in my palm. I casually slipped my hand into my pocket, and when I took it out again, I had something else in my hand. Take a look at this. I handed him the knife-shaped coin. Xia Tianyu didn't think much of it at first, with a cigarette still in his mouth. But when he looked at it under the dim light, his eyes widened suddenly, and he almost dropped his cigarette. Holy crap! His voice had changed. It was a knife-shaped coin, about 10 centimeters long, with a ring at one end, a curved blade, and a thick layer of green rust on the surface, with a dark red copper base still visible in the mottled areas. Near the ring, there were a few faint, blurred characters rusted away. A Warring States period knife coin? And it even has an inscription. Xia Tianyu's hands trembled slightly as he carefully touched the rust on it. This shape, this rust color. Dongzi, if this is real, it's very likely a Qi State 6-character knife coin. He grabbed my arm, his voice low but barely concealing his excitement. Do you know how much this thing is worth? At the auction 2 years ago, a well-preserved Qi knife coin sold for several million. And if it's a rare variety, it could be worth tens of millions. Where did you get it? I was stunned too. When Chunzi's dad gave it to me, I really didn't expect it to be so valuable. I thought it would be good if it sold for tens of thousands of yuan. But I couldn't explain it, so I could only make up a reason on the spot. I bought it at a market in a mountain valley in the southwest, among a pile of junk. I thought its shape was strange, so I bought it for 50 yuan along with a few stones. Is it really worth that much? 50 yuan? Xia Tianyu almost shouted out, looking at me like I was a god. You've hit the jackpot. He looked around nervously, quickly took out a tissue, carefully wrapped the knife-shaped coin, and stuffed it back into my hand. Keep it safe and don't let anyone see it again. I'll have my dad take a look when I have time. I can't say it's 100% accurate, but this thing is really not simple. I stayed outside the ICU for several more hours until my father's condition stabilized and he was transferred to a regular ward. Only then could I truly relax. Father lay in a hospital bed, still weak, but breathing was even, and his complexion was better than before. Mother sat by the bed, holding his hand that wasn't receiving in for drip. Her eyes were still red, but her expression was much calmer. My younger sister, Zhao Wenting, was leaning against the window, looking exhausted, her school uniform jacket wrinkled. I walked over, took out 1,000 yuan I had just withdrawn downstairs from my pocket, and put it in her hand. Here you go. Eat well when you get back to school. Don't skimp on food. It's getting cold. Buy yourself a warm coat. Zhao Wenting stared blankly at the money in her hand. Brother, I don't need it. Just take it. I interrupted her, my tone leaving no room for refusal. Mom and I are keeping an eye on things here, so don't worry. Your job is to go back to class and not fall behind in your studies. Your brother will take care of things at home. The mother looked over, Her eyes filled with both relief and heartache, and said softly, "Listen to your brother. Ting Ting, go back to school. Your brother and I will take care of things here. Be careful on the road, and send me a message when you arrive." Zhao, Winning looked at me, then at her mother, then at her father sleeping on a hospital bed. Her nose tingled with emotion, but in the end, she gripped the stack of money tightly and nodded vigorously. "Okay, I'll go back to school first. Brother, Mom, you two take care and get some rest. Don't overwork yourselves." I patted her on the shoulder. "Okay, go back now." After my sister left, the ward became quiet, with only the regular beeping of the medical equipment and my father's steady breathing. My mother gently tucked the blanket around my father, then looked at me and said, "Dongzi, you've been busy all day. Go back and rest. I can look after things here." I shook my head. "Mom, I'm not tired. You can rest for a while. I'll stay here and watch over you." I sat down on the other side of the hospital bed, my gaze fixed on my father's sleeping face, while my mind began to plan my next move. Not long after, I heard my mother's soft breathing behind me. I turned around and saw that she had fallen asleep against the bedside. During this time, she had been exhausted from worrying about her father's illness, and now that she could finally breathe a sigh of relief, all her fatigue came rushing back. Chapter 56 almost backfired. I sat in the chair, looking at my father on the hospital bed. The anesthesia hadn't completely worn off yet. My father was sleeping soundly, but his face was still pale, his lips were terribly dry, and his breathing was so light it was almost inaudible. Mother Zhou Yafan was asleep by the bedside. The day had been so exhausting for her. She felt completely drained, and her brow was still tightly furrowed. Looking at them, my heart sank. Although my father's surgery was successful, he was severely weakened, and his recovery would be slow and painful. I suddenly remembered the bamboo tube spring water in the ring space. The stone tablet in the cave said that this spring water could strengthen muscles and bones and contain spiritual energy. I had drunk it myself, and the effect was immediate. It even opened up my meridians. Perhaps it can help my father recover faster. But as soon as this thought crossed my mind, I remembered the first time I drank too much, the chaotic energy within my body nearly bursting me apart, and the pain I felt. Ordinary people who haven't cultivated themselves have fragile meridians and simply can't withstand that. After hesitating for a moment, I took out the bamboo tube, uncorked it, and a very faint, fresh scent immediately wafted out, instantly invigorating me. I took my father's and mother's water glasses and poured only a drop or two into each, a pitifully small amount. The spring water dissolved instantly in the boiled water, and there was no visible abnormality on the surface. It should be fine, it's such a small amount. I wasn't sure either, but seeing my father's pale face, I decided to give it a try. After my mother fell asleep, I carefully picked up my father's glass of water and fed it to him little by little with a small spoon. But I still underestimated the potent nature of this spring water. At first, there was no reaction, so I held my breath and waited. After 2 or 3 minutes, my father's originally pale face slowly regained a healthy rosy hue, and even his breathing became stronger than before. The readings on the monitor were also quietly rising. Efficient. Just as I felt relieved, my expression suddenly changed. With my current senses, I could almost immediately detect a very subtle yet unusually restless aura emerging from my father's body, especially near the newly transplanted kidney. It didn't seem like vitality, but rather like uncontrolled, true energy forcibly stimulated by the spring water, rushing and crashing wildly along the fragile meridians and blood vessels. My father just had major surgery. He can't take this. I broke out in a cold sweat instantly, cursing myself for almost making things worse. Without thinking, I immediately extended my index and middle fingers, placed them on my father's wrist, held my breath, and focused all my energy on circulating the great ancient Heart Sutra. My true energy was far purer than that chaotic energy and completely under my control, so I slowly probed into my father's body. The chaotic energy seemed to sense its own kind and became even more restless. I forced myself to calm down, slowly enveloping it like casting a net, then gently soothing and guiding it, pulling it out along a path that wouldn't harm my father's core. The process looked simple, but it was actually extremely dangerous. Cold sweat quickly broke out on my forehead, and my back was already soaked. Only after that wisp of troublesome, true energy completely dissipated did I exhale a long breath and withdraw my true energy, feeling as if my whole body had become weak. I wiped the sweat from my brow and looked at my father with lingering fear. Fortunately, it was discovered in time. If it had been any later, the consequences would have been unimaginable, and it could very well have directly ruined the outcome of the surgery. I glanced at the cup of spiritual spring water again, my expression complex. This thing is a treasure to cultivators, but it's too domineering for ordinary people. A slight mishap could lead to disaster. I drank my cup of water, mixed with spring water and all the remaining water in the bamboo tube, and the warm, soothing current spread through my body once again. This time, my meridians were clear, my mental energy circulated on its own, and I easily absorbed the energy, which also greatly reduced my fatigue. After putting away the empty bamboo tube, I sat back down in my chair, looked at my parents, and completely gave up the idea of using spring water to help my family improve their health. This stuff must not be used indiscriminately until they have fully recovered, or until I find a safer method. The next day, just as dawn was breaking, I left the hospital, bought hot soy milk, millet porridge, and a few kinds of light steam buns from a street vendor, and carried them back home. When I returned to the ward, my mother was already awake and was wiping my father's face with a damp towel. I put breakfast on the bedside table and told her to eat something first. Zhou Yafa nodded. Although she didn't have much of an appetite, she still took the millet porridge and slowly drank it. Just then, Xia Tianyu arrived, carrying a fruit basket and nutritional supplements. He was visibly taken aback when he saw my father on the hospital bed. "Uncle, you look much better." Indeed, compared to his paleness last night, his father's face had regained some color. Although he still looked sick, he was clearly more energetic. The doctor said the surgery was quite successful. The mother managed a weak smile. As they were talking, the attending physician came in with 2 young doctors for rounds. After taking blood pressure, listening to the heart and lungs, and checking the monitors, the attending physician stared at the record board, his eyebrows rising higher and higher, his eyes full of surprise. This recovery speed. He looked up at my dad, then at the equipment, and couldn't help but speak out. The recovery of all indicators is better than expected, especially blood oxygen and kidney-related indicators, which are close to the levels of 3 to 5 days after surgery. And it's only been 1 night. The doctor looked at us again, his tone full of disbelief. The patient is in very good physical condition, and the surgery was very successful, but such a speed of recovery is rare even in our department. It's a good thing, and I need to report this case. The doctors exchanged a few quiet words and left quickly. After hearing this, the mother's shoulders, which had been tense for so long, finally relaxed, and tears welled up in her eyes. This time, tears of joy. She held her father's hand, and a genuine smile appeared on her face for the first time in days. Xia Tianyu was happy for us and patted me on the shoulder. After my mother calmed down a bit, he winked at me and pulled me out of the ward. "Let's go find my dad. He's at the shop this morning." He lowered his voice, clearly impatient for the knife-shaped coin in my hand. Chapter 57. I want to chop off Haruko's bare paws. Xia Tianyu and I took a taxi to the antique market. Boguzai wasn't a big shop, but its facade had an old-fashioned feel to it. Pushing open the door, a faint scent of sandalwood mixed with the smell of old wood wafted out. Xia Mingyuan, Xia Tianyu's father, was wearing glasses and examining a porcelain vase with a magnifying glass. "Dad!" Xia Tianyu called out. Xia Mingyuan looked up and saw us, then immediately smiled and said, "Wen Dong is here. Come in and have a seat." "Tianyu, pour Wen Dong some tea." Xia Tianyu responded, but first mysteriously pulled out a small bag wrapped tightly with tissues from his pocket and placed it on the counter. "Dad, I've got something for you to look at." "Dongzi got it. Take a look." Xia Mingyuan took it and slowly unfolded it on the velvet cloth. When a knife-shaped coin with green rust was revealed, his hand holding the magnifying glass visibly paused for a moment. He didn't rush to speak. First, he weighed the blade in his hand, then brought it close to the lamp for a closer look. He examined the rust, the shape, and the blurred inscriptions on the blade inch by inch, spending a full 10 minutes on it. Xia Tianyu and I stood to the side, not daring to disturb them. During this time, Xia Mingyuan only adjusted the lights a few times, remaining completely silent. Finally, he put down the magnifying glass, took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled. When he looked up again, his eyes were filled with shock. "Wen Dong, where did you get this?" I could only repeat what I had told Xia Tianyu before. I bought it at an old market in the mountains of southwest China. In the mountains? At the market. Xia Mingyuan shook his head, then looked down at the knife-shaped coin, his fingers carefully tracing the rust. He said it was a Warring States period chi sword, a long sword from the chi state. The rust was typical of antique rust, with distinct layers, so deep it couldn't be faked. The weight and bronze quality were also authentic, confirming it as a genuine antique. Then he took off his gloves and said with a serious expression, "The item is genuine. However, the inscription is badly worn, but fortunately the characters are still legible. This is a relatively rare variety of the Chi Fanbang longsword, and ordinary coin collectors may never get their hands on one in their entire lives. You've got incredible luck, kid." Upon hearing this, Xia Tianyu immediately became excited. "Dad, how much is it worth?" Xia Mingyuan didn't answer immediately. He looked at the edge of the inscription again in the light, his brows furrowing slightly. It's a pity that the lettering on several key characters is too worn, as if it has been scratched by something for a long time. If it were in good condition and the lettering was clear, this rare variety would be guaranteed at 10 million at a major auction, or even higher. 10 million. Xia Tianyu gasped. My heart skipped a beat, but Xia Mingyuan's next words made my heart sink again. The wear and tear is too severe now, so its value is definitely reduced significantly. However, the item is genuine and rare. If we find a suitable buyer, 5 or 6 million shouldn't be a problem. If we're willing to wait, we can send it to an auction house and work things out well. If we find someone who likes it, it might even reach 8 million. My mind went blank for a moment, and I immediately understood where that wear and tear came from. Haruko. It must have been Chunzi's dad who threw this thing at him as junk, and that silly Chunzi used it as a toy. He probably used it to scrape the soles of his feet every day or rubbed it around when he was bored. No wonder the words are almost illegible. I felt a pang of heartache, yet also a mixture of amusement and despair. If Chunzi hadn't squandered it like that, it would have been 10 million. But then I thought, if his father hadn't given this thing to Chunzi, and Chunzi hadn't given it to me as junk, I wouldn't have been able to pick up this bargain for 50 yuan. All I could do was curse in my heart. Damn it, I really want to chop off your bare paws when I get back. I've lost millions for nothing. With the valuation in hand, I felt more confident. I glanced at Xia Tianyu, then turned to Xia Mingyuan and asked, Uncle Xia, does your Boguzai store accept these kinds of things? If he's willing to buy it and the price is right, I'll sell on the spot to save myself the trouble. After all, he's Xia Tianyu's father, and he seems like a reliable person. Unexpectedly, Xia Mingyuan shook his head and gently pushed the re-wrapped, knife-shaped coin back in front of me. Wendong, I can't accept this. Huh? Why? Xia Tianyu was even more anxious than me. Dad, something's wrong? The item is genuine, a truly high-quality piece from its original period, Xia Mingyuan said confidently. Precisely because it's so good, I can't accept it. He looked at me and said frankly, First, you're Tianyu's brother, so you're practically my nephew. Plus, you helped me a lot last time, so even if I give you the industry's purchase price, it's still not as good as you going directly to end collectors or putting your goods up for auction. I can't let you suffer a loss. It wouldn't look good if word got out. As he spoke, he pointed to the knife-shaped coin. Secondly, although the inscription is damaged, the essence is still there. It is a genuine Warring States period coin with academic and collectible value. I mainly deal in Ming and Qing dynasty porcelain and miscellaneous items. Ancient coins are not my specialty. I know a few collectors who specialize in coins, as well as acquaintances at auction houses. They are more knowledgeable and can fetch higher prices. Now that you've said that, I understand. Xia Mingyuan did not want it, but he was afraid that I would sell it too low, and he was also afraid that his channels wouldn't be suitable, which would delay the sale of this product at a good price. He continued, What I mean is, you can take the item back first, or you can leave it with me for safekeeping. I'll contact buyers and auction houses for you in the next couple of days to find out the market price and try to get the highest possible price. What do you think? I could tell that Xia Mingyuan was genuinely trying to help me and wasn't trying to take advantage of me. I had to accept this favor. Okay, Uncle Xia, I'll do as you say. Then I'll trouble you to help me make the contact. I'll leave the things with you. I trust you. I'm really not in a hurry. My father's surgery was successful, and he's recovering even better than expected. My biggest worry has been relieved. The money from selling lotus flower paintings, plus what I've saved, still amounts to a few million yuan, which is enough for his treatment and household expenses. It would be great if this coin could sell for 5 or 6 million. 8 million would be even better, but whether it sells for a few days earlier or later won't affect me much. Okay, that's great. Xiao Mingyuan smiled and locked the knife-shaped coins in the shop's safe. Wait for my news. I'll have Xiao Yu tell you when I get any updates. As Xia Tianyu left Boguzai, he still felt a little regretful. Sigh, I was thinking that if my dad had accepted it, you could have gotten the money on the spot. I patted him on the shoulder. No rush, Uncle Xia is right. You can only get a good price if you find the right person. Anyway, I'm not waiting for the rice to cook. But as soon as we stepped out, we saw a bald man in his 50s walking towards us, carrying a pot of nearly withered orchids. Xia Tianyu immediately recognized him as an acquaintance of his father and quickly greeted him. Uncle Zhang, what brings you here? Zhang Yuanxiang, the owner of the flower and plant shop in front, looked up when he heard the voice and said dejectedly, Oh, it's Tianyu. I'm going to throw this orchid away. It breaks my heart. Xia Tianyu stared at the orchid for a moment, realizing it was no ordinary item, and couldn't help but say, Uncle, you just throw away something worth hundreds of thousands of yuan like that. I became interested as soon as I heard that. What kind of flowers and plants are they that could be worth hundreds of thousands? Zhang Yuanxiang sighed. I've asked many people, and they all say that even the miracle water can't save him. What else can I do but throw him away? Keeping him here is heartbreaking. Miracle water? A thought flashed through my mind, and I immediately remembered the spiritual spring water in the space. So I quickly gave Xia Tianyu a wink, but he didn't understand at all. Having no other choice, I stepped forward myself and said with a smile, Uncle Zhang, you're so busy. How can I let you handle such a small matter yourself? Give it to me. I'm just heading ahead. I'll throw it away for you while I'm at it. Chapter 58 Top Grade Orchid. Zhang Yuanxiang paused for a moment, looking at me suspiciously, clearly not recognizing me. Xia Tianyu quickly stepped forward to introduce me, saying I was his classmate, one of his own. Upon hearing that it was Xia Tianyu, Zhang Yuanxiang's expression softened somewhat. He looked down at the half-dead orchid in his arms, as if holding it for even a second longer would be unbearable. So he simply shoved it into my hands, waving his hand and telling me to throw it far away, so he wouldn't see it again. As soon as Zhang Yuanxiang left, Xia Tianyu couldn't help but come over and ask me why I was picking up this junk. He said, they just threw away goods worth hundreds of thousands of yuan like that. They must be completely dead. It's bad luck to take them home. I didn't explain. I just said not to go back to the hospital yet, but to come with me to my place. Xia Tianyu looked puzzled, but still followed me back to my rented room. After entering the house, I placed a flower pot on the old table. The plum blossom in the pot was in such a terrible state that it was unrecognizable. The leaves were withered and brittle. The pseudobulbs were shriveled and wrinkled, and the soil in the pot was compacted and cracked. Anyone who saw it would think it was beyond saving. I took out the bamboo tube from my spatial storage and uncorked it. Xia Tianyu sniffed and said the smell was strange, yet somehow pleasant. I ignored him, focusing only on the flower roots, and carefully poured 3 drops of spring water into it. The water droplets had just seeped into the soil when the room fell silent. Xia Tianyu was about to say, "You're dead," but before he could utter the words, his eyes widened in surprise. Those withered yellow leaves began to change color, their deathly aura rapidly fading away, and vibrant green bursting forth from their veins. The once shriveled leaves seemed to be instantly inflated, quickly becoming plump and upright, even the tips of the leaves lifting up again. Even more remarkably, the leaves, which were originally a dull gray, suddenly deepened in color, turning into an intense, deep green with a warm, lustrous sheen, like jade. The scorched areas also disappeared completely, and the entire orchid suddenly became incredibly vibrant. Before we could even catch our breath, several new shoots sprouted from the pseudobulb, quickly unfurling into brand new leaves. The entire orchid seemed to have been dragged back from the brink of death, and it was even more beautiful than before. What stunned Xia Tianyu the most was the pattern on the leaves. The previously blurry white stripes became clear again, and against the dark green background, there were even some gold lines showing through the edges, like white jade inlaid with gold. Xia Tianyu stammered, blurting out gold-edged silk. I knew he'd heard of it. It was a rare 1-in-a-million piece in Chengmeili, and if it were sold, the price would be outrageous. Immediately afterwards, a delicate and ethereal orchid fragrance wafted out, so pure and free of any impurities that it instantly cleared my mind. This was no longer the dying flower from before. It had clearly been reborn. In just 2 or 3 minutes, a rare orchid that was about to be thrown away not only came back to life, but also transformed into a top-quality plant with emerald green leaves and golden edges. I was stunned. I never imagined that spring water could have such a powerful effect on plants. Xiao Tianyu was completely dumbfounded. He looked at the orchid, then at the bamboo tube in my hand, and finally stared at me as if I were a god, asking me what the water was, whether it was some kind of elixir. I quickly put the bamboo tube away, my mind on high alert. The effects of this stuff were terrifying. The matter of the spring water must not be revealed. So I pretended to be unsure, saying I didn't know either, that I had just happened to try a folk remedy from my hometown, and that maybe the flower hadn't actually died. I don't believe it myself, and Xiao Tianyu doesn't believe it either. He pointed to the orchid with its golden edges and fragrant aroma, his voice trembling with excitement, saying that if it were auctioned, it would fetch a price higher than a knife of coins. He grabbed my shoulder and pressed me for details about what was in the bamboo tube, as if he were turning lead into gold. I knew I couldn't hide it from him, but I absolutely couldn't mention time travel or cultivation, so I could only tell him honestly that this thing was rare and very special. Every bit used was one less available, and today was just a lucky day. I specifically told him that this matter must be kept a secret, and he shouldn't tell anyone, especially not Zhang Yuanxiang. Just say that we picked up the orchid and slowly nurtured it. Xiao Tianyu stared at me for a long time, and finally nodded in agreement, saying that this matter should remain a secret. He turned to look at the exquisite orchid again, his eyes lighting up, and asked me what we planned to do with it. After all, it was both a hot potato and a gold mine, not something we could handle casually. I thought about it, and realized that among the people I knew, only Xiao Tianyu's father could offer some help, so I suggested that he think of a solution. Xiao Tianyu nodded in agreement, since the value of this orchid was far beyond what we could handle. After quickly packing up, I went to the hospital. The doctor said my dad would wake up in a day or two at most, which put my mind at ease. My mom's complexion had also improved a lot, and she urged me to go back and take care of my own things, saying that she would look after things here and I didn't need to worry. After leaving the hospital, I went to the skewer's shop again and found that Xiangzi and his sister were running the business very well, which made me feel more at ease. As soon as Xiangzi saw me, he quickly poured me water and even took out the account book to check the items with me one by one. He kept very detailed accounts, even marking the dates clearly. But now that I have a ring, my standards have risen, and I'm not so concerned about these small business deals anymore. I patted Xiangzi on the shoulder and said with a smile that there was no need to look into it. I trusted him and told him to do a good job. I would give him a raise this month. Xiangzi has been working diligently these past few months, partly out of gratitude for my taking him in, and partly because he wants to prove himself. Now, hearing what I said, a happy smile finally appeared on his face. Chapter 59 Rescue. After leaving the skewer's restaurant, I returned to my rented room, channeled my inner energy again, filled the energy in my ring, and then activated the time travel function, returning to the 1980s. As soon as I stepped out early in the morning, I heard old man Zhao complaining to his mother, Li Xiuling, that the harvest in the fields this year was likely to be reduced because it hadn't rained for more than a month and the wheat was in terrible condition due to drought. Then I realized that I'd been in this era for so long and hadn't actually seen a single rain shower. After getting dressed, I decided to go to the county town to check on the situation and find out what had happened to those local thugs. After all, with them around, the mala tang business was never peaceful. Old Zhao called to me from behind, telling me to eat before I left. I waved my hand and said I didn't want to eat, then got on my tricycle and rode out the door. Watching me go, old Zhao could only sigh helplessly. The kids were getting older, and they really were harder to manage. I had just turned into that familiar street in the county town on my tricycle, and before I could even look at the stalls, I suddenly heard a few sharp cracks. Bang! Bang! It was gunfire. The county town was quiet in the early morning, and the sound sent chills down one's spine. The few pedestrians on the street instantly panicked, screaming and hiding in shops and against walls. My heart skipped a beat, and I instinctively gripped the brakes. Just a few dozen meters ahead, a man in gray-blue overalls, his face fierce, was clutching a dark-colored pistol and was running wildly in my direction. From a distance behind him came the shouts of the police. "Stop! Don't run!" The desperado rushed forward in the blink of an eye. Seeing my tricycle blocking the road, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. He raised his gun and pointed it at me, hissing, "Get out of the way! Get out of the way if you don't want to die!" I was just passing by and didn't want to cause trouble, but he pointed a gun at me and kept swearing at me, so I got really angry. What did I ever do to you? Just because you have a gun doesn't mean you're so great. In the past, I might have thought twice, but things are different now. Without saying a word, I jumped off the tricycle, and instead of giving way, I took 2 steps forward and stood firmly in the middle of the road. The great ancient heart sutra instantly activated, and warm, true energy filled my limbs and bones. My 5 senses were also pulled to the extreme, locking onto his every move. The fugitive clearly didn't expect anyone to dare to stop him. He paused for a moment, then his murderous intent intensified, and his finger pulled the trigger without hesitation. But to me, his movements seemed slowed down several times over. The instant he exerted force with his fingers, my feet trembled, and I darted out like a ghost, covering the 5-meter distance in the blink of an eye. The next second, my fist had already smashed into his face. Bang! It wasn't a gunshot, but the dull thud of a fist hitting bone. The fugitive screamed, his body flying as if hit by a car, hurtling backward and crashing heavily onto the bluestone pavement a dozen meters away. He rolled several times before falling still. The pistol also flew out of my hand and rolled with a clatter to the roadside ditch. The whole process from when I got out of the car to when he fell to the ground took only 2 or 3 seconds. Don't move. Hands up. Several police officers caught up at this moment, and the one in the lead was Wang Bin, who had handled the brawl at the spicy hot pot stall last time. They were also stunned when they saw the scene, and their guns were instinctively pointed at me. I immediately raised my hands and quickly explained, "Officer, don't misunderstand. I was acting in self-defense. That man was pointing a gun at me and threatening to shoot. I had no choice but to take action." Wang Bin stared at me for a few moments, then looked at the fugitive lying in the distance and told his colleague to go check on him. When he got closer, he recognized me, clearly remembering how I had single-handedly taken down more than a dozen thugs last time. Soon, the police officer who had been checking on the fugitive ran back and whispered, "Brother Wang, he's still alive, but he's badly injured. His nose is probably broken, his face is covered in blood, and he's passed out." Wang Bin breathed a sigh of relief, turned to look at me, his brows furrowed. "It's you again? Zhao Wendong, right? You went too far. What if you killed him?" I rolled my eyes inwardly. Heavy? If I hadn't been holding back 90% of my strength, that punch would have smashed his head in. But all I could say was the situation was too urgent. I just wanted to subdue him first and prevent him from shooting anyone. Wang Bin understood the danger at the time and was about to speak again when a sobbing voice suddenly came from behind. "Brother Wang, something's wrong. Captain Liu has been shot." My heart sank. I turned around and saw a young policeman, drenched in sweat, staggering towards me carrying someone on his back. The person's eyes were closed, his face was deathly pale, and his police uniform was soaked in blood, which was still dripping down his chest. The person being carried was Liu Tianhe. "Captain Liu." Wang Bin's expression changed drastically, and he rushed over to help support Liu Tianhe. I also quickly went closer to check on him. Liu Tianhe had been shot in the chest, in a very dangerous location, seemingly a penetrating wound. He was breathing weakly, his lips were purple, and his body was convulsing due to blood loss and pain. He was clearly on the verge of death. The young policeman's voice trembled with urgency. "Get him to the hospital quickly. Hurry." Wang Bin, a veteran, had seen gunshot wounds before. Upon seeing the amount of bleeding and the location of Liu Tianhe's wound, his face immediately darkened. Given the current conditions at the county hospital, even if he were sent there immediately, the prognosis would likely be grim. But with red eyes, he still yelled, "Find a car. Stop a car. Get him to the hospital immediately." "Don't move," I shouted loudly and stood directly in front of them. Wang Bin was both anxious and angry. "What are you doing?" I pointed to Liu Tianhe's bleeding chest and spoke very quickly. He was shot in the chest, which may have damaged his lungs and major blood vessels. Carrying him now will only cause the wound to tear more and the bleeding to flow faster. He won't be able to hold on until we get to the hospital. We must stop the bleeding and stabilize his condition on the spot. Wang Bin was taken aback. He had learned first aid on the battlefield and knew I was right. But the problem was there was nothing on the street. What to do? Wait for an ambulance? They didn't even know where that beat-up ambulance from the county hospital was. His eyes were bloodshot and his voice trembled. "What can we do? Are we just going to watch Captain Liu?" "Put it down, gently lay it flat." Without further ado, Wang Bin and I carefully unloaded Lu Tianhe from the young policeman's back and laid him flat on the relatively clean road. Lu Tianhe was already semi-conscious, his body was cold, and his breathing was growing weaker and weaker. Time is of the essence. I knew that ordinary first aid had limited effect on such severe injuries, and a thought immediately flashed through my mind. Spiritual spring water. That spring water contains immense vitality. It can bring plants back to life and help my father's weakened body recover quickly after surgery. I've never tried using it on such a severe gunshot wound before. The spring water is too potent. If it were to cause unforeseen changes, it could actually kill Lu Tianhe. But if he doesn't try, he's almost certainly going to die. Lu Tianhe is an upright and strict man, but he also has a human touch. I can't just stand by and watch him die. I gritted my teeth and decided to take a gamble. I looked up at Wang Bin, my tone leaving no room for argument. Help me block the surroundings and don't let anyone get close. I have a way, but it needs to be absolutely quiet. At that moment, my inner energy flowed naturally, and even my voice carried an irrefutable aura. Chapter 60. Buying a shop. Wang Bin was stunned by my gaze. He looked down at Captain Lu, whose breath was growing weaker and weaker on the ground, and finally gritted his teeth. I'll trust you this once. Everyone spread out, turn your backs, and form a circle. He immediately directed 2 other police officers to stand with their backs to me and Lu Tianhe to form a human wall, blocking the view of the people who were gradually gathering in the distance. I quickly knelt down on one knee beside Lu Tianhe, my left hand seemingly reaching into my robes, but actually retrieving a small bamboo tube from my storage space. As soon as the stopper was pulled out, a rich life force instantly emanated from it. I forced myself to calm down, placed my right hand near the gunshot wound in his chest, and carefully inserted a wisp of warm internal energy. Sure enough, the bullet had pierced through, tearing his lung and rupturing a major blood vessel. He was now like a candle flickering in the wind. We can't delay any longer. I tilted the bamboo tube and precisely dripped a drop of crystal clear, ancient holy spring water into the bleeding bullet hole. At the same time, I used my true energy to protect his heart and several vital points, guiding the surging life force to first repair the ruptured blood vessels and damaged lung lobes. Only after I had stabilized in the most dangerous area did I stand up, covered in cold sweat. You can take him to the hospital now. I guarantee he won't die. Wang Bin turned to look at me, his face full of surprise, clearly not expecting it to be over so quickly. I didn't explain much, only urging him, "What are you still standing there for? If you don't get him to the hospital soon, he'll really be in trouble." Wang Bin then realized what was happening and quickly had someone bring a cart. He carefully lifted Lu Tianhe onto the cart, and with 2 police officers escorting him, they rushed to the hospital. I only let out a long sigh of relief after they had gone far away. What looked simple was actually extremely dangerous. It not only drained my mental energy, but also required absolute control over my internal energy. Fortunately, that drop of spiritual spring water had kept Lu Tianhe alive, and he should be in good health after being taken to the hospital. Wang Bin then had his colleagues escort the unconscious fugitive to the hospital, while he stayed behind to clean up the scene. He walked up to me, looked at the blood on the ground, then at me, and, after a long pause, finally asked, "What did you just do to Captain Lu?" I waved my hand, pretending to be tired. "What can I do? Just some makeshift methods I learned on the battlefield to press down on the wound to stop the bleeding." "Officer Wang, you should go to the hospital right away. I'll take care of things here myself." As I spoke, I pointed to the overturned tricycle and the scattered empty baskets. Seeing that I was unwilling to say more and was worried about Lu Tianhe's safety, Wang Bin didn't press me further. He just nodded and said, "Okay, thanks this time. I might need to take your statement again later. Be careful." After saying that, he ran towards the hospital. After everyone left, the onlookers on the street gradually dispersed. Only then did I truly relax. I picked up the tricycle, retrieved the empty baskets, wiped the cold sweat from my forehead, and still felt a lingering fear. If things had been a little slower, or if the spring water had been less effective, Lu Tianhe might have really died. Fortunately, the result was not bad. I got back on my tricycle and continued pedaling toward the market. Business still needs to be done, and money still needs to be earned, but after this commotion, it probably won't be so easy to set up a stall peacefully again today. As I approached the market, a heated argument erupted from a relatively quiet street corner. I looked in the direction of the sound and saw two middle-aged men arguing fiercely in front of a shop facing the street, their faces red and necks bulging, while several passers-by watched the commotion. The man in the blue Zhongshan suit, who looked like a cadre, pointed angrily at the other person. Li Laosi, we agreed on 700 yuan, and the two front shops were mine. We were almost ready to sign the IOU. Now you're raising the price at the last minute and trying to force the dilapidated backyard on me. What kind of business is this? The landlord, nicknamed Li Laosi, was thin and shrewd. He rubbed his hands together, looking both troubled and cunning. Manager Zhang, you can't say that. If we're going to sell this house, we have to sell it together, not separately. The backyard is a bit old, but it's a lot of space. The shop and the yard together are only 2,000 yuan, which is really not expensive. Look at this location. Manager Zhang's voice suddenly rose. 2,000 isn't expensive? That back courtyard used to be where that capitalist surnamed Chen lived. Who knows how the policies will change in the future? I'm buying this shop to do business and want peace of mind. I don't want to cause myself any trouble. Just tell me, will you sell the front for 700? Li Laosi remained adamant. We'll sell it together for 2,000, but we can't sell the shop alone. The two argued for a few more minutes, neither able to convince the other. Finally, manager Zhang angrily flung his sleeves, declared he wouldn't buy it, told Li Laosi to keep the capitalist's courtyard for himself, and turned to leave. Li Laosi watched the person walk away, then deflated, squatting on the doorstep and sighing. It was clear he was eager to sell the house, but he was stuck on the backyard issue. I overheard the gist of what was happening, and my mind immediately started working on it. So I stopped my tricycle and went over. Brother, you're really selling this shop, including the backyard, for 2,000? When Li Laosi looked up and saw that I was a young man pushing a tricycle and dressed plainly, the hope that had just appeared in his eyes dimmed again. Yes, two street-facing shops, plus a small courtyard in the back, cost 2,000 in total. But people still think it's too expensive, and they're worried about the family background of the courtyard. He looked me up and down, clearly not believing I could come up with that amount of money. I nodded seriously. 2,000 yuan, that's a reasonable price. Li Laosi was taken aback. Not bad. Young man, you really want to buy it? I want to buy it, I said honestly. After all, I knew exactly where the wind was blowing, so I didn't need to worry about the ingredients at all. However, I didn't hide it from him, but I can't come up with 2,000 in cash right now. Li Laosi's face immediately fell, and he waved his hand, saying, Then what did you say? Are you kidding me? I smiled and said, Don't worry. I can't come up with the money right now, but I can definitely raise it within half a month. If you trust me, let's draw up a contract first. I'll pay the deposit, and I'll use the house for the next half month. After half a month, I'll give you back the 2,000 yuan in full. If I can't come up with the money, I don't need the deposit, I'll return the house to you, and I'll move out immediately. Half a month. Li Laosi azitata. What do you do? Can you earn 2,000 in half a month? These days, an ordinary worker only earns a few dozen yuan a month, so 2,000 yuan is indeed a considerable sum. I pointed to the items on the tricycle. The stall selling spicy hot pot is right over there near the movie theater. Business has been pretty good lately, about half a month. Malatang. Li Laosi seemed to remember something. He'd heard about that spicy hot pot stall near the movie theater that was really popular a while back, with long lines every day. When he looked at me again, his eyes had clearly changed. If I were really that stall owner, this young man might actually have that ability. Chapter 61, just who is this kid? Li Laosi considered the situation in his mind. The house was just sitting there unsold, so it was good enough if someone was willing to buy it. Although it would take half a month, he was willing to pay a deposit first and use the house immediately, so he wouldn't lose out either way. If I can actually raise 2,000, the house will sell smoothly. If I can't, he'll get the deposit for nothing, and the house will still be there. Thinking of this, Li Laosi confirmed again. Can you really raise 2,000 in half a month? I nodded. It's not a big problem. Given the current booming business of malatang, spicy hot pot, raising 2,000 yuan in half a month is not difficult, and it might even be possible in a week. More importantly, this shop with a courtyard is perfect. The front can be used to open a proper shop without being exposed to the wind and sun. The backyard is secluded and quiet, which is perfect for me to pass through, store things, or even make other arrangements in the future. Li Laosi gritted his teeth and said, All right, you seem like an honest young man, so it's settled. Let's put it in writing. You give me 200 as a deposit first, and you can use the house as you please for the next 2 weeks. After 2 weeks, Once you have the 2,000, we can go to the Housing Management Bureau to process the transfer of the property deed and land deed. I didn't hesitate and agreed on the spot. I can come up with the 200 yuan deposit right now. The two men found paper and pen, wrote a simple sales agreement and a deposit receipt, and then pressed their fingerprints on them. Li Laosi accepted the money, and finally a smile appeared on his face. He handed me the keys to the front shop and the backyard, explained the water and electricity situation, and left happily. Holding two heavy keys, I pushed open the wooden door of the shop facing the street. The inside was empty and covered in dust, but it was a spacious place that could definitely be used if cleaned up. Passing through the small gate into the backyard, I found it to be larger than I had imagined, square and about 100 square meters. In one corner stood an old locust tree, beneath which was a hand pump well. Two old wing rooms on one side, though dilapidated, could be repaired and made habitable. What's most remarkable is that the walls are high enough that once the gate is closed, it's like having your own private world, offering excellent privacy. I stood in the middle of the courtyard, watching the sunlight stream down, and felt a surge of joy. This is it. With this fixed base, I was able to do things freely in the 1980s. Selling spicy hot pot, stocking up on goods, practicing my cultivation, and even doing more things in the future, all had a foundation. More importantly, traversing through here is much safer than in that small room in the village where family members could break in at any moment. Meanwhile, outside the operating room of the county hospital, the atmosphere was oppressive. Wang Bin and two other young police officers paced back and forth in the corridor. Lu Qianhe had been taken inside almost 2 hours ago, and there was still no news. Wang Bin's mind kept flashing back to the scene from that morning. The frantic fugitive, the dark muzzle of a gun, my sudden attack, and the shocking bloody hole in Lu Tianhe's chest. Especially the brief moment I knelt beside Lu Qianhe, which Wang Bin found even more perplexing. In his experience, it would be a miracle if Lu Qianhe, with injuries like that, even made it to the hospital entrance. So what had I done? Finally, the operating room door opened. The surgeon came out, taking off his blood-stained gloves, his brows furrowed, his face full of confusion, and even a little dazed. Wang Bin rushed forward. "Doctor! How is Captain Liu?" The doctor glanced at him, paused for a moment, and then said, "The patient is out of danger for now." Wang Bin felt a sense of relief, but before he could even rejoice, the doctor said in an incredulous tone, "However, this is unbelievable. It completely violates medical common sense." Wang Bin's heart jumped again. What does that mean? The doctor pointed to the operating room, as if sorting through everything he had just seen. When the patient was brought in, we all thought it was a race against death. He had a penetrating gunshot wound to the chest, and judging from the trajectory, the lower lobe of his left lung was damaged, and it was also very likely that a large intercostal artery was injured. This type of injury would normally cause massive bleeding, and the injured person could go into hemorrhagic shock within minutes, not even making it to the hospital. But when they actually opened the chest, they found that the situation was different. There was indeed a hematoma and tissue damage near the wound, but the major blood vessel that should have ruptured was blocked by a strange clot-like substance. That wasn't an ordinary blood clot. It was tougher, like a very thin yet elastic membrane covering the damaged blood vessel wall, forcefully stopping the most dangerous bleeding. Wang Bin stood there, stunned. The doctor became increasingly agitated as he spoke. Moreover, although the patient's vital signs were weak, his heart rate and blood pressure remained unusually stable. His heart was beating very strongly, unlike someone who is seriously injured and on the verge of death. During the surgery, their main tasks were simply debridement, suturing the lung laceration, and then administering a blood transfusion to replenish the lost blood. As for the most fatal vascular injury, they barely dared to touch it, because it appeared to have been treated, and attempting to remove it rashly could lead to further massive bleeding. Wang Bin murmured, "How is this possible?" The doctor shook his head. "We want to know too. In all my years of medical practice, I've never seen anything like this. What is that membrane? How did it form? Why was it able to precisely seal the main bleeding point? And the patient's tenacious will to live. It's as if some incomprehensible force had pulled him back from the brink of death before he even arrived at the hospital." The doctor kept repeating that it shouldn't be like this, but the facts were right in front of him. Wang Bin barely listened to the subsequent instructions regarding post-operative care and observation. Only one thought remained in his mind. Before he was taken to the hospital, an incomprehensible force stabilized his most critical injury. Zhao Wendong. These 3 words exploded in Wang Bin's heart like a thunderclap. He remembered how intently I squatted next to Lu Tianhe, the strange request I made for them to turn their backs and surround me, the cold sweat on my forehead when I stood up, and the words, "You can be sent to the hospital now. I guarantee you won't die." It turns out that wasn't just comforting words, nor was it boasting. I really did something. I used some inexplicable method to provide Lu Tianhe with an insurance policy, barely keeping him alive and sealing off the most fatal wound. Who exactly is this young man selling malatang, spicy hot pot? It's already outrageous enough that one person could take down more than a dozen armed thugs. But to actually do something that's almost like coming back from the dead is completely beyond Wang Bin's comprehension. Shock, doubt, lingering fear, and a hint of indescribable all weighed heavily on his heart. At that moment, the operating room door opened again, and the unconscious Lu Tianhe was wheeled out and taken to the intensive care unit. His face was still pale, but his breathing was steady, and his chest rose and fell slightly. He had indeed been snatched back from the jaws of death. Wang Bin forced himself to calm down. No matter what method I used, the fact that I saved Captain Lu's life is undeniable. This favor was too heavy. As for the secret behind it, he wasn't the type to insist on getting to the bottom of it, especially after witnessing my superhuman skills and today's unbelievable rescue methods. He instinctively felt that some things were better left unsaid. Wang Bin solemnly thanked the doctor, arranged for a colleague to stay at the hospital to take care of him, and left with a deep sense of awe. He still has to go back to write reports, handle the case from this morning, and think carefully about how to deal with me, this mysterious and unpredictable Zhao Wendong, in the future. Chapter 62, Once and for All. As I rode my tricycle out of the newly purchased courtyard, I felt unusually relaxed. Although the courtyard was old, the side rooms needed repair, and the front shop needed tidying up, these were not major issues. With this place to stay, I was able to truly settle down in the 1980s, and many things could gradually unfold from there. I didn't rush back to the village. First, I went to the market and bought some more meat, vegetables, and seasonings. The accident that morning had delayed my business, but I could make up for it in the afternoon and evening. After buying everything, I pedaled my heavy tricycle towards Zhao family village. By the time I got home, the sun was already setting. My mother, Li Xiuling, was busy making dinner in the kitchen. My 4th sister, Zhao Jidi, was hanging clothes to dry in the yard, and my father, Zhao Fuge, was sitting on the doorstep twisting hemp rope. I parked the car and, while unloading the things, casually said, "Dad, Mom, 4th sister, I'm back. I have something to tell you." My mother came out wiping her hands and asked me in surprise what was wrong. I put down the last item, dusted off my hands, and said, "I bought a courtyard house in the county town, along with 2 street-facing shops." The courtyard fell silent. Mother's eyes widened, and she almost dropped the rag. "Buy a yard? In a county town? Dandin, where did you get the money? How much would that cost?" I simply uttered 2 words, 2,000. My mother's voice changed. She clutched her chest and cried out to God. 2,000 yuan was an astronomical figure in her eyes. Our family toils in the fields all year round, and even if we didn't eat or drink, we couldn't save 200 yuan. She simply couldn't understand how I dared to spend so much. Dad stopped pulling the hemp rope, put his pipe in his mouth, but didn't light it, just looked at me intently. After a long pause, he finally said in a low voice, 2,000 is not a small amount. But he quickly changed the subject, his tone calmer than I expected. "But Dandin makes a lot of money selling snacks now. 2,000 sounds scary, but for him, it's just a few more days of work. The child is grown up. He can't stay in a mountain valley guarding a few acres of meager land for the rest of his life. It's a good thing that he has the ability to go to the county town and have his own place." After saying that, the father advised the mother, "Honey, don't just worry about the money. Dongzi earned it himself, and he knows how to spend it. Having a place to stay in the county town will make it easier to do business. We won't have to travel back and forth every day, exposed to the wind and rain. I think it's a good idea." After being persuaded like that, her mother calmed down a bit, but she was still heartbroken and kept asking what the yard was like and whether it was expensive to buy. I told her it wasn't expensive, it was on the street, and the place wasn't small either, with a separate courtyard at the back. It's just that the house is a bit old and needs to be renovated before it can be lived in and open for business. I'm thinking of finding a bricklayer and a carpenter in a couple of days to fix it up. As soon as I mentioned hiring someone, My mother immediately objected. Why waste money like that? Your father, your fourth sister, and I have nothing to do at home during the off-season. It's just plastering, painting, and tidying up the yard. We can do it ourselves. Hiring outsiders will just cost money. Father nodded, saying that he would bring mother and fourth sister over to help later, as hiring people was indeed not cost-effective. At this moment, my fourth sister remained silent, but looked at me with bright eyes and asked cautiously, "Little brother, is that courtyard really in the county town? If we buy it, will it belong to our family? Can I live there in the future?" Seeing her expectant yet cautious expression, my heart softened, and I smiled and said, "Of course you can stay here. That's our home in the county town. Not only can you stay here, fourth sister, I'm also counting on you to come and help me." Then I told my parents about my plans. After the shop was set up, I decided not to push my tricycle around selling things anymore. I wanted to open a proper snack shop, still selling spicy hot pot, and adding some simple dishes. The shop needed someone to help out, and I couldn't manage it all by myself. My fourth sister was meticulous and quick, so she could help with taking money and greeting customers. It was easier than working in the kitchen at school, and she earned more. Upon hearing this, the fourth sister couldn't hide her smile any longer and looked at her parents with expectant eyes. My parents exchanged a glance and agreed that this was a good idea. Opening a shop seemed more secure than setting up a stall. They decided to have my fourth sister help me. She could keep an eye on me and also help support the family. Father finally made the decision. "Okay, let's do it this way. After we finish working in the fields, we'll come over and help you tidy up the yard. GD, when you go, take good care of your younger brother. Don't be afraid of hardship." Fourth sister nodded vigorously. "Yes, I know, father." Although her mother still felt the pinch of losing 2,000 yuan, seeing the family so happy, she gradually accepted it. She turned and walked towards the kitchen, muttering, "It's good that we've already bought it. At least we have our own place. Let's cook a couple more dishes tonight to celebrate that we now have a home in the county town." Around 5 p.m., as the sun began to set, Zhao village was bathed in a warm golden glow. Chunzi and I strung together the vegetables we had bought and washed that afternoon, filling the bamboo basket to the brim. We also cleaned the big iron pot and started simmering a milky white bone broth again, bubbling away and filling the courtyard with its aroma. I called out, "Let's go." Chunzi and I worked together to push the tricycle loaded with a stove, pots, ingredients, and stools out of the courtyard. The wheels rolled over the village road and headed towards the county town. On the way, Chunzi pedaled his bike while muttering angrily, "Uncle Dongzi, if those bastards dare to come again, I'll make sure they remember that our stall is not to be trifled with." After seeing me chase people away last time, Chunzi has become much bolder. I sat in the back of the truck, holding onto the swaying bamboo basket, but my thoughts ran deeper than his. Those thugs, especially that guy to Chung, are clearly vengeful and cowardly bullies. Even if we drive them away again, unless we completely scare them into submission, they'll come back like glue sooner or later. The goal of doing business is stability and longevity. Constantly worrying about others causing trouble is definitely not the solution. I slowly said, just driving them away won't work. We need to find a way to solve this once and for all. Either make them completely afraid to come, or have someone prevent them from coming at all. I was thinking that maybe I could use the rescue of Liu Tianhe to make contact with the police station, or perhaps I could use my own methods to teach those people a lesson they would never forget. I still needed to figure out the specifics. Chunzi only half understood what he was saying, but she replied naively, "Anyway, whatever you say, Uncle Dongzi, I'll do it. I'll listen to you." Chapter 63, Heroic Acts. When we arrived at the old spot near the county cinema, it was already dark, just in time for the prime time for setting up stalls before dinner. Several familiar vendors had already set up their stalls early on. Old Wong, who sells pancakes, Old Lee, who sells wontons, and Old Lee, who repairs shoes, all had complicated expressions when they saw Chunzi and me pushing our carts over. Old Wong leaned closer and whispered, "Little Zhao, you really dare to come? After causing such a big scene yesterday, those people suffered a loss and they definitely won't let it go. Listen to your uncle, lay low for a few days." Old Lee nodded in agreement. A wise man doesn't suffer losses in front of him. No matter how good the business is, you still have to be alive to make money. I know they meant well. My spicy hot pot is popular, but also attracts envy. Yesterday's incident caused quite a stir, and everyone is afraid of retaliation from those thugs. I just smiled and quickly unloaded the things with Chunzi, saying, Thank you for your concern, uncles and elders, but now that we've set up the stall, we can't just close it down. What's coming will come eventually, and hiding isn't the solution. I spoke calmly, but my words were firm. Seeing that I had made up my mind, the others didn't try to persuade me any further and could only go about their own business, but they would occasionally glance at the street corner. The fire was reignited, the chilly oil bubbling in the pot, and the aroma of numbing spiciness and freshness quickly wafted out. Before long, regular customers, drawn by the smell, gathered around. Young boss, you finally arrived. I thought you weren't coming today. Same as always, extra spicy. Business quickly picked up, and Chunzi and I took turns cooking the vegetables and collecting money and handing out bowls, temporarily putting aside our worries. But the stall had only been busy for less than half an hour when 3 men in police uniforms suddenly walked up from the street corner. The one leading them was none other than Wang Bin, whom they had seen that morning. I glanced at it out of the corner of my eye, and my heart skipped a beat. My hands slowed down a fraction of a second. Why did Wang Bin bring people? Did something happen to Lu Tianhe? Or is there some follow-up trouble after the incident of taking down the fugitive this morning? Although I saved him, some things are simply impossible to explain. What if Lu Tianhe doesn't make it, or the hospital finds something wrong? Will I be implicated? Chunzi also saw the police and immediately became nervous. She subconsciously moved closer to me, still clutching the strainer she used to scoop vegetables. Wang Bin and his 2 companions walked straight to the stall, and the queuing customers and the vendors next to them all fell silent, making the atmosphere tense. I wiped my hands, trying to appear natural, and asked, "Officer Wang, what's going on?" Wang Bin glanced at me for 2 seconds, as if he could sense my nervousness, but his face still maintained that serious, businesslike expression. But as soon as he opened his mouth, my anxiety subsided considerably. "Don't worry. Captain Liu is still alive and in stable condition. The doctor said it's nothing short of a miracle." He didn't speak harshly, but it was very clear, especially the word miracle, as if he was deliberately pointing it out to me. There was also a deeper, indescribable meaning in his eyes. Before I could reply, Wang Bin pointed to the red broth in the pot. "Make a few bowls of this for the 3 of us first. It looks good. Make sure there are plenty of vegetables and the spiciness is normal. You go ahead and do your work. We'll talk about it when you have some free time." After saying that, he and 2 other young police officers sat down at an empty table next to him. This doesn't look like they're here to arrest someone or cause trouble. It really does look like they're here to eat. I was stunned for a moment, but quickly realized what was happening and felt much more at ease. Wang Bin's words not only told me that Lu Tianhe was all right, but also conveyed an attitude to me that at least the police station had no malicious intent. I smiled and replied, "Okay, Officer Wang, please have a seat. It'll be ready soon." Chunzi breathed a sigh of relief and quickly grabbed the bowls and chopsticks. I deftly cooked the vegetables and seasoned them, and in no time, 3 large bowls of steaming hot and glistening spicy hot pot were served. The diners and vendors nearby were dumbfounded. How could a small business owner selling spicy hot pot be so familiar with the police? And the police even sit at his stall to eat? Those who were initially worried about retaliation from the thugs now had a new idea. With the police here, would those thugs dare to come today? Wang Bin picked up his chopsticks and took a bite. The spicy and savory flavor exploded in his mouth. He nodded calmly. The taste is indeed good. The other 2 young police officers ate with great gusto, sweating profusely, and repeatedly said they thoroughly enjoyed it. I continued to serve the customers, but my eyes were constantly on that table. I knew that when Wang Bin said, "We'll talk about it when we're free," he wasn't just after a bowl of spicy hot pot. The fugitive from this morning and Lu Tianhe's injuries will probably still need to be addressed. They thought they would have to wait at most half an hour, but they ended up waiting until the night was deep. From dusk till the night market is at its busiest. The line in front of my stall is almost never broken. The shooting and arrests in the morning didn't seem to have a lasting impact. Most people were still drawn in by the irresistible aroma of spicy food. Regulars ordered as usual, and new customers were immediately captivated by the hot, spicy, and fragrant flavor after just one bite. Chunzi and I were as busy as spinning tops. I stayed by the pot, blanching vegetables, seasoning, and serving them without stopping for a moment. Chunzi shuttled back and forth between the crowd and the stalls, collecting money, giving change, handing out bowls and chopsticks, and replenishing ingredients. Sweat streamed down their faces, and the firelight made them gleam. Shouts, the clanging of pots and pans, and slurping sounds mingled together, creating a lively atmosphere like a small festival. Wang Bin and two colleagues sat nearby, their bowls already empty, even the soup was gone. At first, they just waited quietly, but later they were also attracted by the booming business. Wang Bin, in particular, kept looking at me, as if he was re-evaluating me. A young policeman exclaimed in a low voice, "Brother Wang, this spicy hot pot is really good. No wonder so many people buy it." Wang Bin nodded without saying anything more. I could sense that his opinion of me had probably changed a bit. Daring to stop a fugitive, rescuing people, and running a small food stall successfully. In his eyes, I was probably no longer just an ordinary country vendor. Time passed slowly, and the large baskets of ingredients were visibly empty. It wasn't until almost 10 p.m., when the last few skewers of vegetables were blanched and the last customer left with a bowl in his hands, that the stall finally quieted down. I let out a long sigh of relief and hastily wiped the sweat and grease from my face with the towel around my neck. Chunzi was so tired that she was rubbing her back, but looking at the empty basket and the bulging money box, she couldn't help but grin. Only then did I finally have some free time. I turned around and looked at Wang Bin and the other two who had been patiently waiting, my face showing apology. I wiped my hands on my apron, took out the pack of Dacumin cigarettes from my pocket, and quickly walked over a hand, one to Wang Bin and the other two policemen. "Officer Wang, comrades, I'm so sorry to have kept you waiting for so long." I struck a match and lit it for Wang Bin first, with a very sincere attitude. "I didn't expect so many people today. I'm so sorry for the inconvenience." Chapter 64, Lu Tianhe Awakens. Wang Bin took the cigarette I offered, took a puff by the light, and the seriousness on his face eased considerably. He even showed a slight smile. "It's good that business is good. This is the first time we've seen your malatang. You really know how to do it." I know that wasn't just polite talk. He really saw how popular my business was. The smoke dissipated under the dim light bulb, making the weariness of the night seem to lessen somewhat. Wang Bin looked at me, his expression slowly becoming serious again, and he even made a point of gesturing for me to sit down. "Brother, on behalf of our team leader Lu and the Institute, I would like to formally thank you for what happened this morning." He spoke very seriously, even changing how he addressed people. "The hospital has confirmed that Captain Lu is out of danger and is recovering much better than expected. The doctors all say it's a miracle, but we know in our hearts that if it weren't for your decisive action, he probably wouldn't have made it to the hospital." Wang Bin stared at me, his eyes filled with both gratitude and confirmation. "You saved not just him, but his entire family. Captain Lu's wife is in poor health, and his children are still young. He is the pillar of the family. Our station will remember this kindness." I listened quietly, the cigarette in my hand slowly burning. I hadn't thought much about it when I was saving him, but now that he thanked me so sincerely, I felt a little warm inside. I could only wave my hand and say that I just happened to know a little bit of folk remedy. "Officer Wang, you're exaggerating. Anyone who saw that situation couldn't just ignore it. Captain Lu is a good person. Good fortune will always be with him. It wasn't a coincidence." Wang Bin shook his head, directly interrupting my modesty. "I know your capabilities and will acknowledge this favor." After saying that, he changed the subject and brought up something more practical. "Furthermore, you were truly brave this morning in subduing the armed fugitive and assisting in his capture, which prevented even greater danger. The station has decided to apply for a commendation and reward for your act of bravery, which may include a certificate and a small bonus, but it is something you deserve." Hearing the words, acting bravely for a just cause, stirred something within me. These days, official honors carry significant weight. Even a small one can offer protection. But on the surface, I still pretended not to care and pushed it back with a smile. "Officer Wang, there's really no need for all this trouble. Forget about the reward. I just did what I was supposed to do. Catching that scoundrel and preventing him from harming more people is more important than anything else." I spoke frankly, and after hearing this, Wang Bin and the two young policemen next to me looked at me more kindly. This young man is truly rare. He doesn't take credit or crave rewards. Wang Bin gave me a deep look, then didn't insist further, but simply kept the matter in mind. He then flicked off his cigarette ash, and his tone became more relaxed. "By the way, are you going to keep your malatang stall here permanently from now on? Business is so good. Haven't you thought about renting a proper shop?" I understood that he was showing goodwill and leaving room for future connections, so I replied accordingly. "I'm thinking about this right now. Setting up a stall all the time isn't a long-term solution with all the wind and rain. I just looked at a place a couple of days ago, and we're currently discussing it. That's good. Wangbin nodded. You'll have a stable place to stay, and if anything happens in the future, you can come directly to the office to find me. These words were spoken casually, but the meaning was clear. At least with Wangbin, I'm now someone he knows. If I run into the Chung and his gang causing trouble again, I'll at least have someone to talk to. A night breeze carried away much of the lingering aroma and smoky smell of the spicy hot pot. I knew in my heart that Wangbin's gratitude was genuine, but limited. Ultimately, to gain a foothold in this place, I would have to rely on myself. However, the incense offerings we have tonight are enough. I stubbed out my cigarette, stood up, and smiled at them. Officer Wong, comrades, it's getting late, and you must be tired after a long day. Once my shop is ready, I'll definitely invite you to come and try my new food. Okay, looking forward to your new store opening. Wangbin also stood up and patted me on the shoulder, which was a sign of acknowledgement between men. Watching their figures disappear into the night, Chunzi and I cleaned up the mess. Feeling the pack of cigarettes in my pocket and glancing at the empty food basket, I felt more confident about what lay ahead. The next morning, Lu Tianhe was already awake at the county hospital. He lay on the hospital bed, his face still pale, but his lips had finally regained some color, no longer as frightening as they had been the night before. His chest rose and fell slowly with his breathing, and his brows relaxed a little, as if he had finally emerged from a long period of darkness. Zhang Huifang, who was keeping watch by the bedside, had red and swollen eyes, clearly having not slept all night. She held Lu Tianhe's hand, the one that wasn't receiving in 4 drip, her gaze never daring to look away. Just then, she suddenly felt her husband's fingers twitch slightly. The Milky Way? The Milky Way. Her heart leaped in her throat, and her voice trembled. Lu Tianhe's eyelids trembled, and after a few seconds, he slowly opened them. His vision was blurry at first, then gradually focused, and he finally saw his wife's face, which was full of worry and exhaustion. Huifang, his throat was dry and hoarse when he spoke, and his voice was almost inaudible, but he was definitely awake. Zhang Huifang's tears fell instantly, and she trembled with emotion. Tianhe, you're awake. You're finally awake. She gripped his hand tightly, pressed it against her face, and cried so hard she could hardly breathe. You scared me to death. Do you even know how scared you were? Lu Tianhe wanted to raise his hand to comfort her, but the movement aggravated his chest injury, causing him to wince in pain and gasp. But he still managed to force a weak smile. It's okay, don't cry, I'm tough. Zhang Huifang quickly held him down, not daring to let him move any further. Don't move. The doctor said you can't move. I'm going to call the doctor right now. She hastily wiped away her tears, turned around, and rushed out of the ward. Not long after, the attending physician arrived with 2 nurses. Seeing that Lu Tianhe had opened his eyes and could speak, the doctor's expression of shock was almost identical to that during the surgery the day before. Captain Lu, how are you feeling? Does your chest hurt? Are you dizzy? The doctor examined the patient while asking questions repeatedly, his tone filled with disbelief. It hurts, but I can bear it. I feel a little dizzy. Lu Tianhe answered slowly, but very clearly. The doctor listened carefully to the heart and lung sounds, examined the wound, and glanced at the excessively stable heart rate and blood pressure data on the monitor. In the end, he could only shake his head repeatedly and mutter to himself. This is unbelievable. It defies common sense. He looked up at Lu Tianhe, as if he were witnessing a living medical miracle. Given your injuries, lung damage, ruptured blood vessels, you should still be in critical condition after surgery. How could you wake up overnight and be so stable? The doctor was increasingly astonished as he spoke. In all his years of medical practice, he had never seen anyone recover so quickly. Lu Tianhe himself was completely bewildered. He only remembered the tearing pain when he was shot, followed by endless darkness. When he woke up again, he was already lying in a hospital bed, seeing Zhang Huifang. He had no idea what had happened in between. Listening to the doctor's words, he also had a lot of questions in his mind. Zhang Huifang stood to the side, feeling both happy and heartbroken, and kept thanking the doctor. Chapter 65 Drought. The doctor instructed Lu Tianhe to remain in bed and be monitored closely before leaving the ward, still full of questions. He probably had to go and discuss this miracle case of surviving a near-death experience with his colleagues. The ward fell silent. Zhang Huifeng moistened Lu Tianhe's chapped lips with a cotton swab dipped in water. Lu Tianhe closed his eyes to rest, trying to recall the fragmented images that flashed before he lost consciousness. Around 10 a.m., Wang Bin entered the ward carrying a net bag of apples. Upon seeing Lu Tianhe awake, his face immediately lit up with joy. "Captain Lu, you're finally awake. How are you feeling?" Lu Tianhe forced a smile. "Not bad. He won't die. How's the situation outside? Did they catch that guy?" The first thing he thought about when he woke up was the case. Wang Bin immediately replied, "He's been caught, apprehended on the spot, and is now locked up. He can't escape." After saying that, Wang Bin's expression suddenly turned serious. He looked at Lu Tianhe, then at Zhang Huifeng, and said in a deep voice, "Captain Lu, there's something I have to tell you. The fact that you were able to save your life wasn't just because the hospital did its best, but most importantly, it was because of one person. If it weren't for him, you might not have even made it to the operating table." Lu Tianhe's eyes narrowed. "Who?" Wang Bin uttered 3 words, "Zhao Wendong." Upon hearing my name, Lu Tianhe visibly paused. Wang Bin then explained that I was the young man selling spicy hot pot near the movie theater, and that I had been to the police station a few days ago for fighting with the Chang's gang. Yesterday morning, I was the one who single-handedly subdued the armed fugitive. Lu Tianhe remembered he still had some recollection of me. But Wang Bin said that wasn't the most important thing. What truly shocked him was that after the fugitive shot Lu Tianhe, the bleeding wouldn't stop, and his condition was extremely dangerous. They all thought he was about to die. Wang Bin recounted what happened next in detail. Zhang Huifeng clutched her chest, her face turning pale. Finally, Wang Bin whispered, "Captain Lu, it wasn't a miracle. Zhao Wendong used a method we couldn't understand to pull you back from the brink of death, and even left you a safety net. The doctors all said that without that, you definitely wouldn't have made it to the operating room." The ward fell silent except for the beeping of the medical equipment. Lu Tianhe was completely stunned, his mind replaying only Wang Bin's words. A young man selling spicy hot pot had saved his life in an inexplicable way. Zhang Huifeng was already in tears, and she choked out as she grasped Wang Bin's hand. "Xiao Wang, where is that comrade Zhao? We must thank him properly. He is a great benefactor to our whole family." Wang Bin comforted her for a moment, then looked at Lu Tianhe. "Captain Lu, this sounds incredible, but my 2 brothers and I saw it with our own eyes. Zhao Wendong is no ordinary man. He saved you and helped us catch the fugitive. Both publicly and privately, this favor is immense." Lu Tianhe closed his eyes, a dull pain shooting through his chest from the emotional turmoil, but he forced it down. In his decades-long career as a police officer, he had witnessed countless dangers, but he had never encountered anything so bizarre. When he opened his eyes again, his gaze had returned to clarity, and his voice was weak but firm. "Wang Bin, Lu Tianhe, will remember this kindness for the rest of my life. Find a suitable opportunity to thank them for me and Huifeng. Once I'm better, I will go and thank them in person." At this point, he added, "As for the methods he used, don't delve into them, and don't tell anyone. This matter is only to be known by a few of us, understand?" Wang Bin nodded emphatically. "Understood, Captain Lu." At that moment, I was sitting cross-legged on my own kang, heated brick bed, with a small cloth bag spread out in front of me containing stacks of small bills and a few 10-yuan bills. I counted them quickly with my fingers, muttering the numbers to myself. 1,580, 1,006, 1,637 yuan and 50 cents. I breathed a sigh of satisfaction and carefully wrapped the money. The Malatang business had been booming these past few days, and with the 2,000 yuan I'd saved up for the yard purchase, I was less than 400 short. At this rate, one more stall, and I could basically raise the full amount. The thought that the shop with the courtyard would soon be completely mine made me feel much more at ease. Just as I finished putting the money away, I heard voices coming from the courtyard. It was the old village chief, Zhao Jizhou, and my father, Zhao Fugui. I put on my shoes and went outside, and saw the old village chief squatting by the millstone, his brows furrowed, puffing away on his pipe. My father was beside him, his face also looking grim. My father looked up at the clear blue sky and sighed, asking, "Brother Zhou, is it really true that we can't even hope for a single drop of rain?" The old village chief tapped his cigarette ash, his voice deep. "What are we hoping for? The ground is so dry it's practically parched. The cracks are big enough to fit a child's finger. It hasn't rained for 2 months, It's like God has forgotten about this place. If this continues, the wheat seedlings won't even grow ears, let alone fill out. They'll just turn into dry straw. It was only then that I noticed the leaves of the old locust tree in the corner of the yard were wilted, and the soil on the ridges of the fields was a grayish white. Since transmigrating here, I've been busy adapting and making money, and I really hadn't paid much attention to how severe the drought was. The old village chief was very worried. He said that the entire Northwest was experiencing a drought, with Shaanxi province being particularly hard hit. The higher-ups would definitely try to find a solution, but that was too little, too late. The grain tax had to be paid, and the whole family needed to eat. The village couldn't just sit idly by. The township organized each village to dig irrigation canals by the reservoir, hoping to divert as much water as possible. Our village had to provide 20 laborers, and the old village chief pointed to my father. "Fuguwei, you are a strong laborer with experience, so you have to go this time." Without saying a word, my dad stubbed out the half-smoked cigarette on the sole of his shoe, stood up, and called to my mom, "Shioling, I'm going to the reservoir construction site. I'll be gone for a few days. Please take care of things at home." My mother came out of the house, her face also showing worry. She only told him to be careful and to take some dry food and water. My father turned around and went back into the house to get a shovel and a roll of bedding. The old village chief also stood up and nodded to me. "Dongzi is home too?" Alas, with the drought, life is hard for everyone. I offered him a cigarette. "Uncle, please take good care of yourself." Watching my father and the old village chief hurriedly leave, a shadow fell over my heart. In these days, people depend on the weather for their livelihood. A severe drought can truly drag countless families into famine. I had originally planned to discuss repairing the yard with my dad today, but now I have to postpone it. I want to go to the reservoir to take a look, but I have to set up my stall this afternoon, and I haven't prepared the ingredients yet, so I can only take care of the immediate needs. Filling our stomachs is the most practical support we can offer. I rode my tricycle to the county town's vegetable market again. I was worried about the drought, but business couldn't stop. I walked through the stalls, picking out the freshest potatoes, radishes, green beans, and cabbages, and also bought a few pounds of meat and some seasonings. Before long, the tricycle was fully loaded. After paying, I carefully pushed the heavy cart out of the market. I had just turned a corner piled high with vegetable baskets when I almost bumped into someone. "Ouch! Watch out!" a clear female voice rang out. Chapter 66, Lu Yao. I quickly steadied the handlebars and looked up to see a girl standing in front of me. She was wearing a white short-sleeved shirt and blue trousers, with 2 braids hanging down her shoulders. She was patting her chest, clearly startled as well. I quickly recognized her as Lu Yao, whom I had seen at the police station before. Today she wasn't wearing her police uniform and was dressed casually, which made her look even more delicate. She was also carrying a net bag containing a lunchbox and apples, as if she had just come from the hospital. I called out in surprise, "Comrade Lu." When Lu Yao saw that it was me, she was stunned for a moment. Then her eyes lit up and the fright on her face disappeared. She stepped forward, looked at me earnestly, and said, "Zhao Wendong, it's great to run into you. I've been wanting to thank you." I was a little confused by her serious demeanor and scratched my head. "Thank me? Thank me for what?" Lu Yao couldn't help but laugh, her cheeks flushing slightly, before explaining, "Thank you for saving my second uncle. Lu Qianhe, Captain Lu of the police station, is my second uncle. Brother Wangbin told me that if it weren't for you, my second uncle." At this point, her voice lowered and her eyes reddened, but she quickly looked up and smiled, saying, "Anyway, thank you so much. You are a great benefactor to our family." That's when I realized that she was Lu Tian's niece. No wonder I saw her at the police station earlier. I quickly waved my hand. "Comrade Lu, you're too kind. It was just a coincidence at the time. Anyone would have done the same. I'm glad Captain Lu is all right." I spoke casually, without any intention of taking credit. Lu Yao looked at me, her eyes seeming to show even more favor. She had clearly heard a lot about me from Wang Bin and his gang. I was skilled in combat, able to handle a group of thugs, and also had a knack for business. My spicy hot pot stall was very popular in the city. Now, she added the fact that I saved her second uncle. To her, I, a young man from the countryside, suddenly seemed somewhat unfathomable. Lu Yao said earnestly, "It's just a small favor for you, but it's a great kindness to our family. By the way, my second uncle is recovering exceptionally well. The doctors say it's a miracle." He asked me to thank you on his behalf and to come in person when he's fully recovered. I smiled and nodded. It's important to let Captain Liu focus on recovering from his injury. I heard that Liu Tianhe is recovering well, which puts my mind at ease. It seems the effects of the spiritual spring water are indeed miraculous and quite controllable. We chatted for a few more minutes at the market exit. Liu Yao knew I was there to buy ingredients for my afternoon stall, so she kindly said, "Then you should go ahead and get busy. Don't delay your business. By the way, I'll come to your stall for some spicy hot pot after my shift ends this afternoon. I missed it last time, and I've been thinking about it ever since." I laughed too. "Welcome, I'll definitely add extra ingredients for you." Liu Yao's eyes crinkled into crescents, and she looked beautiful when she smiled. "It's settled then. See you later." She waved and walked away briskly, carrying her net bag. I watched her retreating figure, shook my head, and pushed my tricycle home. But in my heart, I thought that I had already made a good relationship with Liu Tianhe, which might not be a bad thing. However, when I thought about the current drought and looked at the wilted trees by the roadside and the worried faces of the pedestrians, my mood sank again. Even as Liu Yao walked away, she couldn't help but glance back at me. Sunlight fell on my sweat-drenched back. Looking ordinary, yet seemingly possessing some unusual power. She pursed her lips, a hint of curiosity in her eyes. I pedaled my fully loaded tricycle along the bumpy dirt road toward the village. The afternoon sun was still scorching. The leaves on the roadside trees were curled up by the heat, and the wheels kicked up a small cloud of dust as they rolled over the dry soil. As we approached the old locust tree at the village entrance, a figure swayed and emerged from behind the tree, blocking the middle of the road. The man was in his 40s, short and thin as a stick, wearing a faded blue cotton jacket with worn-out collar and cuffs, and uneven trouser legs. He had a sallow complexion, a pointed mouth, and monkey-like cheeks, and his small eyes were always darting around. My brows furrowed as soon as I saw him. This man, Zhao Yukai, was a notorious old bachelor and idler in the village. He spent his days loafing around and liked to hang around the widow's doorsteps, saying all sorts of inappropriate things. Everyone in the village disliked him. Come to think of it, my current opportunities were actually somewhat related to him in the beginning. That strange stone that caused the ring to glow and ultimately led me to the ancient holy spring was given to me by him. When I caught him having an affair with Widow Wang, he gave me the ancestral stone to shut me up. It was that stone that led to everything that followed. So, I had mixed feelings about Zhao Yukai. But more than anything, I looked down on his character. Zhao Yukai also saw me, and his eyes lit up immediately when he saw that my tricycle was covered with an old tarpaulin and was packed full. He grinned and leaned closer, revealing a set of teeth stained yellow from smoking a pipe. "Hey, isn't this Uncle Ba? What good stuff is this whole cart carrying?" Struck it rich. He called him Uncle Ba, but there was no respect in his tone, only curiosity and sourness. As he spoke, his withered and dirty hand reached towards the canvas on the truck bed, wanted to lift it up and take a look. I reacted quickly, and before he could touch the canvas, I slapped his wrist with the back of my hand. "Take your claws off." My voice wasn't loud, but it carried a hint of disgust. "Don't get my food dirty." I genuinely find him disgusting. Zhao Yukai wanders around all day, going to all sorts of places. His hand have touched countless filthy things. Just thinking about him touching my vegetables makes me feel nauseous. Zhao Yukai was hit, pulled his hand back and rubbed his wrist, but he wasn't angry. He still had that same cheeky, smug look on his face. He chuckled and said, "Uncle Ba, don't be so stingy. I'm just curious and want to take a look. It won't hurt if I just look." As he spoke, his small eyes kept glancing at the truck bed. Chapter 67 Zhao Fugue makes a fool of himself. I was too lazy to waste any more words with Zhao Yukai, so I casually took out the half-pack of Dakium cigarettes I had left over from this morning and threw it at him. "Here, take it and smoke it. Don't get in the way." Zhao Yukai hurriedly caught it, and when he looked down and saw that it was Dakium cigarettes, his eyes lit up immediately, and his face broke into a wide smile as he quickly stuffed it into his pocket. "Oh, Dakium. Thank you, Uncle Ba. Thank you, Uncle Ba." Seeing his pathetic state only made me more annoyed. Then I remembered that all the men in the village were digging soil at the reservoir to fight the drought, so I frowned and said something. "Everyone in the village is digging a reservoir. You have so much free time, why don't you lend a hand? Stop thinking about such shameless things all day long." Without waiting for his reply, I pedaled away on my tricycle. Zhao Yukai, however, acted as if he hadn't heard me, clutching the half-pack of cigarettes, and shouted at my retreating back. Okay, un soba. Thank for the cigarettes. They're dakiaman. Before long, he squatted down under the old locust tree, eagerly pulled out a cigarette, lit it, took a deep drag, and blew smoke rings, feeling completely lightheaded. For him, nothing beats a cigarette for drought relief and canal digging. I couldn't even be bothered to look at him again. This kind of person is like a mangy dog on the street. You can give him a bone and he'll be done with it, but he can't change his fundamental flaws. When I got home, the aroma of food was already wafting through the yard. Li Xiaoling and Zhao Jidi were carrying vegetables and meat from the car into the kitchen. After they finished, it was just in time for dinner. Lunch was pumpkin covered with a blanket. Pumpkin chunks were laid at the bottom of the pot, and a rolled-out hot dough flatbread was placed on top. As the firewood slowly burned, the sweetness of the pumpkin and the aroma of the flatbread were fully released. When the pot was lifted, the pumpkin was soft and shiny, and the bottom of the flatbread had a crispy crust. We sat around the stone table, enjoying our meal with pickled vegetables. The sweet, glutinous pumpkin combined with the chewy flatbread felt especially comforting on this dry day. After finishing her meal, Li Xiaoling packed the lunchbox, stuffed it with a large piece of pumpkin, added a small bowl of pickled vegetables, and filled the military water bottle with cooled boiled water. She then asked Zhao Jidi to deliver it to Zhao Fugui. Zhao Jidi took the things, slung them over her shoulder, and headed towards the reservoir outside the village. The place was 3 or 4 miles away from the village, and you could see from afar that dozens of men were digging an irrigation canal with shovels and picks, their shouts, hammering, and the sound of mud mingling together. "Dad, dinner's ready," Zhao Jidi shouted from the slope, and Zhao Fugui, who was working, looked up, wiped his face, and came over. "Dad, eat quickly, it's still warm." He took the lunchbox, plopped down in the shade, and as soon as he opened the lid, the aroma of pumpkin and noodles wafted out, instantly making him feel much more relaxed. "This is the best thing your mother makes." He didn't even bother to wash his hands, just wiped them on his pants, and then started eating with chopsticks. The sweetness of the pumpkin, the softness of the flatbread, plus the pickled vegetables and cold boiled water, left his mouth full of bright yellow pumpkin stains. Zhao Jidi watched from the side, feeling both bittersweet and proud. She casually inquired about the work on the construction site and the drought situation. Zhao Fugui spoke to her while smoking his pipe, his brows furrowing and relaxing intermittently. Just then, Go Dan, the youngest son of Zhao Xuanju from the village, hopped over from the side with his lunchbox in hand. He happened to notice the yellow stain on Zhao Fugui's lips and the pumpkin pulp left in the lunchbox. I don't know what was going on in that kid's mind, but he widened his eyes, turned around, and ran towards his father. Zhao Xuanju was prying stones with a few other people and was panting heavily when he saw his son tugging at his trouser leg and acting mysteriously. He asked him a question in an annoyed tone. "Spit it out." Godam lowered his voice, but it turned out to be so loud that everyone around could hear it. "Dad, I just saw Master Fugui eating shit." Upon hearing this, Zhao Xuanju's hand slipped, and he almost dropped the crowbar on his foot. The people next to him were all stunned, and then they couldn't help but burst out laughing. Zhao Xuanju's face darkened, and he kicked Go Dan in the butt. "You little brat, what nonsense are you spouting? If you keep spewing filth, I'll beat you to death." But Go Dan still looked aggrieved and got more and more excited as he talked, insisting that Zhao Fugui had yellow poop hanging from the corner of his mouth, and there was some in his lunchbox, still warm, so his family must be too poor to eat. This caused everyone around to completely lose their composure, and laughter erupted, turning the construction site into a scene of utter chaos. Just then, Zhao Fugui stood up with a dark face, picked up a willow branch about the thickness of a thumb, and headed straight for Godan. "You little brat, say that again." When Godan turned around, he was met with that dark, gloomy face. Terrified, he let out a howl and ran away, crying and shouting as he ran. "Third grandfather, I won't do it again. I'll never say it again. Father, help." He was running around in a panic, and he kept talking. In the end, he even shouted, "No one will break the old pot for you anymore," which made Zhao Xuanju so angry that his face turned purple. "Damn you, you old bastard." Zhao Xuanju cursed, took off his muddy, worn-out shoe, and chased after them barefoot. "You little brat, I'm going to beat the shit out of you today." The construction site was instantly thrown into chaos. Children ran around with their heads in their hands, Fathers chased after them with their shoes in hand, and onlookers laughed uproariously, even dispelling much of the gloom caused by the drought. Zhao Fugui took a couple of steps and laughed too. He simply threw the willow branch aside, sat back down, and shook his head at Zhao Jidi, who was laughing so hard she was wiping away tears. That brat. When he gets back, I'm going to tell his dad he'll get him a meal of bamboo shoots and pork tonight. Chapter 68. Who is she? When my fourth sister, Zhao Jidi, returned from the reservoir carrying an empty lunchbox and a kettle, the yard was already bustling with activity. Chunzi and I were squatting by the water tank washing potatoes we would use that afternoon. 2 large basins were filled with potatoes, and we were peeling and rinsing them, our hands moving quickly. Fourth aunt is back. Chunzi looked up and called out with a simple smile. Oh, you're back. Fourth sister put down her things, rolled up her sleeves, and was about to help. As she washed the potatoes, she said to me, "Little brother, I'll go with you this afternoon. It'll be good to have another person to lend a hand." I put down the knife and looked at her earnest expression, feeling quite pleased. Ever since I decided to have her help out at the shop in the county town, she's been noticeably more attentive than before. The afternoon market is already busy, and with her around, collecting money and attending to customers becomes much easier. Okay, fourth sister, you can come with us this afternoon. It'll be a good opportunity for you to get familiar with the area and the stall. I nodded immediately. Upon hearing this, fourth sister immediately smiled and quickened her pace in washing the potatoes. When they set off in the afternoon, the tricycle was already packed full, with hardly any empty space. Fourth sister stood by the vehicle, looking at the cargo compartment, and hesitated a bit. There are so many things on the vehicle. If I sit on it, how will Chunzi pedal? I can just walk over. It's not far. You look down on me? Chunzi was immediately displeased and patted her chest, saying, "I'm very strong. Don't even mention one of you. I could kick 10 of you flying." I laughed too, grabbed fourth sister's arm, and pressed her to the spot I had specially reserved on the side of the carriage. "Come on, fourth sister. Chunzi has plenty of strength. It's not a short distance, and you'll get tired walking there. Save your energy for later." Fourth sister couldn't refuse, so she sat down sideways and gripped the carriage railing tightly with both hands. Chunzi seemed to be showing off on purpose, straightening her back and pushing off with her feet, and the carriage actually lurched forward steadily, even faster than usual. He hummed an off-key tune all the way, pedaling like a tireless old ox. Fourth sister was a little nervous at first, but after seeing that the bike was stable, she gradually relaxed and began to look at the street scenes of the county town, her eyes showing a bit more novelty and excitement. When we arrived at our usual spot, the 3 of us worked together and quickly set up the stall. As soon as the fire was lit and the chili oil was poured, the aroma immediately filled the air. Because we arrived earlier than usual, there weren't many people at first. I asked my fourth sister to watch from the sidelines and familiarize herself with the process and prices. She learned very diligently, her eyes following Chunzi and me closely. Before long, she was helping to collect money and give change. Although she was a little inexperienced, she was very clear about the accounts, and her attitude was enthusiastic. Before long, the flow of people leaving get off work and school increased, and regular customers, drawn by the aroma, gradually gathered around, quickly forming a queue in front of the stall. Fourth sister also became more and more proficient, and was already able to take the change on her own and give it to customers quickly. Just then, I saw a familiar figure at the back of the line. Lu Yao had changed into a neat outfit and stood out in the crowd. She stood on tiptoe to look into the pot, saw me first, and just as a smile appeared on her face, her gaze shifted and landed on my fourth sister, who was counting money next to me. Her smile faltered for a moment. Her expression tightened noticeably, and she unconsciously adjusted her collar. I could tell at a glance that she had probably misunderstood, so I quickly smiled at her and said, "Lu Yao is here? Just a moment, she'll be right there." I pointed to my fourth sister and introduced them. "This is my fourth sister, Zhao Jidi. Fourth sister, this is Lu Yao, my friend." "So it's you, sister." Lu Yao breathed a sigh of relief, her face breaking into a smile again as she greeted her sweetly. "Hello, fourth sister. My name is Lu Yao, and I'm a friend of Mundane. I've heard about you from him before." Fourth sister looked up at her and couldn't help but nod in approval. Lu Yao was fair-skinned and neat, tall, and had a bright smile. She was clearly not a country girl. Fourth sister quickly replied, "Hello, Miss Lu. Don't be so polite. There are empty seats over there. Please sit down and wait." "Thank you, fourth sister." I'll just stand here and wait, Lu Yao said, moving forward a bit to stand behind and to my side, so she could watch me operate the equipment without getting in my way. As she watched me blanch the vegetables and season them, she brought up the morning's events again, her voice filled with excitement. I went to the hospital again this afternoon. My second uncle is recovering so quickly. The doctor said it's rare. Now, he can even slowly get out of bed and take a few steps on his own. Brother Wong Bin even said that you must have given my second uncle some kind of magic medicine. Otherwise, how could he have recovered so quickly? I gently stirred the pot with a large iron ladle in my hand, paused for a moment, then chuckled and shook my head. Don't listen to Officer Wong's nonsense. There's no such thing as a magic pill. If I really had that kind of good stuff, I would have used it myself long ago. Why would I be setting up a stall here in the smoke and fire? Captain Liu is just in good health. Plus the doctor treated him in time. Good people are always blessed. I spoke half-truthfully, deflecting the question about the elixir, while also giving credit to Liu Tianhe and the doctor, which sounded quite reasonable. After saying that, I poured the blanched vegetables into a large, rough porcelain bowl, poured a spoonful of thick broth over them, sprinkled on some chopped green onions and cilantro, and drizzled on some bright red chili oil. A bowl of spicy hot pot was ready in no time. Here, this is for you. Be careful, it's hot. I turned around and handed the bowl to Lu Yao, still showing that slightly shy smile as usual. Go ahead and eat. There's a seat available right now. Lu Yao took the bowl. It felt heavy in her hand, and the steam carrying its aroma wafted up. Looking at my face, flushed red by the firelight, her doubts and suspicions seemed to be somewhat dispelled by the truly warm bowl of food. She smiled and said thank you, then nodded to her fourth sister before taking her bowl and finding a seat. While giving change to the customer next to her, fourth sister glanced at Lu Yao, who was eating with her head down, and then at me, who was busy serving the next customer. A knowing smile slowly appeared on her lips. Lu Yao placed the bright red, oily bowl of spicy hot pot on the small table in the corner. The bowl was piled high with vegetables and meat that had soaked up the broth, and the red oil was shiny. Sesame seeds and crushed peanuts were sprinkled on top, making it look so delicious that it made one's mouth water. Ignoring the heat, she picked up a piece of bean curd skin coated in chili oil with her chopsticks, blew on it, and put it in her mouth. Chapter 69, That Soda is Mine. This. Lu Yao had just put the bean curd skin into her mouth when her eyes widened, then squinted again from the spiciness. The bean curd skin was chewy, the broth was fresh, and most importantly, the numbing and spicy flavor shot straight to her head, like a ball of fire exploding in her mouth and burning down her throat. So spicy, so hot. She gasped softly, her tongue sticking out slightly from the spiciness, but her chopsticks didn't stop. She picked up another piece of cabbage soaked in the broth. Lu Yao continued eating while inhaling deeply. Fine beads of sweat quickly appeared on her forehead and nose, and tears welled in her eyes, but she still couldn't bear to stop. Her expression clearly showed she was suffering from the spiciness, yet she was also enjoying the food immensely. It's fragrant and spicy. I want to eat more. She had never eaten anything so spicy in her life. Usually, due to her upbringing, she always maintained a certain level of restraint, but in front of this bowl of hot and spicy soup, all that restraint was washed away by the heat. As I served the other customers, I kept an eye on her out of the corner of my eye, seeing her eyes welling up with tears from the spiciness. Yet still unable to stop eating, I couldn't help but laugh. She's usually so sharp and serious in her police uniform. I never expected her to be such a spice lover. Taking advantage of a lull, I turned around and went to the tricycle, taking out a bottle of orange soda wrapped in cotton cloth from the corner of the carriage. I had bought it from the supply and marketing cooperative that afternoon, intending to use it to quench my thirst. I used a screwdriver to pry open the bottle cap, and with a pop, a sweet orange scent, accompanied by bubbles, escaped. I placed the soda next to Lu Yao and said with a smile, "Eat slowly, don't rush. Drink some of this to relieve the spiciness." Lu Yao was struggling with a piece of chili pepper skin when she looked up and saw the steaming soda. When she met my gaze, her face turned even redder. I didn't know if it was from the spiciness or from embarrassment. She put down her chopsticks, wiped the sweat from her forehead, smiled at me, and said, "Thank you." As soon as she got her hands on the cool bottle, she seemed to finally forget about her image and took 2 big gulps. The sweetness of the orange soda immediately suppressed the spiciness. The bubbles danced on her tongue, and she let out a long sigh of relief. I'm alive. She put down the bottle, a little soda still on her lips, and looked at me with her eyes crinkling. It's so delicious, but it's too spicy. It's spicier than anything I've ever had, but the spicier it is, the more I want to eat. I just can't stop. Seeing that she had calmed down and was in a good mood, I casually said, I'm glad you like it. Next time you come, just let me know in advance, and I'll make you a special 3-delicacy soup base that's not so spicy and has a richer flavor. To me, these words were just a greeting from the stall owner to a regular customer, but the words, next time, and order separately, made Lu Yao's eyes flicker slightly. She looked up at me with her still damp eyes, smiled and nodded. Okay, I'll remember that. I'll come for the 3 delicacies next time. Okay, I'll be there anytime. I smiled and, seeing another customer arrive, went back to continue working. Lu Yao picked up her chopsticks again, glanced at the remaining spicy hot pot in her bowl, then at the soda beside her, her smile lingering. Just then, Chunzi brought over a stack of washed coarse porcelain bowls, preparing to put them into the hot water bucket. He glanced at the half-empty bottle of orange soda on Lu Yao's table and stopped in his tracks, a look of grievance on his face. He sidled up to his 4th sister, Zhao Jidi, who was sorting through her change box, and whispered, 4th aunt, Uncle Dongzi said this afternoon that he was saving that bottle of soda for me to quench my thirst because it's hot. After saying that, he couldn't help but glance at the bottle of soda again. Its bright yellow color made it look sweet and refreshing. He had been thinking about it all afternoon. 4th sister was happily counting her money when she looked up and followed his gaze. She saw me handing Lu Yao a soft drink, and then she saw the smile on Lu Yao's face after she took the drink. She immediately understood. She chuckled to herself, then looked at Chunzi's honest and aggrieved expression, patted his arm, and coaxed him softly. All right, Chunzi, it's just a bottle of soda. When there are fewer people later, your aunt will go to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy you 1. No, 2. So you can drink your fill? Okay? Chunzi's eyes lit up instantly. Her grievance vanished in a flash, and she grinned from ear to ear. Really? 2 bottles? Thank you, 4th aunt. After saying that, he picked up the bowl and ran off to wash it with renewed energy, as if he already had the 2 bottles of soda in his hands. Lu Yao finished the last bite and sighed contentedly. The spiciness was still there, but she felt warm and comfortable all over. She wiped the sweat from her mouth and forehead with a handkerchief, put the bowl and chopsticks in the recycling bin, and then walked over to me. Wendong, 4th sister, I'm finished eating. I'll be going now. Thank you for your hospitality. It was especially delicious. She said goodbye with a smile, and even nodded to her 4th sister. Without stopping the boiling vegetables in my hands, I looked up and replied, Okay, drive carefully. 4th sister greeted her with a smile. Miss Lu, please come again when you have time. Watching Lu Yao's light and agile figure disappear into the crowd, I paused for a moment, then quickly continued with my work. 4th sister bent down to organize the money box, but the smile on her lips deepened. As night deepened, the crowds at the night market gradually thinned out. After the last few skewers of vegetables were blanched, and the last customer left with his bowl, our stall, which had been busy all night, finally came to a close. The vegetable baskets were completely empty, and the soup base had shrunk considerably. The 3 of us worked together to clean up the stove, pots, pans, and dishes, and loaded the tables, chairs, and benches onto the tricycle. Although we were exhausted, looking at the empty food baskets and the heavy money box, we felt very at ease. When we pedaled our fully loaded tricycles back to Zhao Village, the sky was already full of stars. The kerosene lamp was still lit in the courtyard, and my mother, Li Xiuling, was mending clothes by its light, waiting for us to come back. Mother, we're back. 4th sister was the first to jump out of the car, her voice still filled with excitement. Mother put down her needlework and came out to greet us. When she saw that we had arrived home safely, a smile appeared on her face. You're back? You must be exhausted. There's hot water in the pot. Go and wash your face. After unloading the truck, Chunzi gave a simple, honest greeting and went home first. I went to fetch water to wash my face, but my 4th sister couldn't wait any longer. She pulled my mother to sit on the edge of the kang, a heated brick bed, in the main room, and brought over the heavy tin money box. Her eyes sparkled, and her voice was full of pride. Mom, guess how much we made tonight? Seeing how happy she was, her mother also became interested. How much? It looks like quite a lot. Chapter 70, you're about to have a daughter-in-law. With a whoosh, The second sister, Zhao Jidi, poured all the money onto the Kong table and began counting it by the lamplight. She sorted through the small bills, coins, and 10 yuan notes quickly and accurately, finally announcing 638. Her voice was filled with barely suppressed joy as she tugged at her mother's sleeve and said, "Mom, did you see that? In just one night, my little brother, Chunzi, and I made so much. There's a line of people buying from our stall. I can barely keep up with all the money." Although Li Xiuling knew my business was doing well, she still gasped when she heard the amount. Then her face lit up with satisfaction. She touched the banknotes, still bearing the scent of cigarette smoke, and repeatedly praised me, commending my competence and expressing her sympathy for my second sister's hard work. The second sister reorganized the money, locked it in a small wooden box, and then leaned close to her mother's ear, whispering mysteriously, "Mother, I have something to tell you. You might be getting a daughter-in-law soon." Li Xiuling was stunned and didn't react for a moment. Her second sister immediately smiled and said, "Today we've met a city girl named Lu Yao. She's the niece of Captain Lu from the police station and also works there. She's fair-skinned, tall, and has a lovely voice." She got more and more excited as she talked, and even mentioned that I gave Lu Yao a bottle of soda to relieve the spiciness, saying that I treated her differently, and that the way that girl looked at me was not like that of an ordinary customer. Li Xiuling's eyes widened upon hearing this, and her face, which had just shown joy, quickly turned to worry. A city girl? Or from a police family? Would she even be interested in a family from the countryside like ours? Our family's circumstances. She thought of her old mud brick house and the invisible barrier between urban and rural areas, and couldn't help feeling uncertain. But her second sister disagreed and immediately stood up for her. "So what if we're from the countryside? We may not live in an apartment building like people in the city now, but my little brother can earn money." My second sister said that tonight's trip alone is equivalent to several months' wages for a city worker, and if she really opens a shop, she'll only earn more. If Lu Yao is really interested in me, then she's lucky and has good taste. Although these words were somewhat protective of my own, they reassured Li Xiuling considerably. A smile returned to her face, and she couldn't help but look forward to me getting married, saying that I was of marriageable age, and if I could find someone who truly cared for me, she and my father would be at ease. I woke up at dawn the next day. With something important on my mind, I didn't disturb my family. I got up quietly and counted out 1,800 yuan from the small wooden box where the money was locked. With the 200 yuan deposit I had given earlier, the remaining 2,000 yuan for the yard was just enough. I wrapped the wallet in a cloth, put it in my inner pocket, checked the sales agreement and deposit receipt one last time, and then pushed the tricycle out the door. The county town was still quiet in the early morning, with only a few early risers and the sound of sweeping on streets. I pedaled faster than usual, feeling both eager and excited. Today wasn't just about paying money. It was about truly taking control of that small courtyard and shop. I found the landlord, Li Laosi, familiar with the place. He didn't expect me to arrive so early. When he saw me take out 1,800 yuan, exactly as I had it, his eyes lit up, and he couldn't stop smiling. He praised me for being trustworthy. I simply said that if I promised, I had to keep my word. After exchanging a few pleasantries, I went with him to the county's housing management department. In the early 1980s, property registration procedures weren't as complicated as they are now. There were agreements, certificates, and some deed tax to pay. After the staff verified everything was correct, they put my name on a new property deed. When the property deed with the red seal landed in my hands, and I saw the 3 characters Zhao Wendong clearly written on it, along with the address and area of the small courtyard and the 2 shops, I finally felt relieved. After arriving in this era, I finally have my first business that truly belongs to me. Although I only have a little over 200 yuan left in cash, almost completely empty, this sense of security from having a foundation is more reassuring than having any amount of money in my pocket. When I came out of the housing management department, the sun was already high in the sky. Li Laosi left satisfied with the money, and before leaving, he handed me all the keys to the courtyard gate and the house door, thus completing the handover. Instead of rushing back to the village, I rode my bike to the little courtyard that was now mine. Pushing open the slightly heavy wooden door, I stood in the empty courtyard, the sunlight falling on me, and it felt completely different from yesterday. Every brick, every tile, every blade of grass here belongs to the Zhao family from today onwards. It's still early, and I'm thinking that if I want to expand my business in the future, I can't keep going back and forth between the county town and the village. I need to quickly set up a place where I can sleep and rest. I first took a liking to the main house, which faced south. The house was empty and the walls were mottled and old, like they had a skin disease, but the space was relatively tidy. However, as soon as I entered, a musty smell mixed with dust hit me. The most conspicuous thing was a kang, heated brick bed, built against the wall. The surface of the kang was rough, cracked, blackened, and hardened, and the kang's hole was stuffed with tattered wads and straw from who knows how many years ago. I frowned. This thing was uncomfortable to sleep on, and it wasn't clean either. It was far from the kind of place I wanted to stay. I decided that the first step was to dismantle the kang, a heated brick bed, clean it thoroughly, and then bring in a wooden bed. Without further ado, I found an old hoe and shovel left by the previous owner in the yard, and carried them into the house. But when I actually started, I realized it wasn't an easy job. The earthen bed was very sturdy. I muttered to myself, I should have called that simpleton Chunzi over. He's strong and can work faster. Clang, clang. The hoe slammed down, the dull thud echoing in the empty room, raising a cloud of dust that made me cough. I took off my coat, leaving only my undershirt, and began to dig away at the surface of the kang, heated brick bed. With the hoe, then used a shovel to move the loose soil to the side. This kang, heated brick bed, has been built for who knows how many years. The dried mud bricks are as hard as stone. Even though I'm stronger than before, it still took me more than an hour to dismantle the entire kang, leaving a small hill of broken soil and garbage on the ground. I was exhausted, so I went to the yard, leaned against the well, lit a cigarette, and gasped for breath. After resting for about 15 minutes, I felt a little better, so I got up and started cleaning the house again. I used a wheelbarrow to push the adobe bricks and garbage to the corner of the yard, one trip at a time, to deal with them later. This was another strenuous task, and it took me more than 2 hours to finally clear the ground inside the house. Chapter 71, The Treasure Beneath the Earthen Bed. Without the earthen kang, heated brick bed, the room suddenly felt much more spacious and bright. The floor was paved with old-fashioned blue bricks, and although covered with dust and remnants of the kang's soil, the original layout was still discernible. I thought I might as well sweep the floor clean too, so I picked up a large broom and started sweeping along the cracks between the bricks, little by little. When I got to the corner of the wall where the earthen bed used to be, the broom head suddenly seemed to hit something loose. I crouched down, brushed aside the loose soil, and noticed that the edges of several blue bricks were not quite right. I reached out and pried at them, and they were surprisingly movable. An idea struck me, and I immediately pried one of them up with force. Beneath the blue bricks was not a solid foundation, but a dark, hollow hole. My spirits lifted, and I carefully pried open a few loose bricks nearby. Soon, a 2-foot square hole was revealed, with rough brickwork visible at the edges. A heavy wooden board was placed underneath, with an iron ring on top. A hidden door. I was both surprised and suspicious. I grabbed the iron ring and lifted it off forcefully. As soon as the wooden cover was lifted, a stench of dust, rotten wood, and mold rushed out, choking me so much that I took 2 steps back and quickly covered my mouth and nose. After the smell dissipated a bit, I went back closer and looked down using the light from the doorway. It seemed to be a small space below, with rough steps leading down. A hidden room. There was actually a hidden room beneath this old house. My heart started racing. After the air had circulated for a while, I found a half-burnt candle, lit it, held the candle in one hand, and, with the other hand supporting the entrance, slowly descended the narrow brick steps. There were only 7 or 8 steps, below which was a small, square space, just high enough to stand upright. By the flickering candlelight, I could finally see what was inside. The dark room was about 5 or 6 square meters. Against the wall stood 2 simple wooden shelves, neatly filled with jars and pots of various sizes and shapes, all covered in a thick layer of dust. Next to the shelves were several long, narrow objects carefully wrapped in oilcloth or old sheepskin, their outlines resembling scrolls. In the corner, 2 heavy tin boxes, their surfaces covered in rust, were stacked on top of each other. The entire dark room was filled with an air of age and antiquity, making one inexplicably tense. I walked to the shelf with the candle in hand, picked up a medium-sized jar, and brushed off the dust. The jar was white with blue patterns, depicting a lotus scroll. The glaze was warm and lustrous, and the painting was meticulous, giving it a soft glow in the candlelight. "This is," Although I'm not exactly an expert on antiques, I had access to a lot of information in my past life, so I've heard some basic facts. Looking at the shape, glaze, and cobalt blue color of this piece, a word suddenly popped into my head. Blue and white porcelain. I quickly looked at the other items on the shelf. Plum vases, jade spring vases, and cover jars. The shapes were different, but they were all white with blue flowers, looking simple and dignified, definitely not like modern imitations. They were likely all old objects from many years ago. There were 7 or 8 items on the shelf. My breathing quickened, and I suppressed my excitement as I looked again at the scrolls wrapped in oilcloth and sheepskin. The items were so carefully preserved that they were most likely paintings or calligraphy. I dared not open them rashly, for fear of accidentally damaging them. Finally, my gaze fell on the 2 iron crates in the corner. The crates were quite large and looked very heavy. I went over and tried to lift them, only to find that the latches were already rusted shut. I channeled a wisp of my inner energy to my fingertips, and with a forceful snap, the rusty lock broke off on the spot. I took a deep breath and slowly lifted the lid of the first box. The moment the candlelight shone in, a golden light reflected out, almost blinding me. The box was neatly stacked with layer upon layer of gold bars, gleaming yellow and heavy, in the standard big yellow croaker style, radiating an alluring, thick luster in the dim candlelight. The box was full, containing at least several dozen bars. I quickly opened the second box, and it was exactly the same inside, completely full of gold bars. I roughly estimated that the 2 boxes of gold together weighed over 100 pounds. I was overwhelmed with joy. Standing in the dark room looking at these things, I felt dizzy. Soon, I was overwhelmed with joy and couldn't help but chuckle softly, the sound echoing in the small, dark room. Haha, this house was such a damn good deal, such a steal. Who would have thought that I would spend 2,000 yuan to buy this dilapidated courtyard? And I was worried that it might have some class background issues, but I found such an amazing treasure hidden under the earthen bed. Those blue and white porcelains, those possible paintings and calligraphy by famous artists, and 2 large boxes of solid gold. Their value probably far exceeds my imagination, and may even be an astronomical figure. The original homeowner, Li Laosi, or the former owner of this courtyard, probably never dreamed that beneath the trouble, they were so eager to get rid of Lei such a huge windfall. And this incredible opportunity, by some twist of fate, fell upon me. After the initial excitement, I quickly calmed down. Money can be tempting, especially something like this. I absolutely mustn't let anyone know. I closed the 2 iron boxes again and put the blue and white porcelain jar back in its original place, trying not to leave any traces of disturbance. Then I blew out the candle, climbed back down the steps to the ground, and put the loose blue bricks back one by one, then sprinkled dust to cover them up. After I finished doing all that, the house looked normal again, but my heart was still pounding. The capitalist who used to live in this courtyard was incredibly cunning. He actually built a secret room under the earthen bed, without even leaving an entrance. Most people would at least leave a hidden passage when building a secret room, but he went and directly placed a heated bed underneath. If anyone wants to get in later, they'll have to dig up the kang, heated brick bed. No one would have guessed that there would be a treasure room hidden beneath the kang. I reckon that the capitalist back then probably fled in such a hurry that he didn't have time to care about these things. The homeowner who moved in later didn't know there was a hidden room under the earthen bed, and lived there for over 10 years without discovering it. In the end, I got a free ride. With that in mind, I immediately decided that these treasures had to be moved as soon as possible. After all, things could go wrong if I waited too long. And besides, the courtyard still needed repairs before it could be habitable. It was really not safe to leave the things here any longer. Chapter 72, The Reward has arrived. I tidied up the main house and carefully covered the entrance to the secret room. Seeing that it was getting late, I locked the gate of the new house and rode my tricycle to Zhao Family Village. With the secret of the hidden room and the heavy house deed tucked in my arms, my steps became lighter. But as soon as I reached the vicinity of my own courtyard gate at the village entrance, I sensed something was wrong. Normally at this time, the area outside the gate is quite quiet, but today 7 or 8 neighbors, men, women, and children have gathered outside my old wooden door. They're all craning their necks to look into the yard and whispering among themselves. My heart skipped a beat. My first thought was that something had happened at home. Had Dad had an accident at the reservoir construction site? Or was something wrong with Mom? I quickly gripped the brakes, and the tricycle screeched to a stop outside the crowd. The commotion alerted everyone. My neighbor's second sister-in-law turned around, saw me, and immediately beamed with joy, shouting at the top of her lungs, "Oh my, Dongzi's back! You're finally back." Judging from her tone, it didn't sound like bad news, so I breathed a sigh of relief and quickly got out of the car to ask, second sister-in-law, "What happened? What's wrong with my family?" The second sister-in-law beamed, her voice a mixture of envy and pride. "Great news. The county police have come to give you an award certificate, saying you've done a great service. Your father and the old village chief are inside with you." I understood immediately. It must be about Liu Tian's case and the commendation for capturing the armed fugitive. I just didn't expect them to act so quickly, coming directly to my home. I pushed through the crowd and entered the courtyard. Sure enough, I saw Wang Bin and another young policeman sitting in the main room. My father, Zhao Fugui, and the old village chief, Zhao Jizhou, were beside me. Several bowls of boiled water were on the table, and my mother, Li Xiuling, was standing at the kitchen door, nervously wondering whether she should go in to add water. I quickly called out, "Officer Wang," and hurried into the house. When Wang Bin saw me return, he stood up and said with a smile, "Comrade Zhao Wendong, you're finally back. We've been waiting for you for a while, but we couldn't get in touch with you, so we had to come to your house." I quickly apologized. "I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. I just got back from the county." After saying that, I took out a Dakeman cigarette and handed one to Wang Bin, the young policeman, the old village chief, and my father. The old village chief took the cigarette but didn't light it right away. He stared at me with a big smile and praised me repeatedly. "Dongzi, what a good lad. You've done a good deed outside, helping the police catch bad guys and even saving a police officer. You've really brought honor to our Zhao family village chief." He spoke loudly, his voice brimming with pride, as if he were praising his own son. His father sat to the side, silently smoking, saying very little, but his dark face was flushed, and he couldn't suppress the urge to smile. For a farmer, having the county police personally visit his home to commend his son is an immense honor. After the old village chief finished praising me, Wang Bin took out a rolled-up paper tube from his briefcase, which was wrapped in a transparent plastic bag, and solemnly handed it to me. He said solemnly, "Comrade Zhao Wendong, in view of your heroic assistance to the public security organs in subduing the armed fugitive and your courageous actions, after deliberation by our bureau, you are hereby awarded the honor of heroic act and given a reward. This is the certificate of merit." I took it with both hands, unfolded it, and saw that the top of the document read, "Qingdong County Public Security Bureau." The middle section stated that it had awarded me the honorary title of heroic act, and the bottom was stamped with a bright red official seal dated today. The certificate was simple in design, but in rural areas in the early 1980s, this official recognition carried immense weight. Then, Wang Bin took out a craft paper envelope and handed it to me. "This is a bonus of 200 yuan. It's a small token of appreciation from the Bureau. Please be sure to accept it." 200 yuan was no small sum these days. It was equivalent to several months' wages for an average worker. The neighbors watching from the doorway and windows let out a murmur of astonishment. I didn't feign reluctance, knowing it was just procedure and also a gesture of gratitude from the Public Security Bureau. I accepted the envelope and said earnestly, "Thank you to the leaders of the Public Security Bureau. Thank you, Officer Wang. I only did what I was supposed to do, and I feel unworthy of such an offer." Wang Bin waved his hand, and while his father and the old village chief were looking at the certificate together, and his mother went out to greet the neighbors at the door, he lowered his voice and said to me, "Team Leader Liu is recovering very well and keeps saying he wants to thank you. He will definitely come to your door in person when he is discharged from the hospital." At this point, his voice lowered even further. In addition, the evidence against the Chung and his gang is conclusive. They've been accused of gang fighting and provoking trouble. They'll probably be in jail for a while. Don't worry, we'll keep a close eye on them from now on. These words were like a clear guarantee to me. I felt much more at ease and nodded, saying, "Thank you, Officer Wang." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Wang Bin took his leave with his colleagues. His father and the old village chief escorted them to the village entrance, and only returned reluctantly after watching the police jeep drive away. The old village chief praised me for a long time before walking away, hands behind his back, humming a little tune. The neighbors who had been watching the spectacle gradually dispersed, But the news that I had received a certificate and bonus from the Public Security Bureau would surely spread throughout Zhao family village very soon. The courtyard finally quieted down. Dad held the certificate, turning it over and over, his eyes crinkling into slits with laughter. His rough fingers gently traced the words and red seal on it, as if he were touching some precious treasure. Then, he found some paste and solemnly pasted the certificate on the most conspicuous wall in the center of the main room. He then stepped back 2 steps to examine it closely and was satisfied with it no matter how he looked at it. Although my mother was happy, her face was still filled with worry. She held my hand, her eyes red, and her voice was full of lingering fear. "Dandin, I know you did the right thing, but that's a murderer," and he had a gun. "It was so dangerous. What if something happened to you? How would your father and I live?" I was about to comfort him when my father frowned and said in a gruff voice, "You old woman, you're so short-sighted. The men of the Zhao family are upright. When they see bad people doing evil or police officers in trouble, how can they stand idly by? Dandin did the right thing. He's bringing honor to the Zhao family." My mother wiped her eyes after hearing what he said and didn't argue anymore. She just looked at me with her eyes still full of heartache. My heart warmed, knowing that Dad was proud of me, while Mom was simply worried about me. So I put my arm around Mom's shoulder and whispered, "Mom, don't worry. I'll be more careful from now on. Look, I'm perfectly fine." Mother nodded, a slight smile finally appearing on her face. She turned and went to the kitchen, muttering, "I'll fry you an egg tonight to help you recover." Where should I put chapter 73? After lunch, the sun was high in the sky. I wiped my mouth and called to Chunzi, who was already waiting beside me. "Let's go into town." We hopped on the tricycle, and this time, instead of heading straight to the usual market stalls, we went to the county town first. We'd already bought the yard, and since we'd eventually be moving to the city, we needed to make some preparations in advance. I first took Chunzi to the county town's vegetable market to buy vegetables and meat for our afternoon and evening stalls, more than usual. Now that we have a fixed yard, we can stock up on more durable items. After buying my things, I didn't turn towards the cinema. Instead, I rode into a quieter street and finally stopped in front of a shop with a courtyard. I took out my key, unlocked the old lock, and the courtyard gate creaked open. Chunzi followed her in, looking around. The courtyard was exactly the same as yesterday, with weeds sprouting from the cracks in the bluestone and the old locust tree with its lush branches casting a large patch of shade. The doors and windows of the 2 main rooms were old and worn. The side rooms were even more dilapidated, and the roof tiles were uneven. "Uncle Dongzi, is this the yard you bought for 2,000 yuan? Chunzi's face was full of surprise. In his eyes, 2,000 yuan was no small sum. It should have been enough to buy a decent house, and the yard in front of him was indeed rather dilapidated. I nodded, my gaze sweeping over every corner of the yard, already starting to plan how to tidy up. "This is it. It's not small, just a bit old. When I have time, I'll find someone to repair the roof and walls and replace the doors and windows. Once the front shop is tidied up, we won't have to push the cart in the wind and sun to sell spicy hot pot anymore. The backyard is quiet and convenient for living, saving us from having to run back and forth between the village and the county every day." Upon hearing that he could live in the county town and wouldn't have to travel back and forth, Chunzi immediately felt that the dilapidated courtyard looked much better. He patted his chest and said that he could also help with the house repairs, mixing mud, carrying bricks, and handing over tiles. I smiled and patted him on the shoulder, telling him not to rush, that we still needed to find an experienced craftsman for some tasks, and that we should finish setting up the stall first. Together, we pushed the tricycle into the yard and parked it under the locust tree. We then began preparing for our afternoon stall, washing vegetables, cutting meat, skewering meat, and checking the seasonings. We got busy with everything. With this yard, the space was spacious, and there was a well nearby, making work much more convenient than in the village. After all the ingredients were prepared and sorted, it was only a little past 3 in the afternoon, and there was still some time before I could set up my stall. I thought to myself, this is a good opportunity to take care of getting the bed made and the house repaired. People will be living in the courtyard later, so we need to get beds first. We can't keep making do with what we have. I told Chunzi to watch over the things, and then I went out to inquire about carpenters in the county town. These days, furniture stores are scarce. Most people still have to have their furniture custom made by craftsmen. I asked several people before finally finding a well-regarded old carpenter deep in the alleys of the old street. The carpenter, surnamed Liu, was in his 50s, lean and wiry, his hands covered in calluses and old wounds. He was planing planks in his workshop, which was filled with wood and tools, and the air was filled with the scent of pine. I explained my purpose. I wanted 2 sturdy and durable wooden beds made. Carpenter Lou put down his plane, adjusted his reading glasses, and carefully asked about the dimensions and requirements. He asked me if I wanted a simple flatbed or one with a headboard and footboard, something more stylish. I thought about it. The bed needed to be practical, but not too shabby, and it should be usable when family or guests came over. In the end, I chose a simple and elegant style with a slightly carved headboard and footboard. Carpenter Lou took out his old notebook, drew a rough sketch, and calculated the cost of the wood and labor. Pine wood, sturdy and won't warp. 2 beds, 160 yuan including labor and materials. Pay the deposit first, and we'll pick them up in a week. The price wasn't cheap, but it was within my expectations. I didn't hesitate much and placed the order on the spot. I checked the style in the sample book and took out another 50 yuan as a deposit. Carpenter Lou received the money, issued a simple receipt, and arranged for delivery to take place a week later. After the matter was settled, I casually asked him if he knew any reliable bricklayers, as I wanted to renovate the old courtyard. Carpenter Lou nodded and said there was a man named Lei Jinshan, known as Old Lei, who had been in the business for over 20 years. He had a few people working for him, and his work was meticulous and his prices were fair. His house was the second door on the right in the alley ahead, the one with the pile of sand in front of the door. Mentioning Old Lou would get you a better price. I thanked him and went to the place he pointed out, where I found Foreman Lei. I briefly explained my repair plan, checking for leaks and replacing the roof tiles, painting the walls, repairing and replacing the doors and windows, and leveling the yard. We finally agreed that he would come to the yard to inspect the site the next day before discussing the price. Having finished these 2 important tasks, I felt much more at ease. When I returned to the courtyard, Chunzi had already checked all the stove, pots, and stools we would need for setting up our stall. Without further delay, we loaded the fresh ingredients and utensils onto the vehicle and rode our tricycle toward the night market in the direction of the cinema. As dusk settled, long queues quickly formed again in front of the familiar stalls. The aroma of spicy hot pot, mingled with the bubbling sound of bubbling chili oil, remained the best advertisement. Chunzi and I were so busy we barely had time to breathe, our clothes soon soaked with sweat. The convenience of the new courtyard hasn't fully materialized yet, but the busyness hasn't lessened at all. It wasn't until after 8 p.m., when the last bit of soup base was sold out and the last customer left satisfied, that we finally packed up to close. This time, we moved the stove, pots and pans, and other belongings back to the side room of the courtyard for temporary storage, so we wouldn't have to haul them back to the village every day. After locking the courtyard gate, the tricycle was much emptier, and we returned to Zhao family village under the moonlight. On the way, Chunzi excitedly kept saying that once the bed was made, sleeping in a new house would definitely be comfortable. As I pedaled, I was also thinking about tomorrow. Foreman Lei was coming to see the yard, and the repair plan and price needed to be finalized. I also couldn't stop making money for my stall. But what troubled me most was the batch of antiques in the darkroom. Once the house starts renovations, workers will be coming and going, and it would be troublesome if someone found out. Unfortunately, my storage space isn't big enough to hold all that stuff. Thinking about this, I felt a chill run down my spine. With so much stuff, where should I put it? Chapter 74, The Peach Tree in the Yard. As the days went by, the sun grew stronger and stronger, and the sky was so blue that there wasn't a single cloud in it, like a huge, white-hot cauldron that hung over Qin province. The drought not only failed to ease, but worsened. The soil in the fields cracked open, and the wheat seedlings that should have been heading and filling out were now withered and yellow, their leaves curled up into stiff clumps, sticking hard in the ground and breaking at the slightest touch. The irrigation ditches that the villagers had painstakingly dug had brought some water from the reservoir, but it was far from enough to satisfy the vast, parched crops. The water was mostly swallowed up by the cracked earth and scorching wind before it even reached the fields. Old village chief Zhao Jizhou squatted on the edge of his field, clutching his long-extinguished pipe, his brow furrowed. Looking at the sparse, withered wheat ears before him, he knew in his heart that a reduced yield this year was inevitable. It would be good enough to save the seeds and enough food for his own consumption. He sighed heavily, his face full of sorrow. Heaven was not on their side. Even the most diligent farmer couldn't escape this severe drought. Meanwhile, A different scene unfolded in the small courtyard in the county town. The summer heat was intense, and I stood in the center of the courtyard with the foreman, Leijin Shan, discussing the renovations of several rooms. I explained the requirements one by one. Inspect all the roof tiles, replace the bad ones, reinforce the areas that need reinforcement, and make sure there's no leak. Repaint the walls inside and out, and remove the old plaster. Replace the rotten doors and windows. The style doesn't matter. Just make sure they're sturdy and durable. Level the yard and clear away the weeds. Smooth the walls of the side rooms, and lay another layer of bricks. Leijin Shan was in his 40s, with dark, rough skin, clearly someone who worked on construction sites year-round. He listened and took notes, occasionally tapping on the walls and looking at the roof beams, and quickly calculated the price. He said the work wasn't complicated, but there were many items to choose from. The price was 430 yuan for both labor and materials, and it would be done in half a month. The final payment would be made after the inspection was completed and the customer was satisfied. I did the math in my head, and the price, which included materials and labor, wasn't outrageous these days. I had money on hand, and most importantly, it was hassle-free. I didn't want to be constantly monitoring the business and disrupting it, so I nodded and agreed. I asked him if we could start work tomorrow. Leijin Shan was pleased to see that I was so agreeable, and immediately said that he would go back and have people prepare the materials and bring people over first thing tomorrow morning. After seeing foreman lay off, I called Chunzi, who was tidying up his things in the side room, and took him to the old peach tree in the backyard. This peach tree looks quite old, with a thick trunk but cracked bark. Because it has been neglected for a long time and has been hit by a severe drought, its branches and leaves are sparse and withered, half dead, with only a few shriveled little peaches hanging on the branches, no bigger than apricot pits. I pointed to an open space next to the peach tree and asked Chunzi to dig a hole with a shovel. As Chunzi swung the shovel, she asked me curiously if I wanted to poop there. My face darkened when I heard that. I glared at him and told him to shut up and dig deeper. Chunzi shrank back, not daring to ask any more questions, and could only keep her head down and work. The soil was so dry and compacted that even shovels were hard to cut. I watched for a while, then took the shovel, and the two of us took turns digging. Before long, our clothes were soaked with sweat. More than an hour later, a large pit, about 1 meter square and 3 meters deep, was finally dug next to the peach tree. I wiped the sweat from my brow and sent Chunzi to the market to buy the vegetables we would need for our afternoon and evening stall, according to yesterday's order. Despite her many doubts, Chunzi took the money, got on her tricycle, and went out. After he left, I immediately returned to the main house, carefully entered the dark room, wrapped the precious blue and white porcelain pieces one by one with old clothes and soft grass, and then packed them into wooden boxes that I had found in advance. Then, I painstakingly moved the 2 heavy metal boxes filled with gold bars out, carried them to the backyard in batches, and quickly put them into the pit when no one was around. After all the boxes were in place, I immediately backfilled the pit with soil, carefully compacting it until the ground was level again and no trace of the original structure could be seen. Finally, I put back the turf that I had deliberately left aside before digging the pit. After finishing all that, I finally breathed a long sigh of relief. Although the darkroom was well hidden, the house was going to undergo major renovations soon, and with workers coming and going, it was hard to guarantee that it wouldn't be discovered. The safest course of action right now is to bury these priceless items temporarily. Once the house is repaired and things have calmed down, I'll move them back to the secret room without anyone noticing, and deal with them slowly later when the opportunity arises. After finishing with the treasure, I lit a cigarette and leaned against the peach tree trunk to rest. The pungent smell of the smoke suppressed my fatigue, and my gaze fell on the old peach tree that was almost dead. The bark was cracked, the branches and leaves were withered and yellow, and the tree looked lifeless under the scorching sun. It looked like it wouldn't last long before it was used as firewood. I suddenly felt a pang of regret. The new courtyard can't be completely devoid of greenery. This tree has been with the courtyard for so many years. It would be a real shame if it just died like this. Then I remembered that I still had a bamboo tube of spring water left in my storage space. That spring water has extremely strong vitality and a significant effect on plants, as evidenced by the orchid I had earlier. On a whim, the bamboo tube appeared in my hand. I uncorked it, looked at the clear spring water inside, and then glanced at the withered peach tree in front of me. I thought to myself, what the hell can't hurt to give it a try? So I didn't hold back anymore and poured the entire bamboo tube of spring water slowly down onto the cracked soil at the base of the peach tree. The clear spring water quickly seeped into the dry soil and disappeared in the blink of an eye. I was quite relieved. This thing might be domineering to humans, but peach trees don't have veins. At most, it might overpluck and grow wildly, but it couldn't possibly become a spirit. After pouring the water, I stood by the tree smoking, waiting expectantly. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes passed, but the peach tree remained standing quietly, its withered leaves not turning green, its bark not shining, and not even a single leaf trembling. The expectation on my face slowly turned into disappointment, and in the end, I could only sigh softly. It seemed that the tree was truly doomed. Its life force was exhausted, and even the most miraculous elixir could not save it. I shook my head, put the empty bamboo tube back into my spatial storage, and stopped looking at the old peach tree that was destined to become firewood. Then I stubbed out my cigarette, turned around, and walked to the front yard, preparing to wait for Chunzi to come back and process the ingredients so we could start our busy afternoon. However, not long after I turned to leave, a magical scene suddenly appeared on that peach tree. Chapter 75, The Extraordinary Changes in the Peach Tree. As soon as I left the backyard, the old peach tree that was almost dead seemed to come alive. A faint green glow emanated from its dry trunk, slowly flowing along its roots, trunk, and branches. As soon as the light passed, the cracks in the bark seemed to wriggle slightly. Then, the whole tree trembled violently, and the curled yellow leaves on the branches quickly unfurled, the yellow tinge rapidly fading away, turning into a full, bright emerald green in the blink of an eye. Even more surprisingly, the small, shriveled peaches on the tree, which were originally as dry as apricot pits, suddenly swelled up one by one, and their color changed accordingly. First, they were bluish-white, and then they turned into reddish-brown peaches. Before long, they grew into heavy, large peaches. The peaches were white with a hint of pink, their tips tinged with red, and their fragrance was ridiculously sweet, almost bending the branches under their weight. When I returned to the backyard, I was completely stunned, my eyes nearly popping out of my head. This was no longer a dying old peach tree. It had transformed into a treasure in a fairy orchard. I stood there, inhaling the irresistible fragrance, my heart pounding with shock and unease. The effects of the spiritual spring water were far beyond my wildest imagination. I slowly approached and reached out to touch the nearest peach. It was cool, smooth, and quite heavy. With a gentle twist, the stem broke, and the peach fell steadily into my hand, feeling very substantial. I hesitated for a moment, but couldn't resist. I wiped the peach fuzz off and took a bite. With a crunch, the thin skin broke, and the sweet juice burst in my mouth. The flesh was crisp, tender, juicy, and glistening with sweetness. The flavor was refreshing and fragrant, and as it slid down my throat, it felt like my whole body had been cleansed, even easing up a lot of the fatigue and frustration of the past few days. I couldn't stop eating, taking bite after bite, my mouth full of juice. These peaches were so big that I only managed to eat half of them after a long time. When I looked up, I saw a dozen or so other equally tempting peaches still hanging on the tree, and I immediately came to my senses. Such an outrageous thing would definitely cause trouble if outsiders saw it. I didn't dare to delay, so I quickly picked the ripe peaches off the tree one by one and put them all into my storage space. I even cleaned up the fallen leaves and peach crumbs on the ground. Not long after, Chunzi returned on his tricycle. As soon as he entered the yard, he smelled the sweet aroma, but without giving it much thought, he went straight into the kitchen to put out the vegetables. I stood at the door and called out to him, handing him a large peach. Chunzi's eyes widened immediately when he saw it, and he stammered that the peach looked like a small watermelon. How could it grow so big? I smiled and told him to eat it quickly so he could get back to work. He had been craving it for ages, so he grabbed the peach and took a big bite. After that bite, his eyes narrowed, and he hummed incoherently as he ate faster than anyone else. In no time, only a clean peach pit remained. He licked his lips, staring at me expectantly like a puppy waiting to be fed. I deliberately put on a stern face, kicked him, and told him to stop looking and hurry up and wash the vegetables. We had to set up our stall later. Although Chunzi was a little disappointed, the sweet taste in her mouth hadn't faded yet, and she was full of energy. She turned around and ran to the well to wash vegetables, her steps lighter than usual. Business was indeed slower in the afternoon. The initial excitement had faded, and there were no longer long queues. However, people still came in sporadically. Chunzi and I worked around the clock, taking breaks now and then, but we weren't too tired. We finally sold everything around 8 p.m. After packing up our gear, we rode our bikes back to Zhao family village. It was pitch black, and the village was eerily quiet, with only a few houses emitting dim yellow light from their windows. I pushed open the courtyard gate, and in the main room, an oil lamp was still lit. My father, Zhao Fugui, was squatting on the threshold, smoking his old pipe, his brow furrowed deeply. My mother, Li Xiuling, sat on a small stool mending clothes, her needle and thread never ceasing. When she saw me return, she forced a smile and asked if I had eaten. I said I had grabbed a bite to eat in the county town. After putting my things down, I squatted down in front of my father and asked him what was wrong, why he looked so worried. Mother sighed and said, "What else could it be? It's all because of the drought. The wheat in the fields is clearly going to die. The stalks are as thin as incense sticks, and the ears are terribly shriveled." Father went to the fields all day today, and this is what he came back to. Zhao Fugui tapped his pipe on the sole of his shoe, ash falling in a hoarse sound. He said that this year, let alone whether his family would have enough to eat, even the government grain rations were in doubt. He looked at me with a face full of worry as he finished speaking. "I've farmed all my life, and there's really nothing I can do when things are like this." I patted his knee and told him that the drought wasn't his fault. Besides, I was there for his family. My business in the county was doing well, and I earned enough to cover their expenses. They wouldn't go hungry. After hearing this, Zhao Fugui's expression finally relaxed a bit, and a glimmer of light appeared in his eyes as he looked at me. He praised me for being ambitious, saying that the county had given me a reward and that I could even earn money on my own. But when he looked down at the swaying lamplight, he still sighed heavily. "Our family can manage, but what about the other families in the village? Judging from this year's situation, it's going to be another year of disaster, and people might starve to death." Chapter 76, Encountering Lu Jianjun again. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, Chunzi and I rode our tricycle back to the county town. When we passed by the supply and marketing cooperative, I told Chunzi to wait outside while I went in and bought 4 packs of the Chinmin cigarettes and put them in my pocket. These cigarettes weren't the best, but they were just right for serving people. They weren't shabby. As soon as I arrived at the entrance of the courtyard, I saw Lei Jinshan already there with 5 or 6 workers. There were piles of wood, tiles, lime, and cement next to them, along with shovels, trowels, mortars, and mortar troughs scattered all over the ground. I quickly parked the car and went to greet him, took out a pack of cigarettes, opened them, and handed them out one by one. "Master Lei, you've come so early. Thank you for your hard work." Lei Jinshan took the cigarette, casually tucked it behind his ear, and said with a smile, "Good morning, boss. Take advantage of the cool morning to get some work done. Once the sun comes up, you'll lose your energy. Don't worry, leave this job to me, and I'll make sure it's done thoroughly and efficiently." After saying that, he turned and shouted to the workers to move the things into the yard. Several people responded, some carrying wood and others carrying tiles, and the small yard suddenly became lively. I wasn't idle either. I told Chunzi to boil a big pot of water. The tea leaves were on the cabinet in the inner room. Chunzi responded and quickly ran to the kitchen. I stood next to Lei Jinshan and pointed to the house, telling him my thoughts. The west wall was a bit damp and needed to be treated before painting. I wanted to make the window in the east wing bigger to make the room brighter. Lei Jinshan listened and nodded, occasionally squatting down to tap the wall and then looking up at the roof beams, offering me some practical suggestions. The two of us went back and forth, clarifying all the necessary repairs. Chunzi boiled water, brewed tea in a large enamel kettle, and brought it out, filling each worker's teacup. The workers would work for a while, then come over for a sip of tea, smoke one of the cigarettes I'd given them, take a break, and then continue working. I didn't just sit back and do nothing. Whenever someone needed a helping hand, I'd go and hand them things or move materials. The yard was filled with clanging and banging, dust rising everywhere. The repair work had officially begun. As lunchtime approached, I planned to go to the state-run restaurant to buy some meat and vegetables. Although Lei Jinshan said that meals wouldn't be provided and the workers could go home to eat at noon, I felt that the first meal should be a good one. It wouldn't cost much, but would make everyone feel comfortable and more focused on their work. Just as I stepped onto the street, someone suddenly shouted from behind, "Brother, I've finally run into you." I turned around and saw it was Lu Jianjun from town. When I first arrived in this era, I dealt in digital watches and lighters, and he was the first person I ever did business with. Later, I got busy with my spicy hot pot business and forgot about that. I greeted him with a smile. Brother Jun, what brings you to the county? Lu Jianjun stepped forward and patted me on the shoulder, saying that he had been transferred to work in the county and that he had heard that I was doing very well in business in the county town, which explained why I hadn't gone to the town. I exchanged a few polite words, saying I was just trying to make a living. After the pleasantries, Lu Jianjun suddenly leaned closer, looked around, and lowered his voice to ask, Brother, seriously, are those electronic watches you use to make still viable? A thought struck me, and I asked him what was wrong. Lu Jianjun's voice was even lower. It's hot. This stuff is incredibly popular right now. The style you gave me last time can sell for over 100 on the market. The ones brought from the south aren't as nice as yours, and they don't sell as well. The key is that they're hard to get. They're in high demand. Over 100? I was truly stunned. That watch only cost 10 or 20 yuan back in my day. I never imagined it could sell for this price now. Seeing my surprise, Lu Jianjun became even more enthusiastic. Young people these days are into this. It makes them look good. So, do you have any connections? Can you get some? I steadied myself and asked him how much he wanted. Lu Jianjun directly extended a hand. I tried asking 50. He glared at me. 50 isn't enough, is it? It's not even worth the trip. I'm talking about 500, at least that number. 500. I quickly did the math in my head. Even at 100 yuan each, that would still be over 50,000 yuan. Over 50,000 yuan in the 1980s. That amount left me a little stunned. Compared to that, my hard work selling spicy hot pot, with all the worries and concerns I had to bear, was nothing. However, I didn't dare to make any definitive statements, as the amount was too large, and I had to be cautious. Brother Jun, I need to go and ask about this. It's been too long since we last contacted each other, and I don't know the situation over there. I really can't guarantee 500. When Lu Jianjun heard that I didn't refuse, he knew there was hope. He immediately took out a small notebook from his bag, tore off a page, wrote down an address, and handed it to me. Brother, pay attention. If you hear anything, let me know no matter what. I put the note away. Okay, I'll remember it. The two exchanged a few more words and then parted ways. I stood there, touching the piece of paper in my pocket, then looked up at the bright sun. I'd been thinking about what to eat for lunch, but now all that had been swept away by the 500 digital watches. But for now, I should take care of business first. I composed myself and headed to the state-run restaurant. When I came out of the restaurant, I was carrying several heavy bags as well as a large bag of white steamed buns wrapped in oil paper. I also bought a lot of vegetables. Braised pork, stir-fried pork slices with scallions, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried cabbage with vinegar, stir-fried shredded potatoes, and a large bowl of rice, all in generous portions. Back in the courtyard, the aroma of food wafted through the air. The workers stopped what they were doing, sniffing and looking over. I put the things on the small wooden plank that had been temporarily set up in the yard and called out, Workers, take a break. It's lunchtime, let's eat first. Everyone gathered around and their eyes lit up. These days, eating meat at a restaurant was a rare treat for ordinary workers, let alone having their employer provide such a good meal. Everyone thanked me profusely, saying I was too generous and kind. Lei Jinshan wiped his sweat and immediately shouted at his co-workers. You all saw that, right? The employer is so kind, providing such good food. Anyone who tries to slack off or cheat the employer this afternoon, don't blame me for turning against you. You won't be able to work with me again. The workers nodded in agreement, saying they would do their job well and make the meal worthwhile. I waved my hand and said with a smile that everyone had worked hard and it was only right to have a simple meal. If there wasn't enough rice, there would be steamed buns too, so there would be plenty to eat. These words made the atmosphere in the courtyard even more lively. Everyone took out their bowls, and Chunzi and I helped distribute the food and rice. The braised pork was glistening with oil, and the slices of meat were fragrant. With white steamed buns, the workers ate until they were sweating profusely, their faces full of satisfied smiles. Chapter 77 Orchids, worth 10 million. That evening, I packed up my stall and returned to Zhao family village. As soon as I entered the main room, I saw the old village chief, Zhao Jizhou, sitting on a stool, talking to my father, Zhao Fuge. Neither of them looked well. They seemed to be worried about the wheat in the fields. I called out uncle and casually handed my dad the remaining half-pack of Dakium and cigarettes in my pocket, so he and my uncle could smoke them. The old village chief glanced at the cigarette pack, squinted, and smiled, saying, "I've made something of myself now. Even the cigarettes I smoke are better than those old guys." I laughed and said I didn't smoke much. I just kept some on hand for the occasion. My dad opened the cigarettes, handed one to the old village chief, lit one for himself, and said that I was lucky if I didn't cause him any trouble, but his tone was clearly smug. Then he asked the old village chief if the village was really going to harvest the wheat ahead of schedule. The old village chief's smile immediately disappeared, and he sighed, saying that the wheat couldn't wait any longer. If it was delayed any longer, there probably wouldn't even be many stalks left. Now that they're rushing to harvest, they can still manage to collect some leftover grain. After paying the grain tax, the rest is up to each family to figure out. As for whether the higher-ups will be lenient and reduce their quotas, nobody knows for sure. The room fell silent, with only the flickering flame of the oil lamp. After finishing my meal, I returned to my room, still thinking about the 500 yuan digital watch Lu Jianjun had mentioned, and also about how I needed to quickly dispose of the treasure buried in the backyard to get some money. After closing the door, a thought struck me, and I activated the time-space ring. My vision blurred for a moment, and when I opened my eyes again, the familiar, slightly musty air of my rented room rushed towards me. The sky outside was just beginning to lighten. It was already morning in the modern world. I picked up my phone, which was charging on the bedside table. The screen lit up, and my heart skipped a beat. I received over a dozen missed calls, mostly from Xia Tianyu, and a few from my mom, Zhou Yafan. My first thought was that something had happened to my dad, so I quickly called my mom back. The phone rang a few times before being answered. My mother sounded tired, but still relatively calm. She said my father was fine, but he insisted on being discharged from the hospital, complaining that several hundred yuan a day was a waste of money. After the doctor's examination, he said the condition was stable and that he could rest at home, so she took him home. I breathed a sigh of relief, then told her to take good care of my dad and not to skimp on the money, before hanging up. Immediately afterward, I called Xia Tianyu. The call was answered almost instantly, and his complaining voice came through the other end immediately. "Damn it, Uncle Zhao, you've finally come to your senses. You didn't answer the phone or reply to messages. I thought you traveled through time. It's urgent. We're in a real crisis." Knowing I was in the wrong, I could only force a smile and say that I had been to a remote mountain area for the past few days where the signal was poor, and that I would fall asleep as soon as I finished my work. I asked him what was so urgent. Xia Tianyu was too lazy to expose me, and simply told me to go to Boguzai immediately. I quickly washed up and took a taxi to the antique street. As soon as I entered Boguzai, Xia Tianyu pulled me into the back reception room, closed the door, and said in an annoyed tone that I was having a really comfortable time as a hands-off manager, while he had become a 24-hour on-call employee. I could only chuckle as I poured him tea and asked him what had happened. Xia Tianyu complained, but when it came to serious matters, his expression immediately turned serious, even showing a hint of excitement. He lowered his voice and told me, "Our top-quality orchid has been sold." His father had personally taken the flower to a top private auction in the province, where it fetched an unexpected price. My heart skipped a beat. The orchid was rare, but it wasn't an antique. Unsure of my chances, I tentatively asked, 1,300,000? Xia Tianyu held up one finger and said, slowly and deliberately, 13 million. He then added that after deducting the auction house's commission and various handling fees, that would be the net amount he would receive. My mind went blank, and I almost jumped out of my chair. A potted plant sold for 13 million? Xia Tianyu told me to calm down, saying that this was an unprecedentedly rare and exquisite variety. In the top circles, such a price was astonishing but not impossible. He then told me that the Warring States period knife coin was also auctioned. Although it wasn't as popular as the orchid, it was in good condition and had a clear provenance. After deducting the transaction fees, he netted 6.3 million yuan. After saying that, Xia Tianyu took out 2 checks from a locked drawer next to him and gently pushed them in front of me. A total of 19.3 million. The 2 thin pieces of paper made my throat dry and my heart pound. A potted plant, an ancient coin. The total came to nearly 20 million. The money came so fast, it felt unreal for a moment. It was then that I truly realized the path I was on could offer far more than just small-time gains. I took a few deep breaths, forcibly suppressing the excitement rushing to my head. I picked up the check, glanced at it, quickly calculated in my mind, then folded the 13 million note and put it in my coat pocket. Then, I pushed the check for 6.3 million back in front of Xia Tianyu and said seriously, "Brother, you take this one." Xia Tianyu was stunned and asked me what I meant. "This is clearly my money. Why am I giving it to him?" I explained directly that the orchid and the knife-shaped coin were able to sell for such a high price almost entirely because of Uncle Xia's connections and influence. If it were me, let alone 13 million, I probably wouldn't even be able to find a buyer for 300,000. Uncle Xia personally went to the provincial capital to help me build connections with the auction house. This can't be repaid with just a thank you. I've already gotten a great deal by taking the lion's share. This 6 million is a token of Uncle Xia's appreciation and a thank you for all his hard work. I made myself very clear. Without them, these things would probably be nothing more than a pot of weeds or a piece of broken copper in my hands. I also know that if I want to make this path long and wide, I can't just think about enjoying the benefits all by myself. Upon hearing this, Xia Tianyu shook his head vigorously, immediately pushing the check back, saying it was too much of a formality. Although his father had helped, he was always into these kinds of things, and the auction house had already collected its commission. There was no reason for him to take such a large sum of money again. He added that if I really felt bad, giving his dad a red envelope containing several 100,000 yuan would be very polite, but 6 million yuan was definitely not an option. It was too much. Xia Tianyu genuinely felt it was inappropriate. Helping a friend was one thing, but that amount was truly frightening. But seeing his resolute attitude, I didn't want to argue any further. Besides, I was worried about my father, who had just been discharged from the hospital and needed to go back and see him as soon as possible. So I simply grabbed the check, stuffed it into Xia Tianyu's coat pocket without saying a word, and pressed it down firmly. I said in an unyielding tone, "All right, stop arguing with me." It settled then. Without Uncle Xia, those flowers might really have been stuck with me. I know what I'm doing. If you keep pushing it away, it'll look down on me, and it'll seem like you think I got this through shady means, try to shut you up with money. Chapter 78, Brothers Who Shared Life and Death. My words were a bit harsh, but my attitude was clear. Xia Tianyu was taken aback by my retort, his hand still pressed against the check in his pocket, clearly wanting to take it out again. "No, Dongzi, that's not what I meant. If that's not what you meant, then keep it." I interrupted him directly and changed the subject. "Do you need your car today? Can I borrow it for a bit? My dad just got out of the hospital and came home, and I need to go back and check on him right away." Seeing that I didn't intend to bring it up again, Xia Tianyu knew I really didn't want the money. Pushing it any further would only hurt our relationship, so he could only sigh and toss me the car keys. "You really? The car's at the door. Drive slowly and be careful on the road. As for the money, let's talk about it later." "Thanks, Tianyu." I took the keys, feeling relieved, and smiled at him. "I'll be going now. I'll treat you to dinner later." After saying that, I pocketed the check for 13 million, turned around and left Gazai, got into Xia Tianyu's car, and headed straight for my rural hometown. No sooner had I left than the curtain to the inner lounge was lifted and Xia Mingyuan slowly walked out. He had heard everything I had just said to Xia Tianyu. Xia Tianyu quickly took out the 6.3 million yuan check that I had forced on him and handed it to him, his expression somewhat complicated. "Dad, Dongzi insisted on giving it to you, saying it was a reward for your hard work, and I couldn't refuse him no matter what I said." Xia Mingyuan took the check, looked at it, then gazed in the direction I had left, a hint of emotion in his eyes, before nodding. This young man is sensible. He knows what he should take and what he shouldn't take entirely. He has foresight, adheres to principles, and isn't greedy. This classmate of yours is worth getting to know better. When Xia Tianyu heard his father praise me, his face immediately lit up and he straightened his back. Of course, Dongzi and I were best buddies for 4 years of college. We skipped classes together, played games together, and went through everything together. We're definitely brothers. He blurted out something embarrassing from the dorm in a moment of carelessness. Xia Mingyuan raised an eyebrow and stared at him, asking, "Oh, to see the stars? What movie are you watching?" Xia Tianyu's heart skipped a beat, his smile froze instantly, and sweat began to bead on his back. "Huh? A movie? What movie? Dad, what are you saying?" He quickly pretended to be stupid, his eyes darting around, and he started to interrupt. Dad, I suddenly remembered someone needs me to check some goods. It's urgent. I have to go now. Keep the check safe." After saying that, he grabbed his bag almost as if fleeing and rushed out of the front door of Bogazai. Xia Mingyuan watched his son's retreating figure, feeling both annoyed and amused, but in the end, he still put the check into his inner pocket. On the other side, I was driving Xia Tianyu's car towards the countryside. My family also lives in the countryside, backed by the continuous Huangshan Mountains. The scenery is nice, but the road is really remote. There is only one dirt road into the village, and when it rains, the wheels get covered in mud. When I passed by the town market, I stopped and bought a few things. I didn't touch any of those fancy health supplements. My dad hates those ridiculously expensive and useless things. I just bought a few pounds of pork belly with alternating layers of fat and lean meat, a basket of free-range eggs, and some of his favorite fruits, all practical things. When I entered the courtyard carrying my bags, my mother, Zhou Yafan, and my younger sister, Zhao Wenting, were tidying up. My father, Zhao Ruaping, was resting on a bamboo recliner in the main room. When he saw the things in my hands, his face immediately darkened. I had barely called out, "Dad, I'm home," when he started yelling at me in a loud voice. "You spendthrift. You've only made a few bucks, and you've already forgotten who you are? You're always buying meat and eggs, and you don't even have to pay for gas when you drive back. Don't you have any sense of responsibility at all?" I looked at him closely. Although he had lost some weight, his complexion was much rosier than when he was hospitalized, and he was quite energetic when he started cursing. I felt much more at ease after that. I wasn't angry. I smiled and handed the things to my mom and younger sister, explaining, "Dad, you just got out of the hospital, and your body is still weak. You need to eat something good to recover. Eating well will help you recover faster and get back to work sooner. Besides, these things only cost a few dollars. Getting you fully recovered is more important than anything else." When my dad heard the word waste, his eyes widened, and he was about to continue scolding me. But my mom, Zhou Yafan, objected first. All right, that's enough." She put the meat and eggs down, then turned to scold my dad. "Your son is just being filial. He drove all the way back to buy you some food. What's wrong with that? Dongzi can earn money now. He knows what he's doing. If it weren't for him paying for your hospital visit and surgery, you'd be lying in some field by now, and you're still yelling here." Zhao Wenting chuckled to herself, then couldn't help but burst out laughing, making my dad lose face. He grabbed a ball of yarn from the bamboo basket next to him and threw it at my little sister, but not with much force. Laugh. I'm letting you laugh. All that love I've given you for nothing." Zhao Wenting giggled and dodged away, picking up the ball of yarn. My dad couldn't argue with my mom, nor could he suppress his snickering little daughter, so he could only snort coldly, turn his head to stare at the old locust tree in the yard, and sulk to himself. My mom didn't care about him at all, and pulled me towards the kitchen with a smile on her face. "Don't pay any attention to that stubborn old man. He's just too proud to admit it. He's secretly pleased with himself, but he's always so sharp-tongued. Come on, Dongzi, let's cook. We'll have the meat you bought for lunch today. Stew it until it's very tender, so your dad can have some too." After finishing my meal, I made an excuse to go for a walk and have a smoke. The village wasn't big, more like Zhao family village in the 1980s. At this time, almost everyone was eating inside, and there weren't many people outside. I walked and wandered around, and before I knew it, I had reached the foot of the mountain. Chapter 79, Contracting the Manor. After lunch, having nothing to do, I wandered around the village. As I walked, I somehow ended up at the foot of the mountain in the village. Before me was a large, abandoned garden, the walls of which had long since collapsed and were barely recognizable. Next to the orchard was a small fruit orchard, which should have been quite large, but now the trees were leaning precariously, most of them were dead, and the rest were withered. The orchard was overgrown with weeds, which rustled loudly in the wind. I stood there for a long time, silently memorizing the location of the orchard. When I got home, I saw my mother, Zhou Yafan, washing dishes in the kitchen. I leaned against the door frame and casually asked, "Mom, what's that huge abandoned garden at the foot of the mountain in our village? It used to look quite nice." Zhou Yafan didn't even look up, saying as she washed, "That place was built many years ago. Back then, I was still studying away from home. I heard that a wealthy businessman in the city built it for his father to live out his retirement, complete with a house, orchard, and fish pond. Unfortunately, the old man passed away after only 2 years, and the businessman stopped coming after his grief, so the place just fell into disrepair." After listening, I simply said, "It's nothing, just asking," and turned to leave. When I got to the village entrance, I took a bottle of liquor and a carton of cigarettes from the trunk of my car, put them in a black plastic bag, and headed straight for the village secretary, Su Changwei's house. Just as I reached the courtyard gate, I ran into Su Changwei's wife, Wang Suifeng, who was carrying a basin. As soon as she saw me, she smiled and exclaimed, "Oh, my Dongzi's back, our village's college student." I felt a little embarrassed by her words, so I quickly asked, "Auntie, is my uncle home?" Wang Suifeng, with her sharp eyes, glanced at what I was holding and roughly guessed what it was. She smiled and called into the house, "Changwei, Dongzi is here to see you." After saying that, she beckoned me into the house and took a basin to the hillside to dig for wild vegetables. Su Changwei lifted the curtain and came out. When he saw it was me, he was very enthusiastic and quickly ushered me into the courtyard, even bringing over 2 small stools. I put the cigarettes and alcohol on the small stool next to his feet, and he smiled as soon as he saw it. "Good cigarettes and alcohol. Dongzi, you must be making money outside, right? Tell me, what do you need me for? Why are you being so polite?" I didn't beat around the bush and directly told him about the situation of the abandoned manor at the foot of the mountain and the orchard next to it, asking him if the village could contract that place. Upon hearing this, Su Changwei frowned. He took a couple of puffs of his cigarette and said in a serious tone, "Dongzi, tell me the truth. What are you planning to do? Plant fruit trees? Raise fish? How much money did you invest in that place before? And it's still abandoned now. If it were really profitable, would it have been abandoned until now? Don't act impulsively and throw away all the money you've worked so hard to save." I knew he meant well, but I already had a plan in mind. I told him directly that I wanted to start a farm stay. These days, city people love to go to the countryside to eat local food, fish, and pick fruit. The place is big enough. The houses can be renovated and used immediately. The orchard and fish pond can be tidied up. The initial investment wouldn't be too big. I wanted to give it a try. My real confidence comes from the spiritual spring water and my ability to travel back and forth between 2 eras. Fruits grown with the spiritual spring water and fish raised with it will definitely taste different. And if I bring over some wild game and mountain produce from the 1980s, I'll never lack uniqueness. But I can't say these things directly to Su Changwei. Su Changwei stared at me for a long time, and seeing that I didn't seem to be acting on impulse, he sighed, "If you've really thought it through, I won't stop you. But no matter how desolate that place is, it still belongs to the village collective, and the contract fee isn't low. 50,000 a year, a 3-year contract, and a one-time payment of 150,000. Let me make this clear from the start. Once the money is paid, it's non-refundable. Think about it again. 50,000 a year is indeed a considerable sum in rural areas these days." But I nodded almost without hesitation. "Uncle, I made up my mind. I'll do it according to the village rules." Seeing how decisive I was, Su Changwei knew he couldn't dissuade me anymore. He tapped his cigarette ash and said, "All right, you've got a plan. Before you go back to the city, come to the village committee to sign the contract and pay the money at the same time." I felt relieved immediately and quickly thanked him. After leaving Su Changwei's house, I walked along the village path, my mind already starting to plan my agritainment business. A contract fee of 150,000 yuan was something I wouldn't have dared to dream of before, but things are different now. I have nearly 20 million yuan in my pocket, and there's a pile of gold bars and antiques buried under that little courtyard from the 1980s. If you really think about it, that's a gold mountain that hasn't been dug up yet. Thinking about it this way, 150,000 yuan is nothing at all. With the money, I feel more confident, and I can't just keep thinking about doing small business between the 2 eras. In the modern era, I need to have a real, respectable career that my parents can see and that will put their minds at ease. This agritainment business is the first foundation I want to establish. The location is already there. Although it's a bit overgrown, the basic structure is still there, and it's much easier to set it up than to build from scratch. Plus, with the spring water, the fruits and vegetables I grow, and the fish and shrimp I raise will definitely become famous. If we can source some purely wild mountain product from the 1980s, such as free-range chickens, wild vegetables, and soft-shelled turtles, these rare items will have a unique selling point. Then, city dwellers will drive over to pick fruit, fish, and eat farm-style food, and the business will definitely start to thrive. The more I thought about it, the more feasible it seemed, and my steps became lighter. To me, this overgrown garden at the foot of the mountain was more than just a piece of land. It was the first nail Zhao Wendong, had driven into the ground in this new era. From here, I would truly walk my own path steadily. Chapter 80, out of sight, out of mind. When I got home, I told my parents about my idea of contracting that barren garden at the foot of the mountain and starting a farm stay. As expected, my dad, Zhao Ruaping, immediately exploded. He was so angry that he sat up from the recliner, his finger almost poking my nose, cursing me for being arrogant just because I had a little money. 150,000 is no small sum. If you throw it into that overgrown wasteland, it won't even make a sound. My mother, Zhou Yafen, sighed and advised me, saying that the place was cursed and that all the big bosses from the city had lost money and left in disgrace. She told me to settle down and run a skewer shop in the city and stop messing around. I had expected them to object, but I wasn't angry. I pulled up a chair and sat opposite my dad, calmly asking them if they knew how much the hospitalization and surgery had cost. My dad grunted, but didn't say anything, though his ears were clearly perked up. I went straight to the point and said over $1 million. When I said that number, my dad's eyes widened and his voice changed. He simply couldn't believe that someone like me, who sells skewers, could come up with so much money. I didn't rush to explain, but just looked at my mother. My mother was silent for a few seconds, then nodded and said that the surgery fees, medical expenses, and specialist fees had indeed cost a lot. Although I hadn't calculated it in detail, it was definitely a large sum. My dad was speechless. He stared at me blankly, as if realizing for the first time that the son who used to worry him about tuition and jobs was truly different from before. Finally, he sighed heavily, lay back in his chair, turned his face away, and said in a muffled voice, "The child is grown up and has his own opinions. He can't control him. Let him go." Although his words carried a sense of helplessness and clearly showed his disapproval, I knew that he had tacitly agreed. The next morning, I drove to the city, withdrew 150,000 yuan in cash from a bank, put it into an inconspicuous cloth bag, which was quite heavy, and then went straight to the village committee. Village party secretary Su Changha, accountant Xiao Lu, and several other prominent village representatives were already waiting in the office. After I went in, I didn't waste any time. I put the cloth bag on the table, unzipped it to reveal stacks of 100 yuan bills, and said to Su Changha, "I've brought the money. Let's sign the contract." Su Changha looked at the table full of cash, then at my serious expression, and knew that the matter was settled. So he stopped trying to persuade me and waved for Xiao Lu to bring out the contract. Xiao Lu and several village representatives' eyes lit up as they gathered around the table to count the money. They counted the 150,000 yuan for quite a while, and after confirming it was correct, Su Changha and I signed and affixed our fingerprints to several contracts. The village representatives immediately beamed with joy, praising me repeatedly for my success, saying that I was educated, insightful, and daring, and that I was destined for great things. I knew in my heart that what made them happy was that the 150,000 yuan had gone into the village's collective account, and that each household might receive a larger share at the end of the year. As for whether I made a profit or a loss, they didn't care at all. I exchanged a few polite words, folded my copy of the contract neatly, put it in my pocket, and turned to leave the village committee. When I got home, my mother saw that the contract had been signed and the money had been paid. Knowing that there was no way to change the situation, she could only ask me worriedly what would happen to the business in the city and whether I could manage to run around in both places. I told her that there were people looking after things over there, and if they were too busy, it was fine to close it down. I mean it sincerely. These days, the income from a skewer shop is not as important as the profits from orchids, antiques, and the potential income from agritourism in the future, and it takes up a lot of energy. Hearing this from inside the room, my dad simply pulled the blanket over his head, deciding to ignore it. He figured he didn't care what I did anymore. I didn't stay at home for long. I took the contract and went to that deserted garden at the foot of the mountain. I carefully walked around the area, inside and out, and had a general idea of what to do. The most important thing right now was to clear away the weeds that were taller than a person, otherwise we wouldn't be able to do anything. So I went back to the village committee, found Su Changha, and told him that I wanted to hire a dozen or so people in the village, men and women alike, to clear the weeds from the garden, and that the wages would be calculated by the day. Su Changha immediately understood that the cigarettes and alcohol he had received had not been in vain, and promptly agreed to take care of the matter. It was currently the off-season for farming, and the villagers had time, so finding someone wouldn't be difficult. I asked how much money would be appropriate per day. After calculating, Su Changha said 80 for men and 60 for women, plus lunch. I thought it was a bit low, and I was about to add some more when Su Changha waved his hand and said that this was just manual labor, not much skill involved, and that construction workers outside were paid about the same, and even then, they weren't guaranteed work every day. He guaranteed he could call 20 people quickly at this price. After saying that, he rushed out to make arrangements. Watching his retreating figure, I knew that things were settled, and the first step in clearing the wasteland could begin tomorrow. When I got home, as soon as I entered the main room, I saw my younger sister, Zhao Wenting, squatting on the ground, stuffing clothes and books into an old suitcase. I asked her if she was packing her things, and said I would drive her to the city later. Zhao Wenting looked up and saw me, a sly smile on her face. She asked if the red car I was driving belonged to Brother Tianyu, as she had seen it yesterday. I deliberately put on a stern face and asked her if she looked down on me and thought I couldn't afford a car. She quickly waved her hand with a smile and said that I was the best. She just felt that only Brother Tianyu liked to drive those flashy cars, a grown man driving like a woman. I was both amused and annoyed by her words. I reached out and playfully slapped her on the head, scolding her for talking nonsense after only a few days of schooling. I told her she should be grateful to have a car to ride in, and that she was being picky. Zhao Wenting shrank her neck and ran away giggling. Just then, a cough came from the courtyard gate. I turned around and saw Su Changhe standing outside the threshold with his hands behind his back. I quickly went out to greet him and invited him inside. He waved his hand and said he wouldn't come in. He had just come to deliver a message that he had already found 17 or 18 people, all of whom were capable workers in the village. He also said that the people would go directly to the garden to gather and start work early tomorrow morning. They could bring their own sickles, hoes, shovels, and other tools, so I didn't need to worry about it. Su Changhe was efficient. He turned and left as soon as he finished speaking, humming a tuneless little tune. He was clearly in a good mood because he had found some temporary work for the villagers. I quickly raised my voice from behind and said, "Thank you, Uncle Changhe, for your trouble." He didn't even turn his head, just raised his hand and waved it casually behind him, meaning it was no big deal and no need to thank him, then walked away without stopping.